Li Fei was betrayed by his dearest business partner and his young wife, plunging him into a vortex of interest that he could not resist. In despair, he chose to leap from the 32nd floor of his company's building to end his life. To his astonishment, he did not perish, but instead found himself reborn back to the year 1990, right after his college entrance examination, with his mother still alive and his father still holding his position. Determined to avoid the mistakes of his past, he embarked on a frenzied quest to amass wealth in this untamed era, aspiring to help his father achieve greatness and avenge past grievances. Chapter 1. A Leap into Rebirth. Now we interrupt with breaking news. Li Fei, chairman of the Li Group in the Magic City, is suspected of embezzling funds for extravagant gambling abroad. During the investigation by relevant authorities, he tragically fell to his death from the Li building at the age of 48. Zhang Chaojun, Ding Wenqing, I will not let you off even in death. As Li Fei hurled himself from the 32nd floor of the Li building, he roared in fury. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Fei's entire being suddenly lost its vibrancy. My head. It hurts so much. When Li Fei opened his eyes once more, he cradled his head and murmured, is this the aftermath of jumping to my death? Even in death, I can still feel pain? You finally woke up, you fool. If you can't hold your liquor, why drink so much? Last night, you got so drunk you were shouting about wanting to marry shooting. How old are you to be talking of marriage? As Li Fei lamented, a familiar and unforgettable voice echoed in his ears, Mom, am I meeting you in hell? Li Fei widened his eyes in terror upon seeing his mother, Huang Yuanshan, before him. You little rascal, have you lost your mind from drinking? What do you mean meeting me in hell? Are you cursing me to death? Huang Yuanshan, upon hearing her son speak of her demise, was infuriated. She pinched Li Fei's ear and lifted him, scolding, you little brat, are you wishing for my early demise to inherit my wealth? It hurts. It hurts. Li Fei grimaced in pain. At that moment, it dawned on him that he was not dreaming, he had truly been reborn. You ungrateful little rascal. Now you know what pain is? Huang Yuanshan, clearly agitated by Li Fei's earlier words, held onto his ear firmly. Mom, I had a dream where Dad brought home a young vixen, claiming she was my new mother. You were so upset you couldn't take it, and I ended up jumping from our first floor window to find you. Li Fei explained with a cheeky grin. You little brat, stop fabricating tales about your father. He wouldn't dare chat with women outside, let alone bring a vixen home. If he did, I would hand both of you over to her and thank her for taking over. Huang Yuanshan retorted, unimpressed by her son's imagination. And by the way, we live on the first floor. Jumping out the window wouldn't kill you, you rascal. As he looked at his angry mother, Li Fei felt an overwhelming joy. For when Li Fei was 25, his mother, Huang Yuanshan, had succumbed to late-stage liver cancer. His father, Li Yuanchao, had not remarried after her passing and lived alone, while Li Fei, having attained great success, had established a family trust fund of 500 million in the bank for his father's comfortable retirement. Just before Li Fei leaped from the 32nd floor of the Li building, his father was still alive. The only sadness for Li Fei was that he was his father's only son, and now, in this rebirth, his greatest concern was whether his father could bear the loss of son. Mom, what is today's date? Li Fei suddenly recalled something and asked his mother, have you lost your mind from drinking? Huang Yuanshan replied to her son's seemingly foolish question. Yesterday was the day your college entrance exams ended. A large group of your classmates went out drinking, and you got so drunk you made a scene, insisting that shooting should be your wife. Your father had to go to Uncle Chen's house to apologize this morning. Mom, I forgot everything that happened yesterday. I must have drunk some bad liquor. Li Fei replied with a silly grin. Stop being cheeky. That girl shooting is someone I've watched grow up. I would love for her to be my daughter-in-law, Huang Yuanshan said earnestly. But look at yourself. Do you really think you deserve someone like shooting? Son, let's put away those thoughts of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, shall we? Chun Shooting was Li Fei's classmate and was often regarded as the belle of Tianhai No. 1 High School, possessing an aesthetic appeal exceeding 95 points, radiating purity. In his past life, Li Fei had harbored a crush on her since middle school, and it was only after graduating high school that he, emboldened by alcohol, finally confessed his feelings. Regrettably, that confession became his greatest sorrow in his previous life. His parents and Chun Shooting's parents were acquainted and worked at neighboring units, yet despite being classmates, Li Fei and Chun Shooting rarely interacted privately. During their high school graduation reunion, Li Fei saw several classmates expressing their affections for him, and under the influence of alcohol, he impulsively confessed to his longtime crush, Chun Shooting. However, after that confession, Li Fei never saw Chun Shooting again. Their academic scores differed significantly. Chun Shooting scored 618 points on the college entrance exam and went directly to a prestigious university in the capital, while Li Fei scored only 549 points and chose a management university in the Magic City. After this, they never crossed paths again to secure a place for his daughter. Chun Shooting's father leveraged family connections to arrange a transfer to the railway department in the capital. After that, the two families lost all connection. Years later, when Li Fei met a business partner from the capital university, he learned that they were from the same school and year as Chun Shooting. When he mentioned her name, his partner informed him of her journey at the university, revealing that she went abroad after graduation and eventually married an American. Upon hearing this news, Li Fei felt a wave of sadness wash over him, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He even traveled to America to find Chun Shooting, but upon discovering that she had married an American who was quite unfaithful, felt an indescribable ache in his heart. Realizing their relationship was far from ideal, and I cannot let this opportunity slip away. In this new life, I am determined to win Chun Shooting's heart. Li Fei vowed resolutely to himself. Chapter 02. Starting a new mom, could you spare some money? I need to get a haircut. While grooming himself, Li Fei noticed that his hair obscured his eyes, giving him an unkempt appearance. After finishing his morning routine, he reached out to his mother for funds to have his hair trimmed. Your hair should have been cut ages ago, Huang Yuanshan remarked, handing Li Fei 100 yuan. Now, you better save some of this. At your service, thank you. Dear mother, Li Fei replied with a grin as he accepted the crisp bill. In the year of 1990, when monthly salaries barely reached a few hundred yuan, 100 yuan was sufficient in the countryside to cover a month's expenses for a family of 3. After breakfast, Li Fei made his way to a reputable barbershop to get his hair styled. In the 1980s and 1990s, barbering was considered a stable profession. Anyone who could open a shop could generally support their family. Are you here for a haircut? A girl around Li Fei's age inquired. I came to ask this beautiful lady for her name and whether she has a boyfriend. Li Fei teased back. The girl blushed at his bluntness, as it was her first encounter with such straightforwardness from a boy. Moreover, she found him rather handsome, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her shyness, Li Fei decided to tone down the banter. Miss, where's your master? My master has gone to buy groceries. She will be back shortly. Do you need something from her? The girl replied, uncertain of Li Fei's intentions. I wanted to inquire if your master is still accepting apprentices. Yes. My master is always open to taking on apprentices, the girl responded, believing Li Fei genuinely sought to learn the craft. I have a bad habit. I like to be called Big Brother. Can you call me that just once? Li Fei said teasingly, but I arrived 2 months before you. Shouldn't you be calling me little brother instead? The girl questioned, confused by his request. At that moment, a beautiful young woman, around 22 or 23, with long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, entered the shop. She held a basket of vegetables, donned a white dress, and wore white sandals, exuding an impressive beauty that could be rated at over 90 points. This enchanting young woman was Zhang Wei, the owner of the barber shop. Master, the girl exclaimed as she rushed to take the basket from her mentor's hands. Gesturing towards Li Fei, Master, he says he wants to come here as an apprentice. Young man, are you here to learn barbering? Zhang Wei asked, approaching Li Fei with interest. Beautiful lady, does learning barbering come with a salary each month? Is accommodation and meals provided? And are there introductions to potential girlfriends? Li Fei inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Upon hearing Li Fei's inquiries, Zhang Wei found herself momentarily stunned. It was the first time someone had approached her about learning to cut hair, while inquiring about salary, accommodation, and even asking if she could introduce him to a girlfriend. Was he here to learn hairstyling or to seek a romantic partner? Zhang Wei smiled as she explained, Here, we do not offer a salary for learning to cut hair, and I do not charge apprentice fees. However, I can provide meals and lodging. As for a girlfriend, that depends on your own abilities. Your own abilities? Li Fei chuckled and asked, so if I manage to win over a beautiful girl, does that mean I can directly become the owner of this barbershop? How can you say such things? Zhang Wei's apprentice, Xiao Xiao, pointed at Li Fei, slightly annoyed by his casual remarks toward her mentor. Xiao Xiao, Zhang Wei intervened. Addressing Li Fei, young man, I prefer mature individuals. How do you know I'm young if you haven't even seen me? Li Fei replied with a grin. I have 3 things to boast about. What do you mean by 3 things? Zhang Wei, perplexed, could not help but inquire further. I stand at 1.8 meters tall. I maintain a consistent workout routine. Li Fei paused, leaving her curious about his final point. What else? Xiao Xiao chimed in, eager to know what he meant. Guess for yourselves, Li Fei laughed, then turned to Zhang Wei. "Beautiful lady, I would like a haircut." "What? Didn't you say you wanted to be an apprentice?" Both Zhang Wei and Xiao Xiao were momentarily taken aback by his request for a haircut. "If you cannot fulfill my request, I will just have to ask you for a haircut instead," Li Fei said, looking at the astonished duo. "I want a short hairstyle, with the sides and back trimmed to the shortest length, and on the left side I want a letter cut into it. I have never done such a hairstyle before. I fear I might not execute it well," Zhang Wei confessed, admitting this was her first encounter with such a request. "That's all right. Just follow my instructions, and I will guide you," Li Fei replied, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. "Very well," Zhang Wei conceded. Half an hour later, as Li Fei gazed into the mirror at his dashing reflection, a mischievous smile crept across his face, growing increasingly pleased with his appearance. "So handsome," Zhang Wei remarked, unable to contain her admiration for his charming, yet slightly roguish demeanor. "Does that evoke any feelings in you?" Li Fei teased, grinning at her compliment. "Not all," Zhang Wei replied, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. "Such a woman of contradictions," Li Fei mused, noticing her denial. After handing her a couple of bills for the haircut, he departed from the barber shop. Soon after, Li Fei purchased a pair of sunglasses for himself, along with 2 white shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, and a pair of white canvas shoes. Gazing at the items in his hands, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Money truly dissipates quickly. In the blink of an eye, my wallet is empty." Determined, he resolved to earn more. After all, this was a prime opportunity. In this era, even a pig could take flight. It was essential to seek a lucrative venture. Li Fei graduated from high school in June 1990, before the official announcement of the dissolution of the old organization. It wasn't until 1991 that the announcement was finally made, leading to the establishment of the nation known as the Battle Nation. Chapter 3. Making Money, Setting Sights on the World Cup. Li Fei swiftly identified the business he wished to pursue, becoming a trader. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, the Battle Nation lacked light industry, resulting in a significant shortage of everyday necessities for its citizens. Items such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, socks, clothing, and various foods were in high demand. If he could procure a batch of goods to sell in the Battle Nation, it would undoubtedly lead to immense wealth. Of course, this path was fraught with risks, as the trading route was perilous, with countless individuals succumbing to the dangers inherent in this quest for wealth. Although the journey was treacherous, the potential for profit was substantial. Each item sold in the Battle Nation could yield several times its cost. In the early 1990s, a legendary figure emerged among these traders, Mao Zedong, who exchanged a truckload of essential goods for a Tu-154 aircraft from the Battle Nation. Subsequently, utilizing a method akin to chicken and egg, he managed to trade back 3 intact aircraft and spare parts. This business venture netted him an astonishing profit of 160 million. However, the goods Mao Zedong needed to supply were monumental in scale, taking a staggering 5 years to ship all the items from the domestic market to the Battle Nation. This was primarily due to the limited number of trains. Only 40 were available to transport goods to the Battle Nation, making it impossible for a single train to carry over 1 billion items. Furthermore, Mao Zedong lacked the clout to secure dedicated freight trains from the railway department, relying instead on a few carriages for transportation, which he operated continuously for 5 years to complete this transaction. At that time, prices were remarkably low, with many items costing just a few yuan or even mere dimes. Additionally, numerous factories produced goods that failed to sell domestically, leading to a bottleneck in capital flow. Recognizing this, Mao Zedong sought out numerous small factories and workshops to procure products at bargain prices. This was precisely the first endeavor that Li Fei envisioned, becoming a trader and conducting business with the Battle Nation. Despite residing over 3,000 kilometers away from the Battle Nation, he possessed his own advantages. His city was home to numerous workshops and factories, ensuring an ample supply of goods. At present, the only thing he lacks is money. Only with wealth can he trade goods to earn substantial sums in the countries of the fighting nations. In the late 1980s, Old Master Mu had already amassed personal assets reaching tens of millions. By the 1990s, he had directly ascended to billionaire status, becoming a legend of that era. However, figuring out how to acquire money has now become the most vexing dilemma for Li Fei. After responding to family inquiries, Li Fei first took a shower and donned his newly purchased attire and shoes. Nevertheless, he promptly transformed the flare jeans he had bought into shorts, as flare jeans were still quite popular in the 80s and 90s. Yet, to Li Fei, they were simply unsightly, so he cut them into knee-length shorts, adding a few rips for flair. Paired with a white shirt and white shoes, he looked remarkably stylish. After changing into clean clothes, Li Fei returned to his room and retrieved the savings book containing the pocket money and red envelope money he had saved over the years. Upon seeing the balance of 3,000 yuan on the passbook, he felt a twinge of disappointment. While 3,000 yuan was a considerable sum in the 1990s, it was insufficient for Li Fei's aspirations. With no other options, he had to devise a different plan. Consequently, he left home with his savings book and ID, heading to the bank to withdraw his red envelope money. As Li Fei strolled down the street in his trendy outfit, he instantly attracted numerous gazes, particularly due to the bold lettering adorning his head, which captivated many onlookers. This guy must have just been released from prison. Dressed like that. He can't be a good person, remarked some older individuals, disapproving of his hairstyle and attire. However, the young women were utterly enchanted by his fashion choices. With a sunlit smile, sporting black sunglasses, and a charmingly roguish grin, he embodied a style they had never encountered before. Upon entering the bank, Li Fei presented his savings book and ID, saying, "Excuse me, miss, I'd like to withdraw some money." The female teller, taken aback by his striking appearance, felt a rush of shyness, her heart racing as she stammered. "How much would you like to withdraw? How much do you think I should take?" Li Fei playfully. "The bride price is 18,000, the teller instinctively replied. "Oh my, our bank's lovely teller is quite eager to get married, isn't she? Discussing bride prices upon just meeting." Another female bank employee chimed in, laughing at her colleague's response. Sister Zhang, the blushing teller, playfully complained to her co-worker. "That's too much. I can't afford it. Please give me 3,000 yuan, Li Fei hastily requested. Surrounded by amused glances, he exited the bank with 3,050 yuan in hand. Now, Li Fei has but one objective: to turn the 3,000 yuan he possesses into a greater fortune. Yet, to amass a substantial sum of money in the shortest possible time, he sees only two avenues. The first, selling illicit substances. The second, gambling. Both methods are undeniably illegal. The former, which involves directly engaging in harmful activities, is something Li Fei resolutely refuses to partake in. The latter, however, piques his interest. Nevertheless, Li Fei has never dabbled in card games, fully aware of the adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Soon, Li Fei's attention was captured by a discarded newspaper at his feet, which bore news of the World Cup football matches. It dawned on him that this year marks the quadrennial World Cup event, and as a devoted football enthusiast, he is keenly aware of the tournament. If he were to place a bet on the World Cup final, he was certain he could reap substantial rewards. With this thought in mind, he promptly set out to locate someone who could facilitate his clandestine wagering. Chapter 4. The Close Friend, Seeking a Betting Outlet. Li Fei's intention to purchase a World Cup bet was hindered by his lack of connections in this realm. Unlike today, the underground gambling scene in the 1990s was not easily accessible without the endorsement of familiar faces. However, he did have some ties. His classmate and close friend, Zhou Han, had an older brother, Zhou Hao, who was somewhat established in the underworld. Additionally, Li Fei's father held a significant position as a director in a provincial office in Zhejiang, with considerable power and prospects for further advancement at his age. This connection afforded Li Fei a degree of protection at school, where few dared to bully him. Although Li Fei was not academically exceptional, merely average, he maintained good relationships with his peers who were more inclined towards leisure than study. He was also known for never instigating fights. It was others who often bore the brunt of his father's influence. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Han, are you home?" Li Fei called out as he approached Zhou Han's residence. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from within. "Me, your elder." Li Fei raplia chakili, recognizing the familiar tone. Zhou Han quickly opened the door. Upon seeing Li Fei, clad in dark sunglasses, a white shirt, tattered jeans, and canvas shoes, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a prison inmate, Zhou Han was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly asking, Fei, is that really you?" Smack! Li Fei playfully slapped Zhou Han on the head, exclaiming, "What is this? Just one night apart, and you don't recognize your own brother? Is it really you, Feigo?" Zhou Han, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "In just one night. Brother Fei, how have you transformed so drastically? You haven't been so affected by your confession to Chin shooting last night that you adopted a hairstyle reminiscent of a convict. Have you? Get lost. This is not a convict's hairstyle," Li Fei retorted with irritation. "This is a fashion statement, the only unique and stylish haircut in the world. Brother Fei, I must admit, this hairstyle truly suits you." Zhou Han could not help but compliment. Zhou Han left a deep impression on Li Fei in their previous life. This fellow had chosen not to pursue further education after finishing high school, scoring merely over 130 points in the college entrance examination, and instead hung around with his older brother. In the early days of mingling in the streets, brimming with youthful bravado, he clashed with a rival gang leader, leading to a confrontation that escalated to gunfire. Zhou Han was shot twice and did not survive. To avenge his brother, Zhou Han's elder sibling stormed into the rival's home with a group, seeking retribution, but met a tragic end himself. The Zhou family was left without heirs. Neither of the two sons survived, and the weight of this tragedy proved unbearable for their parents, who soon followed suit in passing away. When Li Fei learned of this devastating news, it was several years after the calamity had befallen Zhou Han and his brother. At that time, Li Fei was in his junior year of college, interning in the bustling metropolis and rarely returning home. Even during the New Year celebrations, the events surrounding the Zhou brothers had long since transpired. Furthermore, due to his parent status, Li Fei's family was always occupied during the holidays, leaving no time for reunions with classmates. Reflecting on this, Li Fei resolved to assist Zhou Han in altering the course of his future. He promptly inquired, "Is your brother around? I need to speak with him about something." "My brother isn't here. He is staying at a friend's house." Zhou Han replied upon hearing Li Fei's request to see his sibling. "Is it possible to reach him?" Li Fei pressa. "Yes," Zhou Han answered. "My brother is usually at just a few spots. I could take you to him, Brother Fei." "Let us go." "Brother Fei, what do you need to discuss with my brother?" Zhou Han asked curiously. "Just a few matters," Li Fei replied vaguely, choosing not to elaborate. After half an hour, Zhou Han finally located his brother at the home of a close friend. Brother Fei is looking for you regarding something," Zhou Han announced. Zhou Hao and Zhou Han bore a striking resemblance. Both brothers stood over 175 meters tall, though neither was particularly muscular. Nonetheless, they were fit, embodying the sort of physique that appeared slim in clothing yet revealed well-defined muscles, including six-pack abs when undressed. This physique was typical among those involved in the underworld during that era. Upon hearing that his brother had summoned Li Fei, Zhou Hao gazed curiously at him. He was quite familiar with Li Fei, having often heard his brother speak of him, and knowing that Li Fei's father held a significant position as a cadre with considerable influence. However, he never expected a child of a bureaucrat would seek his assistance. Without hesitation, I inquired of Li Fei, "Might I ask what you require of me?" "Brother Fei." Despite my reluctance to address him in such a manner, Li Fei's stature compelled me to do so. "Brother Zhou, let us find a secluded place to converse," Li Fei suggested. Upon hearing Li Fei refer to him as Brother Zhou, I felt a sense of appreciation for his character, devoid of the condescension often exhibited by the offspring of officials. Consequently, I led Li Fei to my private quarters, leaving Zhou Han behind. "Brother Fei, you may now disclose the purpose of your visit," I said, closing the door behind us. "I wish to inquire if you are aware of any underground gambling establishments in Hangzhou," Li Fei asked. "You wish to engage in gambling?" I replied, astonished by his inquiry. "Indeed, I wish to partake in underground betting. However, I am aware that one requires connections to gain entry, as a stranger would not be permitted. As I only know you, Brother Zhou, I requested Zhou Han to bring me here to seek your guidance on the matter," Li Fei explained. "I do possess knowledge of a venue, but its reputation is rather dubious. Should one win excessively, they may face violent retribution," I cautioned, revealing what I knew. "Is there truly only this one establishment in all of Hangzhou?" Li Fei asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "Certainly, there are others. However, my status renders me unable to gain entry. To access that venue, one typically requires a minimum of 50,000 as a buy-in." I responded, "Such an amount is necessary." Li Fei appeared taken aback by my statement. 50,000 was indeed a considerable sum during the early 1990s. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon for individuals to possess such wealth, particularly in Hangzhou, renowned for its affluence and often referred to as a paradise on earth. I have heard that this establishment is operated in partnership by several high-ranking officials' offspring and affluent business owners from Hangzhou. The clientele predominantly consists of wealthy entrepreneurs and the elite from other provinces. I share the information I had gathered. Is it absolutely necessary to possess 50,000 to gain entry? Li Fei inquired, still hopeful. "It's not an absolute requirement. If, Brother Fei, you are willing to leverage your father's name, they would likely permit your entry," I replied, observing his unwavering determination. "Leverage my father's name to gain entry?" Li Fei fell into contemplation upon hearing my suggestion. He was acutely aware of his father's integrity, knowing that his uprightness had often led to exclusion in the past. From his esteemed position until retirement, he harbored no grievances, seeking only to act with a clear conscience. Li Fei understood that his father cherished his reputation greatly. Should his father discover that he was exploiting his name to engage in underground gambling, the repercussions would be dire. After some contemplation, Li Fei shook his head in refusal, stating, "Let us set aside my father's name for now. Instead, tell me about that more dubious gambling den." "Brother Fei, I would not advise you to pursue that avenue," Zhou Hao cautioned. "The proprietor of that gambling den is himself heavily in debt, and much of the money wagered by bettors has been diverted to settle his own obligations. Moreover, he has been placing bets at a larger venue. I overheard one of his associates mention that he has lost at least 200,000 recently. Betting there could very well lead to a fruitless endeavor." At that moment, Li Fei found himself in a predicament. Either he could produce 50,000 yuan or risk his father's reputation. Yet the latter option seemed as futile as throwing a meat bun to a dog, likely to yield no return. "Brother Zhou, do you know anyone who lends money at high interest?" Li Fei pondered a potential solution: to borrow from a loan shark. "What?" Zhou Hao's voice rose an octave upon hearing Li Fei's intention. "Brother Fei, that is best avoided. Those individuals are often accompanied by ruthless enforcers. If you cannot repay, they will resort to violence." Zhou Hao harbored a deep aversion to high-interest loans, having witnessed firsthand the brutal consequences faced by those who failed to repay, including the severing of fingers and even limbs for debts as trivial as 1,000 yuan, culminating in repayments exceeding 30,000 due to compounded interest. "Do not worry. Li Fei reassured Zhou Hao. Director Li from Hangsheng is my uncle. Should they come after me, I will have my uncle deal with them." Zhou Hao was at a loss for words. His father was a respected official in Hangzhou, and his uncle held a significant position in the local police department. The implications of such connections were not to be trifled with. "Brother Fei, are you truly resolute in this decision?" Zhou Hao sought confirmation of Li Fei's intentions to borrow from a loan shark. "Absolutely," Li Fei affirmed without hesitation, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I will accompany you," Zhou Hao replied, recognizing the seriousness in Li Fei's demeanor. He understood the risks involved but acknowledged that the choice to pursue high-interest loans was ultimately Li Fei's to make. The two then departed the room. Brother Fei, what were you discussing in there? You seem quite secretive," Zhou Han complained upon seeing them emerge. "Adult matters are not for children to meddle in," Zhou Hao retorted. Zhou Hao gazed at the melancholic expression of his younger brother and spoke. "You may return home. There is nothing for you here." "Brother, I came here with Fei Ge, and I wish to stay close to him," Zhou Han replied, positioning himself directly behind Li Fei upon sensing his elder brother's intent to dismiss him. "Zhou Han, heed your brother's words. I have pressing matters with him that do not permit your presence," Li Fei insisted, wishing to keep his classmate unaware of his dealings with his elder brother regarding high-interest loans. "Fei Ge, are you abandoning me now that I've served my purpose?" Zhou Han exclaimed, his face etched with grievance at Li Fei's words. "Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal at a restaurant. Will that suffice?" Li Fei suggested. "Zhou Han, esa pitiful damiano. That is unacceptable. It must be at least 2 meals," Zhou Han countered, raising 2 fingers in a bid to negotiate. "Very well, I accept your terms," Li Fei conceded. After extricating himself from Zhou Han, Li Fei followed Zhou Hao into a nightclub in Hangzhou known as Nightshade. Fei Yi, the owner of Nightshade, is Huang Yafu, also known as Huang the Skinner. He is a prominent figure in the underworld of Hangzhou, primarily engaged in lending and abalone trade. With a cadre of 30 or so ruthless individuals at his command, Zhou Hao explained as they entered the establishment. "Understood, Zhou Ge," Li Fei replied. Having recognized Huang Yafu's name from his previous life as a significant player in Hangzhou's criminal hierarchy. Leveraging his wealth and connections in the city, Huang Yafu operated a grand nightclub, a notable establishment that attracted affluent second-generation heirs from the capital, accompanied by stunning women. However, when these young men were disregarded by Huang Yafu, who sought to invite their companions for a drink, tensions escalated. The affront to their pride led to a confrontation. And as it was on Huang Yafu's turf, the second-generation heirs suffered a defeat. They then utilized their connections to swiftly eliminate Huang Yafu and his henchmen. Li Fei had not anticipated that Zhou Hao would lead him to borrow money from Huang Yafu. Chapter 06. Borrowing Uncle's Name, Fostering Authority. Boss Huang, Zhou Hao said as he escorted Li Fei into Huang Yafu's office, where they were met by a portly middle-aged man whose fierce demeanor was softened only by a forced smile. "What brings you here today?" Huang Yafu inquired, his impatience evident as he regarded Zhou Hao and the youth who had just emerged from detention, donning sunglasses. To Huang Yafu, Zhou Hao was merely a small player, yet he recognized his reputation as a formidable fighter on the streets, one who was not to be underestimated. "Boss Huang, my young brother seeks a financial arrangement," Zhou Hao continued, sensing Huang Yafu's disdain, but maintaining a cordial fa-ade as he gestured towards Li Fei. "Are you jesting with me?" Huang Yafu responded, his expression skeptical. Huang Yafu cast an irritable glance at Zhou Hao as he pointed at Li Fei, claiming the latter sought to borrow money from him. At that moment, Li Fei boldly seized a chair and positioned himself directly before Huang Yafu, proclaiming, "Boss Huang, I am well aware of the rules of the trade. 9 out, 13 back. I shan't borrow excessively, merely 50,000, and I shall return 70,000 by tomorrow." "Who do you think you are, kid?" Huang Yafu retorted, his countenance reflecting disdain as he regarded the audacious Li Fei seated before him. "Boss Huang, as you open your doors for business, it would be wise to maintain a cordial demeanor. There's an old adage, one more enemy is akin to an additional wall," Li Fei responded, his expression unperturbed and even smiling, albeit laced with a hint of menace. Zhou Hao, witnessing Li Fei's brazen attitude, felt a surge of anxiety. He approached Huang Yafu and murmured, "Boss Huang, may I have a word with you privately?" Upon hearing Zhou Hao's request, Huang Yafu rose and moved to a secluded corner. Zhou Hao then whispered a few words into his ear. As Huang Yafu absorbed Zhou Hao's remarks, his expression shifted dramatically. The ferocity that once marked his visage was replaced by an incongruously amiable smile, which seemed ill-suited for his typically fierce countenance. He addressed Li Fei, "So you're the nephew of Director Li. I beg your pardon for any offense caused." "Boss Huang, my uncle is my uncle, and I am myself," Li Fei replied, fully aware of Zhou Hao's insinuations. Indeed, what you say holds true. Director Li is one thing, and young Master Li is another," Huang Yafu acknowledged, not oblivious to the underlying implications of Li Fei's words. He then inquired, "Pray tell, young Master Li, how much might you wish to borrow for your liquidity?" "Not much, merely 50,000, and I shall repay you by tomorrow," Li Fei stated, preferring to avoid excessive entanglements with Huang Yafu. "Ah, no rush, Huang Yafu replied, hastily asking, "Is 50,000 sufficient? If not, I could extend an additional 100,000. "Thank you for your generosity, Boss Huang, but 50,000 will suffice." Li Fei smiled as he graciously declined the offer. Huang Yafu, unperturbed by the refusal, understood the necessity of maintaining good relations with Li Fei. Given the influential patronage of his uncle, he promptly retrieved 50,000 from a small safe beneath his desk and placed it before Li Fei. As Li Fei regarded the stack of money with an expression of indifference, it appeared to him as inconsequential as 5 or 50 cents. In contrast, Zhou Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened at the sight of such a substantial amount, 50,000, a sum he had never seen amassed in his years of toil. In that moment, Li Fei took a piece of stationery from Huang Yafu's desk, inscribing a promissory note, affixing his signature and seal. "Boss Huang, here is my note. Please keep it safe. I shall return to redeem it tomorrow." With that, he nonchalantly tucked the 50,000 into his pocket. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, bell-bottom pants typically featured rather spacious pockets, sufficient to accommodate a sum of 50,000 yuan. After leaving the nightclub, Li Fei treated his friends Zhou Hao and Zhou Han to a delightful meal at a restaurant. Upon finishing his dinner, Li Fei returned home, mindful of the substantial amount of money in his possession. Once home, he concealed the money and rested on his bed for a few hours. Since both of his parents held public service positions, they generally dined at work and only returned home in the evening to prepare dinner. After a brief slumber of about an hour and a half, Li Fei awoke around 3 in the afternoon. Following a quick freshening up, he began jotting down plans for the future. Before long, 2 hours had passed, and Li Fei had filled a total of 20 sheets of paper with densely packed notes. Should a person with the ability of reincarnation happen upon Li Fei's writings, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the contents foretold significant events that would unfold in the coming years. Once he had finished writing, Li Fei tucked the papers away into his secretive Luban box, which remained sealed unless one knew the correct method to open it. This Luban box had been a toy gifted to him by his father, Li Yuan Chao, during a business trip after he purchased it from Stall. It had taken Li Fei's 6 months of dedication to finally unlock it. Now, this box served as a treasure chest for his secrets. Xiao Fei, your mother is home. As Li Fei secured his belongings, he heard the familiar voice of his mother, Huang Yuanshan, returning. Mom, why are you so late coming back today? Li Fei asked, stepping out of his room as he noticed the time nearing 5:30. You mentioned wanting chicken yesterday, so I bought one for you to braise, Huang Yuanshan replied, not glancing at him as she changed her shoes. When she finally turned to face Li Fei, she was momentarily taken aback. Her son sported a haircut reminiscent of a convict, with the added peculiarity of an English letter shaved into the sides of his head, and his pants were tattered and worn. What kind of hairstyle is this? How does it differ from that of a convict? And what on earth are you wearing? Those pants are in tatters with holes. If others saw you, they would think your father and I are mistreating you, Huang Yuanshan scolded. Quickly take off those ragged pants and throw them away. Mom, you don't understand. This is called fashion. Just look around Hangzhou. How many people can attract the attention of countless beautiful women as I do? Li Fei explained, taking the vegetables from his mother's hands. Not to mention, my son is indeed a bit handsome, Huang Yuanshan remarked, scrutinizing her son with newfound appreciation. Chapter 07. Paradise Business Private Club. That evening, Li Fei's father, Li Yuanchao, returned home from work. Upon seeing his son, who appeared transformed, he was momentarily stunned. To be candid, he initially did not recognize Li Fei, for the young man before him seemed entirely different from the son he remembered. Why on earth have you styled your hair like a convict? And what on your head is that? Li Wangchou Inkirat. This is called a hairstyle, a trend of fashion, Li Fei replied, gently running his fingers through his hair. Addressing his father, Old Li, you are getting old. You don't understand the trends of the youth. You brat, how dare you call me Old Li? Li Wangchou Raturta. Taken aback by his son's casual address. Moreover, he continued, you made a fool of yourself in front of shooting yesterday, forcing me to apologize profusely to your Uncle Chun. Pray tell, who gave you such audacity? That cannot be solely blamed on me. After all, Chun's shooting is quite beautiful. As the Book of Songs states, a graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal match. Besides, I am of age now. It is entirely normal to pursue those I fancy, just as you once adored Aunt Zhao, Li Fei countered. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? My relationship with Aunt Zhao is absolutely clean. Do not speak frivolously, Li Yuanchao exclaimed, alarmed at his son's words. Old Li, do enlighten me about this Aunt Zhao, Huang Yuanshan interjected, her expression shifting dramatically as she turned to Li Yuanchao. My dear, do not listen to this brat's wild claims. There is nothing between Xiao Wei and me. Our relationship is perfectly innocent, Li Yuanchao hastily defended himself. Ah, how affectionate you are with Xiao Wei, Huang Yuanshan retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. My love, I was mistaken, Li Yuanchao admitted, acknowledging his fault with humility. I have finished my meal. I shall not intrude on your family matters any longer. Li Fei set down his utensils and made his way to his room. Once inside, he gathered his money and re-emerged to address his parents in the living room. Mother, Old Li, I have made plans with a few classmates to go out tonight and may not return home. Son, be cautious while out. Stay away from fights, do you understand? Huang Yuanshan urged, concerned upon hearing her son's intentions. Understood, dear matriarch, Li Fei responded cheekily before departing his home in search of Zhou Hao. However, as he stepped out of his yard, he spotted Zhou Hao waiting by the roadside. Brother Zhou, have you eaten? I have, Zhou Hao replied. Then let's be off. Indeed, the two hailed a passing taxi. Upon entering, Zhou Hao directed the driver to Paradise Business Club. Right away, the driver acknowledged, steering towards their destination. Paradise Business Club is the most luxurious private establishment in Hangzhou, frequented by the city's elite. The owner possesses considerable influence and status, and the most effective way to seek his assistance is to recharge within the club itself. This approach is a legitimate means of generating revenue. Yet entry to the Paradise Club remains strictly regulated by one's social standing. Minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the club. Li Fei paid the driver 20 yuan and alighted. Fei Gu, the betting options you wish to explore are within this establishment, Zhou Hao remarked as he approached Li Fei. Let us proceed inside. Li Fei cast a glance at the Paradise Business Club, noting that in comparison to the venues he frequented before his rebirth, the decor of this 1990s establishment was rather unrefined. As the two reached the entrance, They were intercepted by several security personnel. Apologies, gentlemen, but this is a private club, and we only cater to members. Brothers, I am a friend of Brother Cohen. I had informed him of my intention to bring a friend along for some leisure. Zhou Hao explained, offering a pack of cigarettes to the guards. Who cares about Brother Cohen? Our employer's orders are clear. No entry for non-members. Please leave, the guards retorted, refusing Zhou Hao's gesture and firmly ushering them away. Do you know who my uncle is? Li Fei declared arrogantly to the security staff. My uncle is Li Jijun, the head of the Hangzhou Police Department. Shall I have you lowly guards spend a few years behind bars? At the mention of Li Jijun, the guards' bravado dissipated instantly. In their line of work, they were all too aware of his reputation, particularly since many of them had criminal records. If they were apprehended, it would not merely be a matter of a few years. Their circumstances could become dire. Moreover, as mere security staff, they knew their employer would not come to their aid if trouble arose. One moment, please. I will consult with my supervisor. One of the guards said politely to Li Fei. Go ahead, Li Fei replied, choosing not to elaborate further, as he was relying on his uncle's name. Before long, a young supervisor in his 30s, clad in a shirt, emerged to confront Li Fei and Zhou Hao. Are you the nephew of Director Li? He inquired. What if I say no? Would you still deny me entry? Perhaps I should call my uncle? Li Fei responded with a hint of arrogance. Of course I believe you. The supervisor replied hastily, recognizing the weight of Li Fei's connections. He stepped aside, gesturing to Li Fei. Mr. Li, please, you are welcome inside. Li Fei did not deign to glance at him, signaling Zhou Hao to follow him in. Gentlemen, may I inquire what you would like to drink? The supervisor asked as they entered. I've heard there are betting options for the World Cup here. As a football fan, I thought to indulge a little, Li Fei stated. Upon hearing Li Fei's intention to engage in World Cup betting, the supervisor discreetly summoned a female attendant and whispered instructions in her ear. Right this way, gentlemen, the attendant said to Li Fei and Zhou Hao. Young Master Li, please follow her, the supervisor added. Indeed, Li Fei replied with a slight nod. Immediately, Li Fei and his companion followed the female server. At that moment, Zhou Hao approached Li Fei, visibly agitated, and exclaimed, Brother Fei, do you know who that person was? Who cares? Regardless of their reputation in the underworld, here they are merely the supervisor of Paradise Business Club, and frankly speaking, just a pawn for their boss. Disposable at any moment, Li Fei replied, observing Zhou Hao's excitement dissipate in an instant. His words ruthlessly shattered Zhou Hao's dreams. Chapter 08, Bar Conflict. By Qi under the guidance of a server, the two arrived at an underground bar with gaming tables. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in astonishment at the opulence of the venue. It was his first visit to such a high-end establishment, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. The surroundings exuded luxury, with sofas made of genuine leather, and patrons were predominantly affluent individuals, each accompanied by beautiful women. Li Fei casually chose a sofa, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. Zhou Hao, witnessing Li Fei's nonchalance, felt an overwhelming envy, knowing he could not emulate such ease. Brother Zhou, what would you like to drink? Alcohol or a soft drink? Li Fei inquired. Just a bottle of beer will suffice, Zhou Hao replied. Li Fei then called out to the bar server, bring me a bottle of beer and a soft drink. Suddenly, a derisive laugh erupted from a nearby patron. I've never heard of anyone ordering beer and soft drinks in this club. Truly, a bumpkin has broadened my horizons. Does he not realize this is a high-class venue? Unfazed by the mockery, Li Fei retorted angrily, Server, how can you allow dogs into this Paradise Club? What if one bites someone? With a loud slap on the table, a middle-aged man sitting next to Li Fei stood up, confronting them with fury. Who are you calling a dog, brat? Are you tired of living? Do you believe I won't ensure you don't leave this Paradise Business Club tonight? Li Fei, maintaining his audacious demeanor, chuckled at the man. I've never seen someone take offense so personally. This world is truly remarkable. Some people seem to prefer associating with dogs. I must say, this visit has been quite enlightening. Laughter erupted among the other patrons, amused by Li Fei's boldness. Ha ha ha, it's rare to witness such confrontational wit. The middle-aged man, realizing he was the subject of ridicule, felt a surge of anger. Just then, Zhou Hao stepped forward, blocking the man's path, and declared, If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will make you regret it. The middle-aged man was certainly not intimidated by Zhou Hao. In the 1990s, anyone with a modicum of wealth and a penchant for indulgence would typically have a few associates by their side. Brothers, teach these two insolent lads a harsh lesson. He commanded. Instantly, 3 or 4 burly men surged forward, surrounding Zhou Hao and Li Fei, intent on reprimanding them. Brother Zhou, let them act. If they dare to strike today, I shall ensure they become mere fertilizer to nourish the flora by tomorrow, Li Fei remarked nonchalantly, unperturbed by the unfolding scene. The middle-aged man, witnessing Li Fei's unflinching demeanor and his audacious threats, quickly surmised that the identity of his adversary was anything but ordinary, one he could not afford to provoke. Gentlemen, this establishment is a venue for legitimate business, not for brawls. Should you have grievances to settle, I suggest you do so outside. Interjected several security personnel from the bar, stepping in front of Li Fei and the middle-aged man. Summon your supervisor, Li Fei declared, reclining on the sofa with his feet propped up on the table, addressing the security guards. Recognizing his brazen demeanor, the guards deduced that Li Fei was likely the scion of a prominent official, a behavior typical of such privileged lineage. Please wait, sir. I shall fetch the supervisor immediately. One of the guards replied courteously, promptly retrieving a walkie-talkie to summon their superior. In less than 5 minutes, the supervisor who had previously appeared at the club's entrance reemerged before Li Fei. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Young Master Li, what seems to be the issue?" Upon hearing the supervisor address Li Fei with such reverence, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, almost losing his composure. He turned to the supervisor and asked Brother Bai, "Who is this young master?" The supervisor, Bai Qi, shared a name with the legendary general Bai Qi of the Qin dynasty, and his reputation on the streets of Hangzhou was unparalleled. In his youth, he had earned his notoriety through sheer martial prowess, revered by all who traversed that world. Zhou Hao's idol was none other than Bai Qi, and he had relentlessly trained himself in hopes of emulating his esteemed figure. "Boss Ma, this is the nephew of Director Li. Might I inquire what unpleasantness has transpired between you and young Master Li?" Bai Qi suggested, addressing the middle-aged man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Boss Ma, no fool himself, comprehended the implications of Bai Qi's words and recognized the significant figure behind Li Fei. In all of Hangzhou, there was but one Director Li, a personage beyond the reach of mere merchants. Furthermore, many businessmen of the 1990s had murky dealings in their rise to fortune, and Boss Ma was no exception. His initial wealth had not been amassed through entirely legitimate means. "Young Master Li, it seems the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. One family fails to recognize another. I did not anticipate you were the nephew of Director Li. I must admit my fault regarding this matter. Allow me to cover all your expenses at the club today. Enjoy your meal, drink well, and have a splendid time, Mr. Ma hastily said, wearing a placating smile. "Young Master Li, as you can see, Mr. Ma acknowledges his mistake. Can we consider this matter settled as a favor to me? Very well, I shall grant you this favor today." Li Fei was well aware of the powerful owner behind the Paradise Business Club and preferred not to escalate matters on their territory. After all, his father, Li Yuanchao, held merely a modest position, lacking the influential background of those elite families. Hearing Li Fei's words, Bai Qi smiled in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Master Li, for extending me this courtesy. Allow me to treat you to today as beverages." "Then I must thank Supervisor Bai," Li Fei replied, recognizing Bai Qi's attentiveness. He inquired, "How many matches are scheduled for today?" Today marks the first match of the round of 16, with 2 matches in total. The first features Cameroon against Colombia, while the second pits the former Czech team against Costa Rica, starting in an hour. If you wish to place a bet, I can arrange it for you first. Bai Qi explained to Li Fei. Chapter 09. The round of 16 of the World Cup, a night worth millions. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Li Fei turned to Zhou Hao, instructing, "Zhou Hao, please hand the money to Supervisor Bai." "Yes, Brother Fei." Zhou Hao promptly retrieved the 50,000 yuan that Li Fei had entrusted to him and presented it to Bai Qi. Li Fei then stated, "For the first match, I bet on Cameroon to win with a score of 2-1. "Understood. I will note that Cameroon wins 2-1, Bai Qi acknowledged, accepting the 50,000 yuan before turning to place the bet for Li Fei. Mr. Ma, understanding the situation, discreetly led his associates to a different area. "Brother Fei, you truly startled me just now," Zhou Hao remarked as he settled down. "What were you afraid of?" Noticing Zhou Hao's alarmed expression, Li Fei reassured him. "You must remember that this is Paradise Business Club. No one dares to cause trouble here in Hangzhou. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Zhou Hao instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a waitress approached with a bottle of red wine, beverages, and a fruit platter, placing them before Li Fei. "Young Master Li, these are courtesy of Supervisor Bai. Please enjoy." "Please extend my gratitude to Supervisor Bai," Li Fei replied graciously, pouring himself a modest glass of red wine. Young Master Li, supervisor by has sent us to accompany you for drinks. Two elegantly dressed young women approached, their makeup bold and attire revealing as they took their seats beside Li Fei and Zhou Hao. Apologies, but I prefer the company of women my own age, Li Fei said, glancing at the two girls. While they possessed an attractive appearance, scoring around an 8 in looks, Li Fei, accustomed to the beauty of countless women, felt no allure towards them. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the two individuals dared not express their anger and could only depart in a state of discontent. Brother Fei, why'd you let them go? Zhou Hao lamented as he gazed longingly at the departing beautiful young women. In such places, women are driven solely by money, not by individuals. As long as one possesses wealth, any kind of woman can be found here. Besides, those two were merely superficial beauties, Li Fei replied, gently swirling his wine glass to hasten the release of the wine's bouquet, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. Manager Bai. The other party mentioned a preference for companions who are students rather than those older than them. The two young women, dismissed by Li Fei, reported to Bai Qi. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Bai Qi responded, comprehending the excuse Li Fei had crafted and gestured for them to exit. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the quarterfinals of the World Cup commenced. As the tournament began, Bai Qi instructed someone to deliver Li Fei's wager chips. Li Fei had placed his bet on the Cameroon team to win by a score of 2-1, should he prevail. His initial investment of 50,000 would triple to 150,000. This was not merely a bet on Cameroon's victory, but also included their winning score. A correct prediction would yield a threefold return. The first goal was scored by Cameroon, but it wasn't long before Colombia equalized, bringing the score to 1-1. Zhou Hao, witnessing the intense battle between the two teams on television, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency upon seeing the score leveled. As Li Fei observed the images on the screen, reminiscent of his own memories, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He took a delicate sip of his red wine. Before long, the first match of the quarterfinals concluded with Cameroon triumphing over Colombia by a score of 2-1. Brother Fei, we won. We won, Zhou Hao exclaimed, exhilarated by the match's outcome, which mirrored Li Fei's wager. It's merely a sum of over 100,000. What is there to be elated about? Li Fei responded, his expression remaining placid despite Zhou Hao's enthusiasm. After speaking, Li Fei rose and made his way to the betting area with his ticket in hand. 200,000. All on the Czech Republic to win against Costa Rica by a score of 4-1. Very well, Mr. Li, please hold on a moment. The attendant at the betting counter replied politely after verifying the authenticity of Li Fei's ticket. Subsequently, he produced 20,000 in cash, tore up the ticket, and placed the 200,000 in cash on the second round S odds, issuing a new ticket for the next match to Li Fei. With the ticket in hand, Li Fei returned to his seat. Just as he departed, the attendant reported Li Fei's information to Bai Qi. Bai Qi, not only the security supervisor of the Paradise Business Club, but also the individual responsible for monitoring the betting statistics, received the news. Manager Bai, that Li Bureau's nephew has wagered all his winnings on the Czech Republic to win, with a score of 4-1, yielding a 5-fold multiplier. Should he win, the total payout would amount to 1,200,000. The staff responsible for issuing tickets reported to Bai Qi. Winning the first round was nothing short of sheer luck for him. It was utterly implausible for the top 8 teams to achieve a score of 41. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Bai Qi paid it no mind, as he regarded Li Fei as no different from the offspring of other officials. The second match commenced swiftly, attracting a multitude of bettors, with the amount wagered in each round reaching upwards of 8 to 9 million. 2 hours later, the second match concluded, with the former Czech team triumphing over the Costa Rican team. Inside the bar, many who had placed bets on Costa Rica erupted in curses. However, there were also those reveling in joy, including Li Fei, who, having wagered 50,000, netted a staggering 115 million. It could be said that his earnings for the day far surpassed the profits accrued by the Paradise Business Club. Li Fei approached the redemption counter with his ticket. Upon seeing him, the staff member who had previously issued the ticket greeted him with utmost courtesy, saying, "Young Master Li, please have a seat and wait a moment. The prize you have won exceeds my redemption authority and requires the supervisor's personal attention." He promptly notified Bai Qi of Li Fei's presence. A few minutes later, Bai Qi arrived at the redemption area, politely addressing Li Fei. "Young Master Li, it seems we're fated to meet. This is our third encounter this evening. I must admit, I did not foresee you being such a skilled gambler, turning 50,000 into 120,000. My earnings are but small change. If you made 120,000, Your boss must have profited at least 2 million. I am merely working for your boss. Li Fei responded with a smile. Chapter 10. Repayment and Li Fei's guidance. Li Fei requested Bai Qi to issue him a bank check for 1 million and provide 200,000 in cash. After securing the funds, he departed the Paradise Business Club with Zhou Hao. This evening, he intended to settle his high-interest loans. As for Li Fei, repaying even a minute sooner was far safer than delaying. As he and Zhou Hao exited the club, Bai Qi had already dispatched a vehicle to escort them. Li Fei, showing no hint of hesitation, took a seat inside, followed closely by Zhou Hao. To the Night Colors dance hall, Li Fei instructed the driver. Understood, young Master Li. The driver replied, promptly steering the car towards their destination. After a brief journey, they arrived outside the Night Colors dance hall. Wait for me here for a few minutes. Li Fei instructed the driver before alighting and entering the hall with Zhou Hao. They swiftly located Huang Yafu. Upon seeing Li Fei and Zhou Hao visit him late at night, he smiled and inquired, young Master Li, is 50,000 too little to spend? If you need more, I can lend you some. Thank you, Boss Huang, Li Fei replied with a smile. I have come to repay my debt. After speaking, Li Fei took out 70,000 yuan and placed it on Huang Yafu's desk, stating, I understand the rules of the road. 9 out, 13 back. It's just past midnight. And this amount includes interest. Huang Yafu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Fei return 70,000 yuan. He had not anticipated that the other party could earn money overnight to repay him. When Shally borrowed money from me, how could I accept your interest? How would I continue to navigate these circles? Huang Yafu replied, directly handing back 20,000 yuan in cash to Li Fei. Rules are rules. If I borrowed your money, I must repay your interest. Li Fei declined the 2,000 yuan and said, could you please give me the IOU, Boss Huang? Understanding Li Fei's intention to repay the favor of borrowing money in this manner, Huang Yafu said nothing further. He promptly retrieved the IOU that Li Fei had written and handed it to him, saying, Xiao Li, this is the IOU you wrote. Take a look. Upon receiving the IOU from Huang Yafu, Li Fei confirmed it was indeed in his own handwriting, tore it in half, and ignited it with a lighter. After completing this act, Li Fei and Zhou Hao turned and left. Watching them depart, Huang Yafu chose not to say anything further. Exiting the nightclub, Li Fei and Zhou Hao got into their car to head home. Inside the vehicle, Li Fei handed Zhou Hao 10,000 yuan, saying this is for you. As a guide's fee for today. Brother Fei, this amount is excessive. I cannot accept it. Zhou Hao quickly refused upon seeing the money. It was not that he did not desire the sum, but rather he felt that his efforts did not warrant such a reward. For an ordinary family, 10,000 yuan could take nearly 2 years of frugality to accumulate. Yet he felt undeserving of such a generous amount for merely guiding Li Fei for a day. Take it. It's yours, Li Fei insisted, placing the money in Zhou Hao's hands. While it may not seem like much, you could use this to start a small business, which would be far better than wandering the streets. Most importantly, your parents need not worry about you and Zhou Han, and it would provide a stable income. Li Fei wished to prevent the Zhou brothers from following a perilous path, and encouraging Zhou Hao to engage in small business ventures seemed a commendable choice. It was not that Li Fei was reluctant to offer more, but human nature dictates that giving too much could evoke curiosity about one's earnings. The sum of 10,000 yuan was just right. Zhou Hao understood that after Li Fei repaid Huang Yafu 70,000 yuan, he was left with only 130,000. Yet, Li Fei chose to give him 10,000 from that amount, which deeply moved Zhou Hao. Even his parents had never managed to save that much. And now Li Fei had so generously handed him 10,000. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhou Hao expressed, Thank you, Brother Fei. I will remember everything you said today. Work diligently, and good days will not be far from you, Li Fei said, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Indeed, I will, Brother Fei, Zhou Hao replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Please stop just ahead, Li Fei instructed the driver, as he noticed they were nearing his home. Certainly, young Master Li, the driver replied, bringing the vehicle to a halt at the designated spot. Kind sir, would you kindly drop my friend off at his home as well? Please accept this small token for a pack of cigarettes, Li Fei said, handing 500 yuan to the driver before alighting. Master Li, I cannot accept this money. The driver protested, surprised by the generous tip. I will ensure your friend returns home safely. Please take it. I apologize for disturbing your evening. It is only right to show gratitude for your assistance, Li Fei insisted, placing the money firmly in the driver's hand. With that, he exited the vehicle. The driver, touched by the gesture, felt a swell of gratitude. As a chauffeur at the Paradise Business Club, His monthly salary barely reached 800 yuan, with some benefits bringing it to around 1,000. In this era, being a driver was still a coveted profession, and earning 1,000 yuan a month was manageable. A 500 yuan tip was equivalent to half a month's wages. How could he not be moved? Upon returning home, Li Fei retrieved his house key and quietly entered. Once in his room, he placed the 120,000 yuan he had brought back into a box under his bed. Then, clutching his underwear, he stealthily made his way to the bathroom to prepare for a shower. After bathing, he returned to his room and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao arrived home and roused his younger brother, Zhou Han, from his slumber. "Wake up, little brother." "Brother, can it wait until morning? I want to sleep." Zhou Han mumbled groggily, reluctant to awaken. "I have something to ask you. Don't sleep just yet. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to eat." Zhou Hao resorted to the promise of a meal to entice his brother. At the mention of dining out, Zhou Han's eyes suddenly widened in interest. "Brother, what do you want to ask me?" Chapter 11. Uncle Li Jijun. The following day, Li Fei rose early, intent on converting the 1 million yuan check into cash. "What time did you return last night?" Huang Yuanshan inquired upon seeing him awake. "I came back after watching 2 matches of the World Cup." Li Fei replied to his mother. "Are you going to watch more tonight?" Huang Yuanshan, aware of her son's passion for football and the ongoing World Cup, felt little concern about his late returns now that the college entrance exams were behind him. "I want to be watching. In a few days, I plan to travel and experience the splendid landscapes of our great nation," Li Fei responded. Now, there are just over 2 months left before he embarks on his academic journey. He has acquired the necessary funds, and all that remains is a trip to the vast expanse of the north for a reconnaissance, which should take about a week. Naturally, Li Fei would not consider traveling by train, for such a journey would consume no less than 20 days on the road. The most prudent course of action would be to fly, especially since Li Fei is not short on money these days. "Where do you wish to travel?" Huang Yuanshan inquired. Upon hearing her son express a desire to explore, "I wish to see the regions beyond the border," Li Fei replied, revealing his intended destination. "Why venture so far? It's unsafe for you to travel alone. Perhaps you should explore the nearby cities instead." Huang Yuanshan quickly interjected, concerned for her son's safety. The 3 provinces beyond the border are indeed thousands of miles away from Hangzhou. Who would be at ease sending an 18-year-old, newly minted adult off alone? "Mother, how old do you think I am?" Li Fei responded, slightly exasperated by his mother's apprehension. "I am 18 and an adult now. You needn't worry. Everything will be fine. This matter needs to be discussed with your father. Speaking with me is futile," Huang Yuanshan stated, observing her son's earnest expression and invoking her husband, Li Yuanshao. "Fine. I will speak with him when he returns," Li Fei acquiesced, responding to his mother's directive. After finishing breakfast, Li Fei departed for the bank, money in hand, while his mother went off to work. Upon arrival at the bank, he deposited a substantial sum of 120,000 yuan. The bank staff, taken aback by the sight of such a young man with so much money, could not help but glance at him multiple times. It was indeed a rare sight to see a lad of 18 or 19 handling such a considerable amount. Nevertheless, the bank employee remained professional, taking Li Fei's identification to open an account and depositing the 120,000 yuan. With great courtesy, the staff member informed Li Fei, "Sir, your account has been established. An entire sum of 120,000 yuan has been deposited into your new account. Could you also assist me in converting this check into cash and depositing it into the same account?" Li Fei asked, producing a check for 1 million yuan, which he had won the previous evening. "What?" The bank employee, upon receiving the check, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. If the sight of the 120,000 yuan had already been astonishing, the 1 million yuan check was enough to make him question reality itself. After scrutinizing the check for several minutes, he confirmed its authenticity and, somewhat sheepishly, said to Li Fei, "Sir, I apologize for the delay. I will attend to this immediately." Half an hour later, Li Fei exited the bank, personally escorted by the bank president. As he departed, a bank credit card unexpectedly appeared in his pocket, boasting a limit of 300,000. Credit cards had already existed since the 1990s, yet their usage was scarce among the populace. Many were unaware of the concept of credit cards, let alone the possibility of consuming in advance. This was primarily attributed to the circumstances of the time. The venues accepting credit cards were few and far between, mostly confined to first-tier cities such as the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. However, Li Fei was a reincarnated individual, well aware of the utility of credit cards. Upon leaving the bank, he promptly sought out his cousin, Li Jijun. His intended destination was Russia, and acquiring a passport was imperative. The most expedient way to obtain one was to leverage personal connections. His cousin, Li Jijun, held a prominent position at the Hangzhou Police Department, allowing him to bypass the tedious queues that would typically require weeks of waiting for passport processing. Such an endeavor would be foolish. Arriving at the entrance of his cousin's office in the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau, Li Fei walked straight in without needing to inquire for directions. Proceeding directly to the second floor outside Li Jijun's office, he knocked on the door. "Come in," came the response from Li Jijun, who was engrossed in reviewing files. Upon entering and seeing his cousin deep in work, Li Fei announced, "Director Li, I wish to report a case. My father has been abusing me." Li Jijun's brows furrowed at this declaration. Was it not a natural occurrence for a father to discipline his son? Now, the son stood before him, ready to lodge a complaint. What sort of scenario was this? When he finally lifted his gaze to see the individual making the report, he retorted with irritation, "You little rascal. Have you come to amuse yourself at your uncle's expense?" "Come on, uncle. I'm merely jesting," Li Fei replied, taking a seat opposite him with a playful grin. Li Jijun held the highest position among the Li family, having retired as a senior official enjoying deputy-level benefits, far surpassing the privileges of his father, Li Yuanchao. His two cousins had taken over their father's legacy, while Li Fei was the one who ventured into entrepreneurship, establishing a company valued at 100 billion in Shanghai, only to be ensnared in a covert trap that obliterated both his company and ultimately his own life. Li Jijun's father and Li Fei's grandfather were brothers. The elder brother was Li Fei's grandfather, and the younger, Li Jijun's father. There were also two sisters and a brother among them, making a total of 5 siblings from Li Fei's grandfather's generation. As the eldest, Li Fei's grandfather frequently took care of his younger siblings during their childhood, ensuring they received the best of everything. His diligent work ethic and agricultural prowess, combined with his foresight, led him to understand that education was the sole pathway to progress. Thus, every child in the Li family, be they sons, nephews, or nieces, was expected to pursue their studies. At times, when his nephews or nieces lacked funds for their education, he would readily provide financial support to ensure they could attend school. Thus, Li Fei's uncles and relatives were immensely grateful, maintaining a harmonious relationship. "I distinctly recall how you used to dread seeking my assistance. Speak, what trouble have you found yourself and that requires my help?" Li Jijun inquired with a smile as he set aside the files before him. Chapter 12, Business Discussions. "Uncle, do you think I'm the kind of person who causes disturbances outside?" Upon hearing his uncle's words, Li Fei replied, "Today, I have come to seek your favor. I wish to expedite the process of obtaining a passport, ideally today or tomorrow." "What do you need a passport for? You aren't traveling abroad?" Li Jijun asked, somewhat irritated at the thought of Li Fei seeking his influence for such a matter. "Uncle, I am merely concerned about needing it for university in the future. It will be quite inconvenient to return home just to handle it then. Isn't it wiser to take care of it now and save considerable time?" Li Fei offered this excuse. "You certainly have a point." Li Jijun, upon hearing Li Fei's reasoning, began to see the logic and asked, "Are your parents aware of your passport application?" "No, they are not." Li Fei replied candidly to his uncle Li Jijun. "I didn't get a chance to inform them before they left for work, so I thought I would come to you first and tell them later." "All right. Have you gathered all the necessary documents?" Li Jijun asked, no longer pressing the matter. "I have prepared the household registration and identification card. I appreciate your help, uncle." Li Fei handed over the items he had meticulously assembled. Li Jijun took the documents and asked, "Xiao Fei, what score do you anticipate achieving on your college entrance examination?" "Approximately 550 points. Gaining admission to a reputable university should not pose a problem, but attending Tsinghua or Peking University or Fudan University is beyond my reach." Li Fei acknowledged his expected performance. With over 500 points, you could apply to the police academy. After graduation, you could serve the people as a police officer, which is also a commendable path, Li Jijun suggested. "Uncle, I am not particularly interested in a career in public service. My passion lies in business. I desire the freedom to pursue wealth and do as I please. Navigating the complexities of interpersonal relationships and political affiliations associated with a government career does not appeal to me." Li Fei articulated his aspirations. "As long as you have your own goals, it matters not whether you become a police officer or a businessman. What is vital is that you do not regret your choices, Li Jijun remarked. He was not one to impose his views on the younger generation, believing they should choose their paths without remorse. Li Fei then asked, "Uncle, will I be able to collect the passport tomorrow? I will instruct my team to expedite the process, and they will deliver it to your home tomorrow evening," Li Jijun said, observing Li Fei's anxious demeanor with a hint of exasperation. "Surely, you need not go to such lengths. I will personally visit the immigration office to retrieve it tomorrow afternoon," Li Fei replied, hesitating to let his uncle deliver it to his home, fearing that any personal delivery would betray his intentions. "You, my boy, are still being overly polite with me," Li Jijun, upon hearing his nephew's words, smiled and addressed him. After engaging in conversation for over 10 minutes, Li Fei stood up and said to his elder cousin, "Uncle, I have plans with friends, so I shall take my leave. Do not misbehave with others outside. Do you understand?" Li Jijun, seeing Li Fei prepare to depart, chose not to detain him further, as he too had numerous matters to attend to. After speaking, Li Jijun retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Fei, saying, "When you go out with friends, it's wise to have extra money on hand. Do not let them pay for you." "Uncle, you need not give me money. I have some with me," Li Fei promptly declined. "Take it. I have several cases to handle and shall not see you off," Li Jijun insisted, placing the money in Li Fei's hand. With no choice, Li Fei accepted the 100 yuan and left the municipal office. Instead of returning home, he sought out the Rongxing Canning Factory, a state-owned enterprise on the verge of closure in Hangqing. Established in the mid-1960s, the factory had once thrived, with queues stretching hundreds of meters for deliveries. However, by the late 1980s, specifically in 1987, the business had taken a sharp downturn. By the early 1990s, it struggled to even maintain the workers' salaries, with the produced cans accumulating in warehouses. Li Fei vividly recalled that at the time of the factory's impending closure, the warehouse held over 2 million units of unsold goods. Despite its financial struggles, the factory continued production, churning out hundreds of thousands of cans each month. This was precisely why Li Fei was drawn to the opportunity. The surplus inventory meant that with a slight price reduction, he could potentially double his profits. "Young man, whom were you looking for?" Upon entering the Rongxing Canning Factory, Li Fei was halted by an elderly guard. "Sir, I would like to inquire if the factory manager is present," Li Fei responded. "What business do you have with the manager?" The guard inquired, skeptical of the young man's intentions. Despite the factory's poor performance, the presence of a guard at the entrance was still a standard. "I am here to discuss a business matter with the manager. May I know if he is available?" Li Fei replied with a smile. "You, a mere child, seeking the manager for business? Do you think I am gullible due to my age?" The guard retorted. "Sir, I genuinely seek the manager. I would appreciate it if you could simply inform me of his availability," Li Fei insisted, trying to gain the guard's cooperation. "Third floor. First office on the left. That's where the manager is," the guard finally directed him. "Thank you very much." Li Fei expressed his gratitude and promptly ascended to the third floor of the Rongxing Canning Factory's office building. A few minutes later, he arrived at the manager's office and knocked on the door, inquiring within. "Excuse me, is this the office of the factory director? I am Su Changming, the director of Rongxing Canning Factory." "Young man, what brings you to me?" The director, noticing the young boy, Li Fei, standing at the entrance, furrowed his brow slightly. This boy's hairstyle resembled that of a reformatory inmate. However, his strikingly sunny and handsome appearance certainly contradicted any delinquent impression. "Director Su, I am here today to discuss a business proposition with you," Li Fei boldly stated as he seated himself directly across from the director. "Young man, you ought to have an adult from your family accompany you for matters of business. How can a child like you engage in such discussions?" Chapter 13, Canning Factory. Price Negotiation. "Director Su, my intention to speak with you about business has no connection to my family. They are all civil servants, and regulations prohibit them from engaging in commerce," Li Fei elucidated to Director Su. "May I inquire, young comrade, what are your parents' surnames?" Director Su remained skeptical. If he were to trust people so easily, he would not be in business. "My mother's surname is Huang. Her name is Huang Yuanshan." "Surely, Director Su is familiar with her?" Li Fei revealed, sensing the director's incredulity. His mother held a leadership position within Hongqing's finance department. Although she was not the head, she served as the deputy director responsible for auditing funds. Any state-owned enterprise or municipal unit in Hangqing seeking financial approval would invariably pass through his mother's scrutiny. "Young comrade, you are the son of Director Huang?" Upon hearing Li Fei's claim, Director Su's excitement was palpable. He had previously approached the finance department in hopes of securing funding, only to find that all requests were stalled during the auditing process. The primary issue was the overwhelming inventory at Rongsheng Canning Factory, coupled with a significant decline in market sales. Moreover, all state-owned enterprises within Hangsheng were scrambling to leverage connections to secure funding. As the custodian of the city's financial resources, Huang Yuanshan faced immense pressure. Higher authorities demanded rigorous audits, yet numerous influential figures from above pressured her to ease such scrutiny. This burden fell squarely on Huang Yuanshan's shoulders, as she was responsible for reviewing all applications for financial disbursements. Crucially, she could not readily approve loans, as many applicants had established connections. For an enterprise like Rongsheng Canning Factory, lacking both background and support, obtaining funds from the finance department was virtually impossible. Consequently, when the finance department could not provide money, the only recourse was to seek loans from banks. Securing a loan from a bank was fundamentally different from receiving funds from the finance department. The former required repayment, while the latter did not. Thus, the revelation that the boy seated before Director Su was the son of Huang Yuanshan was monumental news. The director, burdened by the challenge of approaching her, suddenly found himself presented with a fortuitous opportunity. "Young man, how is your mother, Director Huang, faring these days?" Director Su inquired warmly. His demeanor transformed. "She is doing well," Li Fei replied, noting the director's sudden change in demeanor. It was evident that Director Su sought to forge a connection with his mother through him. At once, I addressed Factory Director Su, stating, "Director Su, my visit today is solely for business purposes, representing myself and bearing no connection to my parents." Li Fei's intent was unmistakable. He sought to convey that attempting to leverage familial connections through him would be futile. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Director Su maintained a composed demeanor. His face still adorned with a smile as he replied, "I understand, I comprehend. Now let us discuss the business matter at hand. Director Su, may I inquire how many cans your factory still has languishing in a warehouse?" Li Fei asked directly. Do not mention it. The current market conditions are dire. The products accumulating in storage exceed 800,000. If these items remain unsold, our factory may not endure much longer. Director Su responded with a heavy sigh. "I will reserve all your inventory," Li Fei declared, upon learning of the substantial backlog. What? Director Su was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at Li Fei. "Young man, you cannot be jesting. This batch is valued at over 800,000. Setting aside whether you can procure such a sum, even if you acquire the goods, selling them will pose a significant challenge." Li Fei raplia didactoshu. "Whether or not they sell is my concern, not yours. Even if the canned goods do not find buyers, I would simply donate them to impoverished regions." Taken aback by Li Fei's assertion, Director Su found himself at a loss for words and could not help but inquire, "Have you discussed such a significant matter with Director Huang?" His concerns stemmed from the fear that Li Fei's potential losses might lead to repercussions involving his mother, Huang Yuanshan, ultimately placing him at a disadvantage. "Director Su, as I have stated, my business dealings are entirely my own affair, unrelated to my family. Even if I incur losses, it remains solely my responsibility. Do you understand?" Li Fei reiterated, discerning the underlying implications in Director Su's words. Yes, I understand," Director Su responded, finally alleviating the weight of his concerns. "Let us now negotiate the price for this batch. Young boss, the value of our warehouse stock amounts to 850,000. If you wish to acquire the entire lot, I can authorize it for 800,000, Director Su offered. 60,000, Li Fei kuntarat, immediately slashing the price by 200,000. 60,000? Director Su momentarily struggled to process the drastic reduction. The notion that Li Fei had slashed 200,000 was staggering. It was difficult to see how he could profit at this rate. "Young boss, at 60,000, I would incur a loss. Allow me to make a concession. How about 75,000? Director Su proposed. "Director Su, should I choose not to take this inventory, the inevitable outcome for those goods is clear, and I need not elaborate further. The 60,000 price remains advantageous for you. It simply determines the degree of profit," Li Fei articulated. "The canned goods valued at 850,000 have a cost price that is not extensively discussed. At the very least, a profit margin of 100% or 50% is necessary for profitability. Therefore, Li Fei's offer of 600,000 is remarkably fair. If he were truly unscrupulous, he could easily have the price and still secure the goods. However, He sees no need for such measures, primarily considering his parents' circumstances. Can the price be increased a bit? Young boss. Director Su inquired, somewhat unwilling to concede. Observing Director Su's demeanor, Li Fei replied, "The price I have proposed is already quite reasonable. If I were to be a bit more ruthless, my offer would not be 600,000, but rather 30 or 40,000. I can afford to wait. But your warehouse cannot. The longer time passes, the less value these cans will hold. Moreover, I am not seeking merely a one-time transaction with your factory. Should sales prove successful, I assure you that future orders will be plentiful." "Is everything you said true, young boss?" Director Su asked, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. "Certainly." Chapter 14. Old Li on a business trip. Li Fei advises Old Li. After concluding negotiations at the canned goods factory, Li Fei proceeded to another state-owned enterprise, a textile factory specializing in towel production. In the office of the factory manager at Jiaxing Towel Factory, Li Fei once more invoked his mother's esteemed name. Upon hearing it, the other party graciously welcomed him. After a 15-minute discussion, Li Fei successfully secured an order for over 1 million towels that were languishing in the factory's warehouse. Having departed from the towel factory, Li Fei visited other state-owned enterprises. Without exception, whenever he mentioned his mother's name, the factory managers greeted him with remarkable warmth. Collaborative discussions were swiftly finalized. Thus, leveraging his mother Huang Yueshan's name, Li Fei adeptly garnered the attention of 8 factory managers in a single day, successfully obtaining over 10 million worth of goods with a down payment of 1,100,000. At 5 in the afternoon, upon returning home, Li Fei found his parents had come back early from work. "Dad, Mom, why are you home so early today?" he inquired curiously. "I have a meeting in the capital tomorrow, so I called your mother back to prepare," Li Yuanchao explained. "Old Li, that sounds great." Upon hearing his father mention the meeting, Li Fei sat beside him, playfully resting his hand on his father's shoulder, grinning as he teased, "A free business trip? You rascal. How dare you put your arm around me?" Li Yuanchao swatted his son's hand away and reprimanded him. "What are you talking about? This is not a free vacation. I am going to attend a meeting about reforms in state-owned enterprises, which will necessitate the layoff of a considerable number of workers. I'm going to absorb the directives from above." At this, Li Fei recalled something significant. In the early 1990s, the authorities mandated significant reforms across numerous state-owned enterprises, resulting in a substantial number of workers being laid off. While some voiced their grievances, others opted to venture into business. Reflecting on this, Li Fei inquired of his father, "Old Li, have you drafted any reports regarding the management of the laid-off workers post-reform?" "Ah, my son, you surprisingly grasp the complexities surrounding the handling of laid-off workers." Li Yuanchao responded, somewhat taken aback by his son's question. He continued, "Currently, there is no unified or effective approach to this issue. The most discussed solution is to offer severance packages, allowing the laid-off workers to use the funds to start their own ventures. As for the report you mentioned, I have not written one. I merely attended meetings to absorb the directives from above. Moreover, given the multitude of reports submitted nationwide, whether mine would even be considered is another matter altogether." Hearing his father's rather apathetic remarks, Li Fei felt a surge of frustration. If this opportunity were seized, his father's prospects could soar. The destination was not merely the provincial government, but the capital, the epicenter of political and cultural influence in the country, populated by formidable figures. If any of these prominent individuals took notice of him, there's a possibility that he could be summoned to the capital for a position. Recalling a past experience where he was ensnared by a second-generation scion, resentment welled up within him. That scion, the third son of a notable family in Shanghai, had harbored malice after being rejected for an investment in his company, ultimately leading to his demise. His partner and beloved wife had betrayed him in the face of the scion's power, a betrayal he could never forgive. Now, with his father presented with an opportunity, he was resolute in not letting it slip away. Emulating a leader's demeanor, Li Fei addressed his father, "Old Li, if you think along those lines, as your son, I must offer you some critique." Li Yuanchao gazed at his son, astonished by his theatrical display. This moment sent a shiver down Li Fei's spine. Yet he maintained his bravado. "Old Li, as a seasoned veteran, are you not aware of how your words and actions could significantly aid countless laid-off workers in providing for their families? The severance packages, while seemingly beneficial, may pose more harm than good. Many of these workers lack higher education. When suddenly presented with a large sum of money, they may succumb to temptation. If they squander their funds, how will they sustain their families? Furthermore, an increase in idle individuals could lead to gatherings that disrupt public order, thereby exacerbating your workload and causing distress to ordinary citizens. These are pressing issues that warrant your careful consideration. Li Yuanchao was taken aback by his son's insights, as the concerns raised had not crossed their minds previously. Now, hearing his son articulate these thoughts, a tempest of realization surged within him. Xiao Fei, you have indeed brought to light matters that I and many others have overlooked. Your words have provided me with profound enlightenment. Li Yuanchao stood up and addressed Li Fei, stating, I must compose a relevant proposal now. During this upcoming conference in the capital, I shall see if I can present it. Subsequently, he turned to his wife, Huang Yuanshan, and said, Darling, I shall forego dinner. I urgently need to draft this plan. With that, he proceeded towards his study, preparing to rewrite the proposal. Observing his father's earnest demeanor filled Li Fei, the son, with a sense of pride. Mother, what's the matter with Dad? Huang Yuanshan, busy in the kitchen, inquired curiously upon hearing her husband mention skipping dinner. Mom, he has come to a realization. He is determined to strive for advancement, and you should feel proud of him. Li Fei teased his mother. Enough of that, Huang Yuanshan retorted, somewhat annoyed by her son's banter. Given that he has already secured a top position at the provincial government at such a young age, any further ascent is merely a matter of time. Does he still need to exert himself? Li Fei was at a loss for words in response to his mother's remarks. He understood that his father, known for his straightforward nature, conducted himself strictly according to regulations, likely offending many along the way. The path to advancement appeared to be obstructed by a formidable wall of concrete. Yet fortunately, Li Yuanchao was not overly concerned with his position. Otherwise, it would surely weigh heavily on his spirit. Indeed, my father is none other than the youngest department head in the Zhejiang provincial government, destined for a bright future. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Li? He quipped. Chapter 15. The Proposal Swap. That evening, when Li Fei opened the door to his father's study, he was greeted by the sight of crumpled sheets of paper strewn across the floor. He picked one up and began to read its contents. Upon doing so, he finally understood the reason for the multitude of paper balls littering the ground. Choosing not to disturb his father, he quietly closed the door behind him. Returning to his own room, he retrieved a sheet of paper and a fountain pen, beginning to draft a proposal concerning corporate reform and the management of laid-off workers. Such a task was a mere trifle for Li Fei. After 3 hours of diligent writing, he completed a proposal that he felt was exceptionally well-crafted. Gazing at his creation, he couldn't help but exclaim with pride, with this proposal in hand, I am certain that my father will make a remarkable impression in the capital. With that thought, a chuckle escaped him. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already midnight. He took his completed proposal and exited his room, heading to his father's study. Upon entering, he noticed the lights were off. He switched on the light and stepped inside. Approaching his father's desk, he discovered another completed proposal lying there. Picking it up, he examined it closely. To his surprise, his father's writing was quite commendable, though somewhat conservative in scope. While it might attract attention, it still bore numerous flaws. As Li Fei gazed upon the plan his father had penned, he offered his critique. Subsequently, he exchanged his own meticulously crafted plan with that of his father. Having completed this task, Li Fei exited the study and retreated to his room for slumber. The following day, at 6 a.m, he was roused by the sound of his parents conversing in the living room. Without lingering in bed, he promptly arose to see his father off. Dad, is there a train so early? Li Fei inquired as he opened the door. Noticing his father had already packed his belongings and his mother was assisting him with his clothes. Xiao Fei, why are you up so early? Did we wake you? Huang Yuanshan and Li Yuanchao asked upon seeing their son awake. Old Li is heading to the capital for a business trip. As his son, how could I not rise to bid him farewell and remind him not to pick wildflowers by the roadside or be entranced by the charms of the capital's fairies? Li Fei remarked playfully. Come, my son, allow me to impart to you the weighty love of a father, Li Yuanchao said, brandishing his leather belt with paternal affection. Old Li, what I seek is not paternal love, but maternal love. Your overwhelming affection is indeed too burdensome for me. I find maternal love to be far more suitable. Li Fei cleverly positioned himself behind his mother, Huang Yuanshan, responding with utmost seriousness. Enough of your banter. You too. We are running out of time, Huang Yuanshan interjected, hastily taking the belt from Li Yuanchao's hands to help him fasten it. Dad, did you bring the plan you wrote yesterday? Li Fei then asked. Thank goodness you reminded me. I almost forgot this crucial document. Li Yuanchao replied, reacting swiftly to his son's prompt. I'll fetch it for you. Where did you place the document? Li Fei inquired eagerly. It's on the desk in the study. Also, take a file folder from my drawer to pack it. Li Yuanchao instructed. Understood. Li Fei affirmed before turning towards the study. Upon emerging from the study, he held a document folder, which he had meticulously bound with string. Li Yuanchao reached for the folder, intending to inspect its contents. Sensing this, Li Fei quickly interjected, Dad, it's getting late. If you don't leave soon, you might truly miss the early train. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Yuanchao glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 6:45. He lost the inclination to check the documents and instead placed the folder into his briefcase. Before departing, Li Yuanchao admonished Li Fei, Son, while I am away, you must listen to your mother, understood? Got it, old Li Fei replied. Subsequently, the mother and son escorted Li Yuanchao to the front door, where the car sent to pick him up awaited. After bidding farewell to his wife and son, the vehicle set off towards the train station. Mom, I forgot to ask, how many days will Dad be away for this conference? Li Fei inquired of his mother about his father, Li Yuanchao, who was to spend several days in the capital. This meeting was likely to extend for a while, requiring at least a week for his return. Initially, it was the head of the provincial government office who was to attend the conference, but due to an acute appendicitis, he was now hospitalized, leaving his father to represent him at the meeting in the capital. Huang Yuanshan continued, expressing her thoughts on the reluctance of the leaders to go to the capital. In Hangzhou, they all carried themselves as if they were lords of the land, but in the capital, they would have to play a subordinate role. Consequently, it fell upon his father, a person of just the right rank and status, to attend. These high-ranking officials were unwilling to go, but it was possible that if Old Li attended, he might find himself promoted several ranks. Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Fei chuckled and remarked, Do you think career advancement happens at the speed of a rocket? Can one simply soar through the skies? Huang Yuanshan, catching his jest, responded with playful annoyance. After their exchange, the mother and son returned home. After Li Fei finished his morning routine and had a quick breakfast, he turned to his mother and said, Mom, I've arranged to go out with some classmates tomorrow. It's a chance for us to create beautiful memories of our high school years. Are you going to travel with those classmates? Huang Yuanshan asked, curious about who would accompany him. Of course, I'm going with my close friends, and we're just going to the nearby cities. We won't be going far, Li Fei quickly clarified. You are such an ungrateful little rascal. Your father is away in the capital on business, leaving just the two of us at home, and now you want to abandon your poor mother for a trip. Huang Yuanshan said with a hint of jealousy. Since Li Fei had never been away from home alone, the thought of him traveling with friends left her feeling quite lonely, as their once lively household was now reduced to just her. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Chapter 16, Chun Shooting. After hearing his mother's words, Li Fei spent several minutes soothing her before she finally felt better. Once appeased, Huang Yuanshan left for work. Li Fei, not wishing to idle at home, decided to find Zhou Han and urge him to stay in for the next couple of days. Just as he stepped out of his house, he spotted a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar girl across the street. Adorned in a floral dress and sporting a pair of white sneakers, her hair styled simply. Shooting, Li Fei instinctively called out. The beautiful girl on the opposite side of the street noticed a boy with a buzz cut, fair skin, dressed in a white shirt and distressed denim shorts, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Particularly striking was his face, obscured by dark sunglasses, which instantly captivated her. Observing Chun Shooting's astonished expression, Li Fei crossed the street to approach her. Do you know me? As Chun Shooting gazed at the handsome boy before her, a hint of shyness compelled her to inquire about Li Fei. Observing Chun Shooting's unawareness of his identity, Li Fei felt a playful urge to tease her. Of course, I recognize you, the belle of Hangchang First Affiliated High School. I merely did not anticipate encountering you here today. Li Fei feigned ignorance and asked, Might I inquire where the illustrious Chun is headed? At that moment, Chun Shooting detected a certain familiarity in his voice, complemented by his appearance, which stirred a sense of recognition within her. Tentatively, she asked, Are you Li Fei? Huh, I never imagined you would recognize me, Li Fei replied, now abandoning his act of unfamiliarity. With sincerity, he offered an apology to Chun Shooting. Shooting, I am truly sorry. That day, I had indulged a bit too much in drink and inadvertently revealed my true feelings. What do you mean by revealing your true feelings? Chun Shooting inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity about Li Fei's words. I adore you and wish to pursue you as my girlfriend. Ever since I first laid eyes on you in elementary school, I have harbored affection for you. Alas, in those early days, I was too young to articulate my emotions. Now, as we stand on the brink of university, the prospect of seeing each other again may become increasingly challenging. Thus, I felt compelled to express the love I have concealed for 11 years, regardless of your response. You shall forever remain the moonlight in my heart. Li Fei earnestly conveyed his innermost sentiments to Chen Shooting. Taken aback by his heartfelt confession, Chen Shooting found herself at a loss for words. Shooting, would you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? Li Fei boldly professed his intentions to the flustered beauty before him. Li Fei, but we are still so young, and we are about to enter university, Chen Shooting replied, her cheeks flushed as she sought an excuse. If you agree to date me, I would willingly follow you to the same city. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, Li Fei responded with deep affection. Overwhelmed by Li Fei's forthright declaration, Chen Shooting struggled to formulate a reply. Previously, she had regarded him merely as a classmate and friend, yet now, as she beheld the transformed, sun-kissed Li Fei, her heart fluttered with newfound emotion. It could be said that Chen Shooting experienced an instant attraction to the now dashing Li Fei. It has been said that any instance of love at first sight is often sparked by physical attraction. Not only do men experience this phenomenon with women, but women too can feel an instant connection with men. I aspire to attend Capital University, Chen Shooting confided, revealing her desired institution to Li Fei. If you're going to Capital University, then I shall accompany you there as well, though my academic performance may not match yours. Gaining admission to a university in the capital should pose no issue. Hearing that Chen Shooting no longer sought excuses, Li Fei seized the moment to speak directly to her. As she observed Li Fei's unwavering determination, Chen Shooting felt a delightful warmth bloom within her, causing her cheeks to flush as she pondered how to respond. Shooting, if you remain silent, I shall assume you consent, Li Fei asserted, recognizing her lack of resistance. Without hesitation, he grasped her hand and declared, wherever you wish to go today, I shall accompany you. Let go of me. It would not be proper if someone were to see us, Chen Shooting protested, attempting to withdraw from his grasp. What does it matter? If they see us, they see us. What is wrong with a couple holding hands? Li Fei remained undeterred, boldly proclaiming their relationship. When did I agree to be your girlfriend? If you continue to make such claims, I might just ignore you, Chen Shooting retorted, a hint of shyness in her voice as she playfully chastised him for his forwardness. What must you do to agree to be my girlfriend? Li Fei inquired, his gaze penetrating as he discerned her flustered demeanor, realizing he had successfully captured her heart. I don't know, she stammered, flustered by his question. Shooting, I'm already holding your hand, which means you belong to me now. Whatever you say is inconsequential. You are mine and will forever remain so, Li Fei declared with unwavering confidence. After this proclamation, he asked, you have yet to tell me where you intend to go. I have made plans with Qingqing and Li Xiaofan to go shopping today. I must find them now, Chen Shooting replied honestly about her itinerary. You shall not go shopping with them today. You will accompany me instead, Li Fei insisted, asserting his authority. That is not acceptable. We have already made arrangements. If I do not go, I will be letting them down, Chen Shooting argued against his domineering attitude. I am now your boyfriend. So it is only fitting that you prioritize your boyfriend, Li Fei countered, disregarding her reluctance as he pulled her along with him. The task of reminding Zhou Han to refrain from wandering about was momentarily forgotten in Li Fei's fervor. Where are you taking me? Chen Shooting inquired, curious about their destination as he led her onward. Come, we shall first purchase a matching couple's outfit, Li Fei announced, guiding her to the largest clothing store in Hangzhou. There, they selected 2 sets of couple-less attire. Shooting, look how well we match in these outfits, Li Fei remarked, observing her bashful demeanor. Chapter 17. Young Master Li. My boss requests your presence. Li Fei, how well do you think you will perform on the college entrance examination? Chen Shooting asked as they sat on a bench within the scenic West Lake area of Hangzhou. I estimate my score will be around 550. While it might not compare to yours, gaining admission to a prestigious university should not pose a challenge, he replied. Have you decided on your preferred field of study? Li Fei had already made up his mind. If he were to go to the capital, then he would choose Capital University of Commerce and Business. He responded directly to Chen Shooting. The Capital University of Commerce and Business was also a first-tier institution, and Li Fei's college entrance examination scores were more than sufficient for admission. In his previous life, Li Fei had opted for a first-tier university in the bustling city of Shanghai, captivated by its vibrancy. Subsequently, he took root in Shanghai, establishing his own enterprise. And after a decade of relentless effort, he transformed his company into a conglomerate valued at over 10 billion. However, Li Fei harbored a deep-seated aversion to the capital, primarily because entrepreneurship there often made one a target for others, akin to a delectable morsel. In the capital, survival without a background was exceedingly challenging, reminiscent of Jack Ma's early days when he created the first website in the country, only to have it acquired at a low price by a second-generation heir. Having miraculously been reborn into this untamed era, Li Fei had but one ambition: to covertly engage in arbitrage for profit. By the year 1992, he planned to withdraw his funds to purchase subscription tickets, aiming to reap substantial rewards. Following that, he would delve into real estate investments. Chen Shooting felt a stir of emotion upon realizing that Li Fei was genuinely willing to choose the capital for her sake. While Li Fei was enjoying a date with Chen Shooting at a scenic spot, he remained blissfully unaware that the mastermind behind the Paradise Private Club, the son of a prominent figure from Zhejiang province, was dispatching individuals to locate him. This was due to the fact that Li Fei had accurately predicted the scores of 2 teams in consecutive betting, turning an investment of 50,000 into over $1 million. A feat that had drawn attention. While it was not uncommon to predict the outcome of a match, accurately foretelling the number of goals scored by 2 teams was extraordinary. At the Paradise Private Club, Bai Qigong stood respectfully before a young man in his early 30s, addressing him with utmost deference. "Boss, we have thoroughly investigated the identity of that young man. He is indeed the nephew of Director Li, with his father being Li Yuanchao, the director of the provincial government office, and his mother serving as the deputy director of financial review in Hangzhou." Upon hearing that Li Fei was the son of Li Yuanchao, the young man, referred to as Young Master Zhao by Bai Qigong, chuckled. "I never imagined that little fellow was the son of Li Yuanchao. Li Yuanchao is regarded as the most upright individual in the provincial government. Yet his son dares to engage in underground betting." Bai Qigong continued, "The most intriguing part is that the money he used was borrowed at high interest from Huang Bapi, which he repaid in full with interest that very night." Bai Qigong then spoke again to the young man before him. "Fascinating, indeed. To dare to borrow high-interest loans from Huang Bapi for my betting operation suggests he possesses absolute confidence in his success." The young boss, intrigued by Bai Qigong's remarks, developed a keen interest in Li Fei. The proprietor of the Paradise Business Club was the younger son of a notable figure from Zhejiang province, named Zhao, taking his mother's surname instead of his father's, and choosing to pursue business using his family's connections rather than following his father into the political sphere. "Qin Bai, please summon Mr. Li Xiao. I wish to discuss the upcoming World Cup events," Boss Xiao instructed. "Understood, boss," Bai Qi responded promptly, turning to leave. At that moment, Li Fei, who was about to depart with Li Shooting, found his path obstructed by several vehicles. A group of 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the cars. Witnessing this, Li Shooting instinctively recoiled behind Li Fei, her beautiful face betraying her fear. Li Fei comforted her, holding her closely. "Do not fear. As long as I am here, no harm shall come to you." At this juncture, Bai Qi stepped out from the lead crown vehicle, politely approaching Li Fei. "Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Bai, what is the meaning of blocking my way with your entourage? Is it that your employer cannot bear to lose?" Li Fei asked calmly, showing no fear of Bai Qi. As long as Bai Qi's employer possessed a modicum of intelligence, he would not dare to act against him. Furthermore, with Li Fei's father being the director of the provincial government office and his uncle, Li Jijun, holding a prominent position in the city bureau, there would be no inclination to provoke him. "Do you know them?" Li Shooting, nestled in Li Fei's arms, could not help but inquire. "We have crossed paths a few times," Li Fei replied candidly. "Mr. Li, you are mistaken. Our employer wishes to invite you to the club for a gathering and to discuss the World Cup events," Bai Qi remarked. Aware that the timing of his appearance was not ideal, yet compelled to obey his employer's orders due to the disparity in their familial standings. "Inform your employer that I am currently unavailable. Do not disturb me further," Li Fei declared, preparing to leave with Li Shooting. Bai Qi stepped forward, blocking their exit, his tone laced with a hint of warning. "Mr. Li, I advise against resistance. After all, our employer is extending an invitation, and it would be prudent not to complicate matters for us subordinates. Moreover, I doubt it is in your interest to see this lovely lady distressed. Are you threatening me?" Li Fei's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an air of authority as he fixed Bai Qi with a piercing gaze. "I detest threats, especially from a mere dog." Bai Qi felt a surge of anger at the insult, Few dared to speak so brazenly in Hangzhou without facing dire consequences. Yet, in the face of Li Fei, he suppressed his fury, unable to retaliate, and maintained a facade of cordiality while continuing to threaten. Indeed, Mr. Li, I may be a dog, but one must remember that even a dog must heed its master, and an ill-tempered dog can bite. I presume you would not wish for your companion to be mistreated, he warned. Hearing her name used as leverage, Li Shooting interjected, My father is Chun Jianjun. Should you dare to harm me, he will not let this transgression go unpunished. Chapter 18, Boss Zhao. You are the daughter of Director Chen? Upon hearing Chun Shooting announce her father's name, Bai Qi found himself momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware of who Chun Jianjun was, the head of the Zhejiang Provincial Railway Bureau, although not a leader in a power department. Those familiar with Chun Jianjun's background understood the formidable connections he possessed. A distinguished graduate of Renmin University, he was assigned to work in his hometown of Zhejiang, where many of his classmates held significant positions in important departments in the capital, even including some who were second-generation elites. Numerous peers held high-ranking positions, and whenever Zhejiang required allocations from the capital, the provincial authorities often sought his assistance. However, Chun Jianjun preferred a life of ease and did not pursue a political career with fervor. Otherwise, with his impressive educational background and extensive network, he would not have settled for merely being the head of the railway department in Zhejiang. Nevertheless, virtually all leaders in the province afforded him a measure of respect, as there was no one more suitable than him for seeking favors in the capital. Therefore, all leaders in Zhejiang understood that while it was permissible to offend many, offending Chun Jianjun was utterly unacceptable. By supervisor, why not let your subordinates give it a try? Li Fei remarked, observing Bai Qi's bewildered expression with a mocking grin. Miss Chun, I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. Without hesitation, Bai Qi turned to Chun Shooting to offer his contrition. Bowing in apology, with a resounding slap, he struck his own face several times. Please, spare us this self-harming display. If my future father-in-law were to learn that you frightened his precious daughter, one can only imagine the repercussions from your employer. You and your crew should leave now. Li Fei was acutely aware of Chun Shooting's father's stature. In Zhejiang, no one dared to show him disrespect. Furthermore, everyone in Hangzhou knew that Chun Jianjun was utterly devoted to his daughter, Chun Shooting. This did not deter Li Fei from wielding his influence, albeit indirectly. Li Xiao, my boss is genuinely eager to invite you to our establishment. You must understand that many are queuing for the chance to meet him in Zhejiang. Moreover, I believe you would prefer that your father remains oblivious to your recent activities, wouldn't you? Bai Qi dismissa Li Fei's ami bravado. He was merely a lapdog for his employer, executing whatever tasks were assigned to him. As for the repercussions of offending Chun Jianjun, that was not his concern, as everything would be handled by his superior. It appears I underestimated your boss's capabilities, Li Fei acknowledged, unable to counter Bai Qi's threat. Fully aware that he was at a disadvantage, he then turned to Chun Shooting, cradling her gently, and said, Shooting, I will accompany them for a while. They will see you home. No, I must go with you, Chun Shooting insisted, alarmed at the thought of being left alone with such intimidating individuals to meet their employer. Deeply concerned for Li Fei's safety, she insisted on accompanying him. Rest assured, I am well aware of who their boss is. He will not pose any threat to me. Do not forget that my uncle is the chief of the municipal bureau, who in Hangzhou would dare to lay a finger on me. Li Fei gently stroked Chun Shooting's head, offering her comfort. If you do not allow me to accompany you, I shall cease to be your girlfriend, Chun Shooting threatened, her expression clearly conveying that a refusal would lead to their breakup. Young Master Li, the leisure areas within the club are available for Miss Chun to rest in a private room. Bai Qi interjected, observing the scene before him. There's truly no way to deal with you, Li Fei remarked, gazing at Chun Shooting's earnest demeanor. Ultimately, he acquiesced and led her directly to his crown car. Upon seeing them both settle in, Bai Qi opted for a seat in a nearby Volkswagen. Fool, are you not afraid of encountering danger by coming with me? Li Fei affectionately grasped Chun Shooting's hand and inquired. I am not afraid, she replied confidently. I can see that they fear my father. As long as I am with you, they would not dare to act against you. Are you aware of who it is that they refer to as their boss? Li Fei asked, curious if she knew the identity and status of the person who invited them. I do not know. All I know is that they fear my father. Chun Shooting answered innocently. Li Fei couldn't help but chuckle at her response and proceeded to inform her. Their boss is the youngest son of the man seated in the third chair. What? Chun Shooting was taken aback by this revelation, her disbelief evident. How is that even possible? She quickly added, but I am not worried. My father's college classmate, Uncle Lou, is a leader in the capital's prosecution office. If they dare to bully you, I will call Uncle Lou. All right, you win. I have nothing more to say. Li Fei conceded, clearly impressed by Chen Shooting's connections. The driver, overhearing their conversation, felt a chill of apprehension. He had not anticipated that this beautiful girl accompanying Li Fei was acquainted with a significant figure in the capital, someone who held authority over their boss. After a brief journey, the car came to a stop outside the Paradise Business Club. Li Fei and Chen Shooting stepped out, and Bai Chi approached them, saying, "Young Masterly, Miss Chen, please come inside." Li Fei took Chen Shooting's hand and led her into the club. Since the establishment primarily catered to evening business, it was rather desolate during the day. "Miss Chen, our boss wishes to discuss matters with young Masterly. Would you like me to have a server escort you to a private room where you can rest and enjoy some fruit and refreshments?" Bai Chi politely suggested upon entering. "No, I want to accompany Li Fei to meet your boss." Chen Shooting firmly rejected the offer, expressing her desire to stay by Li Fei's side. "Let's proceed." Li Fei, upon hearing Chen Shooting's words, refrained from dissuading her, and instead instructed Bai Chi to lead the way. "Please, this way." Bai Chi guided the two of them towards a secluded staircase. After ascending an indeterminate number of steps, Chen Shooting found herself slightly breathless. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, they finally reached the top. Bai Chi ushered them into a lavishly decorated office that spanned 500 square meters. He respectfully addressed the young man seated on the sofa within. "Boss, young Masterly has arrived." Chapter 19. The confrontation between Li Fei and Boss Zhao. Li Fei observed the youthful figure in his early 30s occupying the opulent office and promptly pulled Chen Shooting to sit on the sofa opposite him. "Boss Zhao, are you aware that interrupting someone's date is rather impolite?" Li Fei unleashed a commanding presence reminiscent of a domineering CEO, directly questioning the man before him. Chen Shooting sensed the potent air of authority emanating from Li Fei, a stark contrast to his previous youthful demeanor, evoking the image of her father, Chen Jianjun. In her mind, feeling the surge of Li Fei's assertive energy overshadow his own, Boss Zhao's expression soured slightly. As the host, he was not accustomed to being upstaged by a guest, especially one who had only just graduated from high school. This did little to please him. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile. "This was indeed a misstep on my part, as I did not anticipate interrupting your date with Miss Chen." Bai Chi discreetly informed his boss of the esteemed lineage of Li Fei's companion, whispering that she was the daughter of director Chen Jianjun. Upon learning of her identity, Boss Zhao's surprise was palpable. He was aware of Chen Jianjun's beautiful daughter and the latter's fondness for her. Yet, he never imagined that Li Fei had successfully won her affection. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I never would have guessed that young Masterly managed to win over Director Chen's daughter. Congratulations. Boss Zhao, we share no familial ties. I cannot accept your address of nephew. It would be more appropriate for you to call me by my name. Besides, my family is but a small temple that cannot aspire to your grand establishment," Li Fei responded, clarifying the absence of any relationship between them and asserting their differing social standings. Li Fei was acutely aware of Boss Zhao's precarious situation. Following the downfall of his family patriarch, he too would face reckoning. After all, one does not engage in the shadows of illicit business without their hands becoming stained. The sheer volume of money funneled overseas through his underground dealings was staggering, and such transgressions alone were sufficient to condemn him to a lifetime behind bars. However, he still wielded considerable influence, possessing numerous files on various individuals. Although he did not partake in peanuts during his next outing, he had spent 5 years in prison. Subsequently, his father leveraged his connections to secure medical parole for him. Merely a day after his release, he was tragically taken away due to an accident involving a large truck's brake failure. Thus, Li Fei harbored a disdain for engaging with such thoroughly hypocritical individuals. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Boss Zhao did not express anger. After all, Li Fei's father belonged to a neutral faction and held significant power, making any attempt to target Li Fei potentially troublesome and likely to implicate his father as well. "Very well, I shall call you Li Fei." Upon hearing Li Fei's attempt to distance himself, Boss Zhao spoke, "I am quite intrigued by your predictions for football matches. In the round of 16 of the World Cup, you successfully predicted the outcomes twice. I wish to know how you arrived at such conclusions, or if you received any insider information. If you're willing to share, we could split the earnings evenly." "Boss Zhao, I believe you're mistaken. Those who can ascertain the outcomes of the World Cup matches are the international big bookmakers. Only they possess the power to manipulate the scores of each team, Li Fei retorted, a mocking expression gracing his face. I am merely a recent high school graduate. If someone like you, a bookmaker, is unaware of such matters, how could I possibly have insight into the manipulations of the international big bookmakers? Upon hearing Li Fei's assertion, Boss Zhao found himself at a loss for words. Li Fei's statement held truth. Only the major international bookmakers had the capacity to control the scores of the World Cup. Meanwhile, Zhao was merely a small domestic agent, earning meager profits from the vast sums that flowed through his hands, receiving only a fraction of the total amount. His supplier was a domestic agent who, in turn, had a profit, and above them lay the regional agents. At the pinnacle were the true power brokers who could manipulate the scores. Layer by layer, it became evident that Boss Zhao was merely laundering money, watching immense funds slip through his fingers while he could only secure a minor portion of it. Can you divulge how you accurately predicted those two matches? Boss Zhao inquired. Curiosity piqued. Your precision was astonishing, as if you had foreknowledge of the scores. That night, after consuming too much alcohol, I failed to confess my feelings to my girlfriend and subsequently dreamt of the scores for those two World Cup matches, which prompted me to place my bets. Li Fei fabricated an excuse. Dreamt. Boss Zhao expressed skepticism at Li Fei's feeble excuse. You would seek a loan from Huang Yafu for the sake of an unrealistic dream? Do you expect me to believe that? Whether you believe or not is your concern. Not mine, Li Fei replied directly. I have long harbored a dislike for Huang Yafu. He coerces individuals into desperation and preys upon them with usury, leading to their ruin. I had intended to deal with him. Thus, I sought to borrow money from him, using it as a pretext for my uncle to eliminate him, and to my surprise, I indeed struck the mark twice. Moreover, if I truly possessed knowledge of the World Cup scores, do you think I would squander such a lucrative opportunity? We are merely at the round of 16. If I were to gamble at every turn, can you fathom the fortune I could amass? After speaking, Li Fei gently addressed Chen Shooting, saying, My dear, let us depart. Chen Shooting, hearing Li Fei refer to her as my dear in front of others, felt a rush of embarrassment and shyly responded before rising to follow him. Bai Qi, noticing their intention to leave, directly obstructed their path. What is the matter, Boss Zhao? Are you planning to forcibly detain us? Li Fei remarked, gazing down at the silent Boss Zhao, who seemed lost in thought. Bai Qi, allow them to leave, Boss Zhao commanded, waving his hand dismissively. Boss Zhao, kindly have your driver take us home. It is rather difficult to hail a cab from this location, and I wouldn't want my girlfriend to tire herself out, especially considering who my future father-in-law is, as you well know, Li Fei stated bluntly to Boss Zhao. Chapter 20, A Date. Within the luxurious confines of Boss Zhao's car, Li Fei turned to Chen Shooting, who had been gazing at him intently. My dear, I am aware of my handsomeness, but your unwavering gaze is quite disconcerting. Li Fei feigned a narcissistic shyness as he spoke to her. Who is your dear? Chen Shooting, feeling slightly flustered by Li Fei's flattery, replied, Are you not going to explain the connection between the World Cup and the betting odds you mentioned earlier? The World Cup is a grand football event held every 4 years, akin to the Olympics. As for the betting odds, it pertains to wagering on which team will emerge victorious. In simpler terms, it is akin to an underground gambling operation, Li Fei elucidated to Chen Shooting. And what about borrowing money from that Huang Pa Pai? Chen Shooting inquired further about the borrowing incident. That Huang Pa Pai is Huang Yafu, a notorious loan shark operating in Hangzhou. He also owns a dance hall where women who owe him money are forcibly taken to engage in unsavory activities. I have long harbored disdain for him and had intended for my uncle to eliminate him. So I deliberately sought to borrow money to play around with the odds at a private club. To my astonishment, I won twice in succession, and Boss Zhao summoned me today precisely because of those accurate predictions. He likely believes I have discovered some pattern and wishes to extract methods from me, but he overestimates my capabilities. Only the major players behind the scenes can truly ascertain the scores of each team. If I genuinely possessed such knowledge, I would have already placed reckless bets. Not to mention the profits I could generate, I would at the very least secure a 10-figure sum. Li Fei explained the rationale behind his actions to Chen Shooting. A 10-figure sum? Chen Shooting responded incredulously. Do you comprehend the magnitude of a 10-figure sum? How could one possibly earn such vast amounts through gambling? You must be deceiving me. Darling, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Observing the incredulous expression on Chen Shooting's face, Li Fei proceeded to enlighten her further. Each year, during the World Cup football tournament, millions of individuals globally engage in this betting phenomenon, with wagers amounting to billions of dollars, particularly in the Western nations, where football holds a special place in the hearts of the populace. Nearly everyone places bets, often favoring their national teams. Over the course of this brief month-long event, it is estimated that well over several $100 billion will flow into this betting arena from all corners of the globe. This staggering sum, when converted to our nation's currency, equates to our country's total annual income. Thus, when I say that earning a 10-figure sum is merely modest, it is a lamentable truth that I am unaware of the outcomes and scores of each team in the World Cup. Chen Shooting, upon hearing Li Fei's insights regarding the World Cup, found herself profoundly educated, as this knowledge surpassed any lessons found in textbooks. The impact was far more enlightening than any formal education could provide. "So, how much did you earn from the two matches?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "Not much, really. After deducting the 70,000 owed to Huang Yafu and a 10,000 fee for another, I made a mere 112,000, Li Fei replied with calm composure. "How much?" Chen Shooting struggled to process this information, instinctively responding, "Did you just say you earned 112,000? My dear, it is merely 112,000. It's not that significant, so there's no need for such astonishment." Noticing the shock on Chen Shooting's face, Li Fei embraced her gently. "Do your parents know about this windfall? How could I ever share this with them?" Li Fei explained to Chen Shooting, "This money is inherently illicit, and given my father's upright nature, if he were to discover my involvement in underground betting, you would likely find yourself a widow, as he would undoubtedly take drastic measures." "Don't be ridiculous. Who wants to be a widow? Besides, I never said I would marry you," Chen Shooting retorted, pushing him away. "If you want to marry me, then whom do you intend to marry?" Li Fei grasped Chen Shooting's hand, inquiring earnestly. "Definitely not you," she replied shyly. After a playful exchange in the car, Li Fei instructed the driver to stop at the entrance of an upscale Western restaurant in Hangzhou. "This place is far too expensive. Let us go somewhere else," Chen Shooting said, feeling timid as she tugged on Li Fei's arm to leave. She had overheard her parents mention that a meal here could cost an entire month's salary. She did not wish for Li Fei to squander his money in such a manner, insisting they dine at a more modest establishment. "Silly girl, have you forgotten? I am now a millionaire. Such a trivial expense is nothing to me." Li Fei firmly took Chen Shooting's hand, leading her into the restaurant. Once inside, the waiter warmly greeted them and presented the menu for Li Fei to place their order. Chen Shooting opened the menu, and upon seeing the prices, she quickly closed it, whispering to Li Fei, "The dishes here are exceedingly expensive. Even the cheapest one costs 50 yuan, which is enough for my weekly living expenses." "Fool!" Li Fei chuckled at Chen Shooting's adorable demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. He opened the menu again and ordered for her a Wellington steak, a milk mushroom soup, a fruit salad, a cow-shaped bread, and a glass of juice. For himself, he ordered a black pepper steak, a corn soup, a vegetable salad, and a glass of lemonade. An hour later, Li Fei and Chen Shooting, hand in hand, naturally exited the restaurant, sharing laughter and conversation. If at their first meeting, Chen Shooting felt an instant attraction to Li Fei, she had now gradually developed a fondness for him. His humor and unique insights, along with his extensive knowledge of foreign cultures, captivated her deeply. After leaving the Western restaurant, Li Fei took Chen Shooting for a stroll down Hangzhou's commercial street. The commercial atmosphere of the 1990s was vastly different from today's luxurious and minimalist shopping districts. The shops were filled with an array of goods to choose from, creating an initial impression of bustling commercial activity. This was indeed a unique characteristic of the 1990s, and to witness such scenes again, one could only rely on old photographs and cherished memories. Chapter 21. Sister, I have 3/18. Li Fei accompanied Chen Shooting for over 2 hours before finally escorting her home. Afterward, he proceeded to the city bureau to collect his passport. "Excuse me, I'm here to pick up my passport. The name is Li Fei," he announced at the passport collection window. A youthful and charming policewoman, in her early 20s, responded with a sweet smile. "What a sweet-talking little brother you are." The attractive policewoman was delighted by Li Fei's compliment, her heart swelling with joy. "Sister, you are quite the deceiver. How can you claim my words are sweet without having tried them?" Li Fei replied with a hint of feigned grievance. "What my mother said is entirely true. Pretty women are often deceivers." The policewoman, slightly blushing at Li Fei's flirtatious remark, teased him. I didn't expect you to be so charming at such a young age. It seems you've charmed quite a few girls, haven't you? Beautiful sister. You mustn't use your looks to slander me. I don't have a girlfriend yet. If people misunderstand and think I can't find one, you must accompany me with a girlfriend as lovely as you. Li Fei responded cheekily. You little rascal, try to pin your hopes on me. Alas, you are too young. I prefer boys who are older than I am, the policewoman replied, feigning disinterest in younger suitors while recognizing Li Fei's playful banter. Sister, I am no longer a child. I have reached the age of 18 and stand at a height of 180 centimeters, truly a young man now. Li Fei responded to the beautiful policewoman with a hint of meaning. What does this imply? Few from the early 90s would comprehend this reference, unless they, like Li Fei, had experienced reincarnation. Sister, take your time to ponder. If you can unravel this, I shall treat you to a meal, Li Fei responded with a smile. Young lad, your approach is quite clever. You have successfully captured my attention, the policewoman replied with a smile upon hearing Li Fei's words. After that, she began searching for his passport. After several minutes of searching, she could not locate it and inquired, Young lad, when did you apply for your passport? Did you come to collect it today? My uncle handled the application for me yesterday, and I informed him that I would come to collect it today, Li Fei replied to the lovely policewoman. Young lad, processing a passport typically requires at least 2 weeks. Since your uncle applied yesterday, how could you possibly collect it today? The policewoman kindly reminded him upon hearing his explanation. All right, I will ask my uncle about when I can retrieve it, Li Fei said before preparing to head upstairs in search of his second uncle. Young lad, you're going the wrong way, the policewoman quickly interjected as she noticed Li Fei ascending the stairs. I'm not lost. My second uncle works here, Li Fei replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Li Fei's second uncle worked there, the policewoman was momentarily taken aback. By the time she looked back, Li Fei had already vanished from her sight. At that moment, Li Fei had arrived at his second uncle's office. Uncle, I just went downstairs to collect my passport. But where is it? I am having quite the trouble with this backdoor process. Li Fei entered the office and teased. You rascal. Li Jijun replied grumpily upon hearing Li Fei's teasing. Do you think this is my home? You can't just make requests at will. Everything must follow the proper procedures, understand? Normally, procedures must be followed, but I am not taking the usual route, am I? Li Fei replied as he sat down directly across from Li Jijun with a grin. You little rascal. Li Jijun chuckled and scolded, then retrieved a passport from his drawer and placed it before Li Fei. Your passport was delivered directly to my office. It was initially meant to be returned to you after work. Who knew you would actually come to collect it in person? Since you've already gone out of your way for me, I wouldn't dare trouble you further with a personal delivery. If my father were to find out, he would surely give me a thorough scolding. Li Fei responded candidly. Xiao Fei, I heard your father is in the capital for a conference. How long will he be away? Li Jijun inquired about Li Fei's father's business trip. My mother mentioned it would take about a week. This conference concerns the layoffs of employees amid the reforms of state-owned enterprises in our country. He represented the province of Zhejiang at this meeting. Originally, it was the department head responsible for management who was supposed to attend, but unexpectedly, the individual was hospitalized due to appendicitis. Such coincidences in illness are truly remarkable. Remarked Li Fei with a hint of complaint. You shouldn't speak carelessly in public. It could reflect poorly on your father if outsiders hear you, Li Jijun cautioned, noticing the undertone of grievance in Li Fei's voice. Understood, second uncle, Li Fei promptly replied. He then addressed his uncle. I won't disturb your busy schedule any longer. I have no pressing matters today and can leave work early. Coincidentally, your wife is aware that you have finished your college entrance examinations. She has purchased your favorite dishes, eel and soft-shelled turtle, intending to invite you and your mother for dinner. I plan to pick you both up after work. Li Jijun called out to Li Fei. Your aunt is indeed kind to me. Li Fei beamed upon hearing his uncle mention the dishes he cherished. Are you implying that I do not treat you well? Li Jijun retorted, feigning annoyance at Li Fei's words. No, second uncle, you treat me very well. But aunt treats me even better, Li Fei replied with a smile. Your aunt isn't here, so there's no need to flatter her with such sweet words. Second uncle, I will relay every word you just said to aunt without alteration. Li Fei chuckled at his uncle, Li Jijun. You little rascal, you even dabble in gossip. That is unlike your father. Our family does not engage in slander or undermine family unity. The two of them continued to converse as they walked. At that moment, the striking policewoman who had attended to Li Fei at the immigration window was finishing her shift. She had just stepped out of the service window and was heading to the locker room to change. As she reached the stairway and saw the two descending, She was momentarily stunned. She recognized that the young man she had just assisted was now descending with the chief of the municipal bureau, engaging in cheerful conversation. It suddenly dawned on her who Li Fei's uncle was. Chapter 22. Second uncle, you must strive hard. Hello, beautiful. We meet again, Li Fei exclaimed, noticing the enchanting policewoman at the immigration window, greeting her with a broad smile. Hello, Chief Li, the policewoman acknowledged Li Jijun first before turning to Li Fei. Indeed. It is a pleasure to see you again. I didn't expect your uncle to be Chief Li. Do you both know each other? Li Jijun inquired, observing the exchange. Second uncle, when I visited the immigration window, this lovely Xiao Ye attended to me and helped me search for my passport for quite some time. However, it turned out that the passport was delivered to you instead of her, Li Fei explained. You rascal, stop calling her beautiful at every turn. It sounds like you belong to the street crowd. You should address her as Sister Xiao Ye, Li Jijun admonished, believing that such a term was too frivolous for someone in uniform. Yes, officer, Li Fei replied obediently. Li Fei, upon hearing his second uncle's reminder, respectfully called out to Li Jijun, addressing him as officer. A chuckle escaped Xiao Ye upon hearing Li Fei refer to Li Ju as officer. You rascal. Li Jijun, too, found amusement in Li Fei's words. Well then, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties. Farewell. Go ahead. Li Jijun responded with a smile, leading Li Fei out of the office building to a parked car in the lot. The two of them entered the vehicle and departed from the city bureau. 10 minutes later, Li Jijun's car came to a halt within the courtyard of his workplace. The uncle and nephew alighted and made their way into a nearby 7-story residential building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Jijun retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home. I'm back, he announced as he opened the door. Jijun, have you brought Xiao Fei? A woman's voice called from the kitchen. Aunt, I'm here, Li Fei quickly replied upon hearing her voice. At that moment, a slender woman in her late 30s, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen and approached Li Fei with concern. This woman was Zhang Shulan, Li Fei's second aunt, who married Li Jijun at the age of 20 and bore 2 sons thereafter. Originally, she had hoped for a daughter, but due to Li Jijun's work commitments, she did not have more children. How do you feel about your college entrance exam, Xiao Fei? What score do you think you can achieve? Zhang Shulan inquired. Aunt, scoring high enough for a first-tier university is certainly within reach, but gaining admission to prestigious universities requires a significantly higher score, Li Fei responded. Attending a first-tier university is already commendable. Upon graduation, you could embark on a political career, Zhang Shulan remarked, her face lighting up at Li Fei's confidence. Aunt, I do not wish to pursue a political path. I have decided to venture into business instead. The political sphere is exhausting, requiring one to cultivate relationships with various leaders and engage in gift-giving, which I find unappealing. Business, on the other hand, offers a certain freedom and the potential for profit. Li Fei explained to Zhang Shulan. Business is a fine choice. Many have prospered through it. Who knows, you might just become our family's first millionaire. Zhang Shulan said with a smile, embracing Li Fei's entrepreneurial aspirations. At that moment, Li Fei yearned to reveal, Aunt, let us drop the pretense. I'm already a millionaire. However, he lacked the courage to voice such a claim, knowing his wealth was acquired through dubious means, and that his uncle, Li Jijun, held a significant position in the city bureau. Aunt, your vision is too limited. A millionaire is but a small feat. You should be aiming for billions, Li Fei jested. My goodness, billions? How much is that? Is there anyone in this world who can amass such wealth? Zhang Shulan inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Shulan, don't listen to this boy boasting. Who in the world could possibly earn billions? Li Jijun interjecta. Li Jijun, upon hearing his nephew's words, spoke to his wife and then addressed Li Fei, saying, you should not aspire to lofty heights. Earning 30 to 50,000 a year after graduation would be commendable enough. Can you truly expect to amass billions? Li Fei replied, Uncle, you need to broaden your horizons. There are indeed many individuals in this world capable of generating wealth in the billions. Just look at the United States, where there are numerous billionaires. Not to mention other Western nations with their conglomerates and tycoons. For instance, Japan boasts more than a few companies worth over $1 billion. Therefore, possessing personal assets exceeding $1 billion is not merely a fanciful dream. With the right opportunities, such wealth is achievable. Li Jijun countered. You just mentioned that this is a matter abroad, not something applicable to our country. If you were to acquire such wealth, it could spell disaster for us. Money can stir the hearts of men, you know? Hearing his nephew cite the number of billionaires abroad, he felt compelled to caution Li Fei. Thus, you must strive diligently. Li Fei, responding to his uncle's admonition, jested. I aim to ascend to the top of the Zhejiang Provincial Public Security Bureau and then be transferred to the headquarters in the capital. Wouldn't that provide me with a substantial support system? Realizing that Li Fei's comments were meant to motivate him, Li Jijun retorted, do you think promotions come easily? Being transferred to the headquarters in the capital? For me to achieve such a position, I would need someone above to retire and hope that no one is parachuted in unexpectedly. Positions in the bureaucratic hierarchy are like a game of musical chairs. When one person moves down, another can ascend. Li Jijun's transfer to the departmental level would not occur in 5 years, but rather a decade later. With 4 additional years before he attained a senior position within the department, he would continue to hold that rank until retirement, enjoying the privileges of a deputy level. As for Li Fei assisting his uncle in entering the department sooner, that was an impossible feat, even with a second chance at life, as it would require solving major cases to build a reputation. In his previous life, after leaving Hangzhou, Li Fei's focus shifted entirely to Shanghai, leaving him oblivious to the developments in Hangzhou. Even if he wished to assist his uncle, he was powerless to do so. After all, his uncle's position was not akin to his father's. If Li Jijun had been involved in municipal work, Li Fei might have had a means to enhance his uncle's political achievements. Chapter 23. Departure that evening, after dining at Li Jijun's home. Huang Yuanshan and her son Li Fei lingered until 9 o'clock, after which Li Jijun drove them back home. Upon arriving, Li Fei informed his mother, Mom, I'll be leaving for a trip with my classmates at 8 in the morning. I've already packed my clothes. We can set off directly. I'll see you off to the bus tomorrow, she replied, a hint of concern in her voice. Mom, I'm no longer a child. Do I really need you to escort me? My classmates will surely tease me if they see you. Li Fei heard his mother mention taking him to the station and gently declined her offer. It's not that I don't trust you to go out. Huang Yuanshan, concerned, responded to her son. Mom, you can rest assured. I will only be gone for a few days, and it's not far, just to the neighboring city. Observing his mother's worried expression, Li Fei comforted her. Indeed, as the old saying goes, a son grows up and no longer depends on his mother. If I marry in the future, I may even forget my dear mother. Huang Yuanshan sighed wistfully. How could that be possible? Noticing her melancholic demeanor, Li Fei reassured her. In my heart, you are the most beautiful and perfect woman in the world. If only I hadn't been born 2 decades later than old Li, you wouldn't have had any chance. You little rascal, what do you think you came from if not from your father? Do you wish you had been born earlier? Are you going to spring forth from a rock? Huang Yuanshan retorted, albeit without the earlier sadness, her face now adorned with a faint smile. Seeing his mother's spirits lifted, Li Fei felt a sense of relief. If he was truly sent to the station the next day, everything would be exposed. The day before, when parting ways with Chen Shooting, he had informed her of his plans to leave Hangzhou for a few days and asked her to wait for his return. Chen Shooting had inquired about his destination, yet Li Fei had not divulged any specifics, merely stating he would be away for a week. After calming his mother, he took a shower and prepared to retire for the night. Just as he lay down, his mother, Huang Yuanshan, knocked on his door. Son, are you asleep? Not yet. Li Fei quickly opened the door, finding his mother at the threshold, clutching a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills from the 1990s. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Mom, what else with the money? Aren't you going out with friends tomorrow? You can't go without any money. Huang Yuanshan insisted, handing him 1,000 yuan for his expenses, advising him not to let his classmates treat him to meals. Mom, I have money. You don't need to give me any. Li Fei had exchanged $3,000 at the bank, intending to use it in Russia. You think I don't know how much you have? The pocket money you've saved is barely a few 100 yuan. Boys should carry more money when going out. She placed 1,000 yuan into his hands and urged, it's getting late. Rest early, as you have to rise early tomorrow. All right. Li Fei ultimately accepted the money from his mother, responding before turning back to his bed to sleep. The next day, Li Fei rose early and quickly freshened up. Just as he finished, his mother, Huang Yuanshan, returned home, carrying his favorite vegetable buns and soy milk, along with fried dough sticks. Xiaofei, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Huang Yuanshan placed breakfast on the dining table and called for Li Fei to rise and partake. Mother, I'm already awake. Li Fei replied as he emerged from his room and approached the table. Observing an array of his favorite breakfast items, he wasted no time in seizing a vegetable bun and began to indulge. In a matter of moments, he devoured 4 buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk. "Mother, I am quite full," Li Fei stated with satisfaction, wiping his mouth before addressing his mother. "It is getting late. I must be on my way," he added. "Be cautious on your journey. Avoid quarrels with others, and should any issues arise, seek the police or contact your second uncle. He has many friends in nearby cities," Huang Yuanshan urged as she heard her son express his intention to leave. "Rest assured, mother, I shall not cause trouble nor engage in disputes. I am merely going out to have fun with my classmates," Li Fei reassured her, picking up his prepared luggage and preparing to depart. "Mother, I shall take my leave now. I will bring you a gift upon my return," he declared, exiting his home. Once outside, Li Fei stood at the roadside, hailing an approaching taxi with a raised hand. "Driver, to the airport, please." "Certainly." The taxi driver responded promptly as he began to drive towards the airport. "Young man, are you traveling by plane for leisure or visiting someone out of town?" The driver inquired. "After the college entrance examination, it is essential to unwind. After a decade of diligent study, I have finally attained liberation from late-night cramming. It is the perfect opportunity to relax and enjoy myself," Li Fei answered with a smile. "The vast expanse of our 5,000 years of history has seen countless students from humble beginnings patiently await their moment to soar," the driver remarked. "The restoration of the college entrance examination has provided innumerable students from modest backgrounds a chance to escape their circumstances and transform their families' fortunes. However, it seems increasingly difficult for those from humble origins to rise to prominence nowadays. Yet, during the 1990s, education was paramount for these students seeking to change their lives," he continued. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the airport. Li Fei handed the driver 100 yuan and proceeded inside. Upon entering the terminal, he approached the ticket counter and spoke to the attendant. "Hello, I am here to collect my ticket. My name is Li Fei. I made a reservation yesterday for a flight to the capital." "Mr. Li Fei, is it?" the staff member inquired, promptly searching the records. Soon, they located his name and handed him the ticket for the flight to the capital, which had been prepared the previous day. Chapter 24, Kartovsky. After receiving his boarding pass and passing through security, Li Fei made his way to the boarding gate. The flight to the capital was scheduled for 8:30, and having acquired his boarding pass at 8:15, he arrived just in time for the departure. Upon boarding the aircraft, it was not long before it took off. Li Fei settled into his seat and promptly fell asleep. 2 hours later, as the plane prepared for landing, he stirred from his slumber. Upon disembarking, rather than exiting the airport, Li Fei approached the ticketing counter to provide his name and retrieve his tickets. Not only had he booked a flight from Hangzhou to the capital, but he had also secured a ticket from the capital to the distant land of Damao. The only domestic route leading to Damao was from the capital, with the flight scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, coinciding perfectly with his arrival at the airport around 10:30. He could seamlessly exit the plane and proceed to collect his boarding pass before embarking. In contemporary times, such a feat would be deemed impractical, as 30 minutes would be insufficient. However, during the 1990s, air travel was a rarity in China, and half an hour was ample time to collect tickets, pass through security, and enter the departure lounge. After obtaining his ticket, Li Fei made his way to the security checkpoint, arriving just in time to board the aircraft. Once aboard, he resumed his slumber, a habit cultivated from his previous life, where frequent global travels for contract signings left little room for proper rest. Each journey by plane or train had become a precious opportunity for him to recuperate, a routine he retained even in his rebirth. The flight from the capital to the Mao required approximately 8 to 9 hours. Not long after lying down, he was roused by the flight attendant announcing meal service. "Sir, it is now lunchtime. We have beef rice and pork rib rice. Which would you prefer?" The flight attendant inquired politely. "I'll have the beef rice, please, along with a bottle of water," Li Fei responded. "Certainly, sir," she replied, presenting him with a serving of beef rice and a bottle of the airplane's exclusive mineral water. After finishing his meal, Li Fei chose not to return to sleep, opting instead to peruse a newspaper that had been placed in the seat pocket in front of him. This publication was from Damao. While Li Fei was not particularly fluent in Russian, he could comprehend it well enough and manage a few simple phrases. His attention was soon captured by an article revealing that a high-ranking official from Damao stated the need for substantial supplies to sustain the living standards of its citizens. While this information was not of paramount importance to Li Fei, the article included a phone number directly linked to the Ministry of Commerce of Damao. Since the mid-1980s, the domestic situation in Damao had deteriorated significantly, lacking in light industry and relying heavily on raw materials, compounded by Western sanctions, which had severely impacted the economy and quality of life. This phone number presented Li Fei with a potential solution to many complications. As the environment in early 1990s to Mao was far from favorable, with a notably high crime rate along the borders. Not only are there individuals from the vast expanse of Russia, but also a multitude of desperate rogues from within the country, alongside offspring of high-ranking officials, all engaged in business and networking here. When it comes to competitors, they spare no mercy should you obstruct their profit. They will unceremoniously cast you into the depths of Siberia. As for whether collaborating with the authorities is lucrative, there is little need for elaboration. Partnering with them not only ensures financial gain, but also guarantees one's safety in the Russian territory. Subsequently, Li Fei carefully folded the newspaper and set it aside. Just as he completed this task, a foreigner seated next to him noticed his actions. Tentatively, he inquired in Russian, "My friend, are you considering becoming a dealer in Russia?" Startled by the sudden address, Li Fei paused momentarily before responding in his somewhat halting Russian. "I am here to conduct a market survey." "Wonderful. You can speak Russian." Upon hearing Li Fei's reply, the Russian man eagerly introduced himself. "I am Katartovsky. I have come to China seeking partnerships, yet many enterprises here fear to collaborate with me, suspecting I am a fraud, thus rejecting my proposals." Curious about Katartovsky's predicament, Li Fei asked, "Are you running a trading company?" "I do not operate a trading company. I own 10 large supermarkets in Russia and am in urgent need of substantial supplies. I have heard that Chinese products are of high quality and reasonably priced, which is why I traveled to China. The offerings here are indeed enticing, but the merchants here insist on full payment upfront. They refuse to accept a 50% deposit with the remaining balance payable after a month, leaving me with no choice but to return disappointed," Katartovsky explained. Li Fei, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Such payment terms would be unacceptable domestically, and the same holds true in Western nations. Who would agree to pay 50% up front and the remaining 50 later? If one were to abscond, how could they be pursued abroad? "Excuse me, may I inquire what goods you possess? If they align with my needs, I am willing to purchase them at double the price," Katartovsky proposed. "Double the price?" Li Fei replied with a mocking expression. "I have heard that prices for goods in Russia are tenfold compared to here. Are you attempting to take advantage of my ignorance of the market?" Unfazed by Li Fei's remarks regarding the pricing, Katartovsky responded, "Indeed, the prices may be tenfold, yet my profit margin is merely double. The bulk of the profits is controlled by those military magnates, leaving me with no alternative. Then why should I choose to collaborate with you rather than with the military?" Li Fei raturta. As Katartovsky listened to Li Fei's words, a thought struck him, and he addressed Li Fei. "Young brother, how about this? I will introduce you to some military personnel. I will purchase your goods at double the price, provided you supply me with 1/10 of your total inventory. What do you think?" Chapter 25, Arrival at the Great Bear. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, the principal clientele of the Great Bear consisted of high-ranking officials within the military, as engaging in business with them proved to be the most lucrative. This was primarily because these officers wielded control over substantial resources, including oil and natural gas. In addition to these, they dealt in weapons and military equipment. As long as money and supplies were provided, there was little they would hesitate to sell. Li Fei aimed to navigate the military route in the Great Bear, but struggled without connections. If Katartovsky could facilitate introductions to military officials, the products he had in mind could potentially be sold at a price 5 times higher, yielding him millions. Furthermore, he could use these resources to procure other goods and equipment from the Great Bear, which would further multiply in value upon their return to his homeland. The prospect of turning 1 million into tens of millions was enough to captivate Li Fei. The tens of millions from the 1990s could rival the billions he had amassed before his rebirth. Within 2 months, earning several hundred million would hardly be an issue. Of course, a crucial factor remained: transporting the goods from the interior to the Great Bear. Li Fei had confidence in securing some freight cars from Chun Jianjun, the head of the railway department in Hangsheng and father of Chen Shooting. "How can I trust the veracity of your words?" Li Fei directly inquired of Katartovsky. "That's quite simple. Once you arrive in the Great Bear, I can take you to meet those high-ranking military officials. You must understand that no one dares impersonate military personnel here. Being caught would lead to execution," Katartovsky promptly replied. "Mr. Katartovsky, I am aware of the situation in the Great Bear. The military factions are numerous. If I were to seek a partner, I would certainly choose one with considerable strength and background. Wouldn't you agree? Li Fei replied earnestly. You need not worry about that, Kartatovsky assured him. My backing comes from General Nekhazlov of the Great Bear Army. If my connections were not solid, how could I operate 10 large supermarkets here? General Nekhazlov? The name resonated in Li Fei's mind. Noticing Li Fei's contemplation, Kartatovsky chose not to comment. Understanding that Li Fei was reflecting on the identity of the general he had just mentioned. 3 minutes later, Li Fei spoke to Kartatovsky. I am open to collaboration, but I must meet General Nekhazlov in person. This request left Kartatovsky feeling somewhat troubled. His true acquaintance was not General Nekhazlov, but rather the aide-de-camp who served him. He lacked the capability to know General Nekhazlov personally. Is there a problem? Observing the other party's hesitance, he inquired. Meeting General Nekhazlov is no trivial matter. To have an audience with the general, one must engage in transactions amounting to no less than 100 million. Kartatovsky found an excuse to inform Li Fei. A single transaction of over 100 million is exceedingly rare in the vast expanse of Russia, and he could not believe that Li Fei could procure such goods in one fell swoop. Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Kartatovsky's words, Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain himself from asking, Is that really all? Kartatovsky appeared somewhat stunned, then reiterated to Li Fei, You must understand. It is a single transaction of over 100 million. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Even if you require products worth over 100 million. I can facilitate that, provided I meet with General Nekhazlov for a face-to-face discussion. Li Fei candidly replied to Kartatovsky. Over 100 million? At that moment, Kartatovsky no longer regarded Li Fei with disdain. Instead, he gazed at him with astonishment and admiration. The Russian economy is currently in decline. The ruble devalued significantly, while the dollar's value continues to rise. All the generals within Russia are fervently amassing wealth, seeking either rubles or dollars. If Li Fei truly could procure goods valued at over 100 million for Russia, it would also be advantageous for Kartatovsky, ensuring he could satiate his own needs. Earning $1 million or even 500,000 would be rather effortless. May I inquire your name, sir? Kartatovsky asked Li Fei. My name is Li Fei. Li Fei no longer concealed his identity and responded directly. Mr. Li Fei, may I ask what your profession is? Kartatovsky inquired about Li Fei's background. You need not concern yourself with my profession. Simply understand that I am capable of obtaining such substantial supplies. Li Fei provided Kartatovsky with an ambiguous answer regarding his identity. Upon hearing Li Fei's response, Kartatovsky sensed that Li Fei's background was indeed noteworthy. Not everyone can boldly claim the ability to procure such a vast quantity of goods. And Li Fei spoke with unwavering confidence, dispelling any lingering doubts. For Li Fei, securing supplies worth over 100 million was not a daunting challenge. In the vicinity of Hangzhou, there exists a small commodity market in Wuzhen, where virtually all essential supplies can be sourced, including food and numerous canning factories. Even if the canning factories in Hangzhou could not meet the demand, Li Fei could procure from those in other cities, engaging in large-scale purchases from these primary production facilities. Mr. Li Fei, if you can indeed secure these supplies, I can arrange for you to meet with General Nekhazlov. After a moment of contemplation, Kartatovsky made a certain decision in his heart and responded to Li Fei. In our esteemed Huaxia, there is a saying, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Once we utter our promises, we shall undoubtedly fulfill them. Li Fei replied to Kartatovsky, Once we arrive into Mao, I shall make arrangements. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Kartatovsky resolved firmly in his heart. The two engaged in conversation for nearly 2 hours, reaching a satisfactory conclusion. Li Fei then decided to take a rest. Observing that Li Fei had promptly fallen asleep, Kartatovsky refrained from further conversation and, following suit, reclined in his chair to rest as well. During his time in Huaxia, Kartatovsky had not enjoyed much respite, as he had been tirelessly seeking factory collaborations, running about tirelessly, which left him utterly fatigued. Chapter 26. The beautiful young lady. Kasha, esteemed passengers, we are about to land. Kindly remain seated with your seatbelts fastened, announced the flight attendant as the airplane approached the airport into Mao. At that moment, Li Fei awoke from his slumber. The aircraft smoothly descended onto the runway. Kartatovsky extended an invitation to Li Fei to stay at his residence. Li Fei graciously accepted the invitation. Recognizing the practicality of saving expenses while traveling, especially since the $3,000 he had brought would only suffice for a week's living expenses here. Upon exiting the airport, Katatovsky's driver awaited them at the exit. Seeing his driver, Katatovsky and Li Fei departed the airport in his vehicle. Half an hour later, they arrived at a villa. "Mr. Li, this is my residence," Katatovsky stated as he stepped out of the car, introducing his villa to Li Fei. Gazing at the villa, Li Fei exhibited no signs of astonishment. It was smaller than the villa he had owned his previous life in the Magic City, and the opulence was incomparable. Originally intending to showcase his villa, Katatovsky felt a tinge of disappointment upon noticing Li Fei's indifferent expression. Nevertheless, this only reinforced his belief that Li Fei possessed a significant background. The lack of reaction to his villa spoke volumes. Upon entering Katatovsky's villa, Li Fei was immediately struck by the bold and robust decor characteristic of the warrior spirit of the Russian people. "Mr. Li, what do you think of the decoration of my villa? How does it compare to your styles in Huaxia?" Katatovsky inquired. "Each has its merits," Li Fei replied. "Your decoration style is grand and embodies the combative nature of your people, adorned with various antlers, hunting rifles, and weaponry. In contrast, our Huaxia decor emphasizes elegance and nature, favoring the construction of homes on auspicious lands for greater comfort. Additionally, the location of your villa seems less than ideal. Come winter, I fear you will be unable to cease heating, given its proximity to the ventilation shafts. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Katatovsky?" "Mr. Li, how do you know that my villa cannot stop the heating once winter arrives?" Carter asked, astonished by Li Fei's words. "Because there is nothing around your villa to obstruct the wind, not even trees. The area is completely exposed, making it an unsuitable location for construction," Li Fei replied directly. Casting a glance at Carter, upon hearing Li Fei's explanation, Carter grasped the implication. His villa was situated in a desolate expanse. Given that Great Mao is a country where winter temperatures plunge below zero, how could a house in such an open area not be cold? Only a fool would choose to build a house in such a place. However, in Great Mao, where land is vast and the population sparse, the affluent reside in locations quite different from those of the wealthy in our country. The wealthy in Great Mao prefer solitude, often constructing grand estates in isolation. Katatovsky, a businessman in Great Mao, would never dare to build such a mansion, as he lacks the means to safeguard his wealth. If he were to risk constructing a luxurious villa, it is likely he would find himself lifeless in the streets by the next day. In the early 1990s, Great Mao was dominated by military magnates, transitioning later into the realm of oligarchs. These oligarchs seized the state-owned enterprises during the 1990s, aligning themselves with numerous military leaders. Consequently, the fate of Great Mao fell into the hands of these oligarchs, determining even the elections and tenures of the country's leaders. It wasn't until the emergence of the Great Mao Emperor that the oligarchs were systematically dealt with. Only one managed to escape unscathed by choosing to surrender upon witnessing the emperor's formidable power. "Dad!" At that moment, a melodious voice resonated as a tall, golden-haired girl, around 16 or 17, descended from the second floor. As she reached the ground level, Li Fei found himself momentarily entranced. She sported exquisitely crafted crystal slippers and wore denim shorts paired with a sporty shirt, accentuating her long, slender legs. "Kasia, my precious daughter, I have missed you dearly," Carter exclaimed, embracing his daughter with palpable excitement. "Dad, who is this handsome gentleman?" Kasia inquired curiously, glancing at the Chinese companion her father had brought along. "Kasia, this is a business partner from Huagua and a distinguished guest of our family," Carter introduced Li Fei with a smile. "Hello, beautiful Kasia. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Fei, hailing from Huaxia," Li Fei said politely, offering his introduction. "Hello, my name is Kasia," she responded. And to Li Fei's surprise, she stepped forward and enveloped him in an embrace. As he felt a wave of warmth against his chest, Li Fei reciprocated her embrace. Kasia stands at a height of 175 centimeters, merely 5 to 6 centimeters shorter than Li Fei. Observing his daughter embracing Li Fei, Carter refrains from uttering a word. To him, if his daughter could forge a connection with Li Fei, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. "Kasia, your father and Mr. Li have yet to dine. Let us proceed to the dining table," Carter remarked to his daughter. "All right," Kasia responded, releasing Li Fei upon her father's words. "Mr. Li, shall we go to dinner? I have arranged a sumptuous feast," Carter informed Li Fei. "Thank you." Li Fei expressed his gratitude upon hearing Carter's invitation. "Kasia, Please entertain Mr. Lee on my behalf. I have some matters to attend to, Carter instructed his daughter. Certainly, father, Kasha replied cheerfully. Mr. Lee, my daughter Kasha will be your host in my absence, Carter said to Li Fei. Not a problem, Mr. Carter. Do attend to your business, Li Fei acknowledged, understanding Carter's intentions, and proceeded to follow Kasha to the dining area. Chapter 27. Carter support Lieutenant Cherev. I have a matter to report to you. Carter Tavosky began as he entered his study, addressing his ally about his encounter with Li Fei. Are you suggesting that this individual from Huaxia possesses access to a plethora of scarce domestic resources? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in military attire on the other end of the line, intrigued by Carter's words. Indeed, Lieutenant Cherev. He claims to conduct transactions exclusively with General Nekazov, with each deal potentially exceeding hundreds of millions, Carter elaborated. I dare not take liberties in this matter and must consult with you regarding whether to arrange a meeting between him and General Nekazov, or if you would prefer to meet him yourself. Given that he can procure such an abundance of resources from Huaxia, he undoubtedly possesses some influential connections there, possibly among the elite second-generation individuals. Lieutenant Cherev pondered before replying, I shall report this to the general. Whether he chooses to meet is contingent upon his discretion. I shall await your call, Lieutenant. Carter responded promptly upon hearing Cherev's intent to inform the general. Yes, I will contact you shortly, Lieutenant Cherev assured before ending the call. Carter, hesitant to leave his study, could do nothing but await Lieutenant Cherev's call. Meanwhile, within a heavily guarded estate in the north, Lieutenant Cherev, having just concluded his conversation with Carter, proceeded to seek out his superior, General Nekazov. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door of a chamber, Lieutenant Cherev rapped on it gently. Enter, came a commanding voice from within, granting him permission to enter. Hearing this, Lieutenant Cherev pushed the door open and stepped inside. At this moment, in the room, stood a man in his 60s, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust physique. He was adorned in an exquisite silk nightgown, accompanied by 2 statuesque young women in their early 20s. This distinguished elder was General Nekazov, a formidable figure within the military hierarchy of the Great Bear, commanding multiple legions with a force exceeding 100,000 troops. Furthermore, he held sway over numerous oil and natural gas resources, as well as control over several cities. General, Carter just called me, mentioning that he encountered a Chinese merchant possessing a substantial amount of goods in Huaxia. He wishes to meet you to discuss a collaboration, reported his aide, Juefu, stepping forward to inform General Nekazov about Li Fei's situation. The potential transaction could yield profits exceeding 100 million, a considerable gain for both the merchant and General Nekazov himself. The general could expect to secure a significant portion of the profits, easily netting 10 to 20 million. A mere merchant wishes to meet me? General Nekazov responded with a hint of displeasure upon hearing his aide's words. Although he had an affinity for wealth, he was a high-ranking general commanding a formidable army. He cannot be so easily approached by a businessman. Sir, the individual claims he can procure whatever resources you desire from Huaxia, even if the transaction exceeds $100 million, Juefu quickly added, noticing the general's growing dissatisfaction. What did you just say? General Nekazov's interest peaked at the mention of resources valued at over $100 million. Currently, the Great Bear was in dire need of supplies. Anyone capable of controlling such resources held immense wealth. The prospect of such a transaction could yield a profit of at least tenfold, equating to a staggering $1 billion, an amount that represented several years of earnings for General Nekazov. Ed, you assert that this person can indeed secure over $100 million worth of goods for us. Are you certain? General, Carter would not dare deceive us regarding such a matter. He assured me that the individual could deliver the goods. Anyone who attempts to mislead you will not escape the wrath of your subordinates, Juefu replied confidently. Inform Carter to bring that individual to me at once. I wish to meet this merchant from Huaxia, General Nekazov commanded decisively. Yes, General. I will call Carter immediately to instruct him to bring the individual to you. Juefu responded promptly. With that, he turned and left the room to contact Carter, who had been waiting by the phone. Upon hearing the ringing, Carter Tovsky quickly answered. This is Carter Tovsky. Carter, it is I, Cherevkov, who has instructed you to bring that Chinese individual to meet him at once. Upon hearing Carter's voice, Cherevkov spoke. Yes, sir. I shall escort him to the general immediately, Carter responded with palpable excitement. After ending the call, Carter Tovsky made his way to the dining area of his home, where he found Li Fei engaged in cheerful conversation with his daughter. Approaching Li Fei, he declared, "Li Fei, General Cherevkov has consented to meet with you. Let us depart at once. The general detests delays." "Very well," Li Fei replied, rising to gather a few pieces of bread and the remnants of a steak, fashioning a makeshift meat bun. He turned to Carter Tovstovsky and said, "Let us go." Carter Tovstovsky, taken aback by Li Fei's actions, found himself at a loss for words, as it was the first time he had witnessed such behavior. His daughter, Kasia, upon realizing her father was taking Li Fei to meet General Cherevkov, refrained from protest and bid them farewell as they departed. An hour later, Carter's vehicle arrived at a sprawling estate covering hundreds of acres. After a series of inspections, Carter and Li Fei finally entered the castle. Upon disembarking, Carter spotted his ally, Cherevkov's aide, waiting at the entrance. He promptly led Li Fei to Cherevkov, introducing him, "Mr. Li, this is the aide to General Cherevkov, Aide Cherevkov." "Good day, Aide Cherevkov." Li Fei greeted, extending his hand in salutation. Carter then elaborated on Li Fei's identity. "Aide Cherevkov, this gentleman is the Chinese merchant I mentioned, Mr. Li Fei." "Mr. Li, welcome to our land," Aide Cherevkov replied with a smile, shaking Li Fei's hand. Chapter 28. Meeting General Cherevkov after exchanging pleasantries. Aide Cherevkov led Li Fei into the castle to meet General Cherevkov, leaving Carter Tovstovsky to await their negotiations in the hall. When General Cherevkov beheld the young man with black hair, dark eyes, and a yellow complexion, so youthful and sporting an unusual hairstyle, he inquired, "You are the merchant from China who wishes to see me?" "Indeed, General Cherevkov. I'm the Chinese merchant here to discuss business," Li Fei replied with confidence. Observing Li Fei's unyielding demeanor, General Cherevkov's aura shifted noticeably, and he posed a question. "Do you know what fate befalls those who attempt to deceive me in this land?" Undeterred by the ominous tone, Li Fei calmly seated himself on the sofa and responded, "If I were a fraud, I would not be foolish enough to meet you alone. After all, one only lives once, does one not?" "Ha ha, well said. Each person's life is singular, and seeing your youth, I imagine you are not foolish enough to play games with me and jeopardize your existence." Upon hearing Li Fei's response, General Nekhazov erupted into laughter and addressed him. "I have heard from my aide that you are capable of mobilizing over $1 billion worth of resources from Huaxia. Is that true?" "Indeed," Li Fei replied confidently. "In Huaxia, we have an old saying, 'A promise is as good as a nail driven in.' This means that once we commit to something, we will not fail to fulfill our oath. A mere $100 million worth of supplies is nothing to me. As long as the funds are available, I can procure not only $100 million, but even $1 billion worth of resources for you, General. Is what you say truly the case?" General Nekhazov, upon hearing Li Fei's words, felt a surge of excitement. If he could indeed acquire such vast supplies, it would enable him to exchange them for a considerable amount of dollars and recruit numerous troops. "General, as long as the funds are secured, I can obtain the living supplies you desire. My father oversees the lifeblood of enterprises in a province of Huaxia. With just a word, every factory, be it food, textiles, or pharmaceuticals, within that province can operate at full capacity for you." Li Fei referenced his father, Li Yuanchao. The mention of Li Fei's father controlling all enterprises in a province stirred great joy within General Nekhazov. He was well aware of Huaxia's manufacturing prowess. No other nation could rival it. "Mr. Li, may I inquire what position your father holds in Huaxia? Is he a provincial leader, perhaps?" General Nekhazov's shift from addressing Li Fei as a mere lad to referring to him as Mr. Li indicated that Li Fei had reached a status comparable to that of General Nekhazov. "My father's current position is difficult to disclose, as he is attending a meeting in the imperial capital. Whether he will be promoted remains to be seen after the conference concludes. Even if he is not elevated, his standing is remarkably secure. There is no one who can replace him in his role." Li Fei provided an ambiguous response. Indeed, Li Yuanchao's status in Hangzhou is irreplaceable. He does not rely on any faction and serves as a mediator. Regardless of the factions, they maintain a balance, and all parties refrain from disturbing him. As for whether Li Yuanchao would be promoted during this meeting, Li Fei could not say for certain. He was confident in the plan he had drafted. However, the decision rests not with him, but with the influential figures in the imperial capital. Upon receiving Li Fei's vague answer, General Nekhazov speculated that Li Fei's father must hold a position of considerable significance, akin to that of a provincial leader. At that moment, he addressed Li Fei, saying, "Mr. Li, I would like to place an order for $10 million. I require a substantial quantity of daily necessities, such as soap, shampoo, canned goods, towels, shoes, clothing, gloves, as well as grains and beer. How soon can the delivery be completed?" Li Fei responded, "This transaction can be finalized within a month. However, General, if you wish to expedite the process, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for several trains from the Mao specifically for transporting the goods. Currently, the situation in Huaxia is such that the number of trains is limited, and the carriages are even more scarce, as they have been monopolized by the connections of the second-generation elites in various provinces. I can prepare the entire order of $10 million worth of goods within half a month, but transportation poses a challenge. Time, for you, General, equates to money. A single day's delay could potentially cost you millions." Li Fei lamented the necessity of requesting trains from General Nekazov, as all the domestic carriages were commandeered by the elites. Otherwise, the elder Mr. Mao would not have taken years to settle the transportation of over 100 million in goods. Back then, only 5 or 6 carriages were dispatched to the Mao, each capable of carrying 60 tons. However, given the bulk of the goods, it was entirely reasonable for the process to take 5 or 6 years. "I can promise you 2 trains of 60 carriages each for transporting the goods, but I need to see my order fulfilled within a month," Li Fei stated. Upon hearing this, General Nekazov readily agreed to the request, albeit with the stipulation that the order must be completed within a month. "General, completing the order within a month poses no issue. However, I require a 30% advance payment, amounting to $3 million, Li Fei proposed. "Huh, Mr. Li, into Mao, I'm the one who requests money from others. No one has dared to ask me for funds until now. You are the first," General Nekazov chuckled in response to Li Fei's request for $3 million. "While I do not have cash to offer, I can provide you with other assets as collateral, such as aircraft, a motorcycle production line, or steel-making equipment, which you can then exchange for funds in Huaxia." Chapter 29. Li Fei's ambition. Li Fei felt a surge of excitement upon hearing General Nekazov's words. He valued the industrial equipment and enticing aircraft from Mao even more than the $3 million in cash, including those ships still under construction at the shipyards in Mao. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, furrowing his brow as he expressed his concerns to General Nekazov. "General, to liquidate these assets in Huaxia will require time, and establishing their market value is also a challenge. If I underprice them, you will incur losses. If I overprice them, I will bear the brunt. Since we are collaborating, let us both demonstrate our sincerity. I shall refrain from setting a price. Rather, I invite you to determine it. What do you think?" General Nekazov, upon hearing Li Fei's words, promptly retorted, "General, you are merely tossing the difficulty back to me." Li Fei responded with a wry smile. He then continued, "General, what do you think of a price of $8 million for a Tu-154 aircraft? Among the numerous items from this vast expanse of land, Li Fei found himself particularly drawn to many. However, the challenge lay in the fact that these items would be difficult to liquidate once returned to his homeland, and the number of individuals eyeing them was likely substantial. The only asset that could be swiftly converted into cash was the aircraft, as there was a significant shortage of planes domestically. The prices for American-made aircraft were exorbitant, often reaching hundreds of millions. In contrast, the Tu-154 was considerably more affordable, costing only half as much as its American counterparts. If Li Fei could transport the aircraft back home, he could rapidly convert it into cash to settle his debts. For Li Fei, $3 million was an astronomical figure. Procuring such an amount was virtually impossible. Thus, the only business he could engage in was one without capital, utilizing others' funds to generate profit. $3 million equated to approximately 14 million Chinese yuan, which could yield even more on the black market. The $8 million price tag for the Tu-154 was in essence a bargain. However, if the aircraft were to sit idle in a warehouse, it would merely be a decorative piece, ultimately valued as scrap. Li Fei's offer of $8 million was fairly reasonable for the Tu-154. Upon hearing Li Fei's proposal, General Nekazov also deemed it acceptable, considering that the aircraft was not a product of his own manufacturing. Nevertheless, the Tu-154 factory fell under his military jurisdiction, making it akin to a personal enterprise. "General Nekazov, let's agree on this matter. Tomorrow, I shall return home to assist you in procuring supplies. I estimate that when you dispatch a train to Hangzhou, within half a month, I can deliver over $8 million worth of goods to you. The journey from the vast land to Hangzhou would require at least 7 or 8 days, amounting to roughly half a month for a round trip. Mr. Li, why the haste to return? Since you are here, you ought to enjoy a few days in this great land, savoring our local delicacies and experiencing the warmth of our beautiful women, General Nekazov remarked, attempting to persuade Li Fei to stay. Thank you for your kind invitation, General. I have already savored the culinary delights and met the enchanting Kasha, Mr. Carter's daughter, during my stay. For me, the paramount concern at present is the pursuit of wealth. Once I attain financial success, the pleasures of exquisite cuisine and charming companions will be plentiful. Upon hearing General Nekazov's invitation to stay, Li Fei responded with a smile. Is that so? When General Nekazov learned that Li Fei had already acquainted himself with the Carter family, he inquired, "Pray tell, Mr. Li, are you satisfied with Miss Kasha, the daughter of Carter?" "Indeed, the young lady is most affable," Li Fei replied candidly, without hesitation. "Adjutant, did you catch Mr. Li's remarks?" General Nekazov addressed his aide. "Chiarawafu." "Yes, General, I heard Mr. Li's words," Chiarawafu promptly responded before departing. Observing the retreating figure of the adjutant, Li Fei refrained from further inquiry. Half an hour later, Li Fei exited General Nekazov's estate with a beaming countenance. On the way, Carter's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, exuding respect at every turn. Upon returning to the villa, Carter Tavosky instructed his butler to prepare a lavish guest room for Li Fei. He then approached his daughter's chamber and inquired, "Kasha, are you awake?" Hearing her father's voice, Kasha, engrossed in a book, replied. Upon entering the room and finding his daughter seated on the bed in a silk nightgown, Carter said, "My dear, I have a matter that requires your assistance. If you oblige, our family's standing in the realm may be secure. Even our safety could be at stake. Father, do you not know General Nekazov's adjutant? Who would dare to threaten us?" Kasha questioned, perplexed by her father's concern. "My daughter, this matter pertains to what General Nekazov has requested of you. We cannot refuse. We must comply," Carter Tavosky explained. "This endeavor could be advantageous for our family. Should you acquiesce, our fortune in this land could multiply several-fold, perhaps even by 10 times. Dad, what exactly does General Nekazov wish me to do? Could you enlighten me?" Kasha asked inquisitively. "General Nekazov has requested that you accompany Mr. Li, whom I brought back today. If you can ensure his satisfaction, our family will have the opportunity to collaborate with him, procuring goods from Huaxiao for sale in our territory." Carter elucidated the general's directive to his daughter. "What?" Kasha exclaimed in disbelief. "Why would General Nekazov wish for me to accompany him?" "Because I have just finalized a procurement deal worth $10 million with General Nekazov. Should this transaction proceed smoothly, future dealings will be measured in hundreds of millions. Do you now understand why you must accompany him?" Carter explained the gravity of the situation to his daughter. Chapter 30. Kasha's Request. After Li Fei returned to the room arranged for him by Carter, he immediately took a shower. As he emerged, a knock echoed through the air. Soon after, the melodious voice of Kasha, as sweet as a lark, called out, "Li Fei, are you asleep?" Hearing her voice at the door, Li Fei approached and replied, "Not yet." As soon as he spoke, he opened the door. There stood Kasha, clad in a sensuous silk nightgown, the hemline tantalizingly brushing the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of long, flawless legs reminiscent of pristine jade. Li Fei's gaze lingered on those legs for 3 seconds before he inquired, "What brings you to see me at such a late hour, Miss Kasha? May I invite you in for a chat?" Kasha, observing that Li Fei seemed impervious to her allure, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She was confident in her beauty, particularly in her long legs, which she believed could captivate any man. Yet, the absence of desire in Li Fei's eyes disheartened her, igniting a desire for conquest within her. Little did she know that in his past life, Li Fei had encountered countless long legs, far more perfect than hers. Thus, Kasha's beauty held only a modest appeal in his eyes. "Please, come in," Li Fei said, stepping aside to allow Kasha into his room. She gracefully stepped forward, her long legs elegantly carrying her to his bed, where she sat down. Li Fei, observing the situation, took a seat on the sofa and asked, "What do you wish to discuss at this late hour, Miss Kasha? I heard from my father that you have negotiated a deal worth millions with General Nekazov. Is that true?" Kasha, crossing her legs and resting her alabaster arms on the bed, leaned back and inquired whether it was indeed the case that Li Fei had secured a multi-million-dollar transaction with General Nekazov. "Indeed. I am preparing for a supply procurement back in Huaxiao tomorrow," Li Fei replied without reservation. My father is also interested in making a deal with you and hopes you can assist him in procuring a batch of essential supplies in Huaxia, Kasia stated. How much does your father wish to procure? Li Fei did not immediately acquiesce, but instead sought to ascertain the specifics of Carter's request. We are looking to procure supplies worth $1 million, and we are willing to offer you 30% of the funds, Kasia informed him. $1 million is acceptable. Have your father prepare the cash or a check from Citibank by tomorrow. Li Fei agreed outright. Why would he refuse money that was essentially a gift? Thank you, Li, Kasia said, pleased by his prompt and unconditional agreement. She then stood, approached him, and perched herself upon his lap, leaning in to whisper softly. To repay you for assisting my father, I have decided to stay tonight and offer you an unforgettable evening. Kasia, you are indeed playing with fire. I advise you to rise and return to your room for a more restful slumber. Li Fei detected a subtle fragrance of exquisite perfume emanating from Kasia. He remained composed, without any sign of urgency in his breathing, and addressed her with calmness. Of course, Li Fei was no saint. He could not claim to be entirely unaffected by the allure of the moment. To his surprise, despite the tranquility in his words, Kasia's body betrayed her, revealing a different story. Sensing Li Fei's intense warmth, she leaned in close, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Kasia, this is merely a natural reaction in a man. If one were to suppress even this instinct, what meaning would life hold? Li Fei replied with a smile. Then, might I be fortunate enough to witness this natural reaction of yours? Kasia's delicate hand glided down from Li Fei's chest. Do you understand what it means to play with fire? Li Fei inquired, not hindering her advance. I do not, Kasia replied, her gaze sultry as she questioned. Isn't playing with fire exhilarating and delightful? Ah, you will soon discover the true essence of playing with fire, Li Fei mused, fully aware that he was no paragon of virtue. He had no reason to resist the tempting delicacies life presented. Without hesitation, he lifted Kasia and carried her toward his grand bed. Before long, the room resounded with the sound of rain pattering against the lotus flowers. Outside the door, Kartatovsky, eavesdropping, couldn't help but smile at the rhythmic sounds emanating from within. He turned and returned to his own room to sleep. The next day, Li Fei was awakened by the alarm he had set. The storm from the previous night had raged for a full 2 hours, and the once tender lotus buds, having endured the tempest, blossomed into vibrant crimson flowers. Observing Kasia peacefully asleep beside him, he chose not to disturb her. The wild winds had swayed her throughout the night, presenting her in various enchanting poses. After dressing, Li Fei stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Once he had composed himself, he exited his room. Mr. Li, did you sleep well last night? Cart, with a knowing smile, inquired. Very well, Li Fei replied with a grin. That's splendid to hear. The deputy has instructed me to ensure you are well taken care of, Cart said, beaming. I have arranged breakfast for you and prepared a bottle of our local specialty, tiger whip liquor. Tigers are protected in our country, yet in Mao, they are not and can be hunted. This is truly a rare treasure. I must savor it. Li Fei exclaimed intriga. This was an experience he had never encountered, even in 2 lifetimes. Tigers are not something money can easily procure. They are prohibited from sale domestically, even to the wealthy. Observing Li Fei's excited expression, Cart offered, if you enjoy it, I can prepare a jar of aged tiger whip liquor for you. How could I possibly accept such a generous offer? Li Fei hesitated slightly and said, it's all right. I brew several barrels of this wine every year. When winter arrives, you must come to Great Russia. I will take you hunting. The thrill of pursuing various ferocious beasts is something you cannot experience in Huaxia. Carter smiled, inviting Li Fei to partake in the hunting expedition. Very well, I shall certainly come to Great Russia for hunting this winter, Li Fei replied with a smile, not rejecting the offer. Chapter 31. Meeting with the airport director of the imperial capital for business. Outside the aircraft in Great Russia, within a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, Kartatovsky presented a prepared cashier's check from Citibank amounting to $300,000 to Li Fei. Mr. Li, this is a prepayment of $300,000. Once the goods arrive, I will promptly transfer the remaining $700,000 to you. Li Fei accepted the check, inspecting it carefully. After ensuring that there were no issues, he discreetly tucked it into the crease of a book on marks that he was carrying, as security checks at international borders necessitate scrutiny before entering the waiting area. Li Fei felt it prudent to safeguard the substantial sum represented by the check. Mr. Carter, the goods you requested will be delivered together with the general shipment in 2 weeks, Li Fei stated after concealing the check. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Li. Kartatovsky expressed his gratitude. We are all here to make a profit. There is no need for formality. Li Fei responded humbly, avoiding any air of arrogance. Afterward, Li Fei remarked, Mr. Carter, it is getting late. I must board my flight. Allow me to escort you inside, Carter offered. Upon exiting, he accompanied Li Fei into the airport. Once inside, Li Fei presented the ticket that Carter had purchased for him to the ticket agent. After passing through security, he entered the waiting area. Within 20 minutes, he boarded the aircraft. This time, Carter had arranged for him to travel in the finest first-class cabin. Upon finding his seat, Li Fei promptly fell asleep. Midway through the flight, he was awakened by the flight attendant for a meal. After finishing lunch, he resumed his slumber. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed punctually at the Imperial Capital Airport. After disembarking, Li Fei proceeded to the ticket counter to purchase a flight to Hangzhou for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Why not return to Hangzhou immediately? Because Li Fei intended to exchange the $300,000 cashier's check at the Bank of China in the Imperial Capital for cash to fund his procurement of supplies. $300,000 equated to 1,435,000 renminbi. In 1990, the exchange rate was approximately 1,47,832, making $300,000 equal to 1,435,000 renminbi, which was nearly 150,000, sufficient for Li Fei to procure 10 times the amount in supplies, amounting to 15 million huaxia currency. This total corresponds to the resources acquired at a cost equivalent to $3 million. Additionally, General Nekazov had promised to deliver a Tu-154 aircraft, which Li Fei needed to use as collateral. The sum of $8 million for the acquisition of a Tu-154 aircraft appeared to Li Fei as a mere trifle. In reality, the value of the aircraft amounted to just over 38 million, while Mr. Mao had previously used 60 million huaxia coins, equivalent to approximately $12.5 million as collateral. Li Fei managed to procure the Tu-154 at merely two-thirds of that initial valuation. Subsequently, he sold the aircraft to Sichuan Airlines for 100 million huaxia coins, yielding a net profit of 40 million, with an additional unassembled aircraft in his possession. This singular transaction led external observers to claim he profited 16 billion, yet the actual earnings were significantly higher, likely surpassing 300 million. The profits derived from his merchandise sold to the Mao further contributed to his substantial gains. Upon exiting the airport, Li Fei did not immediately depart. Rather, he sought the administrative center of the Imperial Capital Airlines. Sir, whom are you looking for? A security guard halted Li Fei's progress upon his entrance into the administrative center, inquiring about his intentions. I am here to meet your company's president. My father has been assisting him with aircraft procurement matters, and I was specifically asked to find him. Li Fei replied. The guard, taken aback by the mention of an aircraft procurement, hesitated to impede Li Fei's passage. Having encountered many individuals seeking the president for various matters, he had never before heard of someone arriving to discuss aircraft purchases. Given that the entire staff of Imperial Capital Airlines was aware of the impending aircraft procurement, the guard promptly informed Li Fei, our president is on the 7th floor. Thank you. Li Fei was pleasantly surprised that his fabricated excuse had successfully cleared him. Upon entering the administrative hall, he took the elevator to the first office on the left of the 7th floor. The door was ajar, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, engrossed in documents. Li Fei nukajanli. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Su Qianqing looked up to see a young man of 17 or 18 standing at the door. The boy's hairstyle immediately captured his attention, causing a slight frown to crease his brow, as it suggested the youth might have recently been released from a juvenile detention center. However, Li Fei's bright and handsome appearance set him apart from the boys typically associated with such places. Although Su Qianqing felt a twinge of disdain, he refrained from inviting Li Fei inside and instead asked, What brings you here? Mr. Su, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, Li Fei stated, confidently taking a seat in front of the desk. What did you say? Su Qianqing could scarcely believe his ears. You want to discuss business with me? Indeed, Mr. Su. I possess several Tu-154 aircraft from the Mao, and I wonder if you might be interested. The price is negotiable. Li Fei directly addressed Su Qianhang. Youngster, are you familiar with the Tu-154 aircraft? If your words hold any truth, I would appreciate it if your parents could come and speak with me, for you are still quite young. Su Qianhang was taken aback by Li Fei's statement, suspecting that Li Fei was merely jesting, especially when he suggested calling his parents. Mr. Su, I am the one in charge of this deal. If you're not interested, I can approach Shuzhong Airlines. I have heard they are in need of several aircraft and would likely be quite keen. With that, Li Fei rose to depart. Wait. Observing that Li Fei's demeanor was serious, Su Qianheng halted him and inquired, Are you truly speaking the truth? Do you genuinely possess a Tu-154 aircraft? In 3 days, the first Tu-154 will arrive from Damao at the airport. If you doubt my words, the arrival will surely attest to their veracity. Chapter 32. An encounter with Chun shooting in the capital. Su Qianheng, having absorbed Li Fei's words, felt a flicker of belief. For the other's expression did not betray any signs of deceit. He promptly responded, Very well, if what you say is indeed true. I am willing to purchase the aircraft. We can discuss the price. Upon hearing Su Qianheng's agreement, Li Fei replied, regarding the pricing. We must first inspect the aircraft before providing a quote. Without having seen it, how can I determine a price? Understood, Su Qianheng acknowledged. Li Fei nodded in agreement and continued, However, I will not be available in 3 days. Once the aircraft lands, your airline can send someone to inspect it, and after that, we shall negotiate the price. Agreed, Su Qianheng consented. After finalizing the arrangements, Li Fei stood up to leave, and Su Qianheng made no attempt to retain him. Exiting the airport's administrative building, Li Fei hailed a taxi and made his way to a luxurious 5-star hotel in the capital. After checking into a business room and placing his briefcase inside, he ventured out in search of a meal. The capital in the 1990s exuded a sense of nostalgia compared to its 21st century counterpart. After dining, Li Fei strolled through the bustling Wangfujing, reflecting on its slight shortcomings compared to the vibrant memories of his past life. Standing amidst the lively streets of Wangfujing, he could not help but remark on the differences. Soon, Li Fei entered a store specializing in skincare products, intending to purchase gifts for his elders back home. After spending nearly $2,000, he emerged from Wangfujing with an assortment of packages, preparing to return to his hotel. Initially, he had planned to buy some local specialties from Damao, such as sable fur coats, sable scarves, and other tokens to bring back. Yet, he could hardly fathom how remarkably smooth his trip to Russia had been, having secured a deal exceeding $10 million in less than a few hours. However, fulfilling this order presented a formidable challenge for Li Fei. The goods were destined for export to Russia, necessitating Li Fei's return to obtain an import-export trade certificate, as well as the establishment of a trading company. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his father held a leadership position in a department in Zhejiang province. If Li Fei were to embark on this business venture, his father would need to report it to the authorities. The dilemma intensified, for his father's rank was neither particularly high nor low. Establishing a trading company with transaction volumes in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars would undoubtedly attract the attention of many second-generation individuals eager to participate. At that juncture, it would not only be his father who might struggle to withstand the pressure, but their entire family could also face repercussions. Thus, Li Fei's most pressing concern was how to discreetly earn the money without revealing his identity to the outside world. Just as Li Fei was preparing to leave Wangfujing with his assorted packages, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Upon hearing his name, Li Fei turned around, only to be momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he quickly inquired, Shooting, what brings you to the capital? Who are you with? I'm here with my father to attend Uncle Lu's birthday party, the one I mentioned to you last time, Chen Shooting replied. She then asked, Didn't you say you were going away for a few days on business? Are you here in the capital for work? Yes, I am here on business, and I thought I would take the opportunity to see how far my school is from yours and how long it takes to see you each day. Li Fei responda candidly. Shooting, who is this? At that moment, a young man in his 20s, observing Chen Shooting animatedly conversing with Li Fei, whose hairstyle suggested he might be a delinquent from a juvenile detention center, curiously asked her, Brother Luxin, this is my high school classmate. His name is Li Fei. Chen Shooting introduced him. Li Fei then noticed the young man beside Chen Shooting and remarked, Has it only been a day since we last met, and you've already downgraded our relationship to mere classmates? Have you forgotten your promise from the day before to be my girlfriend? Li Fei, Chen Shooting responded, her voice laced with a hint of shyness as she playfully scolded him. Luxin, witnessing this exchange, was well aware of the nature of their relationship. He promptly extended a hand towards Li Fei, introducing himself. Hello, Li Fei. I'm Luxin, a junior at Renmin University. Hello, Luxin. I'm Li Fei, Shooting's boyfriend. Li Fei stated directly, clarifying his relationship with Chen Shooting. You needn't clarify your relationship with Shooting? To me, she will always be like a sister. Lu Xin replied with a chuckle. Lu Xin was not oblivious to the fact that Li Fei was trying to remind him of his relationship with Chen Shooting. With a smile, he explained to Li Fei the nature of his bond with Chen. Li Fei, my brother Lu Xin has a girlfriend, so please refrain from harboring any misconceptions. Chen Shooting also chided Li Fei. You cannot fault me for my thoughts. After all, how could one not be captivated by someone as beautiful as Shooting? Upon hearing her reproach, Li Fei responded with a cheerful demeanor. Afterward, he turned to Lu Xin and said, My apologies, brother Lu Xin. I misunderstood you earlier. Lu Xin, upon receiving the apology, smiled and addressed Chen Shooting, Sister Shooting. Li Fei's words ring true. A girl as lovely as you will undoubtedly attract attention from male acquaintances, prompting Li Fei to assert his claim. He continued, If my girlfriend were surrounded by male friends, I would likewise feel compelled to announce my presence. Then Lu Xin inquired, By the way, Li Fei, where do you reside in the capital? I'm staying at the Hilton Hotel nearby, room 1314, Li Fei replied. Hearing this, Lu Xin's impression of him improved considerably, especially since Chen Shooting affectionately referred to him as brother. And Li Fei was well aware of his father's esteemed position in the capital's authoritative circles. The Hilton Hotel? Chen Shooting exclaimed, intrigued by Li Fei's choice of accommodation. Why would you spend so much on such an extravagant hotel? I've heard that it costs around 500 to 600 yuan per night. Where do you find such resources? Fool, have you forgotten something? Li Fei chuckled in response to her inquiry. At this, Chen Shooting realized her oversight and admonished him. Even if you have wealth, you shouldn't squander it like that. 500 or 600 yuan night is equivalent to a month's salary for our parents. She sighed. It seems my future days will be challenging. Even before it begins, I'm already being scrutinized. I must start saving some pocket money. Li Fei couldn't help but sigh in agreement. If you keep speaking nonsense, I shall ignore you, Chen Shooting teased, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Do not be upset. I have brought you a gift, a set of nourishing and whitening skincare products, along with a sunscreen. You will need them when you arrive in the capital for military training under the scorching sun. I fear you may not withstand it, and your skin could suffer from sunburn or tanning. With this sunscreen and skincare, you need not worry about your complexion. Li Fei handed her the skincare products and sunscreen he had prepared. This gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chen Shooting protested upon seeing the luxurious foreign brand items from Wang Fujing. My dear, must we be so formal between us? Li Fei insisted, placing the gift firmly in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shooting decided to accept it. Li Fei, are you planning to head back now? Lu Xin inquired. Originally, I intended to return, but holding such items makes it inconvenient to continue shopping. Li Fei replied to Lu Xin, However, I have changed my mind. Lu Xin, upon hearing Li Fei's response, chuckled amiably. Why don't you first store these items in the hotel? We can wait for you here. Chen Shooting suggested to Li Fei. All right, I will place these items in the hotel, and yours can be stored as well. Without a second thought, Li Fei agreed to Chen Shooting's proposal. Wang Fujing is quite close to the Hilton Hotel where Li Fei is staying, requiring less than 5 minutes to walk there. Soon, the three arrived at the Hilton. Upon reaching room 1314, Li Fei retrieved the room key card and opened the door, placing the gifts he had purchased inside. Immediately after, he took 2 bottles of beverages from the mini fridge and handed them to Chen Shooting and Lu Xin. Is this what a 5-star hotel looks like? Chen Shooting exclaimed in surprise as she entered Li Fei's room, admiring the decor. Indeed, there's a reason why expensive hotels are so costly. Silly. This is merely the standard of a 5-star hotel. Its high price is not solely due to luxury, but rather the exceptional service that justifies such costs. The decor merely aligns with the 5-star standard. The essence lies in the attentive service that ensures guest satisfaction. Li Fei explained to the astonished Chen Shooting about the core ethos of 5-star hotels. Who would have thought, Li Fei, that you possess such insight? I am truly surprised. Lu Xin remarked, taken aback by Li Fei's explanation regarding the high costs of 5-star accommodations. Lu Xin, who occasionally visits such hotels with his girlfriend, understood well the hefty charges that could reach hundreds or thousands per night, affirming Li Fei's assertion that the premium stems from the quality of service. With just a phone call, room service arrives promptly. It truly encapsulates the indulgence of the affluent. That's nothing. A little understanding of foreign cultures reveals that they prioritize reputation and service above all. Of course, behind the scenes, they can be quite shameless, willing to forsake anything for wealth. Li Fei replied with a smile to Lu Exine. Subsequently, the trio departed from the hotel to continue their exploration of Wang Fujing. Li Fei, how many more days do you plan to stay in the capital? Chun Shooting inquired. I intend to return to Hangzhou tomorrow, but I will come back in a few days, Li Fei responded, then asked her, how long do you and Uncle Chun plan to remain in the capital? Uncle Lu advised me to enjoy my time here a bit longer, suggesting I familiarize myself with life in the capital. Moreover, my father mentioned that once I start school here, he plans to relocate to the capital as well, and it seems I may not return to Hangzhou. Chun Shooting replied to Li Fei. Coming to the capital is indeed a wonderful opportunity. Once I conclude my endeavors this summer, I too shall venture to the capital for my studies. At that time, I plan to purchase a residence adjacent to your school, so that during holidays, I may accompany you at your institution. Li Fei was aware that Chun Shooting's father will be transferring from Hangzhou to the capital for work. Thus, he was not at all surprised by her words. Li Fei, it appears you truly have a fondness for shooting, to even consider buying a home in the capital for her. Are you aware of the current price per square meter there? Lu Exine inquired. Having overheard Li Fei's intentions to acquire a property near Chun Shooting School, the price per square meter in the capital hovers around 1,000 to 2,000. Thus, a residence would amount to roughly several hundred thousand. This sum is manageable, Li Fei replied with a smile. Lu Exine, upon hearing Li Fei's tone, felt as though that sum seemed trivial to him, prompting his curiosity about Li Fei's background. He asked, Li Fei, what does your family do? Lu Exine, Li Fei's father is the director of a certain office in Zhejiang province, a prominent figure, while his mother serves as the deputy director of finance in Hangzhou. Their family is deeply entrenched in government service, Chun Shooting explained. No wonder, Lu Exine thought, as he began to associate Li Fei's parents with corruption. Chun Shooting hurriedly clarified. Lu Exine, please do not misunderstand. Li Fei's father is renowned for his integrity. Even my father has praised him. Li Fei is quite affluent. Purchasing a home in the capital is well within his means. Shooting, you need not elaborate so much. My parents' reputation in Zhejiang province is well known throughout the provincial and municipal governments. Li Fei interjected, recognizing the shift in Lu Exine's tone. Realizing he had misjudged Li Fei's family. Lu Xin Pongtili Apolit, Li Fei, Iam Juli saw thee. My father taught me to uphold integrity, and he holds a strong disdain for corrupt officials. I made an assumption too hastily. Please forgive me. Chapter 34. Father Chen's request at 10 o'clock in the evening. Li Fei retrieved the gift he had prepared for Chun Shooting from the hotel and presented it to her. After a heartfelt farewell, he returned to his room to rest. Chun Shooting, upon returning to the guest house where her parents were staying, was approached by her father, Chun Jianjun, who noticed the luxurious skincare set in her hands. Shooting, did Lu Exine give you this gift? He inquired. Dad, this gift was not from Lu Exine, it is from a classmate. I unexpectedly ran into Lu Exine at Wang Fujing, and he gifted it to me. Chun Shooting explained the origin of the present. Such a coincidence? Chun Jianjun asked, somewhat incredulous. Was it from a male or female classmate? A male classmate, Chun Shooting replied, not concealing the truth from her father. This gift is from Li Fei. Is he the son of Li Yuanchao? Upon hearing the name Li Fei, Chun Jianjun immediately became alert and queried his beloved daughter, Shu Ting, answer your father honestly. Are you truly involved with him? Otherwise, how could it be that you both fortuitously encountered each other in the capital? Dad, Chen Shu Ting, feeling a tinge of shyness, playfully pouted at her father. Observing her demeanor, Chun Jianjun realized that his daughter had indeed been taken by that rascal, Li Fei. He promptly declared, Li Yuanchao had assured me that he would ensure Li Fei would not disturb you again. This fellow is clearly untrustworthy. I shall confront him tomorrow. Please no. Chun Shu Ting quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade her father from his course of action. Dad, this is a matter between Li Fei and me. It has nothing to do with Uncle Li. My dear daughter, you are still too young to grasp the complexities of relationships between men and women. Li Yuanchao is a man of integrity, yet he remains neutral in Hongqing's provincial government, not aligning with anyone or leveraging connections. It is nearly impossible for him to ascend in status. If he is not targeted by others, it is already a blessing, should someone decide to act against him. Li Fei may very well suffer the consequences. Moreover, I do not hold Li Fei in high regard. He is unworthy of you, Chun Jianjun stated firmly. Dad speaks the truth. You are naive and do not understand the nature of love. Once you enter university, you will realize that your current feelings are rather childish. Your connection with Li Fei is merely a fleeting infatuation. True love requires sacrifice and commitment. Will Li Fei truly make such sacrifices for you? Urged Chen Shu-Ting's mother. Yuan Fong. Mom, Li Fei has sacrificed his desire to attend Huqing University to prepare for the entrance exam for the capital university because of me. I do not require him to make sacrifices for me. If I were to be with him, why should it be him making all the sacrifices instead of me? He has chosen to abandon his preferred city and school to be with me in the capital. Should I expect him to perpetually sacrifice for me? If so, I believe such a relationship would be fundamentally flawed, Chen Shu-Ting replied, her heart swelling with affection and a desire to protect Li Fei. The very nature of parental opposition often stirs a rebellious spirit within children. Furthermore, Li Fei had genuinely touched Chen Shu-Ting's heart by choosing to forsake his beloved university to accompany her to the capital. Is that not the essence of true love? My daughter, even if he has come to the capital for you, what does that truly signify? Can he attend the same university as you? You must understand that different universities yield different futures, and the disparity in your statuses will inevitably affect your paths. Can you comprehend this? Yuan Fong implored, sensing her daughter's burgeoning defiance. Shu-Ting, your mother is not mistaken. No boy would ever wish to see his partner excel him. This pressure is something Li Fei can endure, but can he withstand the whispers of others suggesting he pales in comparison to his girlfriend? Moreover, should your classmates discover the disparity between you and Li Fei, insinuating that he has elevated himself by being with you, how would you perceive this? Initially, you may not find anything amiss, yet when you encounter boys of greater distinction, a sense of comparison may arise within you. You could begin to juxtapose him with those remarkable boys you know. Should he fail to meet your expectations of excellence, how would you navigate your relationship with him? Chen Jianjun earnestly implores his daughter to reconsider her association with Li Fei. My dear, you have taught our daughter that once she commits to something, she must remain steadfast. I have now committed to Li Fei, and I trust him. If we cannot remain together in the future, I will not regret my choice. This is her decision, and both you and your mother have instilled in her the importance of taking responsibility for her actions, regardless of their correctness. She is willing to bear the consequences herself. Chen Shu-Ting declared solemnly to her parents. Upon hearing their daughter's words, Chen Jianjun and his wife exchanged glances, uncertain how to dissuade her. Shu-Ting, since you feel so strongly, it is evident that my beloved daughter has matured. I shall not impede your relationship with Li Fei, he acknowledged. Jianjun recognized that his daughter shared his resolute nature. Once she set her mind on something, she would not waver. He refrained from further obstructing her relationship with Li Fei, fully aware that any additional opposition would merely provoke her rebellious spirit. Dad, you are so understanding, Chen Shu-Ting exclaimed as she embraced her father, overwhelmed with joy at his acceptance of her relationship. Though I will not hinder your connection with Li Fei, you must agree to a few conditions. If you can adhere to them, your mother and I shall not interfere. As he observed his daughter's elation, Jianjun felt a pang of resentment towards Li Fei, who had taken away his cherished daughter after 18 years of nurturing. What conditions do you wish for me to agree to, father? Chen Shu-Ting inquired with a beaming smile. First, you must refrain from engaging in any intimate relations while with Li Fei. Second, should such circumstances arise, you must ensure proper precautions are taken. Understood? Third, your studies must not be compromised. Lastly, if Li Fei ever mistreats you, you must inform me immediately. Chen Jianjun advised his daughter. Chapter 35, Registering the Company, appointing Zhou Hao as the legal representative. The following morning, Li Fei rose early, and after completing his morning routine, he made his way to the hotel dining area for a hearty breakfast. By the time he finished, it was nearing 8 o'clock. Upon exiting the hotel, he headed toward the headquarters of the Bank of China in the capital, a journey that would take approximately half an hour on foot from the Hilton Hotel. Meanwhile, within the capital city, the leader, with a benevolent expression, addressed the middle-aged man before him, who appeared somewhat anxious and excited. Comrade Yuan Chao, I have reviewed the report you submitted. It is remarkably bold and innovative, aligning perfectly with the path we must now pursue. Your presence as a young cadre is indeed a blessing for our nation, which requires individuals like you, brimming with audacious and creative ideas. Regarding the demonstration project for state enterprise reform, I intend for you to take the lead. I will assign personnel to assist you, and we shall use Hangzhou as the pilot site, granting you 1 year to implement this initiative. Are you capable of accomplishing this? Leader, my experience is still rather limited. How can I command respect? Old Li, upon hearing the leader's proposal for him to oversee the reform demonstration, was taken aback and quickly declined. The notion of managing the national enterprise layoff reform was far beyond what he dared to undertake. What position did he hold? Merely a senior official within the provincial government. Although he wielded some authority, overseeing a national reform would involve navigating the interests of numerous influential figures. It was not just about offending the powerful in Zhejiang province. He feared for his own future and whether he could retire peacefully. Comrade Yuan Chao, this does not align with your character. The leader, sensing old Li's internal trepidation, smiled and reassured him. I am well aware of your integrity and steadfastness in Zhejiang. Are you truly daunted by this challenge? Leader, it is not that I fear offending others. Rather, I am concerned that this matter exceeds my jurisdiction. How could I expect others to heed my directives? Old Li explained in response to the leader's words. In any workplace, there exist rules unique to that environment. Li Yuan Chao was merely the director of an office in Zhejiang province. He had no issues managing his responsibilities within the province. But there were superiors above him who could intervene in his affairs. His superiors retained the authority to directly manage matters within his purview, even to the extent of dismissing him. The leader, upon hearing old Li's concerns, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to Zhejiang to transfer your file to the capital. Your wife's file will also be included. You are now appointed as the head of the Enterprise Reform Task Force, directly under the National Development and Reform Commission. If you perform well in Zhejiang, you will officially become the chief of the office under the commission. This promotion to chief of the office is a significant advancement for Li Yuan Chao, enhancing his credentials without excessively elevating his rank. However, serving as the chief of the office in the capital is not the same as in Zhejiang. The administrative level in the capital is inherently superior, implying that should Li Yuan Chao be reassigned in the future, he would at least hold a deputy provincial rank. Now, do you still dare to undertake this task? The leader inquired, assessing old Li's resolve. I do. Li Yuan Chao responded robustly upon hearing the leader's words. Excellent. I hope you will continue to uphold your integrity and steadfastness in the future. Observing the robust figure of old Li before him, the leader addressed him. Just as old Li was accepting his appointment, Li Fei also arrived at the headquarters of the Bank of China in the capital. Upon entering the main branch, Li Fei approached the International Business Service counter. Sir, how may I assist you with international transactions today? The bank employee seated at the counter inquired politely upon noticing Li Fei. I wish to exchange a 30,000 US dollar bank draft from Citibank. Li Fei replied as he presented the bank draft he had received from Carter. Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment, the bank employee responded, her surprise evident as she observed the substantial bank draft in Li Fei's possession. She had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad could produce such a significant amount. This draft was equivalent to nearly 150,000 Chinese yuan. After examining the Citibank draft, the bank employee asked, Sir, would you like to withdraw the funds in US dollars or convert them into Chinese yuan? I would like to convert the $30,000 into Chinese yuan and have a bank card issued, with all funds deposited in the card, Li Fei instructed. Sir, may I please have your identification card? The bank employee smiled as she requested this from Li Fei. Complying, he handed her his ID. Approximately half an hour later, Li Fei departed the Bank of China headquarters, holding a new bank card, and took a taxi back to the Hilton Hotel, preparing to check out and return to Hangzhou. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane Li Fei was on landed at Hangzhou Airport. Upon his arrival, he did not head straight home, but rather booked a room at a hotel in the city. After placing his belongings in the room, Li Fei proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to establish an export trading company. To sell domestic products to Russia, he needed to set up an export trading company and obtain the necessary export certificate. Before heading to the bureau, he contacted Zhou Hao, requesting him to bring his identification to the Municipal Industrial and Commercial Bureau and wait for him there. Receiving Li Fei's call, Zhou Hao promptly took a taxi to the Municipal Bureau to await his arrival. When Li Fei reached the entrance of the bureau, he spotted Zhou Hao seated nearby. Brother Zhou, Li Fei called out to him. Fei Ge, you've arrived, Zhou Hao responded, quickly rising to meet Li Fei. Fei Ge, you asked me to wait here with your ID. Is there something you need? I need to register a company, and I require a legal representative. Due to my parents' circumstances, I cannot assume this role, so I must ask you, Brother Zhou, to take on the title. You won't need to do anything. Merely lending your name will suffice. Li Fei explained. Fei go. If I become the legal representative, wouldn't that mean the company belongs to me? Is this not going to cause you any trouble? Zhou Hao inquired, unable to contain his surprise at Li Fei's request to start a company and appoint him as its legal representative. Chapter 36, Fei Yi. I want to join you. As Zhou Hao and Li Fei exited the Municipal Bureau of Commerce, Li Fei's export trading company had successfully obtained its operating license. According to the established procedures, it typically takes at least a month to acquire an export trading certificate. However, the head of the Hangzhou Bureau of Commerce happened to be a classmate of his mother, allowing Li Fei to bypass the usual protocol with Zhou Hao by leveraging this connection. In less than an hour, all the necessary documents were processed, with Zhou Hao listed as the legal representative. The registered address of the company was also Zhou Hao's current residence. After receiving the documents, Li Fei, intending to dismiss Zhou Hao as a mere tool, was interrupted when Zhou Hao spoke up. Brother Fei, I wish to follow you from now on. What? Li Fei, momentarily taken aback, asked Zhou Hao. You want to follow me? Yes, Brother Fei, Zhou Hao replied earnestly. I have contemplated this for several days and discussed it with my brother, Zhou Han. I genuinely wish to follow you. I understand you may not think highly of me, but I'm serious about this. I'm still a student. Let us not speak of following me. I am not involved in any illicit activities, Li Fei remarked, observing Zhou Hao's sincere demeanor. You wish to be by my side, but you must be prepared to endure hardships. There is even a possibility that your life could be at risk. Are you certain about this? Li Fei cautioned. After all, General Nekazov required a vast quantity of goods, and managing everything alone would be overwhelming. Li Fei had initially considered enlisting his cousins to assist him during the summer, as they were family and could be trusted with confidentiality. However, upon hearing Zhou Hao's proposition, he reconsidered. Involving Zhou Hao in certain matters would be more advantageous than doing so himself, especially since he was the legal representative of the company. Li Fei's fata, Li Wengzhou, held a position in Hangzhou that prohibited family members from engaging in business. If someone were to threaten his father with incriminating evidence, Li Fei could simply assert that he was working for Zhou Hao's company, which would be far safer than employing family members directly. Regarding the company's finances, Li Fei planned to conduct transactions through foreign accounts, utilizing a third-party platform for all dealings, thus ensuring that any amount exchanged would flow through the accounts of the third-party company. Brother Fei, you wouldn't be engaging in any illegal activities, would you? Is there really a risk to life? Zhou Hao, startled by the mention of potential danger, couldn't help but inquire if Li Fei was involved in any unlawful dealings. What I am doing is not illegal. It is a legitimate business. However, it is highly contentious and the routes can be perilous. You will need to escort goods for trade in Russia, where danger lurks along the way. Are you afraid? Li Fei explained the nature of his business endeavors. Brother Fei, are you going to be a smuggler? Zhou Hao asked. Zhou Hao was taken aback upon hearing Li Fei express his intention to conduct business in Damao. He looked at Li Fei incredulously and asked, What do you mean by Daoi? Li Fei promptly corrected Zhou Hao's misunderstanding, stating, I am engaged in import and export trade, not in any illicit dealings. Do you comprehend? He explained that Doi refers to the act of reselling goods, which, in contemporary terms, falls under illegal operations, often exempt from taxation. In contrast, Li Fei's import-export business is legitimate and subject to taxation. I understand. Zhou Hao quickly nodded in agreement. Are you truly willing to undertake this endeavor? Li Fei inquired, scrutinizing Zhou. Oh, absolutely. Zhou Hao replied without hesitation. As long as I can accompany Brother Fei, I would risk my life. Life is precious. We each possess but one. None should cavalierly speak of relinquishing it. Moreover, we are not going into this to fight. We are here to earn. The worst we might encounter are some trained robbers along the way, but once the goods arrive in Damao, no one will dare touch them. Seeing Zhou Hao's reckless enthusiasm, Li Fei remarked, You speak wisely. Zhou Hao, somewhat hesitant, added, Brother Fei, I have a group of brothers behind me. Could you consider taking them on as well? I have reservations about individuals with criminal backgrounds, especially those involved in petty theft, Li Fei cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Fei, none of my brothers have such a past. Although they enjoy street life, they have never bullied the weak or the elderly. They are skilled fighters and would ensure the safe delivery of goods to Damao, thwarting any unlawful elements along the route. Upon hearing Li Fei's advice, Zhou Hao quickly assured him, let them have a trial period. Each will earn a monthly wage of 300 yuan, with an additional 50 yuan daily subsidy for trips to Damao. After the probation period, their salary will rise to 1,000 yuan per month, with a daily allowance of 100 yuan for business trips, plus bonuses based on merit. Li Fei outlined his terms to Zhou Hao. Thank you, Brother Fei. I will certainly relay these benefits to them. Zhou Hao was elated by the proposed salary, realizing that during the trial period, they would earn 300 yuan, along with the daily subsidy for trips to Dumao. Once confirmed, their salary would increase to 1,000 yuan per month, along with a generous travel allowance. Given that a round trip from Hang City to Dumao takes at least 2 weeks, plus unloading time, they would effectively spend 2/3 of the month on business travel. Hence, upon confirmation, the monthly earnings would total 3,000 yuan, equivalent to half a year's income for an ordinary dual-income family. Brother Zhou, this salary package is for your brothers. While your compensation during the trial will be 500 yuan, with an allowance of 81 yuan per day. After confirmation, your salary will rise to 1,500 yuan per month, with a daily travel allowance of 200 yuan, Li Fei said, observing Zhou Hao's excitement. Brother Fei, why is my compensation significantly higher than that of Tai Mei? Zhou Hao asked, puzzled. Zhou Hao, upon hearing the stark contrast between his own and that of his brothers, inquired curiously of Li Fei. It is because you are his supervisor, Li Fei elucidated, hence your salary surpasses theirs by a tier. He further instructed Zhou Hao, additionally, please meet me at room 806 of the Tianqin Hotel in Hangzhou tomorrow. Do not come to my residence, as I shall be residing in the hotel these days. Understood. Brother Fei, Zhou Hao acknowledged. Chapter 37. Discussion on contracts. After parting ways with Zhou Hao, Li Fei proceeded directly to the factories responsible for the pre-ordered goods. His first stop was the Rongxing canning factory. Upon arriving, he called out to factory manager Su outside his office. Young Master Li, you have finally arrived. I had not seen you these past few days. Had it not been for your admonition to refrain from seeking you out, I would have approached Director Huang for updates on your situation. Manager Su welcomed Li Fei with alacrity. I was away on business for a few days, just returned today. I wanted to speak with you regarding a long-term contract with your esteemed factory. We need to renegotiate the pricing for the canned goods, Li Fei stated. What? Manager Su, momentarily taken aback by Li Fei's proposal, asked, did you just say you wish to sign a long-term contract with us? Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Li Fei affirmat. Why waste my time here to jest with you? Of course not, young Master Li. Manager Su quickly concurred, then inquired. Could you please clarify the terms of this long-term contract and how the pricing would be structured? A profit margin of 5% for the first contract, set for 3 years, with an annual increment of 2%, culminating in an 11% profit by the 3rd year, Li Fei articulated. 5% is rather low. Our factory cannot sustain such a margin. How about 8%? Manager Su countered, feeling that Li Fei's offer was insufficient. Do not underestimate a mere 3%. It constitutes a substantial sum, Li Fei replied. 5% is the highest margin I can extend. Furthermore, I will ensure a minimum monthly order of 3 million. Over a year, that amounts to over 36 million. 5% is quite considerable. I can also include this in the contract. Should we fail to reach an agreement, I will seek partnerships with other canning factories. However, this is contingent upon your factory's capacity to fulfill such orders. If you cannot meet the demand, I will certainly turn to other canning factories for collaboration. 36 million a year translates to a monthly capacity of 3 million, which is a significant strain for the Rongxing canning factory, Manager Su remarked. Young Master Li, a capacity of 3 million per month is beyond our current capabilities. The Rongxing canning factory can only manage a maximum output of 1 million per month. Upon hearing Li Fei mention a monthly production capacity of 3 million, Director Su felt a pang in his heart as he replied, Director Su, you can rest while the machines do not. Transforming the current single shift into 3 shifts will surely elevate the production capacity, Li Fei suggested. Acknowledging Li Fei's insight, Director Su responded, Thank you, young Master Li. For your reminder, Director Su, is it feasible to sign a contract at this price? If you find insufficient, I can approach other canning factories, Captain Li Fei stated. Very well, I shall accept this condition. Director Su thought for a moment and ultimately decided to acquiesce to Li Fei's terms. A 5% profit could yield a substantial income of 1 to 2 million a year, which could resolve many issues for their canning factory. Shortly thereafter, Li Fei departed from Rongxing canning factory and proceeded to the second factory to finalize another contract. After negotiating with the second factory, he continued discussions with additional establishments. spending the entire afternoon traversing from one factory to another, successfully securing long-term contracts with all of them, each at a capped profit margin of 5%. These factories, however, could not fully satisfy Li Fei's orders. He would need to collaborate with numerous domestic factories to meet the immense demand required by General Nekazov. In the evening, Zhou Hao, accompanied by a few close friends, arrived at the hotel where Li Fei was staying to invite him to dinner. Coincidentally, they encountered Li Fei returning from his business endeavors. "Brother Fei," Zhou Hao called out as he spotted him. "Did I not ask you to come find me tomorrow? Why are you here tonight?" Noticing Zhou Hao with 6 companions, each clad in bell-bottom trousers and a variety of colorful shirts, Li Fei inquired, "What brings you all here?" "Brother Fei, we simply wish to treat you to dinner. You can come directly to work tomorrow," Zhou Hao replied. Afterward, he gathered his friends to discuss the opportunity to work with Li Fei. Upon hearing that they could earn a monthly salary of 300, with an additional 50 per day for travel expenses and 1,000 upon formal employment with 100 in allowances, they were eager to get started, urging Zhou Hao to take them to Li Fei. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Zhou Hao agreed. "All right, let's dine in the hotel restaurant," Li Fei suggested. "Sure." Zhou Hao promptly responded, following Li Fei inside. This was the first time Zhou Hao and his friends had dined in such a luxurious hotel. "Brother Zhou, how much does it cost to eat in a place like this?" one of Zhou Hao's companions timidly asked. While they enjoyed socializing, they were acutely aware of their financial limitations and would never frequent establishments with exorbitant prices, as they often found themselves short on funds. "I have some money with me," Zhou Hao reassured them. Zhou Hao, upon hearing his subordinate's words, responded to them. Upon entering the restaurant, Li Fei promptly requested a private room. Once inside, Li Fei took the seat of honor and summoned a waiter to place their order. Zhou Hao and the others settled down as well, with Zhou Hao sitting beside Li Fei. "Let us have a spicy chicken, a drunken shrimp, a farewell, my concubine dish, 2 vegetable dishes, stir-fried pork with chili, a sweet and sour carp, an 8 treasure duck, and a rib soup. Also, bring a case of beer," Li Fei ordered, totaling 8 dishes and 1 soup among the 9 savory courses. Observing the abundance of dishes Li Fei had ordered, Zhou Hao couldn't help but secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. "Brother Hao, is there anything else you would like to eat?" Li Fei inquired, handing the menu to Zhou Hao. "No need, Brother Fei. What you've ordered is more than sufficient," Zhou Hao quickly replied. "Brother Fei, please feel free to assign us whatever tasks you have in mind." Zhou Hao's subordinates chimed in unison, eager to please. "I'm not sending you out to engage in fights. Rather, I need you to traverse Hangzhou and its surrounding cities, seeking out various daily necessities such as food, clothing, shoes, gloves, and hats. Negotiate prices with the factories. Your ability to compress costs to a certain percentage will determine your success. My acquisition price allows for a 5% profit. If you can negotiate down to 3%, the additional 2% will serve as your commission. Whether you can earn that money depends on your skills. Additionally, I require that the quality of goods is guaranteed, and this stipulation will be included in the contract. Should any losses arise due to product quality issues, I will hold you accountable. If there is a loss of 1 million, I will seek compensation from you, which will be deducted from your wages and commissions. Furthermore, the procurement volume will be calculated in millions. Can you handle this?" Li Fei's approach was aimed at cultivating these individuals while painting a promising picture for them. After all, to inspire employees to toil diligently, one cannot deny them even the simplest of rewards. Moreover, Li Fei was acutely aware that their responsibilities extended beyond mere business dealings. They would also need to ensure the safe transport of goods to the Mao. Upon hearing the grand vision Li Fei had laid out for them, Zhou Hao and the others felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. With $1 million order at stake, if they could manage to negotiate lower prices, a share of the profits awaited them. For $1 million worth of goods, Li Fei's acquisition price stood at $1,500,000. If they can acquire it for $1,030,000, it means they can earn $20,000. $10 million equates to $200,000, while $100 million amounts to $2 million. "Brother Fei, is everything you said true?" Zhou Hao glanced at his companions and turned to Li Fei with his inquiry. "Indeed, it is true," Li Fei replied to Zhou Hao. "When have I ever deceived anyone? I am not one to selfishly seek my own profit. As long as you possess the ability to earn, I can help you all achieve wealth. Of course, your earnings also translate to my earnings. The more you gain, the more I benefit. Being selfish cannot endure in the long run," Li Fei added. "Brother Fei, I have no other words to say. Everything lies within this wine." Zhou Hao raised his glass and downed the beer in one go. "Brother Fei, Everything resides in the wine. The others followed suit, consuming their beers swiftly. Li Fei also raised his glass and finished his drink. The dinner was filled with joy, and Li Fei shared all that needed to be said. Since they would be rising early to work the next day, they did not indulge heavily in beer, finishing just one case before stopping. The dinner totaled 600 yuan. Zhou Hao intended to foot the bill, but was promptly declined by Li Fei. After seeing Zhou Hao and the others off, Li Fei returned to his room to rest. He had spent the afternoon running errands and felt quite fatigued, though fortunately, the factories were all in close proximity to one another. The following day, Li Fei arose punctually at 8 o'clock. His task today was to wait for Zhou Hao and the others to arrive and provide them with a lesson. As newcomers, they were unsure of how to conduct business, and Li Fei needed to prepare them accordingly. Additionally, he aimed to transform them into a corporate image, dressing them in suits and ties. After refreshing himself, Li Fei proceeded to the dining area for breakfast. Upon finishing, he returned to his room. Zhou Hao and his companions had spent an exhilarating night without sleep, their excitement over Li Fei's grand vision keeping them awake. By the time they finally fell asleep, it was already 5 in the morning. The 7 of them had barely 2.5 hours of rest, each one arriving at the hotel where Li Fei was staying with dark circles under their eyes. Ding dong. Zhou Hao and the others stood outside, ringing the doorbell. Coming. Li Fei opened the door to find Zhou Hao and the others waiting. Boss, they exclaimed upon seeing him. Gumin. Li Fei gestured for them to enter. Have you all had breakfast? Li Fei asked as he sat on the bed. Yes, boss, they replied. I summoned you here today to give you a refresher on how to negotiate with the factory managers. Li Fei instructed Zhou Hao and the others. Please find a place to sit. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Zhou Hao and the others found a place to sit down. 2 hours later, Li Fei conveyed the important matters to the group and instructed them to procure new attire to enhance their appearances. By the time Zhou Hao and his companions returned, it was already noon. After they enjoyed lunch together, Li Fei directed Zhou how to arrange for the printing of business cards and the rental of an office building. Zhou Hao executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Everything Li Fei had assigned was completed within the afternoon, including the printing of business cards, the leasing of premises, and even the procurement of office supplies, all accomplished in one go. Their collective efforts proved to be a tremendous asset. Zhou Hao handled the property rental, while his subordinates assisted with purchasing, cleaning, and printing the business cards. Boss, we have everything prepared. The office location, supplies, and business cards. Tomorrow, we can commence work, as the company is situated next to the municipal bureau, as you instructed, Zhou Hao reported to Li Fei. Excellent, Li Fei responded, visibly pleased with Zhou Hao's report. Come, you have all worked diligently this afternoon. I shall treat you to dinner. Tomorrow marks our official start. Thank you, boss. Zhou Hao expressed his gratitude promptly. Over the past few days, Zhou Hao and his companions had enjoyed sumptuous delicacies they could previously scarcely afford, fostering a profound admiration for Li Fei within him, along with a resolute determination to serve him well. Chapter 39. Swift Export-Import Trading Company the following day at 8:30. Li Fei arrived at the building Zhou Hao had rented. The edifice boasted multiple stories. Although it could not be deemed the finest in Hangzhou, it was nonetheless a well-known structure in the city. Zhou Hao had secured the 3rd floor. Upon entering the office, Li Fei observed Zhou Hao and the others diligently cleaning, completing the tasks left unfinished from the previous day. Boss, the individuals engaged in work greeted Li Fei with respect upon his arrival. From now on, you need not call me boss. Simply refer to me as Accountant Li. Zhou Hao is the general manager of this company, and I'm merely here as a summer inter accountant. Understood? Yes, Accountant Li, the group responded promptly. Remember, if anyone inquires outside about the ownership of the company, you must state that Zhou Hao is the general manager. Li Fei cautioned, concerned they might inadvertently reveal too much. We will remember, Accountant Li, Zhou Hao, from today onward. You must firmly hold in your heart that you are the general manager of Swift Export-Import Company. Regardless of who asks, you must answer accordingly. Rest assured, Accountant Li, I am indeed the general manager of Swift Export-Import Company, and you are our financial accountant, Zhou Hao replied earnestly. Well said. Li Fei commended Zhou Hao, then addressed the group. I trust you have all remembered the instructions I imparted yesterday. We have all committed them to memory. The crowd promptly responded to Li Fei. Very well, from this moment forth, I want all of you to traverse every factory in the surrounding cities. Many of these factories are not performing well, and their warehouses are burdened with a plethora of goods. Your task is to procure these items at the lowest possible price and secure cooperative orders with them. For the advance payment, we shall only provide 10% of the total cost, with the remainder to be settled upon receipt of the goods. Currently, the cash at Leaf Fei's disposal is rather limited, amounting to just over 1 million. It is somewhat unrealistic to conduct a large-scale acquisition of inventory from the factories in the neighboring cities. Therefore, he must rely on the advance payment strategy. That is, for goods valued at 1 million, a mere 100,000 will suffice. Additionally, not all factories will have accumulated 1 million in inventory within their warehouses. Typically, the backlog amounts to no more than several hundred thousand. Furthermore, it is expected that these surplus goods will be sold at a third of their original price. This way, Li Fei could procure more items with the funds at hand. As for the subsequent payments, he is currently awaiting the arrival of General Nekazov's aircraft. Yesterday, Li Fei had contacted General Nekazov, and the plane is set to arrive in the capital tomorrow, allowing Li Fei to inspect it. Accounting, he called out. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, everyone immediately responded. Included are your business trip expenses, which amount to $500. Receipts will be required for accommodation and meals. These are necessary for our accounting purposes, understood? Li Fei produced 7 envelopes filled with cash and distributed them among the employees. Understood, accounting, they replied in unison. Li Fei then handed the envelopes to them. The 7 employees received the travel expenses, each feeling a surge of excitement. They had never held such an amount in their hands before. Of course, they were aware that this money was not for personal use, but rather for their business trip. Each was tasked with covering all the factories in the surrounding cities. Within a few days, they needed to negotiate with every factory in the city, a feat that was undoubtedly daunting. This money would serve as their living expenses for the trip, and if lost or stolen, they would be left to fend for themselves. Zhou Hao, during the period they are out on business, you will oversee operations at the company. Additionally, we are in need of female employees for internal affairs and documentation. You need to recruit individuals from outside, preferably recent graduates from Hangzhou University. Positions for finance, secretarial roles, and regional managers in various cities must be filled. We will offer a salary of 800 per month for the probationary period, which will increase to 1,500 upon successful completion of the trial. Brother Fei, is it necessary to offer such a high salary? Zhou Hao found it hard to believe and said to Li Fei, an 800 yuan monthly salary during the probation period is arguably the highest in the entire province of Zhejiang. Once confirmed, it rises to 1,500 yuan per month, a figure that could rival even the salaries in the capital and the metropolis. The value a university graduate cannot merely be encapsulated in a few hundred yuan per month. You may perceive the salary of 1,500 post-confirmation as substantial. Yet when they assist you in overcoming challenges, you will not regard this remuneration as excessive. Furthermore, not all positions offer such generous salaries. Compensation varies according to different roles. Do you understand? Understood. Zhou Hao replied promptly upon hearing Li Fei's words. Then I shall head to the university gate to recruit students. Hold on, Li Fei called out. Seeing Zhou Hao ready to leave for the school, I have to visit the capital this afternoon, and I expect to be gone for several days. Let the recruits start working in the company, and I will assess their capabilities upon my return. All right, I understand. Zhou Hao responded immediately. Please deliver my belongings from the hotel to my home. If my mother inquires, tell her they are gifts for my travels. If she asks where I am, say I am visiting a classmate's countryside home and will be away for a few days. Li Fei instructed Zhou Hao. Sure, I know what to tell Auntie. Zhou Hao affirmed quickly. Work diligently, everyone. As long as you put in the effort, the wealth you will eventually accumulate will be immeasurable. Li Fei encouraged his employees before departing. Engaging in the trade of goods with a larger nation is a venture that can be sustained long-term. Yet the competitive pressure will inevitably intensify. The larger nation shall not overlook the trade deficit with our country. Thus, Li Fei does not intend to engage in export trade with his company indefinitely. It merely serves as a means to accumulate initial wealth. His ultimate ambition lies in acquiring the 1992 Shanghai subscription bonds. Chapter 40. A visit to the capital to meet the future father-in-law after discussing matters regarding the company. Li Fei made his way to the airport to catch a flight to the capital. His visit to the capital entailed numerous responsibilities, not least of which was the handover of aircraft. More importantly, he needed to meet with Chun Shooting's father, Chun Jianjun. The 2 trains he had requested from General Nekazov required docking at the railway station in Hangzhou, and the railway system there is under Chun Jianjun's authority. Even his superiors would not dare to offend him. Convincing Chun Jianjun is crucial, Once persuaded, the railway department in Hangzhou will operate without impediments. In the early 1990s, the most scarce resource domestically was railway cars, which are monopolized by the second-generation elites for their trading endeavors. For example, coal and various good transportation were all under their control. The genuine access to railway cars for merchants was virtually non-existent unless one had connections. Securing even a single car would be considered a testament to one's influential network. Li Fei's 2 trains each comprise 60 carriages, totaling 120. Each carriage can transport 60 tons of goods, amounting to a staggering 7,200 tons of cargo. This substantial shipment could adequately fulfill the essential supplies required by General Nikov. Moreover, it serves as a crucial asset for Li Fei in securing his first significant fortune. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Fei arrived in the capital from Hangzhou. As before, he chose to stay at the Hilton Hotel. Upon entering his room with a key card, he retrieved the telephone and dialed the number that Chen Shooting had provided him. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, who is this?" came a robust male voice from the other end. "May I speak with Chen Shooting?" Li Fei inquired, recognizing the voice of the middle-aged man, which made him feel slightly apprehensive. "Who are you?" Chen Jianjun, sensing the young man's intent to reach his daughter, furrowed his brow and asked, "Li Fei?" Upon hearing his name spoken so directly, Li Fei decided to be forthright. "Good day, Uncle Chen. I apologize for the sudden call, but I was hoping to ask for your assistance. May I know if you are available for a meeting? Didn't T Shooting mention you returned to Hangzhou? Why are you still in the capital?" Chen Jianjun questioned, intrigued, as Chen Shooting had informed him that Li Fei left the capital 2 days prior. However, this revelation led him to suspect whether Li Fei had deceived his daughter. "Uncle Chen, I just flew back to the capital from Hangzhou. I did return to Hangzhou the day before yesterday, but I came back today primarily to see you," Li Fei explained. "You've come to the capital a second time, just to meet me?" Chen Jianjun asked, somewhat taken aback. "Yes, Uncle Chen," Li Fei affirmed. "I wish to request a favor from you, which is rather difficult to discuss over the phone. It's best conveyed in person." "Li Fei, if this pertains to your relationship with Shooting, I believe there is no need for that discussion," Chen Jianjun preemptively interjected, wary of the topic. "Uncle Chen, are you aware of the situation between Shooting and me?" Li Fei was surprised that Chen Jianjun seemed to know about their connection. "What do you think?" Chen Jianjun replied with a scoff. "Uncle Chen, I genuinely care for Shooting. I am fully aware of the affection you have for her, and I assure you, I would never mistreat her." Li Fei hastily reassured Chen Jianjun, sensing his displeasure. "No wonder you managed to win over my daughter. I underestimated your charm." "Very well. Let me see just how persuasive you can be. Didn't you mention wanting to meet? Where would you like to arrange this meeting?" Chen Jianjun, upon hearing Li Fei's words, understood why his beloved daughter was so captivated by him. How could any girl resist the charm of a well-spoken young man? "Please suggest a place, Uncle Chen." Li Fei responded eagerly when Chen Jianjun urged him to choose a venue. As a senior, it is customary for the younger generation to visit their elders, Li Fei humbly declared. Chen Jianjun felt a sense of satisfaction with Li Fei's reply. He then said, "Let us meet at the Blue Mountain CAF in Wangfujing." "Very well," Li Fei replied promptly. After hanging up, Li Fei took a quick shower and changed into a clean outfit and shoes, taking merely 5 minutes. The Hilton Hotel was only a little over 1,000 meters from the Blue Mountain CAF. 10 minutes later, Li Fei arrived at the CAF. "Do you have a reservation, sir?" inquired a server as Li Fei walked in. "No," he replied, proceeding to a table at the entrance. "I am waiting for someone. I will order coffee once they arrive." "Understood, sir," the server responded, then turned to attend to other matters. In the 1990s, many patrons frequented CAFs, often drawn by a sense of aesthetic sophistication. In essence, it was a favored spot for women seeking to impress and men wishing to showcase their company. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered. Li Fei immediately stood to greet him. The newcomer was none other than Chen Shooting's father, Chen Jianjun. "Uncle Chen, over here," Li Fei called out. Chen Jianjun scrutinized Li Fei's hairstyle and frowned slightly, noting its resemblance to that of a youth recently released from a juvenile facility. However, he also recognized that Li Fei's appearance, combined with his hairstyle, still conveyed a bright and handsome demeanor. It became clear to him why his daughter was enamored with Li Fei. How could such a sunny and attractive young man not captivate her? "What coffee would you like, Uncle Chen?" Li Fei inquired respectfully. "Anything will do," Chen Jianjun replied, showing little enthusiasm for coffee as he preferred tea. Yet, he considered that Li Fei was a young man, and thus agreed to meet at the CF. Server, 2 cappuccinos, please, Li Fei instructed the nearby server. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment. Uncle Chun, I heard from shooting that you're being transferred to the capital. Is that true? Li Fei asked. What has that girl been telling you? Chun Jianjun responded, slightly taken aback. The details of my transfer to the capital are still uncertain. Don't jump to conclusions, young man. Uncle Chun, I have an urgent matter I would like to discuss with you. Li Fei, upon hearing Chun Jianjun's words, spoke up. I have 2 trains transporting goods from Damao to Hangsheng. Therefore, I wish to seek your assistance, Uncle Chun, to arrange for these 2 trains to enter the station discreetly. What did you just say? Chun Jianjun, somewhat bewildered by Li Fei's statement, could not help but ask. You have 2 trains arriving in Hangsheng from Damao? Are you certain you are not joking with me? Uncle Chun, how could I possibly deceive you about such a matter? Li Fei replied, looking at the incredulous expression on Chun Jianjun's face. I am currently working a summer job at an export company, which has signed an agreement with General Nekazev from Damao. Our company is assisting him in procuring a substantial amount of supplies from within the country. However, the number of trains and carriages available domestically is largely monopolized by the second-generation elites. The company has negotiated with General Nekazev to provide 2 trains to aid in transporting the goods. Yet, I do not know anyone in the Hangsheng Railway Bureau except for you, Uncle Chun, hence my visit to the capital to seek your help. You claim to be working a summer job at an import-export company? Chun Jianjun furrowed his brow and inquired, Can you tell me who the owner of this company is? Uncle Chun, the owner is certainly not someone who is publicly known. I merely work there, receiving a salary while assisting the company in overcoming challenges. Li Fei provided a vague response. But why did you choose to seek my assistance? Upon hearing Li Fei's answer, Chun Jianjun questioned why he had come to him. Who in Hangsheng does not know that you, Uncle Chun, are the head of the Railway Bureau? If I do not seek your help, whom else could I turn to? Li Fei replied, Currently, the trains have already departed from Damao and will reach Hangsheng in approximately 10 days. Moreover, our company has signed contracts with all the light industrial factories surrounding Zhejiang province. This business deal concerns the entire province, impacting thousands of workers in food factories, textile mills, garment factories, shoe manufacturers, and so forth, as well as generating millions in tax revenue for Zhejiang. This is why I flew to Hangsheng to request your assistance. This matter cannot be decided solely by me. It requires approval from higher authorities. You must understand that bringing in 2 additional trains necessitates modifications to the scheduling. Do you grasp the magnitude of this undertaking? Chun Jianjun acknowledged Li Fei's words and explained the implications of increasing the scheduling. Uncle Chun, this issue pertains to the economy of the entire Zhejiang province. We have secured a $10 million order with General Nekazev. If both parties can successfully collaborate, future transactions will begin at a minimum of $100 million. This translates to an economic growth of 4 to 5 billion. A significant achievement that would reflect favorably on you, Uncle Chun. I am aware of your desire to be transferred to the capital to be with shooting. But possessing such a substantial accomplishment would enhance your prospect for advancement in your career when you are appointed to a position in the capital. I understand that you may not be overly concerned about your career trajectory. However, in the imperial capital, a single brick can bring down 3 individuals. And it is common for families to have several relatives who hold positions as department heads or even higher-ranking officials. These Uncle Chins, as you might know, truly need to be formidable in order to establish themselves in the imperial capital, Li Fei remarked to Chun Jianjun. Li Fei, you must refrain from making baseless claims. Do you have any idea how much 4 to 500 million is? Chun Jianjun was profoundly shaken by Li Fei's words. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the factories in Hangsheng, especially since the financial situation in Zhejiang province had been largely undermined by debts owed by these factories. Each year, the provincial government had to allocate billions to support them. Now, if what Li Fei claimed about his company signing a cooperation agreement with General Demownikov was true, involving a transaction amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars, then his import-export company could indeed revitalize all the factories in Zhejiang province. Furthermore, the workers at these factories would be able to support their families. Due to financial constraints, many factories could only afford to pay their employees half of their salaries each month, with some not receiving wages at all. Uncle Chun, if you doubt my words, you can accompany me tomorrow to witness a transaction, Li Fei suggested, noting Chun Jianjun's skepticism. Does your company still have dealings in the imperial capital? Chun Jianjun asked, incredulous at Li Fei's assertion. Just wait until tomorrow, Uncle Chun, and you will see what kind of transaction this is, Li Fei teased him. Huh, you little rascal are keeping me in suspense, Chun Jianjun chuckled. All right, I will accompany you to witness this transaction tomorrow. Uncle, I will pick you up at 9 in the morning, Li Fei replied. Very well, I shall wait for you. Chun Jianjun agreed to join him. After their conversation, Chun Jianjun stood up and said to Li Fei, it's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll see you off. Uncle, Li Fei said, placing 100 yuan on the table as he escorted Chun Jianjun out of the CAF. After bidding farewell to Chun Jianjun, Li Fei hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to the airport. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport. After paying the fare and disembarking, Li Fei made his way directly to the airport's administrative building. Soon, he arrived at Su Qianhang's office and knocked on the door. Mr. Su, I'm back, he announced. Mr. Li, please come in, Su Qianhang responded, rising to greet him. Are you here regarding the 154 for tomorrow? Indeed, Li Fei confirmed. I will be bringing an elder with me tomorrow, and I have also negotiated with General Damao. They have over 10 154 aircraft available for sale. And if the pricing here is favorable, they will choose to sell them all to your airline. Chapter 42. The little cotton-padded jacket is drafty and prickly. After finalizing their conversation, Li Fei departed from the airport and returned to his hotel. He politely declined Su Qianxing's invitation. Meanwhile, Li Fei's father, Li Yuanchao, was directly reassigned from Zhejiang province to the capital to serve as the director of the Development and Reform Office due to Li Fei's report. This news spread like wildfire throughout the capital and across all provinces in the country, particularly in Zhejiang, where everyone was abuzz with discussions about Li Yuanchao. Upon learning that her husband, along with her own file, had been transferred from Zhejiang to the capital, Li Fei's mother, Huang Yueshan, was astonished. She had also been appointed as the director of finance in a district of the capital, continuing her professional duties while struggling to believe the turn of events. Her husband was attending a meeting in the capital that no one wished to attend, yet he was favored by the higher-ups, who personally ordered their files to be moved. This stroke of luck felt almost surreal to her. The benefits were not limited to Li Yuanchao and Huang Yueshan. Even Li Fei's second uncle received a promotion, advancing from the head of the municipal bureau to a vice position at the Zhejiang Provincial Police. It could be said that when one ascends, all connected flourish. On this day, Li Yuanchao returned to Hangzhou from the capital, while Li Fei remained oblivious to his father's circumstances. The following day, Li Fei rose early, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel restaurant, noticing it was precisely 8:30. After leaving the hotel, he purchased some gifts from nearby shops and took a taxi to the residence of Chun Jianjun. This abode, a vacant property of his friend within the Third Ring Road, would undoubtedly be valued in the millions 2 decades hence. Arriving at Chun Jianjun's doorstep, Li Fei courteously knocked on the door. Coming, a familiar voice echoed from within. Li Fei, what brings you here? Chun Shooting, startled to see him, instinctively closed the door behind her and stood outside, questioning, aren't you supposed to be back in Hangzhou? Why are you still in the capital? I missed you, so I thought I'd visit, Li Fei replied, presenting the gifts he had brought. But wait, how did you know where I lived? I don't recall telling you, Chun Shooting responded, puzzled. Because our hearts are in sync, Li Fei chuckled, adding, whenever I think of you, a mysterious force guides me to find you. I don't believe your whimsical claims. Chun Shooting retorted playfully, blushing at his forthright declaration. Who is it? A middle-aged voice called from inside. Dad, it's nobody, Chun Shooting quickly answered, realizing it was her father, Chun Jianjun. Why can't I ever meet anyone? Li Fei asked with a feigned look of grievance. I just didn't want my dad to see you. He might give you a hard time, she confessed. Chun Shooting, feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded to Li Fei. After all, I will eventually have to meet my future father-in-law. Besides, I am bringing gifts, surely. Your father Wu Ti send me away? Observing the slight distress on Chun Shooting's face, Li Fei chuckled teasingly. Who is this little fellow's future father-in-law? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Chun Jianjun, who noticed his daughter and Li Fei engaged in hushed conversation. Especially upon hearing their exchange, he felt compelled to intervene, lest his daughter be completely ensnared by Li Fei's words. Uncle Chun, I've come to pick you up, Li Fei exclaimed, startled by Chun Jianjun's sudden appearance. However, he quickly regained his composure and handed the gift he had brought to Chun Shooting, addressing Chun Jianjun. The car is waiting outside. Dad, where are you going with Li Fei? Chun Shooting, concerned that her father might bully Li Fei, positioned herself protectively in front of him and questioned her father. Witnessing his daughter's fierce defense of Li Fei, Chun Jianjun felt a profound sense of vulnerability, as if his protective role was being undermined. Shooting. I met with Uncle Chen yesterday. We agreed that I would take him out today to assist me with something, Li Fei quickly interjected, noticing the twitch of Chun Jianjun's facial muscles. What? Chun Shooting turned to Li Fei, disbelief etched across her face. You just said you met my father yesterday? Indeed. Li Fei clarified, I arrived in the capital from Hangzhou just yesterday and arranged to meet Uncle Chun to request his assistance. Today, I have come to escort him. Dad, is what Li Fei said true? Chun Shooting asked her father, still grappling with skepticism. Shooting, your father does not renege on promises. I will not interfere in matters between you and this young man, Chun Jianjun replied, grappling with a surge of frustration towards Li Fei, realizing that his daughter was leaning away from him in a rather alarming manner. Even he, her father, was beginning to feel left out. Very well, Chun Shooting replied earnestly, trusting her father. The words made Chun Jianjun feel a wave of exasperation. With a stern expression, he turned to leave, but not before addressing Li Fei. Aren't you going to leave? Do you still wish for my assistance? Shooting, I will take Uncle away for now. This evening, I will treat you, Uncle, and Aunt to dinner, Li Fei told Chun Shooting, sensing Chun Jianjun's simmering anger. He then turned to accompany Chun Jianjun out. As they exited the corridor, Li Fei quickly approached a taxi, opening the door for Chun Jianjun. Observing Li Fei's considerate gesture, Chun Jianjun felt a measure of satisfaction. However, recalling the earlier incident, his expression darkened as he remarked to Li Fei, Do I not have hands? Am I so old that I cannot open the door for myself? Uncle Chun, as an elder, it is only fitting for the younger generation to take action in such trivial matters, Li Fei replied with a broad smile. Observing Li Fei's cheerful demeanor, Chun Jianjun felt a profound sense of approval and chose not to elaborate further, simply taking his seat. After closing the car door, Li Fei settled into the front passenger seat. Driver, to the airport, please. Li Fei, are you aware of your father's situation? Chun Jianjun inquired, seeking to ascertain whether Li Fei knew about his father, Li Yuanchao. I have been quite busy these past few days and am unaware of my father's affairs. All I know is that he has come to the capital for a conference. I wouldn't dare seek him out. If he discovered I was in the capital, I would surely face a formidable combination of paternal and maternal affection. Li Fei jested upon hearing Chun Jianjun mention his father. You lad, are you afraid of scolding? Chun Jianjun could not help but tease him in return. I'm not afraid of scolding, Li Fei chuckled, but at my age, it would be rather embarrassing to still be on the receiving end of such reprimands. Your father has quite a reputation here in the capital. Virtually everyone in the various departments knows of his standing, Chun Jianjun remarked. He has been transferred from his previous position to the headquarters here, ostensibly a lateral move. But in reality, he has entered the inner circle. If he successfully completes his tasks, a ministerial position awaits him. Wow, Uncle Li really has made significant strides, Li Fei exclaimed, filled with excitement upon hearing that his father had been appointed as the office director at the headquarters. He understood the magnitude of such a position. Although it appeared to be the same title, being transferred from Zhejiang province to serve as the office director at the capital's headquarters conferred a higher status. Positions held in the capital invariably rank above those in other provinces. Should he ascend to the ministerial level, he would be regarded as a deputy minister or, in special circumstances, could even attain the second-in-command status. Observing Li Fei's elation, Chun Jianjun cautioned, Do not celebrate too prematurely. Your father is under scrutiny from many, some of whom wish to see him falter, while others may even resort to underhanded tactics against him. Thus, every action you take will reflect upon him. I urge you to exercise caution in all your endeavors. Avoid entanglements that could lead you into traps set by others, as they may ultimately implicate your father. Do you understand? Uncle Chun, rest assured, I am merely seeking summer work and will steer clear of any second-generation affairs, Li Fei replied, fully cognizant of the risks associated with political life. However, the plan that your father has crafted this time is indeed quite remarkable. Provided that he can manage affairs here adeptly, that individual will certainly not overlook someone of your father's caliber. The trajectory of his future will depend solely on his own endeavors. Chun Jianjun spoke with a hint of admiration in his tone. Regarding the enterprise reform proposal put forth by Li Yuanchao, as well as the methods of handling the issues that may arise from worker layoffs, everything has been meticulously documented in the plan, leaving no room for criticism. The solutions he has devised address all potential drawbacks, minimizing them to the fullest extent. In his youth, Chun Jianjun was imbued with a fervent ambition to achieve greatness. Yet, he soon realized that a career in politics could not be forged solely from passion. It entails navigating a complex web of social intricacies. Ultimately, he was reassigned from his original post to assume a leadership role at the Hangzhou Railway Bureau. His ascent to a position where he became a figure not to be trifled with in the entire Zhejiang province was catalyzed by an inspection visit from a former classmate. The prominent figures of Zhejiang were taken aback upon learning that Chun Jianjun's classmate was an inspector dispatched from the capital. Those who had once opposed him found themselves under scrutiny, with higher authorities intending to reinstate him to his previous position. However, Chun Jianjun firmly declined, expressing his preference for the relatively tranquil environment of the Railway Bureau. His youthful fervor had been doused. He wished not to leverage his classmates' influence for personal gain, aspiring instead to achieve merit through his own efforts. Regrettably, reality dealt him a harsh blow. My father is upright and principled. He would rather perish than compromise his values. Such a disposition may lead to enmity with many, Li Fei remarked upon hearing Chun Jianjun speak of his father. You young lad, do not comprehend. This world requires diverse individuals, and those like your father are in greater demand. As long as he remains steadfast in his character, supported by someone behind him, no one would dare to offend him, Li Fei reassured him. Their conversation left the taxi driver feeling as though he was transporting two boastful individuals. The taxi soon arrived at the capital's airport, where Li Fei settled the fare and alighted. He guided Chun Jianjun to the airport's administrative hall, leading him directly to Su Qinxing's office. The airport security recognized Li Fei, who was personally sent by the airport's director. Observing Li Fei's confident entrance without hindrance from the guards, Chun Jianjun was filled with curiosity regarding the nature of the business that warranted a meeting in the airport's administrative building. Upon reaching Su Qinxing's office, the latter greeted them warmly upon seeing Li Fei accompanied by a middle-aged man. Accountantly, have you had breakfast yet? If not, I can arrange for someone to bring you both something to eat. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su, but we have already had our breakfast, Li Fei replied courteously. Li Fei introduced Chun Jianjun to Su Qinxing, saying, Mr. Su, this is my uncle Chun Jianjun, who is here today to accompany me for negotiations. Hello, Mr. Chun. Su Qinxing responded, extending his hand for a handshake. Greetings, Mr. Su, Chun Jianjun replied courteously. May I ask where you are employed, Mr. Chun? Su Qianxing Guiyif. My work is quite similar to yours, Mr. Su. While you soar in the skies, I traverse the iron tracks, Chun Jianjun replied with a smile. Ha, Mr. Chun, it seems we are colleagues then. Su Qinxing exclaimed, instantly grasping Chun Jianjun's profession. At this moment, Li Fei interjected. My uncle is the head of the Zhejiang Province Hangzhou Railway Bureau and a distinguished graduate of Renmin University. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun playfully chided Li Fei. You talk too much, you rascal. Chapter 44. The astonishment of Chun Jianjun with the revelation of Chun Jianjun's background and alma mater. Su Qinxing's enthusiasm grew. No one understood better than he the significance of a Renmin University degree. Although Chun Jianjun held a position a few ranks below him as the head of the Hangzhou Railway Bureau, the prestige of being a Renmin graduate was unmatched. It was uncertain whether any of his numerous classmates occupied key positions in important departments. Particularly, graduates from Renmin University valued connections. The term alumni carried substantial weight. The distinction of being a senior or junior represented much more than mere academic ties. Why do elite institutions abroad give rise to so many billionaires? The relationships forged between seniors and juniors play a pivotal role, regardless of the merit of your venture. The mere affiliation with the same school often secures initial investment as seed capital. The same principle applied at Renmin University. For instance, if a provincial leader were a senior to Chun Jianjun, would he not extend a helping hand to assist his junior in advancing his career? Mr. Li, the plane is set to land in 10 minutes. We should head to the tarmac. By the time we arrive, the aircraft should be touching down. Su Qinxing suggested to Li Fei. All right, let us proceed to the tarmac, Li Fei replied. Meanwhile, Chun Jianjun, overhearing the conversation between Su Qinxing and Li Fei, remained somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom the purpose of Li Fei bringing him to the airport to witness what business endeavor. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning Su Qinxing, as his intention for the day was clear, to be an observer. Under Su Qinxing's guidance, Li Fei and Chun Jianjun arrived at a section of the tarmac at the capital airport.
Just then, a Tupolev Tu-154 aircraft from Damao descended upon the airport, guided by a tug to the tarmac where Li Fei stood. At this moment, numerous engineers at the capital airport observed as the aircraft came to a halt, each promptly proceeding to inspect its performance. The two pilots of the Tu-154 aircraft, along with the personnel responsible for its escort, disembarked from the plane. Among them was Lieutenant Colonel Cheryov, the trusted aide of General Nekazov. "Good day, Colonel Cheryov," Li Fei greeted warmly upon recognizing the general's confidant. "Hello, Mr. Li," Cheryov responded with equal enthusiasm. Chun Jianjun, witnessing the fluent exchange in Russian between Li Fei and the officer, was momentarily taken aback. Russian is not a language that many can speak. Even at Hangzhou Normal University, it is rare to find instructors proficient in it. The sight of Li Fei conversing effortlessly in Russian left him astounded. After a brief discussion, Lieutenant Colonel Cheryov handed Li Fei the pertinent documents regarding the Tu-154. Upon receiving the papers, Li Fei scrutinized them carefully. Finding no discrepancies, he affixed his company's name and seal to the documents. Once he had arranged matters with Cheryov, he approached Su Qianxing and said, "Mr. Su, here are the relevant documents for the Tu-154. Please take a look." Su Qianxing examined the documents meticulously. A few minutes later, he addressed Li Fei. "Mr. Li, everything appears to be in order. We are now just waiting for our engineers to inspect the Tu-154. Very well. I will grant you 3 days for the inspection, after which I shall return to negotiate with your airline," Li Fei replied with commendable decisiveness. Afterward, he turned to Lieutenant Colonel Cheryov. "I have arranged accommodations for you at your hotel, as well as dining options. Allow me to escort you there first." "You are too kind, Mr. Li," Cheryov replied. "The general has instructed me to return immediately after delivering the aircraft, so I must decline your generous offer." "Are you in such a hurry?" Li Fei inquired, surprised by Cheryov's urgency. "Indeed, Mr. Li. The general has ordered my immediate return," Cheryov answered. Recognizing the importance of military orders, Li Fei refrained from insisting Cheryov stay any longer. He then pulled out a check for $100,000 from his pocket. This check represented part of the $300,000 deposit given to him by Carter. Originally, Li Fei had exchanged the entire amount into Chinese currency, but the previous day he had obtained a $100,000 check from Citibank. "This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you do not find it lacking. I have also prepared goods worth $1 million for you. In future transactions, I would be grateful for your assistance in referring additional clients," he said. "Haha, Mr. Li, you are too modest. We all stand to gain," Cheryov replied with a smile. With a smile, Cheryov accepted the check handed to him by Li Fei and placed it in his pocket. After engaging in conversation for a quarter of an hour, they boarded the flight that Li Fei had arranged for their return to Damao. Upon witnessing Cheryov's departure, Chun Jianjun approached Li Fei and inquired, "Do you speak Russian?" "Only a little. I can manage basic communication," Li Fei replied. "Basic communication?" Chun Jianjun retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "You seem to be quite jovial with him. And what was it you just gave to the old Russian? Furthermore, could you kindly elucidate the details regarding this aircraft?" "This plane pertains to the business deal I am negotiating. It represents a deposit from General Nekazov of Damao. My objective now is to liquidate this asset and utilize the proceeds to settle the payment," Li Fei explained. "The plane is a deposit from the general?" Chun Jianjun asked, incredulity etched on his face. "And what exactly did you offer to the old Russian?" "Naturally, it was a check," Li Fei replied. "It would be inconsiderate not to express any gratitude for his efforts." "Isn't that bribery? Aren't you concerned that the general might cause you trouble?" Chun Jianjun questioned, unable to suppress his concern upon hearing that Li Fei had given the Russian a check. "How much did you give him?" "Not much. Just $100,000 as a token of appreciation for Cheryov, given his position as General Nekazov's aide. It's always prudent to foster good relations. Besides, in Damao, this is considered a standard practice. As for the notion of bribery that you mentioned, it simply does not exist there." Chapter 45. Establishing Connections with Chun Jianjun. At last, Chun Jianjun understood the significance of Li Fei's invitation to the airport. However, what truly astonished him was the realization that this transaction amounted to several billion, a staggering sum that rendered him momentarily unsettled. In the 1990s, such an amount was not comparable to today's figures. Possessing billions back then equated to hundreds of billions in today's economy. It is worth noting that the average monthly salary during the 1990s was merely a few hundred yuan, a sum that represented an entire city's annual fiscal revenue. Li Fei,
Can you disclose who the owner of the company you work for is? Chun Jianjun remained apprehensive regarding the affiliations of Li Fei's employer. With his father recently reassigned to the capital, his status had changed significantly. Should Li Fei's dealings entangle him with a certain second-generation individual from Hangsheng, it could spell trouble for his father. Moreover, if anything were to happen to Li Fei, his daughter would undoubtedly be distressed, leaving Chun Jianjun to bear the brunt of the misfortune. Rest assured, Uncle Chun, Li Fei reassured him, noticing his concern. The company I work for is reputable. The owner possesses considerable skill and initially engaged in the business of reselling goods. Now that he has accrued some wealth, he has established an export trading company in Hangsheng, which is advantageous for our city and certainly not detrimental. With the establishment of this import-export trading company, how many factories and enterprises in Zhejiang province can be aided? Furthermore, many of the necessary equipment within the country can also be procured from Russia. If Uncle Chun has any acquaintances in need of Russian machinery and tools, he need only inform me. Our company collaborates with General Nikolov. Be it mere equipment or even advanced military aircraft, I am capable of securing such items. Do not boast in vain. Upon hearing Li Fei's claims of procuring heavy equipment and even fighter jets from Russia, Chun Jianjun wore an expression of disbelief. Heavy machinery and military aircraft are not commodities accessible to the average person. He doubted that General Nikolov would dare offer such items for sale. Uncle Chun, I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. I am aware that many of your former classmates hold positions in various departments. If they genuinely require assistance, you may reach out to them. I will endeavor to procure any Russian equipment and machinery they desire. I do not seek profit from them. My only condition is that they ensure my future employment in a company that can ward off those with ill intentions. Li Fei spoke earnestly to Chun Jianjun. Li Fei was acutely aware of the situation in Russia. The most informed individuals were not he, but rather the influential figures above. Moreover, he had no doubt that these higher-ups were already taking action behind the scenes. However, their interests diverged from his own. They sought talent and technology from Russia, while he desired machinery, equipment, and financial gain. So, you intend to use my acquaintances as a shield for your ambitions? Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Chun Jianjun began to understand. It seemed his assistance was motivated by personal connections. Uncle, you would not wish to see shooting troubled on my behalf, would you? Li Fei gazed sincerely at Chun Jianjun. I truly cannot fathom how Li Yuanchao could have such a shameless son. Chun Jianjun, incensed by Li Fei's invocation of his daughter, could not help but scold him. Then he said to Li Fei, "Very well, I will inquire about this matter." Coincidentally, several of my classmates have taken positions as vice presidents at a steel mill. Recently, I overheard them discussing the need to procure a batch of steel production equipment. However, their funding is limited, and their foreign suppliers are unwilling to sell them advanced machinery. Thus, they wish to acquire equipment that is merely a generation ahead of their current capabilities. If you can facilitate the procurement of steel production equipment from Russia, I will gladly make the necessary introductions. Certainly, that is not an issue. It is merely steel production equipment. I recall that the Voronezh steel plant and the Ma steel plant are among the largest in Russia. If Uncle Li's acquaintances seek steel production equipment, I can assist in making contact. Li Fei assured Chun Jianjun. Are you certain of this? Upon hearing the names of these Russian steel mills, Chun Jianjun felt a tremor of apprehension within him, unable to restrain himself from asking whether Li Fei could indeed guarantee this. The Vorog steel plant is an enterprise under Air Mao, producing over 12 million tons of steel annually. Meanwhile, Ma Steel, affiliated with the Mao, boasts an annual output exceeding 15 million tons. In the early 1990s, the entire steel industry of the Mao was indeed a formidable force on the global stage, dominating all steel mills worldwide at its peak, with a staggering production of 230 million tons of steel. This figure is also the origin of the moniker the Steel Torrent of the Soviet Union, of which I am undoubtedly certain. Li Fei responded earnestly to Chun Jianjun, stating, "However, the payment method they require now is in US dollars. If your classmate desires to proceed, he must transact in dollars." Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun furrowed his brow, realizing the implication. In the 1990s, the nation faced a significant shortage of foreign currency, making it exceedingly challenging to mobilize dollars for equipment purchases. "Isn't it possible to settle with our currency?" Chun Jianjun inquired, unable to restrain himself. "Uncle Chun, currently they only accept two forms of payment. One is in US dollars or euros, and the other is in material goods, various daily necessities. However, Can your classmate provide such a substantial quantity of goods for settlement? These materials must also meet quality standards. I need not elaborate on the state of state-owned enterprises. Using goods for settlement may not be a prudent strategy for your classmate, as it could easily lead to complications, Li Fei elucidated in response to Chun Jianjun's question. What if I were to assist them in procurement? Chun Jianjun asked, intrigued by Li Fei's proposition. Uncle Chun, you overestimate my capabilities, Li Fei replied with a wry smile. I already have over $1 billion in merchandise orders to fulfill. You expect me to take on more? Should I prioritize your classmate's order or my own? Moreover, I only have 2 trains at my disposal, which are lent to me by General Nekazov. Reducing their cargo would hardly be appropriate. Trains are easily arranged. My classmate's steel plant has its own transport trains, and they can handle their own logistics, Chun Jianjun countered, grasping the implication of Li Fei's words. I am willing to assist, but I require a commission for my efforts. I will handle the procurement, and the pricing of the exported goods will be entirely my domain. All profits will belong to me, he added. Chapter 46. Dining at Chun Jianjun's home at noon, Chun Jianjun was persuaded by Li Fei. Upon returning home from the airport, he immediately called his classmate. During the call, he relayed Li Fei's insights. His classmate, elated to learn that Chun Jianjun had a channel to facilitate the procurement of Ma Steel's equipment from the Soviet Union, quickly declared his intent to arrive in the capital the following day. Li Fei, unabashed, chose to stay at Chun Jianjun's home for dinner, primarily motivated by his interest in Chun shooting. In Chun Shooting's room, she asked, Li Fei, where are you going with my father today? Chun Shooting observed as Li Fei returned alongside her father. The two engaged in a warm and animated conversation. Curiosity piqued, she inquired of Li Fei. What were you two up to? Nothing much, just taking your father for a stroll around the capital and discussing our future together, Li Fei replied with a smile. Should you continue to babble nonsense, I shall ignore you, Chun Shooting playfully admonished him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. I'm not speaking in jest. If you doubt my words, you may ask my father-in-law to verify my honesty, Li Fei insisted, feigning utmost seriousness. I do not believe you, Chun Shooting retorted. I know my father's character. He would never discuss our matters with you, especially since he disapproves of our relationship. Your father may have been unaware of my true nature before, but now that he knows me, he has consented to our union. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire for yourself. Then I shall indeed ask my father, Chun Shooting decided, her resolve firm. She rose from her room and joined her father in the living room. Shooting, has that boy been behaving improperly in your room? Chun Jianjun, her father, inquired promptly upon her arrival, concern etched on his face. Father, what sort of person do you think Li Fei is? He would never do such a thing to his daughter, she responded, a hint of irritation in her voice. If he hasn't bullied you, then why did you come out of your room? Chun Jianjun pressed, his worry palpable. He was most apprehensive about the two young people being alone together, fearing they might succumb to temptation. He was certainly not prepared for the prospect of becoming a grandfather, especially with his daughter yet to enter university, should she become pregnant. He would be furious with Li Fei. I came out to ask you why your attitude toward Li Fei has changed so drastically, allowing him to join us for dinner. Just a few days ago, you were quite dismissive of him, and now I find it difficult to comprehend this sudden shift. Where did you go today? Chun Shooting questioned earnestly. Did that boy not inform you of our whereabouts? Chun Jianjun asked, intrigued. He mentioned that you had been persuaded by him and would no longer oppose his intentions, she replied. That boy speaks nonsense, Chun Jianjun quickly clarified. He has secured a summer job in Hangzhou at an import-export trading company. Today, he merely wished to show me their business dealings. By the way, I was asked to assist him in locating a few waiting warehouses within the Hangzhou Railway Bureau, but there were no other matters at hand. Father, do you think Li Fei is working a summer job, or is he employed at an import-export trading company? Is this true or false? Upon hearing her father mention that Li Fei was working a summer job, Chun Shooting could hardly believe that someone like him would take up such a position. She was well aware of the substantial wealth he possessed, over $1 million. Such a sum was beyond anything she had ever encountered. It is indeed true. Chun Jianjun, observing his daughter's incredulity, responded, I have witnessed it firsthand. This young man is currently the accountant at that import-export trading company. This surprised me. At such a young age, he has the foresight to earn a living through summer work, a commendable trait that sets him apart from his peers. Understood. After hearing her father's explanation, Chun Shooting stood up and walked towards her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. Li Fei, you deceitful trickster, you have deceived me. Once inside her room, she immediately reached out to strike at Li Fei. Old Li, are you truly comfortable with Li Fei being alone with our shooting in her room? Chen Shooting's mother, Yuan Fong, expressed her concerns to her husband, noticing their daughter's furious entrance and the sounds of their conversation emanating from within. Do not worry, Chen Jianjun, observing his wife's anxious demeanor, reassured her. Li Fei's future is boundless. At just 18, he is engaging in business discussions with military officials from Russia, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Such young men are rare to find throughout all of Huaxia. Moreover, I have my suspicions that this import-export trading company harbors significant discrepancies from what Li Fei has disclosed to me. There are likely hidden matters that I remain unaware of. His methodical approach to work and his ability to leverage my connections for his own protection reveal him to be quite astute. Does Li Yuanchao truly remain oblivious to his son's recent endeavors, or is he subtly guiding these actions from behind the scenes? Yuan Fong could not help but interject upon hearing her husband's remarks. What kind of person Li Yuanchao is, others may not know, but I certainly do. Chen Jianjun replied to his wife. Those individuals have privately considered courting him, but he has consistently declined, conducting himself with an integrity that leaves no room for criticism. Do you understand why he has maintained his position as the office director for so long? It is precisely due to his unwavering principles. He treats everyone with impartiality, which is why he has been able to hold his position for an extended period. However, this has also alienated certain individuals, making it quite challenging for Li Yuanchao to attain a promotion. Yet, no one anticipated that a visit to the capital would catch the attention of the elders, propelling him towards rapid advancement. Chapter 47. The explosion of Chen Jianjun's social circle. The following day, upon learning of Chen Jianjun's connections that could facilitate the procurement of equipment from the Soviet Union, many of his classmates reached out to him. Among these individuals, some are classmates of Chen Jianjun, while others are seniors and juniors. Since ancient times, Huaxia has been a society governed by human relationships. Their social circle, though seemingly vast, is quite intimate. Certain matters can be resolved with a mere phone call. The fact that Chen Jianjun's classmates were aware of his ability to procure equipment from Sioux country stemmed from a conversation between one of his classmates, who serves as the deputy general manager of Magong, and another classmate holding a similar high-ranking position in a state-owned enterprise. Within a single night, this news had spread throughout Chen Jianjun's entire class, reaching both seniors and juniors alike. Essentially, half of the executives or deputy executives from large state-owned enterprises across various provinces in the country were informed, many of whom are seniors of Chen Jianjun. That very morning, Chen Jianjun was awakened by his classmate, Lu Xian's father, Lu Zhonglian, having spent the previous night wide awake. He received calls from nearly every classmate with whom he had seldom communicated, all seeking his assistance in reaching out to Chen Jianjun. It could be said that he hardly slept at all, as dozens of calls rang through from dusk until dawn. As soon as the sun began to rise, Lu Zhonglian came to find Chen Jianjun. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Jianjun, who was peacefully sleeping with his wife, was abruptly awakened by the sound of persistent knocking at the door. Chen Jianjun, get up, shouted Lu Zhonglian, his eyes resembling those of a panda due to fatigue. Old Lu, have you taken something this early in the morning? Chen Jianjun inquired upon recognizing the voice of his old classmate. He quickly made his way to the door and opened it, revealing a visibly irate Lu Zhonglian. Unable to resist, he remarked, Old Lu, you're not young anymore. Don't you know that moderation is necessary in such matters? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. How many times did you indulge last night? Get lost. This is all you're doing. Lu Zhonglian retorted angrily. What exactly did you say to that fellow Lin Hui yesterday? Since he called me. My phone has been ringing nonstop all night. Do you have any idea how I managed through that? I didn't make a call to Lin Hui. I only spoke with Lin Jun. A few days ago, he mentioned wanting to procure a batch of steelmaking equipment and asked if I had any contacts in that area. Yesterday, I informed him that I could assist in procuring second-hand steelmaking equipment from Sioux country, Chen Jianjun explained candidly. He had not anticipated that a single phone call would cause Lu Zhonglian to lose an entire night of sleep. When did you establish connections in Sioux country? Lu Zhonglian could not help but ask upon hearing Chen Jianjun's response. In the land of Sioux, my connections are minimal. I am merely the friend of a son whose company has ties there. He informed me that he could procure some equipment from Sioux. Yesterday, I placed a call to Anlin, inquiring if he had any interest in second-hand steelmaking machinery from Sioux. To my surprise, Anlin indiscriminately spread news of this matter. Chen Jianjun elucidated. Jianjun, is your friend's son trustworthy? Lu Zhonglian inquired,
Having heard Chun Jianjun's account, the repercussions of this situation are far-reaching, directly influencing all their classmates' relationships. In fact, many provincial leaders have also been drawn into the fray. If mishandled, the consequences could be significant, potentially leaving Chun Jianjun unable to hold his head high within his circle of classmates. Rest assured, the other party possesses the capability to execute this transaction. I have personally witnessed the magnitude of their dealings. Moreover, they are collaborating with a general from the Su military, Chun Jianjun assured Lu Jinglian. Thus, your friend's connections in Su are quite formidable. Managing to engage with the military, Lu Jinglian remarked, somewhat astonished. It's all a matter of mutual benefit. Both parties have their needs fulfilled, Chun Jianjun replied to his old classmate Lu Jinglian, regardless of the nature of their relationship. As long as he can bring back equipment from Su, you need not worry about your standing among classmates, Lu Jinglian cautioned Chun Jianjun. Afterward, Lu Jinglian informed him. Those individuals have stated they will arrive in the capital before noon today. I have already made reservations at a restaurant. Once they arrive, we shall proceed there. You should also invite that friend of yours to speak directly with everyone, which will relieve you of the burden of acting as an intermediary. All right, no problem. I will notify him, Chun Jianjun replied. That settles it. I shall return home for a brief rest and awaken when they arrive. With that, Lu Jinglian prepared to depart. Where do you think you're going? You can sleep here. There are guest rooms available. And after all, this is your home, Chun Jianjun insisted, trying to keep Lu Jinglian. I would prefer not to intrude on your family of three. It's not far from here, so I will head home for some rest. Lu Jinglian declined Chun Jianjun's hospitality and left his abode. After bidding farewell to his old classmate, Chun Jianjun refrained from sleeping. After freshening up, he proceeded to the five-star hotel where Li Fei was staying. As the drowsy Li Fei heard the doorbell ring, he struggled to rise from his bed. Upon opening the door and seeing Chun Jianjun standing there, he momentarily lost his composure. Father-in-law, Li Fei instinctively addressed Chun Jianjun. Smack! Chun Jianjun, upon hearing Li Fei refer to him as father-in-law, swiftly struck him on the head. If you dare utter that again, you shall see how I deal with you. Uncle Chun, it's only a matter of time. I thought I would let you get accustomed to the title in advance, Li Fei said with a grin, unfazed by the light reprimand. With a smooth and insincere demeanor, one cannot fathom how Li Yuanchao could have begotten a son like you. Chun Jianjun, observing Li Fei's playful grin, couldn't he help but remark, I wonder what my precious daughter sees in this rascal. To which Li Fei shamelessly replied, surely it must be my handsome exterior and profound inner qualities. Chapter 48, Lu Jinglian. At 11:30, Chun Jianjun escorted Li Fei to a private dining establishment in the capital. This renowned eatery, a venerable institution, accommodates merely 3 tables each day, refusing to serve more. Lu Jinglian utilized his connections to reserve the entire venue. Dining here is surprisingly affordable, yet the sole caveat is that the proprietor's ancestors were imperial chefs. Consequently, the restaurant attracts a plethora of patrons, and the owner prepares each dish personally, having no assistant, as the culinary skills are a family heritage passed down exclusively to sons. Uncle Chun, your classmate truly possesses stature and prestige, Li Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration upon entering the private dining establishment. He had frequented this place in his previous life, where only the most affluent elites of the capital dined. On one occasion, he had enjoyed a meal here with a wealthy friend, a dinner that etched this establishment into his memory. At that time, his fortune was already in the billions. Yet even he found himself inadequately ranked to dine here without a reservation made 6 months in advance. It was during a business trip to the capital that his affluent friend had introduced him to this exquisite dining experience, one that he would never forget. The meal surpassed any he had enjoyed at Michelin-starred restaurants by countless degrees, even eclipsing the fare of many century-old establishments. In comparison to this private eatery, those century-old restaurants simply paled. They were renowned for their names, drawing patrons who sought merely the reputation, with chefs often hired from outside. However, the dishes here were crafted from ancestral techniques, passed down hand in hand between father and son. Can you refrain from being so mercenary? Chun Jianjun chided Li Fei upon hearing his remarks. When dining with others, do not be preoccupied with their status or background. Some may possess lofty positions, yet in their eyes, you might be naught but a mere passerby. Conversely, there are those of ordinary standing who treat you like a distinguished guest. With whom do you prefer to dine? Therefore, one should not focus solely on immediate benefits. You must adopt a long-term perspective.
The identity or background of my classmate is of little consequence. To them, you are merely a businessman, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. This is the nature of human affairs and reality. You must regard them as partners rather than attempt to cultivate friendships. At your current status, they will not regard you as true friends. Do you understand? Chun Jianjun began to impart his wisdom to Li Fei. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed father-in-law. I understand. Li Fei replied earnestly, expressing his gratitude for Chun Jianjun's advice. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chun Jianjun struck Li Fei on the head, exclaiming irritably, "If you dare to call me father-in-law again, I will ensure shooting is forbidden from seeing you. Do you believe me, dear father-in-law? Such actions to thwart a budding romance are not appropriate. We are in the 20th century, soon to step into the 21st. Your feudal mindset should evolve," Li Fei retorted, rubbing his head where he had been struck. "You scoundrel, your tongue is your only asset," Chun Jianjun chastised, unable to suppress his annoyance at Li Fei's words. Afterward, he disregarded Li Fei and strode into the restaurant, with Li Fei following closely behind. Upon entering, they found Lu Zhenglian already waiting, as the host was expected to arrive ahead of time. However, his face bore signs of fatigue. "Jianjun, you've arrived," Lu Zhenglian greeted, rising to welcome him. Upon noticing Li Fei trailing behind, he inquired, "Jianjun, you aren't hiding a love child from your sister-in-law, are you?" "Enough of that. This is my friend's son, Li Fei. Please refrain from making baseless accusations," Chun Jianjun quickly clarified. He then introduced Li Fei to Lu Zhenglian, saying, "Li Fei, you may address him as Uncle Lu." "Hello, Uncle Lu," Li Fei respectfully greeted, adding, "You misspoke earlier. I'm not merely the illegitimate child of Uncle Chun, but rather his half-son." "Half-son?" Lu Zhenglian responded incredulously. "What does that mean? I've heard of godsons, but this is the first I've encountered the term half-son. Uncle Lu, as the saying goes. A son-in-law is considered half a son," Li Fei replied with a smile. "Jianjun, this is your oversight. Why did you not inform me about Shooting's boyfriend?" Lu Zhenglian couldn't help but address Chun Jianjun. "Do you seriously believe the words of a child?" Chun Jianjun shot an admonishing glance at Li Fei before explaining to Lu Zhenglian. He then asked, "When are they arriving?" "Their plane has already landed. They should be here in about 10 minutes, Lu Zhenglian explained, then inquired, "What about that friend of yours with connections in the Soviet Union? Has he arrived? Isn't he right here?" Chun Jianjun replied, gesturing towards Li Fei. "Jianjun, you cannot be serious," Lu Zhenglian said, looking at the youthful Li Fei with disbelief. "This young lad is the friend you mentioned with ties in the Soviet Union?" "Indeed," Chun Jianjun said, feeling a sense of pride at Lu Zhenglian's astonishment. "Old Lu, are you not surprised?" "Jianjun, you truly are not jesting with me, are you?" Lu Zhenglian, still incredulous, inquired of Chun Jianjun. "Uncle Lu, I assure you that Uncle Chun is not deceiving you. It was I who urged him to spread the word that he could procure advanced equipment and even high-tech weaponry from the Soviet Union. However, this is contingent upon possessing sufficient dollars. The current turmoil within the Soviet Union has led those generals to favor the dollar. As long as there is money, there is nothing they will not sell." Li Fei smiled as he spoke to Lu Zhenglian. "Are you not concerned that once the payment is made, those old Russians may renege on the deal?" Lu Zhenglian gazed at Li Fei, who appeared so nonchalant, as if engaged in casual conversation with a peer, prompting him to ask, "Rest assured, Uncle Lu, while the character of those Russians may be dubious, they do uphold at least the basic integrity of business transactions. Besides, their circumstances are dire at present. Money grants them the means to sell virtually anything." Li Fei replied to Lu Zhenglian. Chapter 49. Chun Jianjun's Classmates. At noon, all of Chun Jianjun's classmates, eager to procure equipment, had arrived. There were around 25 or 6 individuals, and with Chun Jianjun, Li Fei, and Lu Zhenglian, the total approached 30. "Jianjun, I heard you have a beautiful daughter. How has that changed to a son?" teased his classmates upon noticing Li Fei beside him. "Could it be that you have an illegitimate child?" "This is Jianjun's future son-in-law, making him practically his son." Lu Zhenglian recalled Li Fei's jest and joined in the teasing of his classmates. "Quite impressive. Who would have thought Jianjun's thinking was so progressive? I remember your daughter was born in the same year as my son. I even mentioned the prospect of us becoming in-laws. But it seems my future daughter-in-law has been snatched away. Do not heed old Lu's nonsense. This is merely my colleague's son from Zhejiang province, not a son-in-law." Chun Jianjun quickly clarified. "This kid is shamelessly pursuing my daughter. If it weren't for his father's reputation, I would have dealt with him already. You have a good eye. Young man, a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s remarked to Li Fei, I have seen old Chen's daughter. She is undoubtedly pure and charming, rivaling the stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Everyone present was perceptive. The fact that Chun Jianjun had brought Li Fei to their reunion indicated his endorsement of their relationship. My judgment has always been exceptional, Li Fei replied confidently. Jianjun, did you not mention having a friend with connections in the Soviet Union who could help us acquire equipment? Where's that friend? An impatient classmate, and Lin Jun, asked Chun Jianjun. Old Chun, when is your friend arriving? We are all here, others chimed in. The person you are waiting for has long since arrived, Chun Jianjun said, observing the anxious expressions on his classmates' faces. He pointed to Li Fei beside him, declaring, This is the friend I wanted to introduce to you, who has connections in the Soviet Union. At this moment, Li Fei also rose to his feet and addressed the crowd, saying, Esteemed uncles and elders, the friend that Uncle Chen mentioned is none other than myself. What? Is what Jiangua said true or false? Jiangua, we are old classmates. Please do not deceive us. The crowd chimed in, voicing their disbelief towards Chun Jianjun. I assure you, I am not misleading you. Chun Jianjun observed the anxious expressions of his classmates and continued, Do not underestimate this young man. He engages in business with the Russians that starts in the hundreds of millions, and I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Starting in the hundreds of millions? The crowd, incredulous, pressed Chun Jianjun. Jianjun, are you not jesting? Are you saying this young man is negotiating deals worth hundreds of millions with the Russians? How old is he? How can we believe that? In response to their skepticism, Li Fei smiled and addressed them. I understand, esteemed uncles and elders, that you may find it hard to believe me, given my youth. It is entirely natural for you to harbor such concerns. However, while you may doubt me, you should have faith in Uncle Chun. After all, you have been longtime classmates. His character is well known. Surely you are aware of it. As Li Fei spoke, the crowd nodded in agreement. Young man, do you truly have connections in Sioux country? Lin Jun could not resist asking Li Fei. Indeed, I do have connections. Otherwise, I would not dare to disclose such matters to Uncle Chun and all of you. Li Fei replied with a confident demeanor. However, the individuals in Sioux country do not accept our national currency. They only demand US dollars or euros. If you wish to procure equipment, esteemed uncles and elders, you will need to prepare a substantial amount of US dollars. The requirement for dollars poses a significant challenge. Upon hearing that dollars were necessary for purchases, the crowd's expressions turned troubled. In the early 90s, the foreign exchange reserves domestically were quite limited, and these reserves were considered strategic resources. It was not a matter of simply taking what one desired. Obtaining such resources required a lengthy approval process, necessitating connections to facilitate it. Could we not use other forms of payment? A young man in his late 30s ventured to inquire. Gold can also be used for payment, Li Fei responded. But utilizing gold is impractical as it is cumbersome. The most efficient method remains using US dollars. Why did Li Fei not mention that goods could also serve as payment? He desired to extend a favor to these individuals while simultaneously securing his financial gain and earning their gratitude. Chun Jianjun, upon hearing Li Fei's words, could not help but regard him with increased admiration. We possess neither US dollars nor pounds. These are strategic resources governed by the capital of the imperial capital, and we simply cannot procure such a vast amount of foreign exchange. Is there truly no other way? Li Fei addressed the assembly of uncles and elders. There exists indeed a solution, but it necessitates the involvement of an intermediary. You would need to entrust an intermediary company to assist in your procurement. All you need to do, esteemed uncles, is to pay in Huaxia currency, and this intermediary can facilitate the transactions through alternative means. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the crowd comprehended his implication instantly. Lin Jun spoke up, We are unfamiliar with any intermediaries. Do you happen to know one? Dear uncles, Li Fei replied, the company I work for is engaged in import-export trade, and I can serve as that intermediary for you. However, I have one condition. Our company requires the export of substantial supplies to the state of Sioux, which involves considerable procurement of essential goods. Yet, I fear that interprovincial procurement may encounter certain obstacles. Therefore, I hope you esteemed uncles can assist in mitigating such troubles. The realization dawned upon the assembly. This clever lad intended to leverage their identities and backgrounds to resolve his company's procurement challenges. They promptly assured Li Fei, as long as you can help us secure the equipment, we are amenable to your requests. Chapter 50, A Flurry of Procurement After a Midday Meal. The group gathered in a secluded tea house private room, where they conveyed a list of equipment and machinery they sought to procure. Although the machinery from the state of Sioux may not rival that of Western countries, it far surpassed domestic offerings. Acquiring such equipment would be a commendable addition to their records, undoubtedly enhancing their prospects for future promotions. By the afternoon's end, Li Fei meticulously compiled the list of required equipment. He refrained from calculating the prices, as he was uncertain of the costs that would be demanded by the state of Sioux, with the pricing authority resting in the hands of General Nekazov. That evening, the group convened once more at a private dining establishment. Following their meal, Chun Jianjun and his colleagues engaged in a gathering, while Li Fei returned to the Hilton Hotel. Upon his return, his first order of business was to call General Nekazov. "Hello, this is General Nekazov's office. I am Adjutant Kirfu," came the voice on the other end. "Greetings, Adjutant Kirfu. This is Li Fei," he replied. "I wish to discuss a significant business opportunity with General Nekazov. Is he available?" "The general is currently in a meeting and will likely be occupied for several hours," Kirfu informed him. Upon hearing of the substantial business Li Fei wished to discuss, he inquired further. Mr. Li was unaware of the substantial dealings being discussed and inquired if it could be elucidated. At that moment, Chieruofu, the deputy, spoke up, indicating that there were some transactions he could authorize on behalf of the general. Upon hearing the deputy's words, Li Fei understood the underlying implications and responded, expressing his need for the most advanced steel-making equipment from the Sioux Nation, along with their cutting-edge machine tools and production lines. He expressed uncertainty about whether Deputy Chieruofu could procure these items. "Mr. Li," the deputy replied, "the steel-making equipment, machine tools, and production lines fall under a category of prohibited exports, so this may prove to be quite challenging." Chieruofu acknowledged the restricted nature of the requested equipment, but added, "Since they are commodities, they must have a price." He continued, "You and the general are well aware of the current state of affairs in the Sioux Nation. General Nekazov is striving to maintain his military authority, but without funds, that endeavor is utterly impractical. Particularly in light of the actions taken by the Eagle Nation against Sioux, it is evident they are targeting us. Moreover, the regional alliances within Sioux are not particularly reliable. Should any crisis arise, they may struggle to even provide military funding. The number of troops under General Nekazov's command requires substantial dollars and resources to sustain. Furthermore, given Sioux's capabilities, producing such equipment and machine tools should not be a daunting task. Why forego the opportunity for profit? Who in this world truly cares about having too much money? Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Chieruofu?" Li Fei seductively enticed the deputy with his words. "You are indeed correct, Mr. Li. No one in this world truly cares about excessive wealth. I shall report your proposal to the general." Chieruofu conceded, visibly swayed by Li Fei's arguments. Currently, Sioux owed him several months' worth of allowances that had not been disbursed on time. Were he to rely solely on those allowances for sustenance, his entire family would have perished on the streets by now. The only reason they lived so comfortably was due to his ability to leverage his authority to secure some benefits. Once the Pandora's box of interests is opened, one cannot help but desire more. The yearning for gain becomes insatiable. "I await your call, Deputy Chieruofu," Li Fei stated, providing the deputy with the phone number to his room. After their conversation, Li Fei reclined on his bed and began watching television. The dramas of the 1990s were far more engaging than the mindless shows of the 21st century, offering a captivating viewing experience. Meanwhile, at General Nekazov's residence, he stormed into his study, seething with anger after a meeting where his request for military funding had been denied. In a fit of rage, he smashed several porcelain items before collapsing onto the sofa to smoke a cigar. He had been instructed by his superiors to devise his own solutions for the funding issue affecting his vast army of over 100,000 troops. Was this not tantamount to a death sentence? "General, Mr. Li just called, expressing his desire to discuss a significant business opportunity with you. I estimate that this venture is worth at least $300 million. If only General Nekazov knew why he was so incensed. It is because he failed to secure the funds." He informed General Nekazov about Mr. Li's extensive procurement plans. "How much does he intend to purchase?" Upon hearing his adjutant mention Mr. Li's intention to acquire $300 million worth of goods, Nekazov's interest was piqued. "What exactly is Mr. Li looking to procure?" The adjutant replied, "General, he is seeking the latest equipment from our steel mill, along with machine tools, production lines, and a vast array of industrial equipment. He also mentioned that the initial procurement value of $300 million is merely the beginning. The figure will only increase. Go, give him a call. I wish to speak with him, General Nekhazov said, his eyes brightening. Yes, General, the adjutant promptly responded and dialed Mr. Lee's number. Meanwhile, Mr. Lee, engrossed in a television drama, was startled by the ringing of the phone beside his bed and promptly answered. Hello, who is this? Mr. Lee, greetings. I am the adjutant, and the general wishes to speak with you, the adjutant replied upon recognizing Lee's voice. After this, he handed the phone to General Nekhazov. Mr. Lee, this is General Nekhazov. He introduced himself after taking the phone from the adjutant. Good day, General. Upon hearing the general's voice, Mr. Lee responded. I presume the adjutant has informed you of our discussion? Indeed, General Nekhazov replied. I can provide you with the items you seek, but I require payment in U.S. dollars. Is that feasible? Hearing that General Nekhazov insisted on dollar transactions, Mr. Lee quickly began to persuade him otherwise. General, Chapter 51. The price is too cheap. After much persuasion, Mr. Lee finally convinced General Nekhazov to settle the deal in Chinese currency and goods. This was largely due to the fact that General Nekhazov controlled a substantial amount of U.S. dollars. He was also aware that the KGB had conducted private investigations into him, revealing his possession of significant dollar reserves. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have entrusted him with the responsibility of raising military funds, who would willingly relinquish what they have so painstakingly acquired. It occurred to him, as Mr. Lee spoke, that the inability to secure military funding meant that the lives of soldiers were equally challenging, reflecting the plight of the entire Soviet populace. The national currency was in a state of rampant devaluation. Previously, 10 rubles could be exchanged for several dollars. Yet now, over 100 rubles were required for a single dollar. One can only imagine the dire circumstances facing the Soviet Union. General Nekhazov's situation was even more precarious, as he had to support an army of over 100,000 troops. These individuals are indeed the very foundation of his existence in the Soviet Union. When funds for military expenses are not allocated from above, he must find a way to support his subordinates financially. Li Fei's words resonated with him. If military funds are insufficient, then he would provide supplies instead: food, bread, clothing, and shoes, all acquired at minimal costs. He would then distribute these goods to the soldiers at market prices, enabling them to support their families. The situation in the Soviet Union in the 1990s, while dire, had not yet reached its nadir. That would occur in 1991 when the nation fragmented into several states, and the condition of the Russian Federation descended into chaos. After obtaining General Nekhazov's consent, Li Fei proceeded to meet Chun Jianjun and his companions, having promised them he would provide clarity that evening. Regardless of the circumstances with General Nekhazov, departing from the hotel, he hailed a taxi to a villa purchased by Liu Zhonglian outside the city. This villa was not acquired through embezzlement. Rather, it was a gift from his brother, intended for his son, Liu Zhongjun, initially pursuing a military career, chose to retire when faced with troop reductions, even though he was not on the list for discharge. He selflessly relinquished his position to a comrade, allowing him to remain in the service. Post-retirement, Liu Zhongjun utilized family connections to engage in business, first dealing in permits and later trading televisions. Over the years, he amassed considerable wealth, and naturally, he wished to provide his nephew with a villa. He refrained from gifting it to his elder brother, Liu Zhonglian, as his brother worked in law enforcement. Owning a villa valued in the hundreds of thousands would tarnish his reputation. Even in jest, such a move would be unseemly. Upon arriving at the villa where Liu Zhonglian and his associates were gathered, Li Fei rang the doorbell. The door was swiftly opened by Liu Zhonglian. Have you succeeded, young man? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I have fulfilled my promise, Li Fei replied with a smile as he was ushered inside. Upon entering the villa, Li Fei felt as though he had stepped into a den of wolves, with over 20 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Among those present, aside from Chun Jianjun, the lowest-ranked individual, the others held positions of significant authority, including several provincial leaders. Under such scrutiny, even someone as resilient as Li Fei found it overwhelming. Dear uncles, please do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am but a youth, unaccustomed to the weight of your stares. He feigned trepidation. You may be young, but the actions you have taken are ventures that even we, the adults, might hesitate to undertake, remarked a provincial leader, unable to resist teasing Li Fei at his apprehensive demeanor. Regarding the matters undertaken by Li Fei, Chun Jianjun had already conferred with them. This young man astonishingly negotiated a business deal worth over $10 billion with the capital's airport, a revelation so incredulous that none could believe it. Such a transaction, if conducted in any province, would warrant personal reception from the top officials. However, upon learning from Chun Jianjun that Li Fei's father is Li Yuanchao, they could not suppress their astonishment. Recently, the name they had heard most frequently was indeed Li Yuanchao, a figure favored by the commander-in-chief, heralding an immeasurable future. What surprised them even more was the revelation that Li Fei is the son of Li Yuanchao. Moreover, Li Fei's accomplishments eclipsed even those of his father, prompting comparisons that made them reflect on their own sons and instilling a desire to impart lessons of paternal love through discipline. Li Fei, what did the Sioux country say? Did they agree? The crowd could not help but inquire. They have consented, Li Fei replied. General Nekazov stated that the equipment, machinery, and production lines are available for sale. With that, Li Fei presented a meticulously prepared price list to the assembly. These prices are quite favorable. Esteemed uncles and elders, do consider whether they find the offer acceptable. As the gathered individuals examined the list with keen attention, astonishment spread among them. So inexpensive? They exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing the sentiments of these prominent figures, Li Fei mused to himself. Had he known they perceived it as cheap, he might have inflated the price further. Earning merely $30 million seemed a substantial loss. He ought to secure at least a modest profit. Nevertheless, such notions were swiftly quelled by Li Fei, whose aspirations were not solely for monetary gain, but rather for the invaluable network of connections. For him, $30 million was already a significant windfall, as relationships held immeasurable worth. Little one, should this equipment be traded in Europe or America, the prices would be no less than 5 times what you see here. For instance, the steelmaking equipment is quoted at $80 million in Japan, with each unit costing 400 million yuan. However, the Sioux country's offer stands at merely 80 million yuan, a mere fifth of Japan's quote, and this technology is superior. In the West, this would fetch at least $150 million. Acquiring it for 80 million is indeed a tremendous bargain, and Lin Jun responded excitedly to Li Fei. The machine tools I require follow suit in the West. This model would command at least $50 million, yet here it is only 60 million yuan. Can it be considered anything but advantageous? Chapter 52. 2 orders worth 50 billion. After Li Fei and these magnates reached an agreement on the pricing, they readily consented to remit half of the payment to Li Fei within 3 days. The total cost for this batch of equipment exceeded 30 billion yuan. The remarkably low pricing led many among them to procure in excess, thereby elevating the purchase volume. For Li Fei, this resulted in a modest yet significant achievement. Moreover, Li Fei only needs to pay 15 billion for the over 3 billion Huaxia coins, while the remaining 15 billion will require his assistance in procuring supplies for Nekazov. In the process, Li Fei can also profit a few billion. The following day, Li Fei received a call early in the morning from Su Qianxing, who requested that he meet at the airport to discuss the pricing for aircraft procurement. Upon receiving the call, Li Fei promptly took a shower, donned a white shirt, tailored trousers, and polished shoes, and adorned his wrist with a luxurious Vacheron Constantine watch he had purchased in the city of Sijio. He appeared every bit the young and affluent CEO, the only incongruity being that his mode of transport was a taxi. Upon arriving at the airport's administrative building, Li Fei was warmly welcomed into Su Qianxing's office. Mr. Li, I apologize for disturbing your slumber so early. Su Qianxing expressed regret upon seeing Li Fei. Not at all. Mr. Su, business takes precedence over sleep, Li Fei replied with a smile. Mr. Li, our engineers have thoroughly inspected the Tu-154, and it is in impeccable condition, with a flight age of less than 3 years, essentially as good as new. I invited you today to discuss the pricing of this aircraft. Su Qianxing informed him with a smile. The price is negotiable. The asking price from the Sioux Nation is 110 million for each aircraft, which is significantly less than half the cost of comparable Boeing and Airbus models. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Su? Li Fei revealed his desired price. Acquired at a mere $8 million, the aircraft's value in Huaxia coins would be approximately 40 million. By quoting 110 million, Li Fei would still be profiting 70 million per aircraft. If he were to bring back all the other Tu-154s from Sioux Nation, he could easily earn over 800 million. Could we perhaps lower the price a bit? Su Qianxing inquired, intrigued by Li Fei's asking price of 110 million. However, as the head of the airport, he felt compelled to negotiate downwards. Mr. Li, is there any room for negotiation on this price? In response to the counteroffer, Li Fei stated, the Tu-154 is comparable to the most popular models from Boeing and Airbus, both in terms of performance and other aspects. Acquiring such an aircraft for 110 million Huaxia coins is a tremendous bargain for you, Mr. Su. With the funds for one Boeing or Airbus of the same class, you could purchase 2 or 3 Tu-154s. This achievement would be evident, and no other domestic airport could surpass your record. However, we simply do not have that much money to spend. Su Qianxing thought of the potential advancement this achievement could bring him to national leadership, feeling quite pleased. Nevertheless, he was still determined to save wherever possible. Mr. Su, do you truly believe what you just said? Li Fei smiled as he spoke to Su Qianxing. If you believe the price of the aircraft is excessive, I may have to turn to Sichuan Airlines. I have heard they're also looking to procure several planes. Conveniently, the fourth in command at the Sichuan government is a senior of my uncle Chun, who currently resides in the capital. Thus, I would have to discuss matters with him. Upon finishing his statement, Li Fei rose to leave. Wait. Su Qianxing, taken aback by Li Fei's words, did not anticipate that Chun Jianjun's network would extend so far, reaching even the fourth in command at the Sichuan government. He was also aware that the Sichuan Airlines was indeed interested in acquiring aircraft. Should Li Fei truly pursue a deal with Sichuan Airlines, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Compared to Sichuan Airlines, his own position held greater merit, as the capital is, after all, the nucleus of Huaxia. Advancements in rank could occur more swiftly than with other national airline executives. Mr. Li, 110 million it is. Su Qianxing called Li Fei back, stating, I will procure all the Tu-154 aircraft in your possession. Your decision is commendable. Li Fei replied, acknowledging Su Qianxing's intent to acquire all of Su Nation's Tu-154 aircraft. Currently, there are 12 Tu-154s in Su Nation, one of which remains unassembled, totaling 13 aircraft. With the additional one, the total reaches 14. Altogether, the sum amounts to 1,540 million Huaxia currency. A 50% deposit is required from you, amounting to 825 million. Once the initial payment is secured, the aircraft can be delivered within a week, with the remaining balance payable upon arrival. In this transaction, Li Fei stood to gain nearly 1 billion Huaxia currency. He sold each Tu-154 aircraft, originally priced at 40 million Huaxia currency, for 110 million Huaxia currency. This price is 30 million more than the 80 million per aircraft sold to Sichuan Airlines by Old Master Mao. Furthermore, Li Fei's acquisition cost was less than what Mao Qizhong had paid. This disparity largely stemmed from the differing networks each party utilized. Li Fei had connections with military elites, while his counterpart's contacts paled in comparison. For Nikolaev, the price of $800,000 per Tu-154 was inconsequential. Selling something that was not his own did not burden him. It was akin to a child selling off his grandfather's land without remorse. Presently, Su Nation was in a similar state, with officials and military magnates ravenously draining resources. The 14 Tu-154 aircraft could effortlessly yield him $100 million in revenue. Why wouldn't T. Nikolaev sell them? Soon, Su Qianxing and Li Fei finalized the contract for the aircraft purchase. However, the agreement was not made through Li Fei's company in Hangzhou, but rather through an offshore company that he had registered in the Cayman Islands with the assistance of HSBC. The chairman of this offshore entity remained Zhou Hao, with accounting and other matters directly managed under HSBC. For Li Fei, it was essential to avoid drawing attention to himself. The Hangzhou Import-Export Trading Company would also execute contracts with the offshore company, rather than directly with the Su Nation side. Li Fei signed a contract with General Nekazov through an offshore company. Chapter 53, Returning to Hangzhou. After finalizing the order with Su Qianxing, Li Fei declined Su's invitation for a banquet and instead visited Chun Jianjun's home. What brings you here? Chun Shooting inquired curiously upon seeing Li Fei at her residence. I simply missed you and wanted to see you, Li Fei replied, grasping her hand. A fit of coughing interrupted the moment as Chun Jianjun appeared at the door, casting a disapproving glare at Li Fei. Alarmed by the unfriendly gaze of his future father-in-law, Li Fei quickly released Chun Shooting's hand. Uncle Chun, I am here to bid you farewell. I have signed a contract at the airport today. I am preparing to return to Hangzhou this afternoon, and subsequently, I will assist some of the uncles with their procurement matters, necessitating a trip to Su country for discussions, Li Fei explained to Chun Jianjun. That was quick. You finalized it already? Chen Jianjun expressed surprise at Li Fei's announcement of the contract with Su Qinxing. There won't be any issues on Su Country's end, right? Rest assured. Uncle, I finalized everything yesterday. As long as the funds are in place, the equipment can be shipped back to our country within a month, Li Fei assured him. Will your company send anyone else to accompany you on this business trip? Chen Jianjun inquired with concern upon hearing of Li Fei's upcoming journey to Su Country. You need not worry. Someone will be there to receive me when I arrive, Li Fei replied with a smile, appreciating Chen Jianjun's concern. You are going to Su Country alone? Chen Shooting interjected, unable to contain her worry as she listened to the conversation. Yes, Li Fei confirmed. The company requires my presence in Su Country for a business deal, and the advance payment has already been processed. I need to return to Hangzhou first to settle a few matters and find an excuse to persuade my parents, and then I will fly to Su Country from Hangzhou. Why does your company only need you to go? Can't they send someone else? Chen Shooting asked, her face etched with concern. Because I'm the only one in our company who speaks Russian. If they don't send me, who else would they send? Moreover, the company provides a stipend for my business trip, 1,000 yuan per day. I will likely spend at least a week, if not longer, in Russia. When I return, I will bring you a mink coat from there. The people in Su Country, much like those in our northeastern provinces, have a penchant for wearing mink coats. This is primarily due to the severe cold of their winters, which makes ordinary clothing inadequate against the chill. The warmth provided by animal fur is unparalleled, making Su Country one of the leading markets for mink coats, even surpassing our northeastern provinces in sales. I do not want a gift. I only wish for your safe return, Chen Shooting replied, unaffected by the thought of receiving a mink coat, her only desire being for Li Fei to return unharmed. Rest assured, in the land of Su, no one dares to offend me. Those who collaborate with my company are none other than the esteemed generals of the Su military. The CRME de la CRME of elite. To cross me would be tantamount to crossing them. Observing Chen Shooting's worried expression regarding her safety, Li Fei smiled reassuringly. After speaking, he rose and addressed Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance with the 2 trains. Don't worry, I have already contacted my subordinates yesterday to arrange suitable locations. As soon as the trains arrive, they can proceed directly without any trouble, Uncle Chen replied. Thank you, future father-in-law, Li Fei chuckled, referring to Uncle Chen with that title upon hearing of the arrangements. You brat, you can leave now. You are not welcome in my home, Uncle Chen retorted, clearly annoyed by Li Fei's playful jab. Stop calling me that. I won't acknowledge you, Chen Shooting exclaimed, blushing with embarrassment at Li Fei's audacity to address her father so casually. Yet, in Li Fei's eyes, her anger appeared rather endearing. Uncle Chen, Shooting, I shall take my leave. I will visit again upon my return from Hangzhou, Li Fei said to the father-daughter duo. With that, he departed from Uncle Chen's residence. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed at Hangzhou Airport. Upon disembarking, Li Fei hurried home. Mom, I'm back. He called out loudly at the entrance, but was met with silence. Noticing no one answered, he knocked on the door. Mom, your precious son has returned. Aren't you coming out to greet me? Li, your little Li is back. Hurry and open the door. He continued knocking, but after a prolonged wait with no response, he decided to visit his second uncle instead. Upon arriving at the municipal office, he headed straight to his uncle's office. Uncle, I've come to see you. Li Fei. Make no mistake, I am not your uncle. The new head of the municipal office replied with a smile upon seeing Li Fei burst into his office. This new head was a subordinate of Li Jijun, having worked closely with him for over a decade. Therefore, he was well acquainted with Li Fei, especially now that his father had been promoted to a position in the capital, becoming a prominent figure in Zhejiang province. Uncle Zhang, has my second uncle gotten into some trouble and been reported? Li Fei joked, noticing his uncle's subordinate in his uncle's chair. You always speak nonsense. You know exactly what kind of person your second uncle is, don't you? Uncle Zhang replied, somewhat irritated by Li Fei est. He has been promoted to the provincial department as a deputy now. He is no longer here. If you wish to find him, you must go to the provincial department. Has my uncle struck a stroke of good fortune? Surprisingly, he has been promoted to the provincial department. Does this mean I can now bully men and dominate women? Li Fei exclaimed with delight upon hearing about his uncle's promotion. If you're not afraid of being reprimanded by your father and your uncle, you may give it a try, replied Director Zhang with a smile. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that. Li Fei promptly declined. Afterward, he addressed Director Zhang, saying, Uncle Zhang, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Goodbye, Director Zhang responded in kind. Upon departing from the municipal bureau, Li Fei proceeded to the nearby company to relay some tasks. Chapter 54. Homecoming. Upon his arrival at the company, he noticed Zhou Hao seated in his office, accompanied by numerous young individuals whom Li Fei did not recognize. "May I inquire whom you are seeking?" A young lady approached Li Fei and asked. "I am the company's accountant, Li Fei," he replied with a smile, halting the newcomer in her tracks. "Hello, Accountant Li," the girl greeted him eagerly. "Accountant Li, you have returned," Zhou Hao exclaimed, hastening out of his office upon hearing Li Fei's voice, his face alight with excitement. "Boss, I just got off the plane and came straight to the office," Li Fei addressed Zhou Hao with a smile. "Accountant Li, let us discuss the results of your recent business trip in my office," Zhou Hao swiftly suggested. "All right," Li Fei responded, following Zhou Hao into his office. Once in the office, Zhou Hao intended to offer his seat to Li Fei, but Li Fei declined. Subsequently, Li Fei inquired, "Could you tell me how many factories were negotiated during my absence?" "While you were away, they secured 5 factories in nearby cities. These factories are on the verge of closure, with their warehouses filled with goods that have been stagnant for years. They're selling at half the cost, and compared to the prices you set, they have made a significant profit. Each person has earned at least several thousand yuan," Zhou Hao answered, his tone laced with envy. "Did they inspect the quality of the goods? Were there any issues?" Li Fei asked. "They have checked everything and found no quality issues. The only drawback is that the styles are somewhat outdated," Zhou Hao replied. "A little obsolescence is inconsequential, provided the quality is intact. After all, these goods are not meant for domestic sale," Li Fei remarked. "Inform them to have all the goods delivered to Hangsheng and let them settle the payment at the company," he instructed. "I will convey the message," Zhou Hao promptly replied. "Notify these factories to expedite production. We will take as many goods as they can produce. We can advance them 50% of the payment, with the remainder to be settled upon completion of production. Moreover, our company is now set to collaborate with another firm, and henceforth, all payments will be managed by this new partner," Li Fei informed Zhou Hao. "A new partner? What company is this? Is it reliable?" Zhou Hao inquired, somewhat perplexed. "This new company is an offshore entity registered in your name. By collaborating with this offshore firm, we can significantly reduce our tax liabilities," Li Fei explained. "The primary advantage of an offshore company is that it allows us to pay less tax while also presenting the facade of a foreign enterprise, thereby circumventing numerous bureaucratic hurdles. The most crucial aspect is that should any trouble arise, Li Fei can easily relinquish this offshore company and establish a new one." "Is that truly feasible?" Zhou Hao asked, struggling to grasp the implications of Li Fei's words. "So, can we truly save a considerable amount on taxes? What are you thinking?" Li Fei clarified. "Our import-export trading company cannot escape tax obligations. It's merely a matter of how much we pay. Even with an offshore company, we are still required to remit taxes. But the rates are significantly lower than those imposed on domestic enterprises. I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved in running a company. If you hadn't shared this with me, I would have remained oblivious to such operations," Zhou Hao remarked, unable to contain his surprise. "This is something you need to study thoroughly. These practices are documented in textbooks. However, such operations are rare domestically, as they are predominantly favored by foreign companies seeking tax evasion," Li Fei responded. He then asked Zhou Hao, "Are all these individuals graduates from Hangzhou University?" "Indeed. They are all graduates from Hangzhou University. They just began their internships yesterday. I informed them that they needed to wait for you to interview them before we could select any candidates," Zhou Hao replied. "Now that I have time, let them come to my office for interviews. I will be traveling to Sugwa tomorrow and will likely be away for about 10 days. It's the perfect opportunity to interview them and choose a few suitable candidates," Zhou Hao said. "All right, I will inform them right away," Zhou Hao promptly responded. 2 hours later, all 7 university students recruited by Zhou Hao were retained by Li Fei. Li Fei selected 2 from among them to assist with auditing the accounts, while the remaining staff were tasked with managing various other responsibilities within the company, such as liaising with clients and maintaining relationships with factories. After completing these tasks, Li Fei returned home. "Mom, your darling son has returned. Aren't you going to open the door and greet me with some firecrackers?" Li Fei called out as he reached his doorstep. Huang Yueshan, hearing her son's voice, opened the door and gazed at him with a frosty expression. "So you finally decided to come back? After being away for so many days, not a single phone call. I thought you had been abducted. Firecrackers to celebrate your return? If you hadn't come back, I would have set off some firecrackers in celebration. Mother, I was so caught up in my adventures that I forgot to call and assure you of my well-being. Besides, I did not just bring you a gift. It is a token of my affection," Surely, it surpasses anything that old Li could offer you. Look, he went to the capital for a conference and most likely returned empty-handed, unlike me, who always keeps you in my thoughts while out and about. As he gazed at his mother's frosty expression, Li Fei quickly adopted a more endearing tone. Huang Yuanshan found herself agreeing with her son's reasoning. At least he was considerate enough to bring her a present. Unlike her husband, Li Yuanchao, who returned from his trip to the capital with nothing for her. Enough of your mischief in front of your mother, Li Yuanchao interjected sharply, realizing his son was attempting to shift the blame onto him. I attended a conference in the capital and had no time to explore. How could I have brought your mother a gift otherwise? Old Li, do you truly believe that excuse? Must conferences last 24 hours a day? Once you complete your meetings, can't you spare some time to buy a gift for mother? Li Fei raturta. See, dear mother, old Li is merely making excuses. Look at your beloved son, who, despite being busy having fun, remembered to bring you a gift. Don't be swayed by his words. Li Yuanchao, watching Li Fei stir up trouble, quietly unbuckled his belt and approached his son. Is that so? Chapter 55. Old Li. I was mistaken. Old Li, I heard that you were promoted and transferred to the capital? Li Fei asked playfully, a grin plastered on his face. You rascal, come here. Li Yuanchao summoned his son into his study. Li Fei complied and followed him inside. Close the door, Li Yuanchao instructed. Li Fei obeyed, shutting the door behind him. Did you alter the proposal I drafted? Once the door was closed, Li Yuanchao inquired if Li Fei had indeed modified his original plan. Compared to his own, Li Fei's proposal was far superior and more impressive. Without that document, Li Yuanchao knew he would never have been favored by the commander for such a significant position. That day, I noticed you were dissatisfied with your draft, so I reluctantly took it upon myself to assist. After all, I aspire to see my father succeed. Hoping to spare you the pressure of wanting your son to excel, I shall remain quietly content as a second-generation heir. Thus, old Li, you must strive hard. The future of the Li family depends on you, Li Fei earnestly declared. At that moment, Li Yuanchao discreetly removed his leather belt. Old Li, you needn't go to such lengths, Li Fei exclaimed, alarmed by his father's actions. If you dare to speak nonsense, I shall make you experience the discipline I received from my own father, Li Yuanchao warned fiercely. After threatening his son, Li Yuanchao addressed Li Fei, saying, Xiao Fei, there are numerous elements in your proposal that elude my comprehension. You ought to elucidate them for me. Additionally, the microloan employment initiative, the factory consolidation, and the external sales of products mentioned in your proposal must be clarified in detail. People from the capital will arrive shortly, and I am presiding over this endeavor. I represent the commander-in-chief, and there must be no oversight in our work. Do you understand? I've heard of deceitful schemes aimed at fathers, but never at sons. Li Fei, upon hearing his father demand a thorough explanation, felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, he regretted his choices. This predicament was of his own making. He had no one to blame but himself. Observing his son's reluctant expression filled with regret, Li Yuanchao felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing his son's discomfort. Old Li, please wait a moment, Li Fei replied, turning to leave the study. Once in his room, Li Fei retrieved a notebook from his bag and returned to his father's study. Here, he said, handing the notebook to Li Yuanchao. This contains my proposed solutions and the entrepreneurship loan plan, among other details. The contents of this notebook were the result of Li Fei's late-night efforts, often working until 1 or 2 in the morning. He understood that his father would struggle with the advanced concepts within the proposal, as they exceeded the prevailing mindset of the era. So, you were prepared all along, Li Yuanchao exclaimed as he accepted the notebook and began to peruse its pages. Captivated by the methodologies and plans detailed within, he lost himself in the reading. After approximately 10 minutes, he closed the notebook and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Son, did you conceive these ideas independently? Or did you hear them from others? Or were you instructed to write this? Of course, these are my own thoughts, synthesized from the reform histories of developed Western nations, alongside our country's developmental trajectory, Li Fei responded. And do you really think someone would share such insights with others? Wouldn't it be more prudent to keep them and submit them oneself? He cast a sideways glance at his father. Upon hearing his son's reasoning, Li Yuanchao found it quite compelling. However, he remained skeptical about Li Fei's claim of originality. The proposal was so comprehensive that even the top economists in the capital could hardly conceive of such thoroughness. Yet, his 18-year-old son had shattered his preconceptions. By the way, I must mention something to you beforehand. You may need to report it to the higher authorities, Li Fei said, somewhat hesitantly. You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? Li Yuanchao asked, concern etching his features. Observing his fidgeting son, Li Yuanchao could not restrain himself from inquiring whether he had engaged in any unlawful activities. What do you take me for? Li Fei retorted, casting an exasperated glance at his father. I've established a company in Hangzhou, primarily focusing on import and export trade. I recently secured a procurement contract worth over $1 billion yuan with a foreign enterprise, encompassing the entire production of household goods, food products, textiles, clothing, and footwear from various factories in Hangzhou. What did you just say? Li Yuanchao was taken aback upon hearing that his son had founded a company and signed a procurement contract of such magnitude. You mean to say you've created a company? And signed a contract worth over $1 billion yuan? Indeed, Li Fei affirmed. The company is registered under my classmate's brother's name, not mine. I publicly claim to be the accountant for this company. However, I felt it necessary to inform you about this, lest someone uses it against you without your knowledge. Starting a company requires capital. Where did you acquire the funds? The tumult of emotions within Li Yuanchao surged, yet he did not express anger. After all, his son was capable of drafting plans for corporate reform. What was so outrageous about starting a business? Nonetheless, he was deeply concerned about the origin of that money. I earned it while watching the World Cup. It's not much, just over $1 million. With that, I began my trading company. During my recent absence from Hangzhou, I was out seeking business opportunities. Tomorrow, I must travel to the Soviet Union to assist the capital's airport in procuring a batch of aircraft. Upon hearing the source of the funds, Li Yuanchao did not reach for his belt. Instead, he removed his slippers with a swift motion. Old Li, hitting your son is against the law. As a public servant, you must adhere to the law. Frightened, Li Fei turned to flee but was promptly caught by his father, resulting in a rather intimate encounter between his backside and the plastic slippers. Crack, crack, crack. Old Li, I was wrong. Spare me. Chapter 56, The Father and Son. Together in Deception. After receiving a dose of paternal affection from Li Yuanchao, Li Fei's demeanor turned rather melancholic. He promptly sought out his mother, Huang Yuanshan, to lodge a complaint. Mom, your precious son has been wronged. You must seek vengeance for me. Tell your mother who harmed you. I shall confront them. If I cannot handle it, your father will. Huang Yuanshan replied with righteous indignation. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Li Fei said, rubbing his backside, displaying a commendable level of magnanimity. My father's status has changed. We shouldn't let a trivial matter tarnish his career. He is currently a favored figure before the commander, and any incident could be magnified. Enduring a bit of hardship is inconsequential. As the saying goes, misfortune often brings fortune. My dear son, it is commendable that you can think this way, Huang Yuanshan reassured her dejected child, gazing at his forlorn expression. Oh, how unfortunate my fate is. Li Fei lamenta inwardly, questioning how he could have been bestowed such a father. Xiao Fei, wash your hands and prepare for dinner, called Huang Yushan as she noticed Li Fei about to leave. All right, he replied, promptly heading to the restroom. Upon emerging, he found that his mother had already set the dishes on the table, while Li Yuanchao, drawn by the aroma of the meal, exited his study. Yushan, have you completed the handover of your work? If so, you should head to the capital. Arrangements have already been made for you there. You can take care of the housing situation while I wrap up matters in Zhejiang. Li Yuanchao addressed his wife. Am I to go to the capital alone? Huang Yushan asked, somewhat taken aback by her husband's statement. Should we take the furniture with us? Leave the furniture here. The capital will provide us with new furnishings. Li Yuanchao responded. How long will it take you to sort out things in Zhejiang? Huang Yushan could not restrain her curiosity. I aim to complete the enterprise reforms in Zhejiang within 6 months, he replied confidently. His assurance stemmed from Li Fei's proposals, which merely required him to follow the plans outlined in his notebook. Thus, 6 months would suffice, and perhaps even less time would be necessary. This trial initiative had been ordered by the chief commander himself, designating Zhejiang as the experimental region. All key figures in Zhejiang had been instructed to fully cooperate with Li Yuanchao's reforms, as it pertained not only to his future, but also to theirs. Mom, I wish to apply to the capital university, as Chen Shooting's family resides there. I want to visit the capital tomorrow, Li Fei announced to Huang Yushan. Weren't you previously keen on attending school in Shanghai? Why the sudden desire to study in the capital? Is it for Chen Shooting? Huang Yushan inquired, her expression one of skepticism. Shanghai tends to be exclusive, and the locals look down upon outsiders. I would rather not study there. While my feelings for Chen Shooting do play a part, The primary reason is that I prefer not to be too far from home. If I study in the capital, I can return home easily when I miss you or crave your cooking, Li Fei explained with a smile. Afterward, he exchanged a knowing glance with his father. Li Yuanchao. Observing his son's gesture, Li Yuanchao remarked, "This boy is full of ideas each day. Nonetheless, if he wishes to study in the capital, that is acceptable. At least he will be under our watchful eyes and won't stray from the right path. Let him visit the capital and experience its wonders. However, this fellow has just returned from outside and is now heading to the capital. I fear he may indulge in reckless pursuits." Upon hearing her husband's support Li Fei's solo journey to the capital, Huang Yushan spoke up. "My dear wife, this fellow's heart has long been untamed. He dares to venture alone to sue country for business. He just returned from the capital today, so there is no need for you to worry about him." Li Yuanchao reflected in his heart upon hearing his wife's words. Boys are destined to roam. Let him hone his skills now. It will be beneficial for him. Li Yuanchao adopted a stern paternal demeanor in response to his wife. "I cannot argue with the two of you," Huang Yushan conceded, still quite inclined to listen to Li Yuanchao. After all, he is the pillar of their family. Even if she disagreed, she would respect her husband's choices. Seeing his mother acquiesce, Li Fei could hardly contain his joy. "You're the best, Mom," he exclaimed, showering her with praise. "When in the capital, do not cause any trouble. Remember, it is not like Zhejiang province, do you understand?" Huang Yushan chided her son, unable to resist the urge to admonish him. "Rest assured, I will not stir up trouble. I simply wish to visit the Great Wall, stroll through the Forbidden City, and indulge in the local delicacies of the capital," Li Fei promptly assured her. After dinner, Li Yuanchao retreated to his study to review the implementation plan drafted by Li Fei. Huang Yushan emerged from the room, presenting her son with 3,000 yuan. "Take this with you to the capital. When you visit Uncle Chun, do not go empty-handed. Bring a gift, understood?" "I will remember." Li Fei accepted the money without hesitation, knowing that refusing it would raise his mother's suspicions. The next day, Li Fei rose early, had breakfast, bid farewell to his parents, and took a taxi to the airport with a suitcase. By 11 o'clock, he had arrived at the capital's airport. Rather than exiting, he headed directly to the administrative building. For today, he was to accompany a dozen pilots from the capital's airport on a flight to Sioux Country to oversee the handover of aircraft. "Mr. Li, these are the pilots from our capital airline. This is Captain Ho Tian, the team leader. He is a retired veteran from the Air Force." Su Qianheng warmly welcomed Li Fei, introducing the pilots to him. "Greetings, Captain Ho," Li Fei said enthusiastically, extending his hand for a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Li," Ho Tian replied with a smile. "President Su has spoken highly of your achievements. I did not expect you to be so young and accomplished. Truly, talents emerge in every generation." Chapter 57. Nekazov accepts me as a brother. After departing from the capital airport, Li Fei and his Group S flight landed at 9 o'clock in the evening. As they exited the airport, Kater-Tovsky and his aide, Chia Ruofu, were already waiting outside to greet them. "Mr. Kater, aide Chia Ruofu, it is good to see you again," Li Fei greeted the two warmly. "Mr. Li, we meet again." Kartatovsky greeted Li Fei with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Li, the general instructed me to take you to see him immediately upon your arrival." Chergov spoke to Li Fei. "All right, no problem," Li Fei replied promptly. He then turned to Captain Ho Tian and said, "Captain Ho, I have matters to discuss with General Nekazov. I will have my friend Kartatovsky escort you to your hotel. Once I have concluded my discussions with General Nekazov, you may return to your country with the aircraft." "Understood. Mr. Li, please attend to your business," Ho Tian responded quickly. He held a deep admiration for Li Fei, who dared to conduct business in the Soviet Union at the tender age of 18, negotiating with a general no less. Had it been in his youth, he would have been tongue-tied in the presence of such a high-ranking officer. "Kart, I trust you will take good care of my friends," Li Fei said, turning to Kartatovsky. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, your friends are also my friends," Kartatovsky replied warmly. After boarding Chergov's vehicle, Li Fei made his way to General Nekazov's residence. An hour later, he found himself in the presence of the general. "Li, we meet again," General Nekazov remarked, gazing appreciatively at the 18-year-old before him, especially impressed by the young man's insights and suggestions. "General Nekazov, how have you been lately?" Li Fei inquired with a smile. "Aside from some troubling matters, all is well," the general replied with a grin. "Allow me to alleviate your burdens, General," Li Fei said cheerfully. "I was informed by Chergov that military funding has not been allocated to you, which has caused you distress. With that, Li Fei produced a Bank of China check from his jacket pocket, amounting to 650 million Huaxia dollars. General, this is 650 million Huaxia dollars. The cost for procuring those 13 aircraft. The price is somewhat higher than the original $8 million, as domestically they are willing to pay $10 million per aircraft. As for the aircraft you provided to me, I have converted it into supplies, which will be delivered to you within half a month once the train arrives in Hangzhou. Mr. Li, we initially agreed on $8 million for the aircraft. The additional $2 million should rightfully belong to you. Why are you offering me this? General Nekazov asked, not taking the check, but instead questioning why Li Fei would give him an extra $2 million. In the general's mind, businessmen typically sought to extract the lowest prices possible, with any profit from sales solely enriching their own pockets. This was also the first time he witnessed someone not only earning more money, but also willing to share it. General, money is of little consequence to me. What truly matters is our friendship. We, the people of Huaxia, are different from the Westerners. They are driven by self-interest, while we value the bonds of friendship. In our eyes, your friendship outweighs any monetary gain. Li Fei earnestly responded to Nekazov. What a profound statement. Friendship eclipses profit. Li, I acknowledge you as my friend. Nekazov exclaimed joyfully, patting Li Fei on the shoulder. Brothers? Li Fei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Nekazov refer to him as a brother. Considering that Nekazov was nearly 60 years old, older than his own father, and just a few years younger than his grandfather. If Nekazov regarded him as a brother, wouldn't that mean he would have to address Li Fei's father as Uncle Li? Li Fei imagined his father's bewilderment at being called uncle by someone older than him. If that is the case, I shall shamelessly call you big brother, he thought. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, Li Fei readily accepted the brotherly bond. Knowing that with a general as a brother in the Soviet Union, he could navigate these waters with ease. Big brother, please keep this check. You can withdraw the funds any time from the Bank of China, Li Fei said, handing the check to Nekazov. Nekazov accepted it without hesitation. Brother, I have arranged for the equipment you requested. It should be transported to Huaxia within a month, he informed Li Fei. Big brother, there is no rush for the equipment. The funds have yet to be fully credited to my account. However, I must tell you that once the equipment arrives in Huaxia, I anticipate a flood of orders. I worry that the supply may not suffice and that there could be obstacles from the Soviet side hindering your profits, Li Fei conveyed to Nekazov. Rest assured, brother. These items belong to my military. Anyone who dares to interfere with Nekazov's possessions would be opposing my army of over 100,000. At that point, I shall lead my troops to eradicate them, Nekazov replied with formidable confidence. Impressive, Li Fei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Nekazov. Brother, are you interested in oil? Nekazov inquired. Big brother, do you have resources in that regard? Li Fei's eyes sparkled at the mention of oil, knowing that from September to October this year, international oil prices were set to surge to $40 per barrel, while the current price hovered around a mere $10. He had been preparing some dollars to short-sell oil for a significant profit, but he hadn't anticipated that Nekazov would have oil resources available for trade. I possess no oil resources myself. However, my friend does. Should you wish to engage in trade with him, I can facilitate an introduction. Nekrasov responded to Li Fei. Chapter 58. The Connections of Nekrasov. That evening, Li Fei took up residence in Nekrasov's estate. The aide, Chieroafu, also brought along Kasha, Carter's daughter, to keep him company. After laboring diligently for over an hour, Li Fei succumbed to a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he shared a breakfast with his elder brother, Nekrasov. They had previously discussed the oil matter, agreeing that Li Fei would return to his homeland to establish connections before negotiating the acquisition of oil. After their meal, Li Fei departed Nekrasov's residence, accompanied by aide Chieroafu to meet Captain Ho Tian and others. They were set to fly back to their homeland that very day. The swift return of the aircraft was made possible by the brotherly bond established between Li Fei and General Nekrasov the previous night. Aide Chieroafu ensured that all arrangements were meticulously organized. The aircraft had been thoroughly inspected, with no issues found, and even the fuel tanks were filled to capacity. Even the unassembled Tu-154 aircraft had been expedited by Chieroafu, who had instructed the engineers to hasten its assembly. Originally, Li Fei intended to transport the unassembled aircraft back home for domestic manufacturers to assist with its assembly, but this would now save him a considerable sum. Captain Ho, General Nekrasov has given the order. You may return with the aircraft today. The remaining unassembled aircraft will be assembled with assistance from the Soviet side and sent back later. Li Fei informed Captain Ho at their hotel. So soon? Ho Tian was taken aback by Li Fei's announcement. Initially, Li Fei had indicated that it would take several days to return the aircraft, but now he claimed they could depart today. The prospect of the unassembled aircraft being assembled and sent back surpassed his expectations. Isn't that a good thing? Li Fei playfully remarqua. Captain Ho, perhaps you should linger a couple more days in the Soviet Union. I can arrange for you to ride some of their magnificent horses. Haha, no need for those horses. I'm not adept at riding. Ho Tian quickly declined with a nervous chuckle. Are you certain you don't want me to arrange anything? Li Fei observed with a knowing look at Ho Tian and his team. The citizens of the Soviet Union are facing significant hardships, especially those at the grassroots level. Shouldn't we embody the spirit of mutual assistance and extend a helping hand to the unfortunate girls here, ensuring they have enough to eat and clothes to wear? Moreover, we are in the Soviet Union, not at home. There's little risk of being discovered. Captain, Mr. Li makes a valid point. Let us embody the spirit of humanitarianism and extend our assistance to the suffering young women of the Soviet nation. The other team members have also been swayed by Li Fei's words. They are all men, many of whom are in their 30s. Ho Tian is just a little over 40 himself. It is impossible to say that they do not have any needs. Ho Tian noticed the glimmer of desire in the eyes of his team members. He turned to Li Fei and said, Mr. Li, since we are returning home tomorrow, it would be a shame not to experience the charm of the Soviet country while we are here. Very well, I will make arrangements. Tonight, I will ensure that you all get a taste of the exotic allure of the Soviet land. Seeing Ho Tian's agreement, Li Fei smiled in response. Refueling a dozen aircraft takes time, and it would take a full day to complete. After receiving the confirmation, Li Fei promptly organized the necessary arrangements. Once everything was in order, he turned his attention to his own tasks, as he wished to bring back some specialties from Damao, such as sable fur coats, which he promised to give to Qin Shooting as the first piece, along with leather jackets. These gifts were intended for his elders and Qin Shooting's parents. After a generous shopping spree, Li Fei stored the items in General Nikolov's residence. That evening, General Nikolov hosted a grand banquet attended by his friends, primarily military leaders from the Soviet Union, representing the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Numerous political figures also graced the occasion, in addition to the military and political dignitaries. General Nikolov had invited dancers from the Soviet Opera House to entertain the guests. Li Fei and Ho Tian attended the banquet as well. General Nikolov introduced Li Fei to his friends, saying, Esteemed guests, allow me to present my young brother from Huaxia, Li Fei, my most trusted partner. Should any of you wish to procure goods from Huaxia in the future, do not hesitate to collaborate with him. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. My brother is a far more reliable partner than those merchants from the Eagle Empire. General Nikolov then summoned Li Fei and the generals of the three branches of the Soviet military into his study to further introduce Li Fei. A naval admiral inquired, General Nikolov, if my navy requires a substantial quantity of supplies and canned goods, can you fulfill our needs? General Nikolov responded, Admiral Zaku, how many cans do you require? Admiral Zaku replied, Currently, my naval forces number around 50,000, and with the Coastal Guard, the total is approximately 80,000. I estimate needing canned goods and other supplies worth $5 million. Brother, did you hear what Admiral Zaku said? General Nikolov turned to Li Fei and asked, Can we procure $5 million worth of goods? Admiral Zaku, acquiring $5 million worth of canned goods poses no challenge for me, Li Fei assured confidently. Even General Zaku can place orders for multiple units, and the prices are significantly lower than those of Western countries. Moreover, should the general prefer not to pay in cash, he may offer items as collateral, as I am willing to accept anything that can be sold. Is that so? Upon hearing Li Fei's words, General Zaku expressed skepticism and inquired, What about warships? Would you dare to accept them? Li Fei replied, As long as the general is willing to sell, I will indeed take them. However, I have no interest in warships from the Second World War. I would consider transport vessels or advanced warships instead. To Li Fei, such items are akin to commodities, and he is ready to accept them, provided they are not from the Second World War. Chapter 59. Securing a lucrative order, Nekazov's gift, and Chao Zai's delight. That evening, through connections with Nekazov, Li Fei established partnerships with the three branches of the Soviet military. They procured substantial orders of supplies from Li Fei while offering various advanced equipment from the Soviet Union in return. As for the logistics of transporting these supplies back to China, the aircraft sold by the Air Force will be transported via rail or alternatively, Chinese pilots could fly the planes directly to the northeastern provinces of the Soviet Union. The total value of these orders exceeded 70 billion Chinese yuan, and the generals readily accepted Li Fei's proposal for settlement in Chinese currency. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, given that the Soviet Union and China are neighboring countries. They could invest the money in China or use it to purchase land for constructing their own estates. The Navy sold 3 warships and 1 aircraft carrier still under construction, all of which were destroyers built by the Soviet Union in the early 1980s, each with a displacement of approximately 7,000 tons. These vessels were sold to Li Fei at an astonishingly low price, with each destroyer costing merely 80 million Chinese yuan. The unfinished aircraft carrier was even cheaper, priced at 50 million Chinese yuan. While the warships themselves were inexpensive, the true cost lay in the weaponry they carried. Admiral Zaku ensured that the 3 destroyers were fully armed, and the aircraft carrier was equipped with a dozen carrier-based aircraft, each outfitted with the most advanced Soviet weapons. Altogether, the weaponry amounted to around 3 billion Chinese yuan. The Air Force also provided aircraft at a remarkably low cost, supplying Li Fei with 25 planes, including 15 MiG-31s and 10 Su-27s. The MiG-31s were priced at 50 million Chinese yuan each, totaling 750 million Chinese yuan. The Su-27s were priced at 80 million Chinese yuan each, with 5 aircraft costing 400 billion yuan. All these planes were fully equipped, amounting to a total of 2 billion Chinese yuan. The price for a single Su-27 was approximately $33 million, equivalent to over 17 million each. For Li Fei, 80 million per aircraft was an incredibly favorable price, especially considering that these aircraft were not export models, but rather were utilized by the Soviet Union itself. Other generals of the army also engaged in a transaction with Li Fei, amounting to 2 billion Huaxia coins. After a successful negotiation, Li Fei departed the study alongside these generals. Nekhazov arranged for 2 of the most beautiful and youthful dancers from the Soviet opera to accompany him. The 3 indulged in a game of landlord throughout the night. The following day, Li Fei did not awaken until 11:30 in the morning. "Ah, my dear brother, how did you find the figures of the 2 dancers last night?" Nekhazov inquired with a cheerful expression. "They were quite impressive. They performed various high-difficulty dance moves with grace." Li Fei responded, equally satisfied. "Haha, as long as you enjoyed it, my brother, these 2 young ladies are now yours. You may choose to take them to Huaxia or keep them here in the Soviet Union. Moreover, I have prepared a villa nearby for you. A splendid place for your romantic escapades," Nekhazov informed him. "Brother, I feel a bit embarrassed about this," Li Fei said, slightly bashful upon hearing of the villa arrangement. "There's no need for embarrassment. The villa's previous owner was a merchant who played a trick on me, and I subsequently seized his home. His entire family has been taken captive. The men were executed while the women reside within the villa. If you're interested, you may have them serve as your caretakers. And they are quite lovely. I believe you will find them to your liking," Nekhazov replied. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Li Fei was at a loss for words. The notion of seizing another's home and having their daughters serve him, something that could only occur within the imperial palace in Huaxia, was now unfolding before him in reality. "Brother, then I shall not be polite," Li Fei said with a smile as he accepted the villa. "Why would we be formal with one another, brother?" Nekhazov replied with a grin, pleased that Li Fei had acquiesced. Why was Nekhazov so generous to Li Fei? It was because, from the transaction the previous night, Li Fei had granted him a commission of 300 million Huaxia coins. In the afternoon, Li Fei sought out Captain Ho and his team. After a night of refueling, all the planes were filled with aviation fuel and ready to return home. "Captain Ho, how did you sleep last night?" Li Fei asked them with a beaming smile. "Very well," Ho replied, equally satisfied. "That's good to hear," Li Fei said, observing the content expressions on their faces. "The planes are at the airport here in the Soviet Union, and now I will take you to fly them back." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Captain Ho expressed his gratitude upon hearing they could return with the aircraft. "There's no need for thanks," Li Fei responded. "The vehicles are outside. Let us depart." "All right." They all agreed, following Li Fei as they left the hotel and boarded the car en route to the airport. An hour later, Captain Ho and his team piloted 12 Tu-154 aircraft toward the Imperial Airport of Huaxia. Li Fei gazed at Ho Tian and the others as they departed, then made his way into the villa bestowed upon him by Nikolov. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Although the villa was not as expansive as Nikolov's estate, it was 5 times larger than Carter's residence, merely 1/3 smaller than that of General Nikolov. Is this villa truly a gift from General Nikolov? Li Fei questioned his adjutant. Chieruofu, in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Li, Chieruofu replied. This villa now belongs to you, and the general has also dispatched a company of soldiers to ensure your safety. The revelation that a company of soldiers had been assigned to protect him left Li Fei in a state of astonishment. Such privileges were rare in the Soviet Union. Please convey my gratitude to my elder brother, Li Fei said to Chieruofu. Mr. Li, the general mentioned that we are all family, so there's no need for such formality, Chieruofu responded, now imbued with respect for Li Fei. After this exchange, Chieruofu suggested, shall we explore the villa? Certainly, Li Fei replied, following Chieruofu into the villa. Carolyn, from this moment forth, Mr. Li shall be the master of you and your daughters. Should you entertain any ill intentions, you must be aware of General Nikolov's capabilities, Chieruofu stated to the former mistress of the villa and her daughters as they entered. Li Fei observed the former mistress and her daughters, finally grasping the joy of the conqueror. Chapter 60. The gifts accompanying the villa. Is your name Carolyn? Li Fei inquired after Chieruofu had taken his leave. Behind Carolyn stood two identical twin sisters, both in their teenage years, yet standing at approximately 168 meters, their figures resembling those of adults. This was attributable to their genetic background, differing from that of the Chinese. Yes, master, I am Carolyn. These two are my twin daughters, Maylin and Mayna, she replied respectfully, aware that her husband had offended General Nikolov, resulting in the loss of freedom for her and her daughters in the Soviet Union. Had it not been for her beauty, her fate might have led her to serve her husband. How old are you? Li Fei asked, intrigued by Carolyn's assertion that the twins were her daughters. She appeared far too youthful to be in her 30s or 40s. While it was true that women abroad often experience physical changes after childbirth, Carolyn maintained a slender figure, suggesting she could not have given birth to the twins at an underage. The Soviet Union's laws permitted girls to marry and bear children at an early age, unlike many other countries. In response to her master, Caroline revealed that she was 28 years old. She did not dare to conceal anything from Li Fei and directly informed him of her situation. It is a rarity for foreign women to maintain their figures after giving birth. Most tend to become quite plump. However, women like Caroline, who continue to uphold their well-maintained physiques, are indeed a rarity. Show me around this villa, Li Fei said to Caroline. Certainly, master, Caroline replied with utmost respect, leading him into the villa for a tour. Master, this is the living room, which can accommodate gatherings of more than 100 people, Caroline introduced as she guided Li Fei into the spacious room. As he beheld the living room, adorned with the architectural style of the Sioux nation, he found himself at a loss for words. The room was enveloped in a hue reminiscent of red wallpaper. On the central wall hung a portrait of a Sioux leader, and a chandelier graced the ceiling. The western wall featured a hanging furnace, while the sofas were crafted from genuine leather. The walls were adorned with numerous oil paintings, and a majestic stag's head was mounted above. Additionally, various artifacts from the era of cold weapons, including swords and armor, were displayed. Master, the villa comprises a total of 52 rooms, 7 bathrooms, 2 large kitchens, and outside, there's a swimming pool complete with a sauna. The master suite is located on the 3rd floor. Caroline elaborately detailed the villa's interior. Can you cook? Li Fei asked as he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. Yes, master, I can cook, Caroline responded. All right, I shall sample your cooking this evening, he instructed. Yes, master, she replied respectfully. That evening, Li Fei remained in his villa to enjoy the dinner prepared by Caroline. However, the meal she served was exceedingly simple, merely a sandwich filled with sausage and spread with strawberry jam, accompanied by a steak that had been overcooked to the point of char. Is this what you call cooking? Li Fei inquired with a frown, displeased. Master, I apologize. I did not know how to cook. I feared you would punish me, so I falsely claimed I could. Please forgive me, Caroline pleaded, kneeling before him upon noticing his discontent. Master, if you must punish someone, please punish us instead. Do not punish my mother. At that moment, Caroline's twin daughters knelt before Li Fei, imploring him to spare their mother and direct any punishment towards them. What reason do you provide for sparing her? Li Fei asked playfully, observing the two sobbing twins before him. Merlin and Mayna exchanged glances, seemingly coming to a silent agreement. They crawled forward on their knees towards Li Fei. Master, please forgive us, they implored. As Caroline witnessed Li Fei leap up, she assumed he was angry and quickly knelt before him, pleading for his forgiveness. The child is still young and knows not much. If I have offended you, please grant me your mercy. If you remain displeased, you may punish me, Caroline. Gazing at Caroline, who was tearful before him, Li Fei felt as if two versions of himself had emerged in his mind. One Li Fei bore a pair of demonic wings and wielded a steel fork, while the other, adorned with angelic wings, held a celestial sword. Do not hesitate. Punish them severely. Reflect on how the Russians treated our people in the border provinces. This would be a means of avenging those who have perished, the demon Li Fei seduced. Li Fei, do not heed the words of this demon. Remember Chun's shooting, who awaits you in the capital. If she were to discover your actions, would she still choose to be with you? The angelic Li Fei quickly interjected, invoking Chun Shooting's name to sway Li Fei. Do not listen to this hypocrite. We are in the Sioux state. How could Chun Shooting possibly know what transpires here? Besides, as long as you remain silent, who would ever find out? They are now your slaves, and as their master, you have the authority to decide their fate. You should whip them soundly to instill some sense in them. The demon Li Fei urged insistently. You demon, seeking to entice him into such actions. You, a false gentleman, are merely a hypocritical scoundrel. Deep down, you wish to punish Caroline, Maylin, and Mayna. Spare us your pretentiousness. It is revolting. The angel Li Fei countered sharply. You came to the Sioux state precisely because Chun Shooting cannot control you, nor does she know. Here, even the law permits such actions, so why betray your own conscience? The demon Li Fei pressed further. Do not listen to this demon. The angel Li Fei implored once more. Both of you, silence. I am fully aware of my own affairs, and do not require your incessant bickering in my mind. Li Fei retorted in irritation, causing both versions of himself to vanish. The next day, at 11:30 in the morning, Li Fei awoke, his eyes resembling those of a panda. He had finally experienced the joys of a rogue, tasting a life even the most notorious had not encountered. Upon awakening, Caroline had also risen and, arriving downstairs ahead of him, prepared lunch for him. After their meal, Li Fei cautioned Caroline and then departed the villa to seek General Nekazov. Upon reaching the general's residence, he fortuitously encountered General Nekazov in a meeting with a prince from the Sand Kingdom. The prince in question is none other than Prince Sir, who procured the national defense weaponry from Huaxia. General Nekazov, I wish to procure a batch of equipment from your esteemed nation. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, General. Prince Sir addressed General Nekazov directly. Why did Prince Sir not approach the official representatives of the Sioux nation for procurement, but instead sought out a general like Nekazov? He had indeed attempted to engage with the officials, yet they simply inflated the prices, although they were not lacking in funds. That did not imply they were fools willing to be exploited. Furthermore, Prince Sir was acutely aware of the current situation in the Sioux nation. His strategy was to seek alternatives by not approaching the officials for procurement. Instead, he aimed to acquire used weaponry from the military leaders of the Sioux nation. Weaponry is not solely effective when new. Even older arms possess formidable lethality. While they had purchased powerful national defense-grade weapons from Huaxia, their conventional arms paled in comparison to those of their ravenous neighbors. Such weapons of national defense are scarce, and they could not perpetually rely on these formidable armaments to intimidate their adversaries. They still needed to procure conventional weaponry and some advanced equipment. When considering the world's most sophisticated arms and equipment, Prince Sir naturally thought of the Eagle Nation. However, upon learning of their acquisition of Huaxia's formidable weapons as national defense assets, the Eagle Nation imposed numerous sanctions against them, to the extent of refusing to entertain any diplomatic engagements. How could such indignities be borne by the proud inhabitants of the desert nation? While the equipment from the Eagle Nation was indeed advanced, it was not the sole source for weaponry in the world. Huaxia's conventional arms may not be state-of-the-art, yet the Sioux Nation's weapons were not significantly inferior to those of the Eagle Nation. General, Mr. Li has arrived. Just as General Nekazov was conversing with Prince Sir, his aide, Chieruafu, approached him. Please bring my brother in, General Nekazov instructed his aide. Of course, General, Chieruafu promptly replied, turning to fetch Li Fei. Prince Sir observed the exchange between the aide and General Nekazov, feeling somewhat perplexed. His confusion deepened when a young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, entered the room. Moreover, the newcomer was not a native of the Sioux Nation, but rather an Asian with black hair and yellow skin, further adding to his bewilderment. General Nekazov, who is this young man? Prince Sir inquired regarding Li Fei's identity. Prince Sir, allow me to introduce this young man. He's my younger brother, Li Fei, from Huaxia, General Nekazov responded,
elucidating Li Fei's background. "Brother," Li Fei said upon entering the study, noticing a man in a white robe from the desert nation. He was momentarily taken aback when he heard General Nekazov refer to the man as Prince Sir. The prince was well aware that he was the one who procured 35 formidable weapons from the land of Huaxia back in the day. However, Li Fei did not anticipate encountering him here with General Nekazov. Upon saying this, General Nekazov introduced Li Fei, saying, "Brother, allow me to introduce you to His Highness Prince Sul, who hails from the Kingdom of Sands. Greetings, Your Highness Sul. It is a pleasure to meet you," Li Fei said as he extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Li," Prince Sul replied courteously, reciprocating the gesture. "Your Highness, my young brother here is quite extraordinary. At such a tender age, he has already forged a remarkable career for himself. In less than half a month, he secured contracts with us worth over $2 to $3 billion. He is indeed a brother of mine," General Nekazov elaborated on Li Fei's impressive accomplishments. Upon hearing General Nekazov's introduction of Li Fei's extraordinary achievements, Prince Sul found it hard to believe. $2 to $3 billion was a trifling sum for the Kingdom of Sands. Yet, the fact that this was accomplished by a mere 17 or 18-year-old left Prince Sul astounded. At that age, his thoughts had revolved around enjoying life, rather than amassing wealth. "This modest sum pales in comparison to what you possess, Your Highness Sul," Li Fei remarked. "May I inquire, Mr. Li, what kind of business are you engaged in?" Prince Sul could not help but ask. "I am involved in import and export trade, dealing in everyday commodities and high-end luxury goods, among other ventures. I engage in any profitable business, provided it is legitimate. I would never partake in the trade of harmful products," Li Fei replied with a smile. "You deal in luxury goods as well?" Prince Sul inquired, intrigued by Li Fei's mention of luxury items. "I was under the impression that luxury goods only existed in Europe and America. Does Huaxia also have luxury products?" The wealthy elites of the Kingdom of Sands have an affinity for luxury items, as they believe only such goods befit their status. However, the luxury products most recognized worldwide stem from Europe and America. He had never heard of any luxury goods from Huaxia. "Your Highness, the luxury goods from Huaxia differ significantly from those of Europe and America. The latter is mass-produced, while our luxury items are unique, with each piece crafted as a singular entity. Can something mass-produced truly be labeled as luxury? For a royal prince like you, wearing the same European luxury item as someone else would undermine your status and dignity," Li Fei articulated, understanding the psychology of the affluent in the Kingdom of Sands. They cherish exclusivity. If they see someone donning the same item, they would unceremoniously discard it. "Would you kindly enlighten me about the luxury goods of Huaxia that you mentioned?" Prince Sul asked with keen interest, eager to learn more about Huaxia's luxury offerings. "Your Highness, there is no rush. After you have discussed your matters with my elder brother, I shall return to introduce you to the luxurious goods of Huaxia," Li Fei responded with a smile to Prince Sir. Chapter 62. Li Fei's Advice to General Nekazov. The initial negotiation between Prince Sir and General Nekazov yielded no substantial results. This was primarily due to Nekazov's understanding that the Sand Kingdom is akin to a child holding a golden egg. Everyone wishes to extract as much as possible from them. Nekazov sought a price that satisfied him. However, Prince Sir found Nekazov's demands somewhat excessive, as he expected to pay nearly the price of new weapons for second-hand ones. Even if one intends to take advantage, it should not be done in such a manner, nor should they underestimate the Sand Kingdom's intelligence. After bidding farewell to General Nekazov, Prince Sir prepared to leave his residence. Before departing, he addressed Li Fei, saying, "Mr. Li, I wonder if you might have time this evening to enlighten me about the luxurious goods of Huaxia?" "Of course, that would be no problem," Li Fei replied with a smile. "Once I conclude my discussions with General Nekazov, I shall seek you at the hotel beneath Prince Sir's quarters." "Very well. I shall await your arrival, Mr. Li." With Li Fei's response, Prince Sir departed from General Nekazov's residence with a smile. "Elder brother, why do you not sell the weapons and equipment to Prince Sir?" Li Fei inquired curiously upon returning to the study. "It is not that I do not wish to sell, but rather that the Sand Kingdom is currently under the scrutiny of the Americans. If I agree to sell them weapons, the Americans will undoubtedly take action against me," General Nekazov replied, his tone imbued with a mix of emotions. "The current state of the Soviet Union is far from its former glory. It is now a land of despair, with those nefarious politicians selling out the nation for their own interests. Moreover, European countries are incessantly sowing discord. Even though I am a general in the Soviet army, I am still beholden to the state. I desire to sell military equipment to the Sand Kingdom. Who wouldn't want to profit?
However, should I accept this money? It would not be long before the Americans resort to underhanded tactics, inciting their minions to dismiss me. Then, elder brother, would you not fear the Americans' underhanded schemes should you sell the equipment to me? Li Fei cannot help but ask. You have Huaxia backing you, and these weapons will ultimately remain within your borders. Furthermore, your commander is no ordinary individual. Even the Americans must show deference in his presence. Selling the equipment to you will not provoke much ire from them. At worst, they will merely seek to create trouble for Huaxia. General Nekazov explained a rationale to Li Fei. Upon hearing General Nekazov's words, Li Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nekazov's considerations were so vastly different from his own. He believed he was perceiving matters from a lofty vantage point, assuming a prophetic advantage, and thus viewed the issues with utmost clarity. Consequently, the perspectives of others diverge significantly from your own. Their political dealings allow them to profit handsomely, while your view is limited to personal gains. They perceive a much broader tableau, including the intricate chess match between nations on the international stage. My dear friend, do you truly not wish to sell arms to Prince Sul? Li Fei observed Nekazov with profound significance. As laughter erupted, General Nekazov responded to Li Fei's words. Who would refuse money? Yet, earning it is no simple task. My brother, since you desire to profit, I have a strategy that might enable you to do so. Li Fei suggested to General Nekazov. What plan do you propose? Inquired Nekazov, intrigued. Engage an intermediary to negotiate with Prince Sul, preferably someone from their ranks, the Americans. Should they seek to target you, dear brother, you could deflect all blame onto them. After all, their methods are well known worldwide, and even if they expose this matter, you could claim it to be a slander against you by the Americans. Li Fei articulated his thoughts to General Nekazov. Excellent idea, exclaimed Nekazov, his eyes lighting up. How did I not conceive of such a plan? He then proposed to Li Fei, brother, why not allow you to handle this matter? And I shall grant you a 10% commission. My brother, I appreciate your generosity, but I am currently focused on procuring supplies. Upon my return home, many will seek my assistance in acquiring equipment, and while I wish to earn that money, I simply cannot spare the time. Furthermore, I am about to enter university, which will further limit my availability. Li Fei replied with a wry smile to General Nekazov. Do you yist? I would never consider becoming that intermediary. If the Americans took an interest in me, given their pettiness, I would likely find myself ensnared in their schemes. Even if your commission were substantial, I would not partake in such dealings. You make a valid point, acknowledged Nekazov, realizing the truth in Li Fei's words. Presently, Li Fei's endeavors were equally, if not more, lucrative in acting as an intermediary, and he was quite occupied. The vast resources he was procuring demanded his attention, and engaging in such matters would distract him from far more significant undertakings. Then who shall manage this affair? Nekazov could not help but ask Li Fei. My brother, one cannot send a trusted confidant. It must be a merchant who can be controlled. I believe Carter would be suitable. He is a merchant from the Great Bear, and it is entirely reasonable for him to know several American businessmen or politicians. Li Fei advised Nekazov. Truly, you are my brother. Were you a citizen of the Soviet Union, I would undoubtedly appoint you as my chief of staff. Hearing Li Fei's words of advice, Nekazov could not help but extol. Brother, even if I am not your chief of staff, I am still your brother, am I not? Upon hearing Nekalov's remark, Li Fei responded, as long as you can establish a foothold in the Soviet Union, you shall be my greatest support here. We shall earn wealth together as brothers. Indeed, my good brother, we shall accumulate riches together. As long as I, Nekalov, stand in the Soviet Union, I will be your staunchest ally, ensuring that no one dares to lay a finger on you within its borders, Nekalov declared, patting Li Fei on the shoulder. Chapter 63. Li Fei's Dominance Master. We dare not, came a reply. That evening, Li Fei was invited to the hotel where Prince Sewer resided. Mr. Li, I have visited your capital in Huaxia, and it left me with a profound impression, revealing a nation steeped in cultural heritage. The spirit of the Huaxia people is inherently one of defiance and resilience. Always ready to contend against fate, Prince Sewer remarked. Huaxia is the only ancient civilization among the four great ones that has not experienced a cultural discontinuity. From ancient times to the present, we have always emphasized the struggle against heaven, earth, nature, and even our fellow man. In contrast, the Western nations prioritize evasion. When faced with calamity, they merely seek to protect themselves. We, the descendants of Yin and Huang, are prepared for conflict from birth, ready to fight against any adversity. Unlike the Westerners who surrender when confronted with challenges, Li Fei replied with a smile. Ah, Mr. Li, what you say resonates with me. I have heard similar sentiments during my time in the capital of Huaxia. Moreover, our nations have shared a profound friendship since ancient times. Since the Tang dynasty, Huaxia's silk has graced our land, Prince Su'er stated. You are absolutely correct, Your Highness, Li Fei responded. Indeed, our nations share a deep bond, and we must further enhance our commercial exchanges. I understand that your people have a penchant for luxury goods. The luxury items from Western countries are, to put it plainly, mere products of assembly lines. However, the luxury goods from Huaxia cannot simply be purchased with money. For instance, Longquan ink paste retains its color for a century and cannot be destroyed even by fire. In ancient times, it was a tribute to the royal family, and it is said that 1 ounce of ink paste is worth 10 ounces of gold in the marketplace. Furthermore, Su embroidery takes years, even decades, for skilled artisans to complete a single piece. Its value is beyond measure, unlike those soulless textiles produced by machines. Li Fei passionately introduced the luxury goods of Huaxia to Prince Su'er. The prince, recalling his own experiences in Huaxia, had indeed heard of these treasures and had even seen a piece of Su embroidery displayed within the Forbidden City. He was utterly captivated by its artistry and had once attempted to purchase it, only to be met with refusal. A national treasure, how could it possibly be sold? Mr. Li, I am familiar with Su embroidery. During my visit to Huaxia, I encountered a piece of Su embroidery within your Forbidden City, and the scenery depicted captivated me entirely. Regrettably, the locals informed me that it was an antique not available for sale, leaving me with a sense of disappointment. Prince Su'er replied with a look of lamentation. Your Highness, if you desire Su embroidery, I can assist you. However, the creation of Su embroidery requires time, and the more exquisite the piece, the longer it takes to craft, Li Fei explained to Prince Su'er. I am willing to wait, Prince Su'er responded. I would like to place an order for 1,000 pieces of Su embroidery. I wonder if Mr. Li can manage such an order? Your Highness, I will need to return to my country to seek out skilled embroiderers. Su embroidery is not produced by machines. It is meticulously crafted stitch by stitch. 1,000 pieces will require 1,000 experienced artisans to complete. At this moment, I cannot guarantee such an order, but I will exert my utmost effort to fulfill this request, Li Fei replied. Very well, Prince Su'er acknowledged, then inquired, how shall we determine the price? The price will be communicated to your Highness once I can confirm the transaction. It is impossible for me to quote a price without knowing the availability of the goods. Li Fei answered. The two conversed for over an hour in the hotel, after which Li Fei departed from Prince Su'er's hotel and returned to the villa gifted to him by Nekazov. Sir, upon his return, Caroline greeted him respectfully at the door. Why are you still awake? Li Fei asked upon seeing her. Sir, we cannot sleep until you return. It is the rule, Caroline replied with utmost respect. Prepare a bath for me, Li Fei instructed Caroline. Yes, sir, she responded promptly without a hint of defiance. Soon, Caroline had the bathwater ready for Li Fei. Wait outside, Li Fei said to Caroline as he noticed her in the bathroom. Yes, sir, Caroline quickly replied before turning and leaving the bathroom. After several minutes, Li Fei emerged from the bath. At that time, Caroline had also instructed her daughters, along with 2 ballet dancers sent by Nekazov, to prepare a midnight snack for him. Seeing a lavish spread prepared for him, Li Fei realized he could not possibly eat it all alone. Upholding the admirable tradition of thriftiness and avoiding waste in Huaxia, he addressed Caroline, her daughters, and the 2 ballet dancers. There is far too much food for me to consume alone. Please, let us all sit down and share this meal. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the 5 present exchanged glances at the delicious offerings on the table, each unable to suppress their salivation. Caroline's twin daughters looked up expectantly at their mother, while the 2 ballet dancers shared a hesitance, their eyes also turning towards Caroline, as she was the eldest among them. Is my speech ineffective? Li Fei gazed at the women who stood motionless, feigning annoyance as he addressed them. Sir, we dare not, the 5 answered, sensing a hint of anger in Li Fei's tone. Caroline hastily responded, Sir, we dare not. With that, the 5 took their seats, somewhat apprehensive, and began to partake in a late-night meal. After finishing his supper, Li Fei retired for the night. The following morning, Li Fei awoke from his slumber. Sir, you are awake, Caroline remarked respectfully upon seeing him stir from his dreams. Breakfast is ready. You may eat once you have freshened up. Understood, Li Fei rapidly. And with Caroline's assistance, he donned his attire. After washing up, he seated himself at the dining table and produced a check for $100,000. He addressed Caroline and the others, saying, "This sum is for your living expenses, sufficient for 3 months. In the future, I will ensure that your necessary provisions are delivered on time, along with your living allowance. Of course, should you wish to leave, I will not impede you and will provide you with a sum of money. However, I harbor a strong aversion to others using my possessions or placing blame upon me. Otherwise, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Sir, we dare not." Chapter 64. Returning home, residing in a specially designed community in the Second Ring Road. After spending 5 days in the Soviet Union, Li Fei returned home laden with an array of gifts. The night before his departure, he indulged in 2 tails of tiger whip liquor, savoring the experience to the fullest. Once aboard the plane, he promptly fell asleep in his seat. He had brought back a tiger whip for Chun Jianjun, his boss Li Yuan Chao, and his uncle Li Jijun, along with leather jackets, mink coats, and even a tiger skin and bear skin. These 2 items required proper documentation to be transported back from the Soviet Union. Without such papers, they would be confiscated by customs. When Li Fei awoke, the plane had already landed at the airport in the capital. After exiting the airport, he took a taxi to a fully enclosed community built in the 1970s and 1980s within the Second Ring Road of the capital. As taxis were prohibited from entering the community, he had to carry all of his numerous belongings inside himself. After registering, he was granted access to the premises. As for the security personnel on duty, Li Fei had never expected them to assist residents with their belongings, as it was beyond their scope of responsibility. Fortunately, being young and vigorous, despite indulging the previous night, he recovered swiftly, having enjoyed 8 hours of sleep on the plane. The fatigue expended the night before had dissipated. Carrying a multitude of items, Li Fei located the 2-story building designated for his father, Li Yuan Chao. This building had been arranged for his father's residence, although originally, Li Yuan Chao had not been qualified to inhabit a 2-story dwelling. However, who could deny that he was a person of great importance to the commander? Moreover, the commander had expressly instructed to take good care of Li Yuan Chao. Consequently, their family now resided in a 2-story building. The neighbors surrounding them were far from ordinary. Those who could live in this vicinity were of a rank 2 levels above Li Yuan Chao. The Li family was the sole household of a department-level official residing in this community. Of course, the location assigned to the Li family was rather secluded, not the most desirable within the complex. It was positioned at the periphery, subtly signaling to others in the community that Li Yuan Chao held a low status. "Mom, hurry and open the door. Your beloved son has returned." Upon reaching the entrance, Li Fei shouted. This was the day after Li Fei had left Hangzhou, when his mother, Huang Yuanshan, had arrived in the capital and moved into this neighborhood. "I'm coming." Huang Yuanshan, who was busy organizing inside the house, responded upon hearing her son's voice from downstairs. With hurried steps, Huang Yuanshan descended from the 2nd floor. When she opened the door and saw her son holding several bags of luggage, she could not help but exclaim, "Child, why did you buy so many things? We lack nothing at home. You just know how to squander money. Mom, these are all gifts. Inside, there's a mink coat for you, a genuine leather jacket and shoes for Dad, and clothes and shoes for Uncle Air and Aunt Air, as well as gifts for Uncle Chen's family." Li Fei explained as he entered with his luggage. "Are you out of your mind?" Huang Yuanshan could not restrain herself from admonishing him. "I am now the deputy director of the district finance department. Do you want your mother to wear a mink coat to work? Are you trying to get me scolded by my superiors? And your father, do you even know what his position is now? He cannot just wear any clothing indiscriminately. Do you understand? A mink coat costs a fortune." Huang Yuanshan thought to herself, fully aware of its worth, which could rival her entire annual salary. Not to mention the leather jacket, which was not suitable for Li Yuan Chao. As for why Huang Yuanshan did not inquire about the source of such wealth for her son to purchase such expensive clothing, it was because Li Yuan Chao had informed her of the endeavors undertaken by her son. When she had first learned of this, she was profoundly shocked, having been unaware that her son had quietly established a company. Moreover, his enterprise had revitalized all the factories producing daily necessities and textiles across the entire province of Zhejiang, greatly aiding Li Yuan Chao in reforming the provincial factories. These factories were now profitable, yet they were still burdened with substantial debts to the bank. If it were in the past, it would have been nearly impossible for Li Yuan Chao to lay off workers from these factories. However, now, he directly offered the factory owners a choice, either to buy their factories or for the province to sell them to private owners. These factories are currently profitable. However, Li Yuan Chao, upon reviewing the proposal drafted by his son, discerned a clear plan, to seize the opportunity to liquidate these factories entirely. As for the issue of how to manage when the factories lack sufficient funds for acquisition, he simply instructed them to seek loans from banks. Li Yuanshao proceeded to implement the strategy outlined in his son's proposal. Initially, this notion faced considerable resistance from numerous leaders in Zhejiang province, for they believed these factories had risen from the brink of collapse and were now contributing significantly to the province's tax revenue and economic benefit. Yet, Li Yuanshao presented them with a compelling calculation that silenced their objections. He revealed that these factories collectively owed the banks over 3 billion. Each year, Zhejiang province was required to allocate more than 500 million to support them. If these factories were to be sold off to private entities, the responsibilities for the workers' tenure would also transfer to the private sector, allowing for the repayment of the 3 billion in bank loans by the new owners. Consequently, Zhejiang province could save over 4 to 5 billion in fiscal allocations, while the sale of the factories would generate additional revenues amounting to several billion, resulting in an overall financial gain exceeding 7 to 8 billion for the province. Moreover, the province would no longer need to worry about financial support for these factories, thus shedding a significant burden. With the factories generating profits, Zhejiang would continue to reap fiscal benefits, achieving multiple advantages in one fell swoop. Naturally, Li Yuanshao reported this unaltered plan to the chief commander, including details regarding his son Li Fei's operations in the Zhejiang company. Upon reviewing Li Yuanshao's proposal, the chief commander nodded in agreement. He recognized that Li Yuanshao had noted his son's establishment of an import-export trading company in Zhejiang, which had revitalized the factories through substantial orders acquired from abroad. This indicates that the revival of these factories was largely due to the influx of orders brought in by Li Yuanshao's son. Should the order volume diminish, these factories would revert to their former state. Now that these factories displayed potential for profitability, the proposition of privatization seemed most opportune. The chief commander had no rationale to impede this course of action, especially given the annual savings of 500 million in provincial expenditures and the compensation for workers upon retirement. Li Yuanshao's accomplishments could easily be regarded as scoring 90 out of 100. Thus, Huang Yuanshan understood that Li Yuanshao's current objective was to maintain a low profile, and that the entire family should likewise remain discreet. Chapter 65, Aunt. This tiger whip is very nourishing. Mom, I want to buy a house in the capital. That evening, Li Fei spoke to his mother, Huang Yuanshan. Isn't it possible to live here? Huang Yuanshan responded, taken aback by her son's desire to purchase property in the capital. Why do you want to buy a house in the capital? The real estate prices here are significantly higher than in Hangzhou. Mom, how can one compare the capital with Hangzhou? Li Fei explained, the capital is the political center of our nation. Undoubtedly, property prices here will rise rapidly in the future. Purchasing a home here could be regarded as a form of investment. Should property values appreciate in the future, we could profit handsomely from the sale. You seem solely concerned with money, not realizing how much you resemble someone else. Huang Yuanshan could not refrain from interjecting upon hearing her son speak of selling the house for profit. Alas, children from impoverished families mature quickly. Li Fei sighed in response to his mother. With a swift motion, Huang Yuanshan struck Li Fei's hand with her chopsticks. Are you implying that your father and I have mistreated you? No, that is not my intention, Li Fei quickly clarified. I merely meant to say that children from poor families understand the necessity of being financially responsible early on. I too must learn to earn money sooner rather than later. After all, living in the capital entails a greater cost of living compared to Hangzhou. Both you and Old Li are civil servants, and your salaries are fixed. In the future, I must consider marrying, purchasing a home, a car, and raising children, all of which require substantial funds. I cannot rely on you and Old Li indefinitely. Can I? You are still quite young. Yet you're already contemplating marriage, home ownership, car purchases, and raising children. Are these truly the concerns occupying your mind? Huang Yuanshan remarked, casting a disapproving glance at her son. Despite their banter, the mother and son enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Mother, I intend to return to Hangzhou tomorrow to deliver the gifts I bought for Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun, as well as presents for other elders. Furthermore, the train from Sugua has arrived in Hangzhou, and I need to oversee a few matters. I anticipate being away for about a week. Li Fei informed his mother. Little Fei, do not place too much pressure on yourself, understood? Huang Yuanshan cautioned her son. Do not worry, mother. I have employees in my company who are responsible for these matters.
My return is simply to ensure everything runs smoothly and to prevent any issues from arising. As long as our connections in Sugwa remain stable, I need not concern myself with anything else, Li Fei replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuanshan chose not to press further, recognizing that her son was quite capable and required little oversight from her and his father. The following morning, Li Fei rose early, completed his morning routine, and enjoyed the breakfast prepared by his mother before departing with the gifts intended for Chun Jianjun's family. Mother, I am off to visit Uncle Chun. After I finish there, I will head straight back to Hangzhou, so please do not prepare lunch for me. You have yet to win over Chun Jianjun's precious daughter, yet you are so eager to ingratiate yourself with him, neglecting your own mother in the process. The old adage rings true. A son forgets his mother once he has a wife. The ancients were not mistaken. Huang Yuanshan observed her son's hurried demeanor with a hint of melancholy. Mother, how could I forget you? Li Fei responded, somewhat bewildered by her mournful expression. After spending just one night at home, you rush off to Chen Shooting's house without even inquiring if I'm comfortable or if I need company. Children grow up and no longer rely on their mothers. Huang Yuanshan remarked to Li Fei, Mother, I am merely delivering a gift. Once I am done, I will head to Hangzhou. I never stated that I intended to stay the night at his home, Li Fei fervently explained, sensing the subtle acidity in his mother's tone. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Off you go. Huang Yuanshan, upon hearing her son's explanation, decided to cease her playful banter. It's getting late. I must head to work. After parting ways outside their residential complex, Huang Yuanshan proceeded to Chaoyang for her job, while Li Fei made his way to Chun Jianjun's residence. Upon his arrival, Li Fei was greeted not by Chun Jianjun himself, but by his wife, Yuan Fong, who opened the door. Hello, Aunt Yuan, Li Fei said promptly, addressing his future mother-in-law. Come in, Li Fei. Yuan Fong warmly invited him inside. Although she was not particularly supportive of her daughter's relationship with Li Fei, she harbored no ill feelings towards him. In fact, after learning about Li Fei's commendable actions from her husband, her opinion of him had notably improved, and her resistance to their relationship had diminished. Currently, Li Fei's mother had also relocated from Hangzhou to Beijing, where she worked as the deputy director of finance in Chaoyang district, making the families quite well matched. Aunt Yuan, where is Uncle Chun? Li Fei inquired about Chun Jianjun's whereabouts. Your uncle returned to Hangzhou yesterday. He mentioned some matters at work that required his attention. Yuan Fong responded as she poured him a glass of water. Uncle has gone back to Hangzhou. Li Fei expressed surprise at this news. Yes, Yuan Fong replied. Your uncle originally intended to be transferred to Beijing for work. However, he later decided to postpone that move until he accomplishes certain tasks in Hangzhou. What about you, Aunt Yuan? Are you also relocating to Beijing? Li Fei asked. Your uncle has already arranged my transfer. I will be working at the same establishment as your mother, Yuan Fong answered with a smile. Really, Aunt Yuan, you are moving to Chaoyang as well? Li Fei asked, astonished by this revelation. Indeed, Yuan Fong confirmed. The head of Chaoyang district is a junior to your uncle. Li Fei, momentarily at a loss for words, then produced the gift he had brought. Aunt Yuan, this gift is for my travels in Sioux country for you and Uncle Chun. It includes a rare tiger bone, which is best suited for brewing wine, particularly beneficial for someone of Uncle Chen's age. This gift is far too extravagant. We cannot accept it. Please take it back, Li Fei. Yuan Fong blushed slightly, hastily refusing the gesture. Aunt Yuan, we are family. Please do not be so formal with me. Who is family with you? Chapter 66, Securing Chun Shooting. Together back to Hangzhou, little lazy cat. Li Fei beheld Chun Shooting adorned in a long nightgown, embellished with an endearing depiction of a cat. Coupled with her recently awoken demeanor, her languid appearance stirred a wave of excitement within him. Alas, with a future mother-in-law seated beside him, he found himself unable to indulge the temptation of embracing this charming little sloth. Why, one might ponder, do young women discourage young men from adopting cats? Because allowing a man to keep a cat is tantamount to inviting a rival into one's life, an adversary capable of both enchanting and exasperating one's affections. Little sloth, Li Fei playfully called out to Chen Shooting, who pouted in mock indignation at his teasing. You lazy girl, hurry and freshen up, admonished Yuan Fong, upon noticing her daughter emerge in her sleepwear. Look at you, a grown woman, and yet you neglect your appearance. Don't you realize that such a demeanor may not be well received by your future in-laws? Well then, I shan't marry at all. I shall remain by your and Dad's side forever. Chen Shooting retorted in response to her mother's remarks. Rest assured, Aunt Yuan, My mother adores shooting. She would never think poorly of her, Li Fei interjected, unabashedly addressing Chun Shooting's mother. Who will want to marry you, you rascal? Chun Shooting exclaimed, flustered by Li Fei's comment to her mother. Yuan Fong found herself momentarily at a loss for words, while Chun Shooting, noticing her mother's bewilderment, directed Li Fei. Please, have a seat and wait for me. Very well, I shall await your return, Li Fei replied with a smile as Chun Shooting turned to head to the restroom. At that moment, Yuan Fong glanced at her watch, rising to inform Li Fei. Li Fei, you and Shooting carry on with your conversation. I must report to my new job and shall not be joining you. Yuan Fong felt quite at ease with her daughter and Li Fei alone at home, having some familiarity with Li Fei's character. Aunt Yuan, please attend to your matters. Shooting and I can chat a bit before I catch my flight to Hangzhou. Li Fei responded promptly upon hearing Yuan Fong mention work. If only Shooting possessed even half of your excellence, Yuan Fong remarked, before departing with her bag in hand. After bidding farewell to Chun Shooting's mother, Li Fei dutifully settled onto the sofa, awaiting Chun Shooting's return from her ablutions. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chun Shooting emerged from the restroom. Has my mother left for work? She inquired upon noticing her absence. Yes, your mother has gone to work. Li Fei replied with a smile. If you continue to address her as mother-in-law, I shall ignore you, she playfully warned, flustered by Li Fei's words. All right. I shall refrain from such titles. Is that satisfactory? Gazing at the enchanting visage of Chun Shooting, Li Fei approached her, clasping her hand and proclaiming, Shooting, you look truly exquisite today. Does that imply I am not beautiful at other times? Chun Shooting retorted, noticing Li Fei's compliment about her appearance. You're always beautiful, but today you radiate an extraordinary charm. Li Fei responded with deep affection. Unable to contain himself, he leaned in and kissed the lovely lady before him. In that moment, Chun Shooting's mind went blank. This was her first kiss, and it slipped away just like that. As she felt Li Fei's actions, she instinctively wished to resist. Yet each attempt was effortlessly thwarted by him. Everything unfolded too rapidly. She had never anticipated that her relationship with Li Fei would escalate so swiftly. At that moment, the tasks her father had entrusted her with faded entirely from her mind. An hour later, nestled in Li Fei's embrace, Chun Shooting playfully exclaimed, You rascal. You come to my home with ulterior motives. I shall inform my father that you are bullying me. Li Fei held her close, replying, My darling, how could I ever bear to mistreat you? Have you not bullied me already? Chun Shooting retorted, playfully punching his chest. If my mother returns, she will discover you here troubling me. It's all your fault. I fear you will lead me to ruin. Then come with me to Hangzhou, and your mother will remain oblivious to our affairs, Li Fei suggested, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Upon hearing his proposal, Chun Shooting felt a flutter of excitement. However, the thought of her mother alone in the capital brought her hesitation and inner turmoil. Just as my mother is alone in the capital, it would be splendid for them to stay together for a few days. They would have companionship, Li Fei remarked. It would be a wonderful opportunity for them to cultivate their relationship, benefiting us both. He continued, Shooting, do not overthink it. Accompany me to Hangzhou. You would not want Uncle Chun to be alone there, would you? Li Fei's desire for Chun Shooting to join him in Hangzhou was tinged with his own private motives. Since it has come to this, I shall certainly stay with you for a few days, and once things settle, I will return with you, Chun Shooting contemplated. Agreeing to accompany Li Fei to Hangzhou, she feared her mother discovering her relationship with Li Fei. If it were to be revealed, she would be at a loss on how to face her parents, especially with her father Chun Jianjun's numerous admonitions echoing in her mind, which she had now completely forgotten. Seeing Chun Shooting acquiesce, Li Fei urged, Do not bother with formalities. We shall depart for Hangzhou immediately. All right, Chun Shooting nodded in response. With Li Fei's assistance, she donned a white dress and crystal sandals, and he scooped her up in a princess carry, leaving her home. As for the plum blossom she cherished, it rested upon the white towel that Li Fei had prepared. The towel has been discreetly hidden away by Chun Shooting. After leaving home, Li Fei hailed a taxi, and the two of them headed directly to the airport in the capital. Boarding a flight at 10:30, they took off for Hangzhou. Upon their arrival in the city, it was already 12:30. They departed the airport and took a taxi toward a Western restaurant in the city center for lunch. After their meal, Li Fei booked a room for Chun Shooting at a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou so she could rest. When evening approached, he escorted Chun Shooting back to his home. After all, he had committed a wrongdoing, and his conscience weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 67.
Trouble from boss Zhao after returning to Hangzhou with Chen shooting. Li Fei did not immediately take her home. Instead, he brought her to his company. Ayu, Akundanli, greeted the employees as they noticed Li Fei accompanied by a beautiful girl. Li Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Once inside his office, he said to Chen shooting, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to speak with Zhou Hao, Zhou Han's elder brother, regarding some company matters. Here, the phone. Please call Uncle Chun to inform him of your arrival in Hangzhou and ask him to notify Annie. So she won't worry if she doesn't see you when she gets home." "All right," Chun shooting replied. After leaving his office, Li Fei addressed the front desk staff. "It's quite warm today. Please buy some chilled beverages and watermelon for everyone, and send a portion to my office as well." He handed 50 yuan to the receptionist. "Understood. Accountant Li," she responded, taking the money and promptly leaving to fetch the refreshments. "Zhou, have the goods been loaded onto the trucks yet?" Li Fei inquired as he entered Zhou Hao's office, where Zhou was reviewing documents. "Accountant Li, when did you return?" Zhou Hao exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he quickly rose to greet Li Fei. "I just arrived at the company," Li Fei replied. "Is the quantity of goods we procured sufficient to fill 2 trains?" "Not quite," Zhou Hao responded. "The goods we purchased can barely fill 1 train." "Only 1 train?" Li Fei furrowed his brow at Zhou Hao's words. Logically, there should be no issue filling 2 trains, yet they were only able to fill 1. This piqued Li Fei's curiosity. "What is going on?" He asked Zhou Hao. "In recent days, many factories have reneged, claiming the prices are too low and refusing to sell their products to us, stating they have found buyers offering higher prices. Additionally, Boss Zhao has sent someone to speak with me, expressing interest in acquiring our import-export company, warning that otherwise, we will have no foothold in Hangzhou." Zhou Hao directly conveyed the entire situation to Li Fei. "I understand. I will handle this matter, and you need not concern yourself with him." Li Fei remarked to Zhou Hao, "You should notify those who have breached the contract, informing them that if they do not adhere to the stipulated terms, they should not blame us for being unmerciful, as they will be required to repay 10-fold the deposit as liquidated damages, should they deliver the goods. We can overlook the past, but if they remain obstinate, we shall no longer accept their merchandise in the future." He then added, simultaneously, "Send personnel to the coastal cities to pursue business, as their light industry is relatively advanced." "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to procure from the coastal cities at once." Zhou Hao immediately responded upon receiving Li Fei's directive. However, with a look of concern, he inquired, "What should we do about Zhao Xiaojun? His father is a prominent figure, being the 3rd-ranking official in Zhejiang province. Engaging in a conflict with him would not be advantageous for us. You just mentioned that his father is merely the 3rd in command, not the foremost. If he proves to be uncooperative, I would not hesitate to see both him and his father imprisoned," Li Fei replied coldly. Zhou Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him upon hearing Li Fei's words. Is it so simple to imprison the 3rd-ranking official of Zhejiang? "Brother Fei, perhaps we should first engage in a proper discussion with him?" Zhou Hao, still apprehensive of Zhao Xiaojun, urged Li Fei to reconsider. "What? Are you afraid of him or his father?" Li Fei asked, a mocking glint in his eyes as he observed Zhou Hao's fearful demeanor. "Brother Fei, if my family were not in Zhejiang, I would not fear Zhao Xiaojun or his father in the slightest. I would be as unyielding as a piece of stone, while they are but fragile porcelain. If they dare to challenge me, I would drag them down with me." As anger surged within him, Zhou Hao expressed his frustration to Li Fei. "Enough with the bravado. Before you even approach them, you would likely be apprehended by their bodyguards," Li Fei cautioned, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder. "Call Zhao Xiaojun and arrange for him to meet me at Tianxiang Tower tonight." "Brother Fei, won't it be dangerous for you to meet him alone? Perhaps I should bring some brothers along for support?" Zhou Hao inquired with concern upon hearing Li Fei's plan to meet Zhao Xiaojun alone. "I'm going to negotiate not to engage in a brawl," Li Fei reassured Zhou Hao, who was visibly worried for his safety. "Rest assured, Zhao Xiaojun would not dare to do anything to me. If he attempts to, the consequences for him and his father would be far graver." At that moment, the receptionist returned, carrying several bottles of drinks and a large watermelon. She knocked on Zhou Hao's office door. "Come in," Zhou Hao called out upon hearing the knock. The receptionist entered, saying, "Manager, Accountant Li asked me to buy drinks and watermelon for everyone to quench their thirst." After speaking, the receptionist placed the excess money before Li Fei, saying, "Accountant Li, this is the extra money for you." Li Fei did not utter much in response, simply accepting the money she handed him and placing it into his pocket. He then inquired, "Has the package from my office's guest been delivered?"
Yes, I have sent it over, the receptionist promptly replied. That will be all. You may return to your duties, Li Fei instructed her. General Manager, I shall take my leave to attend to my tasks. The young receptionist said to both Zhou Hao and Li Fei. Please call Zhao Xiaojun and arrange for him to meet tonight. I have matters to attend to and must return home first. Tomorrow, we shall convene a meeting to summon all personnel currently out in the field back to the office. Li Fei directed Zhou Hao. Understood. I will make the call immediately, Zhou Hao affirmed without delay. Subsequently, Li Fei returned to his office and found Chen Shooting, who was enjoying a slice of watermelon, and asked her, Have you called Uncle Chun yet? Chapter 68, Confrontation. That evening, Li Fei arrived alone at Tianxianglu, a renowned establishment in Hangzhou, famed particularly for its sweet and sour carp. Inside the private room of Tianxianglu, Li Fei sat sipping Longjing tea. Before long, the door was pushed open and a group entered, led by none other than Zhao Xiaojun, whom Li Fei had met previously. Zhao Xiaojun, the son of a prominent figure in Zhejiang province, was someone who wielded considerable influence. Upon entering the room and spotting Li Fei seated at the tea table, Zhao Xiaojun momentarily froze before exclaiming, What brings you here? He quickly regained his composure, realizing, You are the true owner behind the Kuaibao Import and Export Trading Company? Indeed, Li Fei replied with openness. Acknowledging Zhao Xiaojun's realization, I am the proprietor behind Kuaibao Import and Export Trading Company. I have heard that young Master Zhao is interested in acquiring my company and has even threatened my associates to persuade me to sell it to you. If you truly have an interest in my trading company, we can certainly negotiate a price. I am curious, how much do you intend to offer for its acquisition? For Li Fei, Kuaibao Import and Export Trading Company was merely a shell company. The actual control over the orders resided with an offshore company registered in his name. All orders from Sugua were placed through this offshore entity, making Kuaibao simply a domestic purchasing point. Without Kuaibao, he could easily establish another import and export company, such as Jiyun or Haiyan. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Xiaojun quickly chuckled. We are all part of the same family. How could I engage in such forced transactions? Moreover, it is your enterprise, Brother Li. I would never consider such an action. In the past, Zhao Xiaojun would never have treated Li Fei with such deference. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Li Fei's Fata, Li Yuanzhou, is currently a highly regarded figure within the command and has been dispatched to Zhejiang province as an advisor on enterprise reform. Li Yuanchao represents not only himself, but also the interests of the command. Should he become aware of Li Fei's comments, it would undoubtedly offend the advisors sent from the capital, although Li Yuanchao's position may not surpass that of Zhao Xiaojun's father. Every member of the team accompanying him to Hangzhou is someone whom Zhao Xiaojun's father cannot afford to offend. I hope this is merely a misunderstanding, Li Fei remarked, observing Zhao Xiaojun's evident unease. However, I have heard from my sources that someone is covertly orchestrating breaches of contract with the factories in Hangzhou. The previously agreed-upon acquisition price is now being denied. Do you happen to know who might be behind this, Boss Zhao? Such matters exist? Zhao Xiaojun feigned anger upon hearing Li Fei's words, turning to his companion Bai Qi. Bai Qi, investigate this at once. Find out who dares to meddle with my brother's business on my turf, and make sure to break a leg or two if necessary. Understood, boss, Bai Qi promptly responded. Rest assured, Brother Li, I will identify this individual by tomorrow and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Zhao Xiaojun assured Li Fei. Boss Zhao, I prefer to steer clear of illegal activities and the chaos that often accompanies them. My goal is simply to earn a steady income while maintaining a peaceful coexistence. It benefits both you and me, Li Fei cautioned Zhao Xiaojun. Indeed, Brother Li, you speak the truth. I too abhor unlawful dealings and wish to earn my living in peace, Zhao Xiaojun replied. I have heard you possess connections with the Russians, and that your large-scale procurement of materials is intended for sale to the Soviet Union. What do you think of a partnership? You have the connections, and I have the channels. With a single command, I can mobilize all factories in Zhejiang province for production. It would be mutually beneficial. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating? Partnership is out of the question. My profit margins are minimal. The real gains are for those in the Soviet Union. I merely scrape by on volume sales and find it hard to justify sharing my meager earnings. Li Fei firmly refused Zhao Xiaojun. Brother Li, do you not realize that many have set their sights on the Express Import-Export Trade Company? Among them are several second-generation elites from the capital. Do you truly believe your father would risk offending them for your sake? Zhao Xiaojun spoke with a hint of threat and caution.
Then what does that imply? Are you capable of offending those second-generation elites from the capital, young Master Zhao? Li Fei inquired with a teasing smile as he took a sip from his teacup. My father holds the position of the third-in-command in Zhejiang province. As long as I am here, no one dares to cross me. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaojun addressed the relationship with Li Fei, and I understood. Li Fei, with a smile, responded to Zhao Xiaojun, saying, however, let us forego cooperation. Your grand stature, Boss Zhao, is too imposing for me to scale. He inquired, is there truly no opportunity for collaboration? Observing Li Fei's unyielding demeanor, Zhao Xiaojun's tone bore a hint of irritation as he pressed Li Fei on whether there truly existed no chance for partnership. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. Li Fei replied, setting down his teacup. You're the first in Zhejiang province to dare reject me, Zhao Xiaojun. Well done. At this moment, Zhao Xiaojun rose directly to confront Li Fei, asserting, in that case, let us test our mettle in due course. Do not come pleading for collaboration. Boss Zhao, I have never sought favors from anyone throughout my life. It solely depends on whether you possess the capability to make me seek you, Li Fei retorted boldly. His audacity suggested he held a hidden advantage, as Zhao Xiaojun's arrogance stemmed merely from his father's position. Should his father falter, it would be him who faced the direst consequences. Over the years, he had offended numerous individuals. Without his father's influence, merely surviving would be a feat of. We shall see, Zhao Xiaojun declared ominously before departing the private room with his entourage. Within a minute of Zhao Xiaojun's exit, Zhou Hao arrived with several subordinates, brandishing clubs, and inquired with concern, Brother Fei, are you unharmed? What are you all doing with those? Li Fei asked, touched by their sudden arrival, recognizing their intent to protect him. Brother Fei, we were worried for your safety, so we waited at Qinshan Tower. If that Zhao dares to cause trouble, we will ensure he leaves on his back. Zhou Hao replied earnestly, engaging in violence is not our purpose. Our singular focus must be on generating revenue. Only through profit can we thrive, understood? Li Fei stated, absorbing Zhou Hao's words. Have you all eaten yet? He inquired. Not yet, Zhou Hao admitted sheepishly. Very well, let us sit down for a meal. Li Fei gestured to a nearby table. As Li Fei settled in, Zhou Hao and the others followed suit. Waitstaff, please take our orders, Li Fei instructed the server outside. After dining, Li Fei seized the moment to convene a meeting addressing Zhou Hao and the others. Everyone, our company currently requires a substantial supply of daily necessities and goods. Therefore, your sole task from this moment forward is to expand our business into other provinces. Compensation for travel will be doubled, and your salaries and commissions will reflect the same. The more factories you secure, the more profit we shall reap. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the crowd became exceedingly agitated. For them, nothing brought greater joy than the prospect of earning money, especially considering the generous compensation Li Fei offered, which filled their coffers to overflowing. They were no longer seen as mere ruffians, but as individuals with prospects, even finding suitors introduced to them. All of this was a testament to the achievements brought forth by the young man before them. Brother Fei, with so many of us responsible for a single province, it may prove somewhat taxing. Should we consider recruiting additional personnel to assist us? One of the younger members suggested to Li Fei, once you arrive locally, it would be more advantageous to recruit individuals from that area to handle the business, rather than attempting to find people here in Hangzhou, Li Fei replied, and the group quickly grasped the wisdom of his words. Brother Fei, your insights are truly remarkable. This is something none of us had considered. They eagerly flattered him. Enough with the flattery, Li Fei said, addressing them. I reiterate, the quality of all goods we procure must be paramount. Even if the prices are somewhat elevated, it matters not, provided the quality is exceptional. Understood, Brother Fei, we will certainly ensure this, they responded promptly. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should head home, Li Fei declared, wishing to avoid wasting any more of their time. Brother Fei, how should we address the factories that have breached their contracts? Zhou Hao inquired regarding the matter of the defaulting factories. Did we not stipulate in our contracts that any breaches would incur a penalty of 10 times the deposit? If they wish to violate the agreement, we shall pursue legal action. We are in the right here, and everything will be handled according to the contract. However, gather them for a meeting tomorrow to convey the seriousness of the situation. Should they remain obstinate, they cannot fault us for our subsequent actions. The total compensation these factories owe us amounts to several million, does it not? Li Fei inquired with a smile directed at Zhou Hao. I calculated it. The total compensation from these defaulting factories stands at 6,800,000, Zhou Hao replied. Ultimately, it rests upon their own choices. We have extended them the opportunity. It is now up to them to act, Li Fei remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the figure of 6,800,000. What a windfall. Wouldn't it be delightful to use that to purchase property in the capital? I know what steps to take next, Zhou Hao affirmed, understanding the course of action laid before him. Very well, let's return home. Li Fei patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder as they departed. Upon returning home from Tianxiang Tower, Li Fei found Li Yuanshao still engrossed in work. Old Li, how are the reforms of the enterprises in Zhujiang progressing? He inquired. The progress is quite satisfactory, came the response. Li Yuanshao, upon hearing his son inquire about the progress of the enterprise reforms, replied to Li Fei, follow the plan you devised. There is no resistance in the progress. If we maintain this pace, I estimate that within 3 months, all the factories in Zhejiang province will be processed. At that point, I shall be able to report back to the capital. Hold your excitement. Old Li, Li Fei interjected, observing his father's satisfied demeanor. Today, Zhao Xiaojun approached me, proposing a partnership in the import-export business, which I declined. He has been covertly sabotaging our relationships, causing several factories to terminate their collaborations with us. I have instructed Zhou Hao to convene a meeting with them tomorrow, where I will inform them that breaching the contract will incur a 10-fold compensation to my company. Be prepared, Old Li, if this matter is mishandled. It could create quite a stir. Are you referring to Zhao Xiaojun, the son of the third in command? Li Yuanshao inquired, furrowing his brow. Who else could it be? Li Fei continued, it appears he will not relent easily. Therefore, Old Li, you must resolve these factory issues promptly. Should they prove untrustworthy, I will take legal action against them, and I will cease all collaborations with these factories. When that time comes, the repercussions will fall squarely on your shoulders. Let us resolve this matter now, and leave future complications for Zhao Xiaojun's father to handle. Why the ruthless approach, son? Li Yuanzhou exclaimed. The factory managers are undoubtedly under Zhao Xiaojun's threats, which is why they have breached the contract. Do not escalate the situation. They have their difficulties as well. Allow me to manage it. Old Li, the one instigating trouble is not me, but that Zhao Xiaojun. I suspect it won't be long before my company finds it exceedingly difficult to secure exports from Zhejiang province. He likely intends to procure goods himself for sale in the Soviet Union. Once his goods arrive in the Soviet Union, I will ensure he remains there, along with his merchandise. At that point, I shall bring down both him and his father. Hence, Old Li, expedite the reform of the enterprises in Zhejiang. Once you depart, I will take action against him, Li Fei declared to his father, Li Yuanshao. Chapter 70. The Undaunted Breachers of Contract. Li Yuanshao prepares to take action. Upon learning of his son Li Fei's intentions toward Zhao Xiaojun and the third-in-command as father, Li Yuanshao was taken aback by his own son's audacity. A mere youth, freshly into adulthood, boldly proclaimed he would unseat the third-in-command of Zhejiang province, a notion that would seem utterly fantastical to anyone. Yet at that moment, Li Yuanshao had no doubt that his son was capable of such actions. He was aware that his son knew General Nekhazov in the Soviet Union. If Zhao Xiaojun truly wished to engage in import-export trade and aimed to monopolize these suppliers in Zhejiang province, it would indeed lead to significant ramifications. If Zhao Xiaojun's goods were indeed to reach Sioux country, it would be astonishing if they were not intercepted. The following morning, Li Yuanshao commenced preparations to take action against these factories, scheduling the operation for 10 o'clock. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Yuanshao would naturally lean toward his son. Zhao Xiaojun sought to leverage his father's influence to intimidate his son. As a father, if he did not support his own son, what right would he have to bear the title of father? Zhou Hao was not idle either, arriving at the company early in the morning. The previous night, he had arranged a meeting with the factory directors who had breached their contracts, agreeing to convene at 8:30. The directors had readily consented to this arrangement. As the clock struck 8:30, a dozen or so defaulting factory directors gathered at the Express Import and Export Company. Gentlemen, Zhou Hao addressed them. I have invited you all today to inquire whether you intend to fulfill the supply contracts we signed or if you wish to breach them. Zhou Hao posed the question with utmost courtesy. Mr. Zhou, it is not that we do not wish to honor the contract, but the price we agreed upon is simply too low. We cannot produce at this rate. One director from a textile factory interjected. Mr. Zhou, could you consider restoring the original factory price for our goods? Echoed the other directors in unison. Gentlemen, I believe you have overlooked the fact that the goods we are purchasing are merely those accumulating in your warehouses. What value do such goods hold in the market? Our offer price is already quite reasonable. Should you wish to increase the price, I regret to inform you that it is simply not feasible. If you choose not to deliver according to the contract, our company will be compelled to sue for 10 times the deposit as compensation, Zhou Hao declared to the assembly. What? We must compensate you 10 times the deposit for breaching the contract? Mr. Zhou, what if we refuse to pay? What do you do to us? The crowd erupted in outrage upon hearing Zhou Hao's assertion of pursuing legal action for tenfold compensation. Gentlemen, we have a written agreement. You are the ones who breached it first. Even if this dispute reaches the capital, I am in the right. Should you refuse to compensate, our company will petition the judicial authorities to use your factories as collateral for our compensation. As for the charges you may face, that is beyond my jurisdiction. I am certain the officials of Hang City will impart a lesson to you all. Having spoken, Zhou Hao addressed the assembly once more. I have said all I needed to say. I will not detain you further. The door is behind you, and I bid you farewell. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's dismissal, the directors no longer lingered and turned to exit the Express Import and Export Company. What shall we do now? They demand tenfold compensation for breach of contract. If this escalates to the city government, we shall surely face dire consequences. A rather timid factory director expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. What is there to fear? At that moment, Director Zhong Yun of the Hangzhou Hail-Alai Canning Factory stood up and declared, "Let us not forget, we are working for Ba Xiao. Moreover, did he not promise to assist us in clearing the excess inventory we have accumulated in our warehouse? As for the opposing party wishing to sue us, we shall engage in litigation if necessary. Who in Zhejiang dares to oppose Ba Xiao?" Director Zhong's assertion resonated with the others. Indeed, we are in service to Ba Xiao. If they wish to take legal action against us, let them proceed. Why should we be intimidated? Upon hearing Zhong Yun's words, the other factory directors nodded in agreement. What about the deposit they provided us? Should we return it? A textile factory director could not restrain himself from asking. Return it? Not a chance. Zhong Yun retorted decisively. I have already distributed that deposit to the factory workers. Now, they want me to return the funds? They have no chance. If they wish to sue, let them. After all, that money is now with the workers, and the law does not penalize the masses. They can only blame themselves for handing us such a significant sum. With that, Zhong Yun burst into laughter, prompting the other directors to exchange knowing smiles. Meanwhile, in an office within the Hangzhou municipal government, Li Yuanchao convened the Enterprise Reform Committee alongside leaders from relevant departments. Comrades, the reform of Hangzhou's enterprises and factories is now on the agenda. The sole purpose of today's meeting is to expedite the transformation of the numerous factories in Hangzhou. I am aware that many factories in Hangzhou and Zhejiang province have received substantial orders. It is time to remove these factories from the jurisdiction of the Hangzhou municipal government. Therefore, following the meeting, we will commence implementation immediately, gathering the factory directors and initiating a private tender for the sale of these establishments. Does anyone have any objections? Li Yuanchao inquired, his gaze sweeping across the room. No, none. The members of the Enterprise Reform Committee from the capital unanimously supported Li Yuanchao's approach. Throughout their time in Hangzhou, they had observed Li Yuanchao's capabilities and gained their collective approval. Director Li, is this not a bit hasty? A department head from the Hangzhou municipal government questioned. Our team has conducted research in Hangzhou for over a week, and we have thoroughly assessed the situation of all factories. 90% of them have secured large orders. The profits from these orders alone could amount to hundreds of millions. However, if we retain control of these factories, the subsidies we would need to provide annually could reach tens of millions. If you believe this pace is too rapid and are not prepared, we can first implement reforms in other brother cities. I'm certain they would welcome us. Li Yuanchao responded with a hint of indignation. The department head from Hangzhou felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment upon hearing Li Yuanchao's words. During the meeting, the head of Hangzhou's municipal finance department fixed his gaze intently upon him, as did the leaders from other departments. As the foremost city in Zhejiang province, if the subordinates were to seize the initiative, what would become of their standing? Could they still hold their heads high? Chapter 71. The Reform Conference for Enterprises and Factories. A captivated audience. Following the approval of the meeting, Li Yuanchao's team promptly notified all factory directors in Hangzhou to convene at the municipal government. The directors, who had just departed from the Express Import and Export Company, received calls from the municipal government demanding their immediate presence for an important meeting.
At 10:30 in the morning, all factory directors from Hangzhou gathered at the municipal government. In a certain conference hall, Li Yuanchao took his seat at the head of the table and addressed the assembly of over 100 factory directors. Have all the directors from the factories in Hangzhou arrived? He inquired. Yes, Leader Li, everyone is here, responded a staff member from the municipal government. Since we are all present, let us commence the meeting, Li Yuanchao declared without further ado. The purpose of today's gathering is singular, to discuss the reform of enterprises within Hangzhou. As esteemed directors of the major state-owned enterprises, you are all aware that your factories have received substantial orders. Factories that were once languishing are now rejuvenated. The upper echelons have decided to privatize these factories completely. This means that if you possess the financial means, you can purchase the entire factory from the municipal government, transforming it into a private enterprise. From now on, any profits generated will belong to you. The cost for privatization will be determined based on statistical assessments. Furthermore, any outstanding loans owed to banks will be transferred to your personal accounts, and the banks will offer you interest-free loans, essentially absolving you of previous interest debts. The municipal government will also grant you a 3-year tax exemption, with a reduction for the following 2 years. Naturally, banks will provide small loans as well. The audience erupted in a flurry of excitement upon hearing Li Yuanchao's words. None had anticipated that this so-called enterprise reform would entail the direct sale of factories to private individuals. The atmosphere grew tense, with many feeling their breath quicken. It is worth noting that few among the factory directors were lacking in acumen, with Li Yuanchao poised to privatize these factories. The orders they secured from the Express Import and Export Company would translate to pure profit for them. Many in attendance had signed multi-year contracts with the company. For instance, Director Su of Rongxing Canning Factory had a 3-year procurement agreement with Li Fei, stipulating that regardless of the quantity produced, the Express Import and Export Company would purchase all canned goods. Moreover, the loans owed to banks would now be classified as interest-free, meaning that they would only need to repay the principal, alongside the generous tax relief policies, which profoundly resonated with the directors. Leader Li, is what you just said truly the case? A factory manager in the textile industry could not resist the temptation and posed a question to Li Yuanchao. I am speaking this in the municipal government conference room, with numerous leaders from Zhejiang province present. Would I dare to utter falsehoods in such a significant setting? Li Yuanchao responded with a smile. Comrades, the words recently expressed by Group Leader Li have been discussed with both the provincial and municipal governments regarding the banks. All loans previously taken by your factories from the banks have been converted into interest-free loans. You need only repay 1% of the principal. Qi Wei, the head of the Zhejiang provincial office, addressed the assembly. If you doubt this, we can have the presidents of the 4 major banks confirm it. What Qi said is accurate. Our banks have received orders from above that any factories acquired by you privately will be recognized by us, remarked the head of the Bank of China in Hangzhou. One factory manager from Shoe Manufacturing Company stood up and inquired, what if these factories are acquired not by us, but by private entities? That is an excellent question, Li Yuanchao replied with a smile, explaining to the audience. If you do not acquire the factories yourselves, but allow them to be purchased externally, the municipal government will directly package and sell them off to private owners. For instance, if the Rongxing Canning Factory was originally valued at 1 million, but obtains overseas import-export contracts worth 6 million, it will be sold for 5 million. The proceeds from this sale will first be used to repay the bank debts, and any remaining funds will be allocated to settle overdue wages. As for the workers in each factory, the municipal government will buy out their years of service, and similarly, they will not arrange any further employment opportunities. If you wish to embark on your own ventures, the banks can provide you with startup funds. All laid-off workers can approach the bank with their layoff certificates to secure loans ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. Group Leader Li, what if we decide to purchase the factories ourselves? Su, the manager of the Rongxing Canning Factory, could not help but ask, if you manage to buy them yourselves? The price is negotiable. For instance, if we previously valued your canning factory at 1 million, and you hold contracts that allow for a sale price of 5 million, the municipal government will require only 3 million from you. Should your canning factory lack this sum, the bank can extend a portion of the loan. Furthermore, you may raise funds from your factory employees to facilitate the purchase, as long as you properly allocate shares and distribute dividends accordingly. The debt owed to the bank can be repaid at a rate of 1% monthly. Li Yuanchao elucidated the methods for reform, how to secure funding, and the relevant policies, all of which were detailed in the plan drafted by Li Fei for addressing these issues.
It appears that the municipal government of Hangzhou is selling these factories at a loss. However, in reality, they're profiting significantly. The debts associated with these factories will be assumed by the buyers, allowing the government to reap a substantial financial gain, amounting to nearly 100 million. The city's finances can be said to be flourishing. Is there anything you still do not comprehend or wish to inquire about? Li Yuanchao continued to address the crowd. Director Li, will the bank truly grant us a loan? One factory manager, filled with apprehension, could not resist seeking clarification from Li Yuanchao, concerned that the bank might refuse their request. Didn't everyone hear what the president of the Bank of China just stated? Li Yuanchao explained. If you are applying for a personal loan, the bank requires real estate as collateral. The same principle applies to factory enterprises. If you acquire the factory but lack sufficient funds for its development, you can use the factory as collateral for a bank loan. If you simply approach the bank for a loan outright, do they possess enough funds to lend to so many across the nation? Upon hearing Li Yuanchao's words, everyone understood that if they could secure the factories they managed, it would indeed be a life-changing opportunity. Instantly, thoughts began to form in the minds of all present. Chapter 72. Li Fei's secret meeting with the tycoons of the Air Force and Navy. Li Yuanchao formally initiated the reforms in Hangzhou, sweeping across the city like a tempest. The following day, news reports, broadcasts, and newspapers were filled with coverage of corporate reform. All factory employees in Hangzhou were overwhelmingly supportive of Li Yuanchao's initiatives, especially upon learning that they could invest in shares of their own factories. Many approached the factory managers to express their desire to buy in. They were not naive. With their factories now receiving a plethora of long-term orders, investing equated to effortless profit. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Upon learning of the corporate reform plan announced by Li Yuanchao, Zhao Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with ambition as he perceived a strategy to counter Li Fei. He promptly instructed his confidant, Bai Qi, summon all the factory managers in Hangzhou and inform them that I, Zhao Xiaojun, intend to acquire their factories in full. Yes, boss, Bai Qi responded immediately, setting off to notify the factory managers eager to curry favor with Zhao Xiaojun. Meanwhile, under the auspices of his father, Li Yuanchao, Li Fei was meeting with prominent figures from the domestic Air Force and Navy. The meeting took place at the military base in Hangzhou. However, Li Yuanchao did not accompany Li Fei, as he felt that business matters were beyond his purview, especially since Li Fei was engaged in discussions regarding weapons transactions with these military leaders. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. When Li Fei stood before the two titans of the Air Force and Navy, they were taken aback by his youth. They had received notification that someone was interested in selling a batch of equipment from the Soviet Union to them. All of the equipment is the most advanced from the Soviet Union, and it is original gear used by them. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am Li Fei, the principal party in this business negotiation. As Li Fei stood before the two gentlemen in their 50s, exuding an aura of military valor, he promptly introduced himself. The Air Force chief smiled and addressed Li Fei, saying, I am aware of your endeavors. A week ago, you returned from the Soviet Union with over a dozen Tu-154 aircraft for the Imperial Capital Airlines, with a total transaction amounting to several billion Huaxia yuan. Is that true? Li Fei modestly replied, It is not a significant matter. I merely assisted our elder brother in handling items they no longer required. After all, our elder brother is currently facing considerable difficulties, and I acted out of a spirit of mutual assistance and friendship between our two nations. The two gentlemen could discern the underlying meaning in Li Fei's words, and the naval chief couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then introduced himself, saying, Young man, I am Ye Koei, head of the EC Navy. The Air Force chief also introduced himself, stating, Young man, I am Wang Yunfei. The Air Force chief inquired, What models of aircraft have you managed to procure from the Soviet Union, and how many? Li Fei responded, 15 MiG-31s and 10 Su-27s, all fully armed. He then asked, I wonder, Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? Is what you say true? Can you indeed bring back 10 fully armed Su-27s and 15 MiG-31s from the Soviet Union? Mr. Wang, upon hearing Li Fei's claims, stood up in excitement, eager to confirm the details. In the 1990s, Huaxia was dominated by second-generation aircraft, even during their upgrades. It was only after procuring the Su-27 that Huaxia embarked on the path of imitation, striving to surpass the Eagle Nation in aircraft manufacturing. Mr. Wang's enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that during negotiations in May of this year, the Soviets had proposed selling aircraft to Huaxia. However, The imperial capital had little faith in the MiG-29s offered and was focused solely on the Su-27, which, to date, had received no response from the Soviet side. Now, acquiring 10 fully armed Su-27s and an additional 15 MiG-31s from Li Fei would undoubtedly elevate the capabilities of Huaxia's Air Force to new heights. Young man, what about our Navy? At this moment, Naval Chief Nia, seeing the Air Force secure 25 advanced aircraft from the Soviet Union, could no longer contain his curiosity and sought to learn about the vessels Li Fei had procured. Mr. Nia, the Navy has 3 7,000-ton destroyers and 1 unfinished aircraft carrier, which houses over a dozen carrier-based aircraft, all equipped with the most advanced Soviet gear and fully loaded with various munitions. Li Fei conveyed the naval vessel data he possessed to Elder Nia. An aircraft carrier? Elder Nia, upon hearing that Li Fei had procured an aircraft carrier from the Soviet Union, was overcome with excitement as he grasped Li Fei's arm and inquired, "Young lad, is what you just said true? You managed to bring back an aircraft carrier from the Soviet Union? A carrier equipped to carry a dozen fighter jets? Please, don't be too excited. The carrier still has many components yet to be installed. It currently only has the propulsion system, radar, and various systems fitted. To put it plainly, it is merely a mobile platform at this stage." Observing Elder Nia's exuberance, Li Fei hastily urged him to calm down and elucidated the situation regarding the aircraft carrier. "Young lad, you cannot fathom how significant this aircraft carrier is for us. If we acquire it, we can study and replicate its design, and soon, our nation will possess its own carrier fleet. At that time, who would dare to bully or mock our Navy?" Elder Nia expressed with fervor. "Old Nia, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We haven't even discussed the price with this young man yet." Old Wang interjected, a tinge of envy in his voice as he reminded Elder Nia. Old Wang was coveting the Soviet Tu-160 strategic bomber, which he equated to a naval aircraft carrier. Possessing the Tu-160 would undoubtedly position the Chinese Air Force as a formidable threat to the Eagle Nation. Indeed. I was so caught up in my excitement that I almost forgot the matter at hand," Elder Nia responded, regaining his composure as he turned to Li Fei. "Young lad, how much does the seller demand for these pieces of equipment? How shall we settle the payment?" Li Fei replied to the two venerable men, Elder Nia, Elder Wang. "I will sell these weapons and equipment to the state for the same price I acquire them from the Soviet Union. In total, I spent 5 billion Chinese yuan. However, I have a modest request that I hope you both might grant. Young lad, as long as it is not illegal and remains within reason, we can accommodate your request." Elder Wang and Elder Nia exchanged glances and responded to Li Fei. "My request is quite simple. It is not what you might be imagining." Li Fei quickly clarified. "I only ask that of the 5 billion yuan, I receive 3 billion in cash, with the remaining 5 billion converted into US dollar. I am in need of some dollars at the moment. That is my only request." In September to October of 1990, international oil prices surged from approximately $20 per barrel to $40 per barrel, effectively doubling. With less than half a month until September, Li Fei was under considerable time pressure. He needed to secure a sum of dollars from the capital within a week and subsequently short sell oil to reap substantial profits. "Is your request truly as straightforward as that?" Both Elder Wang and Elder Nia asked, unable to contain their surprise at Li Fei's desire to merely exchange for a sum of dollars. "Yes, that is indeed my request. I simply wish to exchange for a sum of dollars. As you are aware, the Soviet economy is currently in dire straits. Convincing the other party to accept Huaxia coins is indeed a formidable challenge, yet I cannot exclusively offer them Huaxia coins. After all, the US dollar is an internationally recognized currency, and they still hold considerable faith in its efficacy," Li Fei elucidated. He would not candidly disclose his intention to short oil with US dollars. Indeed, Wang Lao and Nia Lao praised Li Fei upon hearing his request. "Rest assured, I will convey this matter to the higher-ups. There should be no complications," Nia Lao reassured, patting Li Fei on the shoulder. "May I inquire how long it will take for the funds to arrive?" Li Fei was aware of the disbursement speed of certain entities and replied, "The people from Su country are eager to see the money. They require the funds to stabilize their soldiers." "Young man, as soon as the goods arrive, the money will follow suit," Nia Lao responded. "That seems straightforward." Li Fei added, "The 25 fighter jets can land at our airport in the 3 provinces at any time. The 3 naval destroyers and the aircraft carrier will also appear at the port of El Shunku within a week. However, we will need our personnel to escort them back." "Young man, We need to report this to the higher-ups, for this is not a trivial sum. Wang Lao and Ye Lao exchanged glances at Li Fei's words. Li Fei remarked, "Then I would appreciate it if you could report this matter to the higher authorities. The other side is somewhat anxious. The equipment they are selling is a private transaction with me and cannot be made public. If discovered, they will claim it is merely a loan for us to familiarize ourselves with the performance, with a rental period of 99 years. Very well, we shall report this immediately. You may remain seated here," Wang Lao and Ye Lao replied. With that, they exited the conference room to inform the higher-ups of the situation. Half an hour later, Ye Lao and Wang Lao returned with beaming smiles. Wang Lao addressed Li Fei, "Young man, the higher-ups have granted approval. We can dispatch personnel to Sioux Country at any time to receive this batch of equipment. The funds will be transferred to your account as soon as confirmation is received, including the US dollars. Then let us go to Sioux Country tomorrow. Today, I will return to handle some company matters and give Sioux Country a call to notify them in advance. Once everything is settled, I will take the last flight to the capital, and we shall meet at the airport there tomorrow," Li Fei informed the two elders. "Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest." Wang Lao and Ye Lao nodded in agreement. "Wang Lao, Ye Lao is settled then." Li Fei stood up and shook hands with the two esteemed figures. After departing from the military camp in Hangzhou, Li Fei was escorted back to the Express Import and Export Company. "Good afternoon, Accountant Li." Upon arriving at the company, the staff greeted Li Fei with utmost respect. Li Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Hao heard the employees outside calling out to Accountant Li, and he promptly opened the door to his office. As he swung the door open, Li Fei appeared before him. "Accountant Li, please come in for a discussion," Zhou Hao urged, inviting Li Fei into his office. Without any hesitation, Li Fei stepped inside, prompting Zhou Hao to immediately shut the door behind them. "Brother Fei, those individuals have yet to provide us with any response. Furthermore, with the ongoing reforms in Zhejiang province, it seems they may be intent on defaulting," Zhou Hao expressed anxiously to Li Fei. The company had deposited a total of 680,000 with these factories. If they truly intend to evade their responsibilities, it would pose a significant and troublesome dilemma for them. "What are you worried about?" Li Fei, observing Zhou Hao's distress, responded. "No one dares to withhold money from me in this world. If they refuse to repay, I would not hesitate to send them to Siberia for hard labor." Li Fei had strong connections within the military of Sioux Nation, with General Nekazov being akin to an elder brother to him. Currently, he maintained excellent relationships with the top brass of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Should he decide to send these individuals to Sioux Nation, he could make them toil in Siberia like the Japanese captives of yore. Zhou Hao shivered at the ominous undertones in Li Fei's words. "Zhou Hao, I am leaving Hangzhou tonight for Sioux Nation. You may continue managing the company's affairs as usual. If Zhao Xiaojun causes any trouble, do not engage in conflict. I will handle everything upon my return. Do you understand?" Li Fei instructed Zhou Hao firmly. "Yes, I understand," Zhou Hao nodded in response. "By the way, has the train loaded with goods departed?" "Yes, it left on schedule at 8 o'clock this morning," Zhou Hao quickly replied. "All right, I understand." With that, Li Fei stood up, indicating he had to leave. "I will see you out," Zhou Hao offered as they both rose. "In the company, you are the boss, and I am the accountant, understand?" Li Fei said to Zhou Hao as he prepared to depart. "I understand, Accountant Li," Zhou Hao responded promptly. After leaving the company, Li Fei sought out Chen Shooting. Since returning to Hangzhou, he had not seen her for a day, and with his impending departure to the capital tonight, and then to Sioux Nation tomorrow, it would be several days before he could return. With the little time left, he certainly wished to spend it with Chen Shooting. Chapter 74. Taking Uncle Soldiers to Sioux Nation. Inside a star-rated hotel in Hangzhou, Chen Shooting lay in Li Fei's embrace, questioning him with feigned annoyance. "You rascal. You have no time for me, yet you come looking for mischief. Do you like me, or do you simply enjoy causing trouble?" "Fool, of course I like you, which is why I wish to share these intimate moments with you. If I didn't like you, why would I engage in the things we both enjoy?" Li Fei replied. Li Fei embraced Chen Shooting and said, "Shooting, I must travel to the capital this evening and will journey to Sioux Country tomorrow morning. I anticipate being away for several days." "What? You're going to Sioux Country again?" Chen Shooting's face betrayed a hint of reluctance upon hearing Li Fei's words. "My dear, this trip to Sioux Country is of utmost importance concerning our future happiness. I do not wish for you to work anymore. I only desire for you to stay at home with me each day," Li Fei expressed with deep affection. "I have no intention of staying at home with you," Chen Shooting replied. My mother has always told me that a girl should have her own career. Staying at home to support a husband and raise children is a thing of the past. Modern women must also share the burden of the world. Then I shall stay at home while you, as this modern woman, earn a living for me. The doctor has advised that my stomach is not well, and I need to indulge, Li Fei quipped before diving into his meal. An hour later, Li Fei and Chun Shooting found themselves entwined once more. And by 4 in the afternoon, Li Fei had bathed and dressed, gently addressing the reluctant Chun Shooting lying in bed. My dear, it is getting late. I must catch my flight to the capital. When I return from Sioux country, I shall bring you a gift. Husband, you must take care, Chun Shooting lazily called out, referring to him as her husband. Be good, and wait for my return. Hearing her call him husband, Li Fei leaned down to plant a kiss on her. After departing from the hotel, Li Fei made his way directly to Hangzhou Airport. At 6:30 in the evening, the plane landed punctually at the capital's airport. He opted not to stay in a hotel in the city center, but chose one adjacent to the airport instead. The first order of business upon checking in was to call Elder Wang and Elder Nye, informing them of his arrival at the airport hotel. Once the elders learned of Li Fei's arrival, they ensured that the personnel designated to receive the equipment in Sioux country were prepared. The naval and aerial forces had dispatched a modest number of personnel, for naval captains and 3 Air Force instructors, totaling 8 individuals, including Li Fei. The following day, Li Fei rose early, as they were to board the earliest flight at 8 in the morning. After breakfast, it was already 7:10. The Navy had sent someone to escort Li Fei to the airport. Upon arrival at the airport, it was precisely 7:20. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Li Fei, your leader for the expedition to Sioux country. From this point forward, all operations in Sioux country shall be conducted under Mr. Li's directives. Should anyone defy his commands, it will be tantamount to disobeying military orders, resulting in immediate proceedings before a military tribunal. Do you all understand? Elder Nye and Elder Wang's subordinates cautioned those selected for the mission. Yes, the 7 responded promptly. Mr. Li, we entrust this mission to you. The subordinates of Elder Wang and Elder Nye saluted Li Fei respectfully. Rest assured, everything has been arranged on that end. As soon as we arrive, the delivery will be made promptly, and we shall return to our homeland without delay. Li Fei responded to the 2 middle-aged generals. Attention, esteemed passengers. The boarding for the flight from Huaxia to Sioux country has commenced. Those traveling on flight 173501 are kindly requested to proceed to Gate 3 for boarding. Announced the airport's intercom. Mr. Li, it is time for you to prepare for boarding. We shall not disturb you any further. Remarked the subordinates of Wang Lao and Nye Lao to Li Fei. Gentlemen, we shall take our leave and board now, Li Fei replied to the 2. Accompanied by personnel from the Air Force and Navy, he ascended the aircraft. Once aboard, Li Fei advised, ladies and gentlemen, please take this opportunity to rest, as the forthcoming hours may not afford you such luxury. Even upon arrival in Sioux country, you will need to board a military aircraft to a military airport, and mealtime will be rather rushed. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Li, the group responded gratefully upon hearing his reminder. Throughout the journey, Li Fei refrained from engaging in conversation with the soldiers, choosing instead to settle into his seat and succumb to slumber. The soldiers, witnessing his ability to fall asleep almost instantaneously, could not help but regard him with admiration. Such a talent for sleep they had only experienced during their time in boot camp. Nevertheless, they prided themselves on their self-regulation abilities, though they could not emulate Li Fei's quick descent into sleep. Within half an hour, they too had succumbed to slumber. Li Fei had instructed the flight attendant not to wake them for meals, allowing them to sleep until they naturally awakened. Li Fei remained in deep repose until the aircraft neared Sioux country. After a brief visit to the restroom for personal hygiene, he summoned the flight attendant to bring him a light meal and beverage. At this moment, the others began to stir from their dreams. Upon our arrival in Sioux country, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast, Li Fei announced with a smile to the awakened soldiers. Mr. Li, how can we accept such generosity? The group responded, their faces reflecting a sense of bashfulness. Not all. We are all part of the same family, Li Fei replied with a warm smile. During his slumber, Li Fei had overheard their quiet discussions regarding the amount of rubles they had brought. Upon learning that they had only brought 1,000 or 2,000 rubles, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. In the current climate, 1,000 or 2,000 rubles would scarcely suffice to satisfy one's hunger, let alone indulge in a decent meal in Sioux country. One would need at least several tens of thousands of rubles or a few $100s to dine well. However, Li Fei found it inappropriate to voice this concern explicitly,
Thus, he sought an excuse to treat them to a meal, as he could not bear to see these young soldiers go hungry while on duty, especially considering the demanding nature of Air Force operations, which required intense concentration. Thus, the required expenditure of protein energy is considerable. Half an hour later, the aircraft came to a halt on the tarmac, and Li Fei and his companions promptly disembarked. Chapter 75. Fundraising from General Sugua. Upon exiting the plane, Li Fei noticed Carter awaiting him at the exit. "Mr. Li, over here," Carter called out warmly upon seeing Li Fei. "Our escort has arrived. Let us proceed." Acknowledging Carter's call, Li Fei waved and addressed his 7 military companions. The 7 military gentlemen followed Li Fei to Carter's side. "Carter, please take us to dine first. After our meal, I wish to introduce them to my elder brother, Nekazov." Li Fei spoke to Carter without any pretense, directly requesting him to guide them to a meal. "Let's go. I have already reserved a restaurant for you, Mr. Li." "We can head straight there," Carter replied promptly. By the time Li Fei and his party finished their meal, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After leaving the restaurant, they proceeded directly to Nekazov's residence. "Brother," Li Fei called out, as he and Nekazov shared a fraternal bond. The guards at Nekazov's estate were well aware of their relationship and allowed them to enter without hindrance. "Brother, upon receiving your call yesterday, I instructed my subordinates to prepare everything. You may bring your people over directly." Nekazov greeted Li Fei with a smile. "Brother, here is a check for 3 billion Huaxia yuan. The remaining 4.5 billion will be settled through the transportation of goods. Moreover, the items you requested for procurement are already en route, with a train currently loading cargo. I fear that with the volume of goods next month, 2 trains may not suffice. I have heard that our Navy has a few transport ships for sale." Li Fei presented a stack of checks totaling 3 billion Huaxia yuan to Nekazov. "Huh, just a few transport ships. I will speak to Brother Zaka shortly and ensure they are sold to you at a favorable price." Nekazov replied with a broad smile as he accepted the checks from Li Fei. Then, Nekazov instructed Adjutant take those individuals to finalize the arrangements. "Yes, General." Chiaro responded immediately upon hearing Nekazov's command. "Brother, I will also go and brief them. Afterward, we can discuss other business matters that will guarantee you substantial profits." Li Fei remarked to Nekazov. "Ha ha ha, I would expect nothing less from my good brother. I await your arrival." Nekazov praised Li Fei, his face beaming with joy upon hearing that Li Fei wished to discuss further profitable ventures. After departing with Chiaro, Li Fei retrieved a 5 million Huaxia yuan check from his pocket and handed it to him. "Adjutant Chiaro, this is a small token of my appreciation." "Oh, how could you be so generous?" Chiaro responded, somewhat flustered upon receiving the check. "Is there any need for such modesty between us?" Li Fei directly placed the check into Chiarofu's hand, saying, "In the future, there may be times when I require your assistance, Deputy. If you refuse to accept this, how can I seek your help? Must I trouble Brother Inya Kazufu for even the slightest matter?" Chiarofu replied, "Mr. Li, should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. If I, Chiarofu, can be of assistance, I shall certainly help you." Upon receiving the check from Li Fei, Chiarofu smiled and said, "Indeed." Seeing you accept the check, Li Fei chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "In future ventures that yield profit, I shall not forget you. And whenever I face difficulties, I will seek your assistance, for that is what friends do." "Yes, that is indeed the essence of friendship," Chiarofu responded, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of Li Fei's words and smiling in return. Before long, the two arrived at the reception hall of Nyakazufu's residence. "This is the aide to General Nyakazufu. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Simply follow his lead. Do not ask questions and refrain from wandering your gaze. Understand?" Li Fei addressed the 7 soldiers. "Yes, Mr. Li, we understand," they promptly replied. At that moment, an Air Force instructor inquired, "Mr. Li, will you be departing with us, or are you leaving the Soviet Union on your own?" Li Fei responded, "I have other matters to attend to in the Soviet Union and will return in a few days. Please inform Elder Nye and Elder Wang that any discussions can wait until my return." The Air Force instructor promptly acknowledged, "Understood, Mr. Li. I will relay your message to Elder Nye and Elder Wang." "Thank you, Deputy," Li Fei courteously remarked to Chiarofu. "We're merely friends. It's a small task." Chiarofu replied with a smile. Afterward, he led the 7 soldiers to Nyakazufu's residence while Li Fei returned to the study. Upon his return, Nyakazufu impatiently inquired, "Brother, tell me about that profitable method you mentioned earlier." Li Fei replied, "Of course, wealth should be shared among all.
You might consider inviting all your comrades. This would also allow them to owe you a favor, wouldn't it? Observing Nie Kazufu's eagerness, Li Fei reminded him to embrace sharing rather than hoarding. Ha, brother. You're absolutely right. Wealth is indeed meant to be shared among all. Nie Kazufu immediately grasped Li Fei's intent and promptly picked up the phone to invite his military friends to his residence for discussions. By the time all of Nie Kazufu's friends arrived at his residence, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. These individuals had traveled from various provinces in the Soviet Union, with some even coming from Ermau. Nie Kazufu, what have you summoned us for? Inquired a general stationed in Ermau. I called you all here to share some auspicious news. General Bayatov, if you're reluctant, I shall not insist. However, do not complain behind my back once you learn of our fortune. Nekazov addressed General Bayatov, stationed with the army at Ermau. Upon hearing that Nekazov intended to bring him into a lucrative venture, Bayatov's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is this truth or mere fabrication? He inquired eagerly. General Bayatov, it is undoubtedly true, Li Fei interjected. This opportunity to amass wealth arises but once, and I require the utmost confidentiality from all generals. Not a whisper of this must escape. He continued, should we succeed, I can promise to multiply your assets by more than 5-fold. Chapter 76. The unwavering support of Zaku and Nekazov for Li Fei. 5-fold. The assembled generals, a dozen high-ranking officers of the Soviet military, displayed expressions of disbelief at Li Fei's bold proclamation. Admiral Zaku could not restrain himself and asked, Brother Li Fei, are you truly not deceiving us? Can you genuinely elevate our personal fortunes 5-fold? The others regarded Li Fei with skepticism, for their rapport with him did not mirror that of Nekazov. Some had yet to meet Li Fei, which cast doubt on the credibility of his claims. General Zaku, were it not for my elder brother Nekazov, I would not divulge this method of wealth acquisition. Initially, I sought only to profit alongside Nekazov, who suggested inviting all of you. You are all his closest friends, and he has assured me that he wishes to share the fortune. With this, Li Fei endeavored to secure a favor from Nekazov, ensuring that these Soviet generals would owe him a debt of gratitude. Nekazov, listening to Li Fei's declarations, wore a broad smile. He turned to the assembly and stated, Gentlemen, what manner of person I am should not be unknown to you. Furthermore, my brother never embarks on ventures lacking in certainty. With that, Nekazov produced a check for 15 billion from the 30 billion China Construction Bank promissory note given to him by Li Fei. Zaku, this 15 billion China yuan promissory note is yours, and the remainder has already been earmarked by my brother for substantial procurement in China. Moreover, in 10 days, a train laden with supplies will arrive from China to our Soviet Union. So soon? Admiral Zaku's eyes widened at the sight of the 15 billion promissory note in Nekazov's hand. General Zaku, I am not one for procrastination. If a transaction can be concluded in a day, I shall not delay it until the morrow, Li Fei assured him. To expedite our dealings, I wish to procure several transport vessels from you to facilitate the shipment of goods and hasten the completion of our agreement. Li Fei, my brother, you are being overly modest. It is merely a few transport ships, which, in my possession, have become a burden akin to a voracious beast. Should you desire them, I would consider you a brother and offer them at 10 million Huaxia dollars each. Zaku, with a beaming smile, pocketed the 15 billion Huaxia banknotes handed over by Nikolov and addressed Li Fei. Presently, the Sioux nation is utterly incapable of disbursing military funds, and the exact number of vessels in their navy remains uncertain. In the past, Sioux owed a considerable debt to PepsiCo, and their actions left the world in disbelief. They directly mortgaged 30 warships to PepsiCo, momentarily elevating the company to the 6th rank among global navies. To Zaku, the transport vessels currently docked are nothing more than gold-guzzling beasts. Without military funding, these warships merely serve as decorative relics at the port. Therefore, if someone wishes to acquire these transport ships, Zaku is more than willing to sell them, thus garnering a handsome profit. Zaku, my brother, I am here to help you make money. How can you still ask for my brother's money? At that moment, General Nikolov, upon hearing Zaku's demand of 10 million Huaxia dollars for each transport ship, retorted with irritation, what value do those heaps of scrap metal at the port hold? Zaku was momentarily taken aback by Nikolov's words. Here was someone eager to assist him in making money, yet he still sought 10 million Huaxia dollars per ship. This was indefensible. Instantly, Zaku replied to Nikolov, Indeed, you are correct. These vessels are but piles of scrap at the port. If Brother Li Fei wishes to take them, I shall provide the crew as well. After all,
The crew members currently receive no allowances, so they might as well work for brotherly Fei. Zaku, my friend, I am here to help everyone prosper. As brothers, we should share our fortunes. Thus, I will cover the 10 million procurement fee. Furthermore, should you wish to gift me these transport ships, it would be unfair to your subordinates. Their duty is to work on those vessels, and if their positions were jeopardized, it would not bode well for you, Zaku. After speaking, Li Fei turned to Nikolov, saying, Elder brother, let us not pressure General Zaku. We must consider his situation as well. With a sense of admiration, Nikolov praised Li Fei's generosity. Li Fei, my brother, I have come to regard you as my ally. Should you encounter any challenges on the seas of Su, do not hesitate to inform me. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall promptly send them to the depths to feed the fish. Zaku was deeply moved by Li Fei's words. He was the first to speak, saying, Brother Li Fei, simply tell me how much you wish US to invest. With just one word from you, I shall not hesitate. General Zaku, the amount depends on how much you're willing to invest. The more you invest, the greater the returns, Li Fei replied. I am prepared to invest all my assets, which amount to $300 million and 15 billion Huaxia dollars. Zaku promptly committed his entire fortune to Li Fei. No problem, General Zaku. I will assist you in converting your check of 1.5 billion Huaxia dollars into US dollars. Li Fei responded with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes upon hearing Zaku's words. The sum of 1.5 billion Huaxia dollars is approximately over $300 million, which means Zaku is personally contributing $600 million. The other generals, witnessing Zaku's willingness to invest his entire fortune with Li Fei, also began to contribute funds, many of whom had previously engaged in transactions with Li Fei. However, the amounts they offered were not comparable to Zaku's $600 million. The highest among them could only muster up to $100 million, while some generals who had not interacted with Li Fei before merely contributed a few tens of millions as a token gesture. Li Fei made no further comments on the contributions from these generals, understanding that investment is inherently a personal choice, and he could not compel anyone to invest their entire wealth in him. Nekazov observed the scene without remarking, recognizing that it was indeed their own money at stake. Brother, I will give you my entire fortune, and once profits are made, I shall take 10% as my reward. Seeing that only Zaku was steadfastly supporting his brother, Nekazov chose to invest his whole fortune in Li Fei. Thank you, elder brother, for your trust. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Chapter 77, General Bayatov. Li Fei successfully raised a total of $2 billion from these generals of the Soviet nation, with General Zaku contributing over $600 million. The other generals collectively contributed just over $300 million, while General Nekazov alone offered a staggering $1 billion to Li Fei. Naturally, Li Fei did not let the opportunity slip to engage with these Soviet generals, particularly the general stationed in Dima, Bayatov. Li Fei arranged a private meeting with him to discuss the purchase of the Tu-160 White Swan bomber. General Bayatov, I have a keen interest in the White Swan, and I wonder if you might consider parting with 1 or 2 units. Li Fei inquired of Bayatov. Mr. Li, while I can offer you other aircraft, I fear that the White Swan is beyond my capacity to sell, Bayatov replied, shaking his head at Li Fei's request. The White Swan is a rarity in the Soviet Union, with only a handful in existence. Even if he desired to sell, he could not do so unilaterally. The consequences of being caught would be severe for a general of his rank, unless he could rally several other high-ranking generals to join him in the sale. However, a challenge arose. If he were to collaborate with so many generals, the proceeds would have to be divided among them, thus significantly diminishing his own gain. The White Swan is his asset, and should it be sold, he wished to reap the rewards alone rather than share the profits with others. General Bayatov, I'm not asking for an immediate sale. Should you decide to sell in the future, feel free to approach me. I am interested in the White Swan. Li Fei continued, maintaining a composed demeanor despite Bayatov's refusal. Certainly, aside from the Swan, I'm also inclined to procure some of the advanced industrial technologies and production lines from Ermau, along with certain blueprints. I wonder if General Bayatov would be amenable to a sale. The pricing could certainly be negotiated. For Li Fei is aware that Ermau is destined to inherit a significant wealth from the Soviet Union, encompassing the shipbuilding industry and heavy industry, along with thousands of national-level weapons. Even the Swan has inherited a considerable amount, as has the transport aircraft. While it is strictly forbidden to export these items, there remains a clandestine avenue for the sale of other prohibited weapons, aside from the absolutely restricted national-level arms.
It is noteworthy that during the direst times of the Soviet Union, an officer in charge of national equipment even sold such globally banned weapons to terrorists. This serves to illustrate that in the Soviet Union, if the price is right, there is little that cannot be sold. However, the current state of the Soviet Union is not at its most chaotic. Li Fei realizes that he may be somewhat premature in approaching General Bayatov. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, as the provinces that were merged into the Soviet Union are now voicing their desire for separation. Many among them are clamoring to break free. Yet, the Soviet Union has not yet succumbed. This colossal vessel still harbors thousands of nails, granting them a reprieve for over a year. However, the rot has already set in. Mr. Li, I cannot promise you these items just yet. I will require some time to deliberate, Bayatov replied. Moreover, certain matters are beyond my jurisdiction and require official sanction, as these industries belong to the state, not solely to the military. If these were military-controlled industries, the situation would be far more straightforward, as I would possess the authority to make decisions. That is perfectly acceptable. I can await General Bayatov's response, Li Fei acknowledged. Not pressing further, he understood that with a little more patience, he could procure a vast array of heavy industrial products from Bayatov. Indeed, he could even acquire the production line of the Swan, along with the shipbuilding technology and aircraft carrier blueprints from Irmau, all for a substantial sum. The necessary funding to establish a super conglomerate would be available by December 1991. By then, leveraging his connections with the military and the upper echelons of the capital, Li Fei would remain untouchable, even in the face of the most elite second-generation figures. His confidence stemmed from one individual, the commander-in-chief. Rest assured, when I am ready to sell these assets, you will be the first to know. Mr. Li, Bayatov responded with a warm smile. After a brief conversation, Bayatov took his leave. That evening, Li Fei was graciously hosted by Nekizov at his general's residence. The following day, Li Fei rose early. After attending to his morning routine, he promptly sought an audience with General Nekizov. The two conversed in the study for half an hour. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Nekizov and returned to his villa. Having made the journey, Li Fei was keen to indulge in the exotic charm and rich cultural heritage of the land. After luxuriating in a life akin to that of a monarch for 2 splendid days in the Soviet Union, he took leave of General Nekizov and journeyed back to Huaxia. Nevertheless, he returned bearing numerous gifts, for he wished to present tokens of his travels to his relatives and friends. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the employee dormitory complex of the railway department in Hangzhou, Li Fei arrived at Chen Shooting's home, carrying the gifts he had procured for her from the Soviet Union. His time there had been extraordinarily pleasurable, characterized by effortless living, which made him reluctant to depart. However, thoughts of Chen Shooting compelled him to return, bringing with him distinctive gifts from the foreign land. Upon reaching her doorstep, Li Fei knocked on the door. Knock, 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 echoed through the air. Who is it? Came Chen Shooting's voice from within. Shooting, it is I, your future husband, Li Fei replied, hearing her voice from beyond the threshold. You rascal, if you dare utter such nonsense again, I shan't let you in, she retorted, opening the door to reveal herself. Yes, yes, as you command, my wife, Li Fei chuckled, presenting the gifts he brought for her. These are for you from the Soviet Union. Do tell me if you like them. Why did you spend so much money? Chen Shooting exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the lavish presents. In the future, please refrain from such extravagant gifts. I shall be at a loss as to what to present you in return. My dear, you are the finest gift of all, Li Fei replied, embracing her tenderly. Chapter 78. Li Fei's Strategy Against Zhao Xiaojun. The next day, Li Fei rose early, for he had numerous matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the office, he promptly called Wang Lao and Nye Lao to inform them of his return from the Soviet Union. Notably, the 25 fighter jets he had purchased had already arrived at the Air Force base outside the city. The Soviet pilots had been retained, serving as external flight instructors to train our Air Force pilots in operating the Su-27 jets. The Navy was also nearing Huaxia's maritime borders. Li Fei's name had begun to resonate throughout the entire Huaxia military district. His reputation extended beyond the military, permeating the awareness of provincial leaders across Huaxia, as several provinces commenced upgrading their equipment. For instance, the Ma Steel plant was preparing to replace its steel-making facilities with the most advanced technology from the Soviet Union, and numerous enterprises were modernizing their production lines. Particularly noteworthy was the knowledge that Li Fei had procured over a dozen Tu-154 aircraft from the Soviet Union, with the transaction amounting to a staggering 15 billion. This revelation left everyone astounded. Moreover, the sum of 55 billion earmarked for procuring equipment from Li Fei piqued their curiosity about him. In fact, many second-generation elites in the imperial capital contemplated causing trouble for Li Fei, attempting to seize resources from the state of Su. However, without exception, their elders intervened decisively, explicitly forbidding any offense against Li Fei. Those who dare to covet and act against him would be expelled from their families. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Li Fei to amass such wealth so peacefully. Yet, there were those undeterred by danger, such as boss Zhao Xiaojun. He leveraged his father's connections to forcibly acquire over a dozen factories in Hangsheng that had contracts with Li Fei's company, all at the lowest possible prices. Upon acquiring these companies, his first action was to breach the contracts, outright denying the agreements made with Li Fei's rapid import-export enterprise. When Li Fei arrived at the company, Zhou Hao promptly reported these challenging circumstances to him. Brother Fei, Zhao Xiaojun has acquired more than a dozen factories in Hangsheng, and he sent someone to inform us that our contracts with them are not recognized and are rendered void. Was this communicated by someone sent by Zhao Xiaojun? Li Fei inquired, seeking confirmation from Zhou Hao regarding the source of the message. Yes, Zhou Hao replied. Zhao Xiaojun dispatched by Qi to our company to convey that Zhao Xiaojun claims Hangsheng is his territory and advised you to be prudent. Such a statement would be audacious even for the highest-ranking official in Zhejiang province, and Zhao Xiaojun was now openly confronting me. Remarkably, Li Fei exhibited no anger. Instead, a smile graced his face. He then picked up the phone on his desk and dialed an international long-distance call to Carter, who was far away in the Soviet Union. This is Carter. Who may I ask is calling? Once the call connected, Carter's voice quickly came through. It's me, Li Fei. Upon recognizing Li Fei's voice, Carter responded, Mr. Li, what business do you propose? I have an opportunity for you, a deal with no capital required. Are you interested? What sort of deal, Mr. Li? Carter inquired, his curiosity piqued. Li Fei, noting Carter's keen interest, proceeded to outline his plan. After absorbing the details, Carter smiled and remarked, Mr. Li, I would be most willing to assist you in teaching that foolish second-generation a lesson. Then, procure a few actors in the Soviet Union and execute my instructions. Once the goods are transported to the Soviet Union, I will grant you 30%. Understood, Mr. Li. I will immediately seek out actors in Huaxia to help you discipline that foolish second generation, Carter affirmed before ending the call. Li Fei then proceeded to dial yet another number. Reaching Xie Ruofu. After connecting, he conveyed his plan to Xie Ruofu, instructing him to dispatch personnel to seize both the individuals and the goods under the guise of military authority. Without any hesitation, Xie Ruofu readily agreed to assist Li Fei. Once everything was set in motion, Li Fei addressed Zhou Hao, stating, the matter is nearly resolved. We are now merely spectators. ISN Zhao Xiaojun, quite formidable. I am eager to witness the extent of his prowess. Zhou Hao then inquired about the handling of the over 600,000 yuan deposit that had been misappropriated by Zhao Xiaojun. Hearing Li Fei speak in Russian on 2 phone calls, Zhou Hao could not comprehend a single word. Yet he was certain that Li Fei was preparing to take action against Zhao Xiaojun. However, his primary concern remained the recovery of the 68,000 yuan deposit that Zhao Xiaojun had stolen. Rest assured, no one dares to defraud our company, Li Fei asserted, a hint of menace in his tone. I will ensure that those responsible face justice, condemning them to spend their next lives in prison. As for Bai Qi, ISNT he's supposed to be quite powerful in Hangzhou. I shall see if he can survive as a laborer on the Siberian plains. Zhou Hao shuddered at the palpable threat in Li Fei's voice, feeling the weight of true menace for the first time. Subsequently, Li Fei instructed Zhou Hao, handle the company matters. Inform our associates to expedite their efforts. The demand from Sugua is substantial, requiring at least 500 million yuan worth of goods to be transported next month. Besides rail transport, I have arranged for several cargo ships to be procured from Sugua to facilitate the shipping of goods. Once these vessels arrive at the domestic port, not a single ship is to remain empty. Do not worry, brother. The reports from our associates indicate they have sourced sufficient goods from other provinces. The Railway Bureau has also mapped out a route for us. Our train has already begun loading, which should take about a week to complete before heading to Sugua. Zhou Hao informed Li Fei. Well done, Li Fei praised. He then added, I must head to the capital shortly. If any urgent matters arise that I cannot resolve, seek my old friend Li for assistance. Should Zhao Xiaojun send anyone to create disturbances, go to my uncle at the provincial office, understand? I understand, Brother Fei. Zhou Hao replied promptly. After departing from his company, Li Fei proceeded directly to Hangzhou Airport, preparing for his flight to the capital. His sole purpose for this trip was to exchange the substantial sum of over 10 billion Huaxia yuan for US dollars, as he planned to make a significant profit in the near future. Chapter 79. The uneasy Li Fei upon arriving in the capital. Li Fei first visited the headquarters of the Bank of China to exchange his yuan for dollars. In the 1990s, the country's foreign exchange reserves were limited. The amount Li Fei intended to exchange was considerable, exceeding $20 billion. Upon reaching the Bank of China headquarters, he introduced himself. I am Li Fei, here to see President Zhai. The receptionist, seeing Li Fei, who appeared younger than her own brother, was momentarily taken aback. Li Fei's youth and striking good looks left her momentarily entranced. Have you enjoyed the view, beautiful? If you keep staring, I might have to charge you. Li Fei teased the somewhat dazed receptionist before him. I haven't seen enough, she instinctively replied. However, she quickly regained her composure and promptly said, I apologize, Mr. Li Fei. I will take you to meet President Zhai right away. Thank you, beautiful. Li Fei expressed his gratitude with a smile. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Li Fei soon found himself before President Zhai of the Bank of China. Knock, knock, knock. President Zhai, Mr. Li Fei has arrived, the receptionist announced, rapping lightly on the office door. Inside, President Zhai, who had been engrossed in reading documents, set aside his papers upon hearing the knock. A broad smile broke across his face as he beheld the young man before him. Please, Mr. Li, take a seat. Li Fei, feeling no need for formality, settled comfortably onto the sofa. At that moment, President Zhai turned to the receptionist and instructed, please fetch a chilled beverage for Mr. Li. Yes, President, she answered promptly, turning to retrieve the drink for Li Fei. Mr. Li, I have received notification from above that our bank is ready to assist you with the currency exchange for you. Yes, dollars at any time, President Zhai stated, taking a seat across from Li Fei. With your assurance, President Zhai, I am content, Li Fei replied, producing a stack of Bank of China checks from his bag and placing them on the table. Here, I have a total of 11 billion yuan in Bank of China promissory notes, and I wish to exchange the entire amount for you. Yes, dollars. 11 billion? President Zhai was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a substantial sum from Li Fei, but he had never expected such an astronomical figure. Initially, he had speculated that Li Fei might present around 5 billion, yet here it was a sum doubled. In the 1990s, it was rare for anyone outside the four major banks to possess such a vast amount of banknotes. Furthermore, these were bank promissory notes, readily convertible to cash at the bank. Is there a problem with exchanging this amount for you? S. Dollars? Li Fei inquired, noticing President Zhai's astonishment. No. President Zhai quickly responded, I am simply astonished by the magnitude of your transaction, Mr. Li. Your achievements and wealth at such a young age place you at the pinnacle of success. If this were to become public knowledge, many would feel as though their lives had been in vain. You're exaggerating, President Zhai. This money isn't entirely mine. I am merely safeguarding it, Li Fei clarified. Of the 11 billion, approximately 6 billion belonged to Generals Nikov and Zaku, while the remaining 5 billion was compensation for equipment provided to him. Initially, they intended to pay Li Fei directly in US dollars for the intermediary company he had established. However, considering that Li Fei was utilizing a foreign intermediary to assist in procurement, the capital city opted to make payments via checks to avoid being targeted by adversaries if transactions were conducted in dollars. Thus, upon receiving the checks, Li Fei's company would subsequently process the payments through the bank. Although this added an extra layer of procedure, it provided the capital city with an excuse should any Western entities bring it up in the future. President Zhai quickly calculated an exchange quota of 11 billion Huaxia, equivalent to 3 billion US dollars for Li Fei. After departing from the headquarters of the Bank of China, Li Fei returned home. Upon his arrival, he was somewhat taken aback to find Yuan Fong, Chen Shooting's mother, in his abode. Aunt Yuan, what brings you here? He exclaimed, surprised. Yuan Fong, unable to restrain her curiosity about the man who had spirited her precious daughter away to Hangzhou, inquired, Little Fei, are you not welcoming Annie to your home? That day, when Yuan Fong reported to her workplace, she had returned home to find her daughter missing. Initially, she assumed Chen Shooting was out enjoying herself. However, during dinner, a call from Chun Jianjun revealed that Chen Shooting had gone to Hangzhou with Li Fei and had injured her foot along the way. As a woman, Yuan Fong quickly grasped the implications. Her beloved daughter had been taken to Hangzhou by Li Fei, and given the injury, it was evident that something untoward had transpired between them in her absence, details that men often overlook. Moreover, she noticed a white towel was missing from their home, only to discover it in Chun Shooting's wardrobe, emblazoned with a vivid red plum blossom stain. Yet, she chose not to divulge this information to her husband, Chun Jianjun. The couple had never objected to their daughter's relationship with Li Fei, and Yuan Fong decided it was not her place to interfere in the nature of their bond. Still, the thought of her daughter, whom she had nurtured for 18 years, being led astray was disheartening for any parent. "Auntie, you flatter me. My home is your home. Stay as long as you wish," Li Fei responded, feeling somewhat guilty and eager to please his potential mother-in-law. "Huh, look at you. So quick to curry favor with your future mother-in-law." Li Fei's mother, Huang Yuanshan, appeared with a playful smile, teasing him. "Mom, a mother-in-law is still a mother. Just like you, I must treat my mother well," Li Fei replied earnestly, exhibiting no embarrassment at his mother's jest. "You're quite the charmer," Huang Yuanshan laughed in response. "Because I take after you, Mom," Li Fei said, attempting to win her over. "Don't get cheeky with me," Huang Yuanshan warned, though her smile remained. "Remember, you must never bully Shooting. If you dare to, I shall break your legs. Do you understand?" Chapter 80. Old Li's Promotion. Li Fei. "How long do you plan to stay in the capital this time?" Huang Yuanshan inquired of her son regarding his duration of stay in the city. "I estimate I will be here for a day or two," Li Fei replied to his mother. "Xiao Fei, with school about to commence, will you remain as busy once classes begin?" Yuan Fong asked, curious about Li Fei's schedule post-enrollment. "Aunt Yuan, I intend to request a leave of absence or perhaps pursue self-study for a period. When time permits, I shall return to school. At this juncture, obtaining a degree is not my foremost concern. With sufficient funds, I can acquire a Harvard MBA abroad at any time. What I seek now is to amass some initial capital, allowing me to alleviate future financial burdens." Li Fei disclosed his plans to Yuan Fong. "You wish to take a break from your studies?" Both Yuan Fong and Huang Yuanshan regarded Li Fei with astonishment upon hearing his words. Huang Yuanshan was already aware of her son's examination results, knowing that with over 500 points, gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital was well within reach. For many students in the 1990s, securing a place in university was a momentous achievement. However, Li Fei's perspective was something neither Yuan Fong nor Huang Yuanshan had contemplated. The decision to either take a leave of absence or engage in self-study was virtually unheard of in the domestic context. Huang Yuanshan refrained from commenting further on her son's choice, while others pursued higher education with fervent dedication for their future. She felt no such worries about her son's prospects. Although she was uncertain of the exact magnitude of his wealth, she was aware that his business dealings were conducted in the realm of billions. With this understanding, she found solace in the belief that as long as he possessed wealth, his future would be secure. "Decide for yourself. Your father and I shall not interfere. Ultimately, the path you choose is yours to tread," Huang Yuanshan responded. Yuan Fong echoed a similar sentiment, knowing that as long as Li Fei conducted himself prudently, the wealth he amassed would ensure a comfortable life for his future family, alleviating any financial worries for her daughter. As parents, who wouldn't wish for their daughter to marry into a good family? Clearly, Li Fei had gained Yuan Fong's approval. The following day, Li Fei rose early. He was scheduled to visit Lu Jinglian. The previous day, he had spoken with Lu Jinglian over the phone. "Mom, I have matters to attend to and will be leaving now," he informed Huang Yuanshan after breakfast. "Be careful on the road," Huang Yuanshan cautioned him. After departing from his home, Li Fei hailed a taxi and made his way directly to Lu Jinglian's office. "Uncle Lu," he greeted upon arrival. Upon entering Lu Jinglian's office, Li Fei called out to Lu Jinglian, who had just arrived at work. "You've become quite the celebrity." Lu Jinglian greeted Li Fei with a jest as he invited him to sit down. "Your fame in the capital now surpasses even that of your father, old Li. In the realms of politics, military, and commerce, you are indeed a household name. I am merely a student. How could I possibly compare to my father?" Li Fei chuckled as he explained, "My father is a man of action, while I merely serve as an intermediary, earning a modest profit to support my family." But your role as an intermediary is unlike that of others," Lu Jinglian countered. "Most intermediaries merely trade goods, yet what you handle is of a different caliber altogether. Even if one were granted 100 opportunities, they would not dare to engage in such transactions." Hearing Li Fei refer to himself as just an intermediary, Lu Zhenglian remarked, "My dear boy, the business world is one where the audacious thrive while the timid perish. Besides, my involvement is merely to facilitate connections without seeking profit. If there is profit, it is from the funds provided by the Sioux Nation, who have agreed to procure essential goods with half of the funding. This also stimulates our own country's fiscal revenue, a win-win situation indeed." Li Fei responded with a smile. "However, Uncle Lu, I must advise you to maintain a low profile." Lu Zhenglian held Li Fei in high regard, recognizing that his achievements at such a young age far exceeded those of many officials in the municipal government. He had heard from an economist friend that Li Fei had generated hundreds of billions in domestic employment opportunities, significantly boosting the light manufacturing and food industries through his substantial procurement of daily necessities. Lu Zhenglian cautioned Li Fei, "Moreover, you should not travel alone. You must understand that wealth can stir desires in people." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Fei recalled that he was not in the stable security of the 21st century, but rather in the turbulent climate of the 1990s. He promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Lu. I understand the importance of discretion. In a couple of days, I will recruit a few retired soldiers to accompany me for my safety. Discuss this matter with your father. He will arrange for someone to ensure your personal security," Lu Zhenglian advised, urging Li Fei to consult old Li. "My father?" Li Fei looked at Lu Zhenglian, puzzled. "He is merely an office director without any connections in this regard. Your father has been quite instrumental in the business reforms in Zhejiang province, and the higher-ups are very pleased. The results have far exceeded the predictions of numerous domestic experts, who anticipated substantial financial losses across various provinces and the capital. On the contrary, Zhejiang province has not only avoided losses, but has also seen profits. The authorities have decided to promote your father to a prominent position in the office, elevating him to a significant role within the upper echelons of the capital. Allow me to arrange for 1 or 2 bodyguards to ensure your safety," Lu Zhenglian remarked to Li Fei. The chief commander expressed immense satisfaction with old Li's accomplishments in Zhejiang province. Upon old Li's return to the capital to report, he would be appointed as the head of the office. "So, does this mean I am now considered a second-generation elite in the capital?" Li Fei chuckled at Lu Zhenglian's comment about his father's imminent promotion. "What on earth are you thinking, you little rascal?" Lu Zhenglian couldn't help but laugh at Li Fei's words. Chapter 81. The standard for second-generation elites, bodyguards in place. When Li Fei departed from Lu Zhenglian, it was already 10:30. The two had agreed to gather in the evening, primarily because Lu Zhenglian's classmates were coming to the capital to procure equipment from the Soviet Union. After leaving, Li Fei headed to Wangfujing in the capital, intending to purchase a mobile phone. Initially, he was quite reluctant to buy a mobile phone, viewing it as an encumbrance. Weighing several kilograms, it felt akin to carrying a brick. Furthermore, its battery life was poor, and the calling rate was exorbitant at 1 yuan per minute. The total cost for the phone and the network connection fees approached 40 to 50,000 yuan. Inside a motorcycle specialty store in Wangfujing, Li Fei pointed at a mobile phone displayed on the counter and inquired with the sales attendant, "If I purchase here, can you assist with the network connection?" "Certainly, sir." The attendant responded warmly, not dismissing him due to his youth. "Please proceed with the network connection." Li Fei directed the attendant, indicating his choice of phone. "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment while I calculate the total cost." Upon hearing Li Fei's intention to purchase a mobile phone, the attendant became even more enthusiastic. Initially, she had assumed Li Fei was too young to make such a purchase, but was pleasantly surprised by his decision. The attendant asked, "Sir, the network connection fee is 12,000 and the mobile phone costs 28,000. How much would you like to recharge for the calling credit?" "Let us make it a round number. Recharge 10,000, please," Li Fei replied. He then produced his bank card for payment. In the 1990s, bank cards were available in China, though not widely used. However, in bustling areas like the capital, many establishments were equipped with card readers. Having completed the payment and network connection procedures, Li Fei exited the Wangfujing store, clutching his new mobile phone. He casually sought out a relatively upscale restaurant for lunch. Subsequently, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his father's number, Li Yuanchao. "This is Li Yuanchao. Who is this?" came his father's voice upon answering. "It's me, old Li," Li Fei responded, immediately recognizing his father's tone. "What brings you to call me at this hour?" Li Yuanchao inquired, somewhat surprised by the call. Due to the rarity of receiving calls from Li Fei, The sudden ring today stirred a sense of curiosity within Li Yuanchao. Of course, I have a small matter for you, Li Fei began, addressing his father. Could you arrange for a few bodyguards for me? I need someone of the imperial capital's internal security caliber to ensure the safety of the sole heir of the Li family across 9 generations. Get lost, Li Yuanchao retorted rather grumpily upon hearing his son's request. What do you think I am? Your father is not a mere facilitator for your whims. Moreover, you're not the only heir of the Li family. Your uncle's lineage is substantial. The Li family will not falter. Your mother and I are still young enough to consider having more children. Li, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I haven't even exhausted my primary account, and you're rushing to expand your secondary one, even planning to train more, he continued, shaking his head. You've changed. You've become unrecognizable. I remember when you used to affectionately call everyone darling, and now you tell me to get lost. This family has lost its warmth. You're no longer the same old Li. Feeling aggrieved, Li Fei lamented, you can silence yourself now. In response to his son's emotional outburst, Li Yuanchao remarked, rest assured, arrangements have been made for your protection. The commander is concerned about potential troubles you might stir in Su country. Hence he has dispatched several capable bodyguards to ensure your safety. Remain where you are. They will come to find you. How does the commander know of my illustrious and valorous son? Has he truly sent bodyguards for my protection? Li Fei, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired. Isn't it because of your antics in Su country? The upper echelons there have lodged complaints regarding the equipment you brought back. Had you not befriended those military officials, the authorities would have had no qualms about dealing with you. Even with 9 lives, it wouldn't suffice, Li Yuanchao replied curtly. So, does this mean I cannot go to Su country for the time being? Li Fei asked, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. So now you finally comprehend fear? Li Yuanchao responded coldly. I thought you were fearless. Dear father, I adhere to the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Li Fei defended himself. I maintain a good relationship with the military in Su country. Those high-ranking officials depend on me for profits, and they would not dare allow the authorities to harm me. Then why did you just say you wouldn't go to Su country? Li Yuanchao shot back mercilessly. Unable to contain his frustration, Li Fei retorted, Li, you've extinguished all conversation. What else is there to say? I'm hanging up now. Goodbye. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Glancing at the time, Li Fei lamented, this is highway robbery. A mere few minutes of conversation cost me $15. I must demand reimbursement from old Li. Resolutely, he placed his large mobile phone on the restaurant table, awaiting the arrival of his bodyguards. Approximately 15 minutes passed. 4 robust young men appeared before Li Fei, each in their 30s. 2 stood over 6 feet tall, while the other 2 measured around 5 feet 9. A striking characteristic united them. A palpable aura of lethal intent glimmered in their eyes. Li Fei had encountered such a gaze before, during his previous life, embodied by a bodyguard who had once been a mercenary. Tired of the brutality of the battlefield, the bodyguard had chosen to return home and serve as a protector. Are you the bodyguards sent by the commander to protect me? Li Fei inquired, gazing calmly at the formidable figures before him, unperturbed by their presence. Indeed, they affirmed with a nod. Allow me to introduce myself, Li Fei continued. I am Zhang Wu. I am Du Zhuang. Huang Erniu. Wang Baolong. They introduced themselves in turn. I am Li Fei. It is a pleasure to meet you all, he replied, then asked. Have you had your meals yet? Not yet. We set out to find Mr. Li immediately upon receiving our orders, Zhang Wu responded. Waiter, please take our orders. Li Fei commanded directly. Chapter 82, Buying a Car, in Linjun. When Li Fei witnessed the quantity of food the 4 consumed, he was utterly astonished. They devoured nearly the amount meant for 20 people, attracting the attention of every diner in the restaurant, all eyes fixed upon them. This was also the first time Li Fei experienced such an embarrassing spectacle. Boss, are we eating too much? Huang Erniu asked sheepishly, scratching his head. Not at all. Li Fei raplia curiosity pica. I am merely intrigued. How long has it been since you 4 last ate? Or did the internal canteen neglect to provide you with meals? Boss, we are not from the internal security. We are reconnaissance soldiers stationed at the Guang-Vietnam border, Huang Erniu clarified, correcting Li Fei's misunderstanding. Reconnaissance soldiers at the Guang-Vietnam border? Li Fei exclaimed, a look of surprise washing over his face, excitement bubbling within him. He immediately inquired of the group, have you all seen combat and shed blood? The internal security and reconnaissance units belong to different hierarchies. The internal security comprises elite members selected from various forces. though they are not the absolute top-tier personnel, ranking among the first class. In contrast, reconnaissance soldiers in the late 80s and 90s were akin to contemporary special forces. It could be said that those reconnaissance soldiers excelled in hand-to-hand combat, battlefield skirmishes, and marksmanship, surpassing today as special forces. This is not to diminish the capabilities of modern special forces, but rather to highlight the comprehensive training they receive, which differs from the past. Nevertheless, in terms of overall combat prowess, today as special forces are indeed stronger. We participated in the counteroffensive less than a year after being deployed, Zhang Wu responded. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a surge of delight. Such talent was undeniably a precious asset in the military of the 21st century. He promptly asked, "Do you four still hold military ranks? Are you four veterans sent by the higher-ups to protect me?" The boss inquired. "Indeed, as we have reached the age of retirement. The higher-ups informed me to come to the capital to ensure your safety." Zhang Wu responded to Li Fei's question. "Understood," Li Fei replied, addressing the four of them. "From today onwards, you will each receive a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan. In the year 1990, such a sum was considered quite generous, placing one among the higher income brackets in the country. Boss, isn't that a bit too much?" Zhang Wu and the others expressed their disbelief upon hearing the offered salary, questioning whether it was excessive. 2,500 is not excessive, Li Fei assured them. "My movements are unpredictable. I will need to travel extensively within the country. There may even be occasions when I am away during holidays, preventing you from spending time with your families. Thus, I had decided to increase your compensation." The four, sensing Li Fei's resolute tone regarding finances, contemplated voicing further concerns but ultimately chose to remain silent. After settling the bill, Li Fei guided them to a specialized automobile dealership in the capital. His selection was straightforward. He opted for a 7-seat business van from Japan rather than a luxury vehicle, such as a Mercedes or Audi, spending over 500,000 yuan. By the time he acquired the vehicle, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. En route to the office in the capital, Li Fei spoke to Zhang Wu. "Who is driving? Let us proceed." "Yes, boss," Zhang Wu replied. Among the four, Zhang Wu was a local resident of the capital. However, both his parents had passed away, leaving him with two sisters who were happily married and living their own lives in the capital. Half an hour later, Zhang Wu parked the vehicle at the office. This establishment served as a reception area for individuals from various provinces conducting business in the capital, hosting personnel from each province. Lu Jinglian had invited Li Fei to meet his classmates here, making it an ideal location. Even if someone sought to exploit a weakness, it would be unwise to offend so many individuals. Had they chosen a high-end restaurant, any potential scandal would not only tarnish their reputations, but also reflect poorly on Li Fei, attracting scrutiny from his superiors. However, hosting a gathering at the office was different. As a public venue, their invitation to Li Fei was framed as a request for assistance in procuring equipment. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Li Fei, they would need to consider the implications of confronting a group of Lu Jinglian and his classmates. Li Fei and his companions arrived at the office at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By that time, Lu Jinglian's classmates had nearly all gathered. "Hey there, it's been a while. Your fame seems to have grown tremendously," teased Lin Jun, one of Lu Jinglian's classmates, upon seeing Li Fei. "Uncle Lin, please spare me the teasing. I would much rather have a stable life and earn a modest income." Li Fei replied with a wry smile as he noticed Lin Jun approaching him with playful banter. "Little one, if you desire to earn a steady income, it seems quite improbable." Lin Jun, upon hearing Li Fei's words, chuckled and replied, "I have several friends who have reached out to me, seeking assistance in procuring steel manufacturing equipment from the Sioux country. It would be impolite to refuse them, so I must acquiesce to their requests. Uncle Lin, may I place an order?" "Of course, I would not turn down an opportunity for profit," Li Fei responded with a smile. "May I inquire how many units you wish to order, Uncle Lin?" "Approximately 20 units. I have brought the deposit," Lin Jun informed Li Fei. 20 units is certainly manageable," Li Fei affirmed without hesitation. "Ha, good lad." Lin Jun, pleased with Li Fei's prompt agreement, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Though I am somewhat entrenched in governmental affairs, I still hold sway in this domain. Your uncle Anne's word carries weight, so feel free to reach out to me for any matters." "Uncle Lin, I have another favor to ask," Li Fei replied candidly. "As you are aware, my company requires a substantial procurement of living necessities and daily supplies. Relying solely on my team to traverse the market makes it challenging to gather such a vast quantity of goods. Therefore, I wonder if you could assist in reaching out to factories in your province so that I may place orders for these supplies. That is not a problem. You can count on me, and Lin Jun assured, thumping his chest in confidence. As they conversed, they made their way into a spacious conference room within the station office. Chapter 83. The gathering transforms into a major procurement within the Beijing office. Word had spread that Li Fei was present. Consequently, numerous high-ranking officials from various provinces and cities flocked to seek him out. What began as a pleasant gathering swiftly morphed into a grand procurement meeting. To navigate this influx of requests, Li Fei knew he must cultivate good relations with these individuals and avoid offending them. Esteemed elders, Li Fei addressed the crowd of over 100 present at the office. Your demands are numerous, and I find it challenging to keep track of them all. Let us proceed in an orderly fashion. Please compile a list of the items you require, specifying the equipment, production lines, and so forth. Additionally, include your respective provinces, cities, and contact numbers, and submit your list to the front desk of the office. Once I conclude this transaction, I will retrieve your lists and provide the pricing. Please note that the equipment and production lines from the Sioux country are non-negotiable. If you find the prices agreeable, we shall proceed according to the order. Should you deem them excessive, I regret to inform you that I am merely an intermediary. I possess only the rights to sell these products, but no authority to set prices. I trust you will understand. Li Fei addressed the assembly of leaders from various provinces and cities, all eager to place their orders. Boss Li, we apologize for any inconvenience. Should you have the opportunity to visit our province, I would be honored to host you as a gesture of compensation, remarked a senior official from the provincial committee, expressing his satisfaction with how Li Fei managed the situation. After speaking, he was the first to depart, followed closely by others, each leaving behind kind words for Li Fei as they gradually exited. If you choose to pursue a political career, you needn't rely on your father's connections. With the backing of those individuals, you can navigate the political landscape with ease, and your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of your father, Li Yuanchao, Lu Jinglian said, observing the departing dignitaries with a smile. Perhaps a political path is best avoided, Li Fei responded, shaking his head. There are too many constraints in that world. I am not accustomed to such limitations. Moreover, I would have to report all my assets, leaving no room for privacy. If I were to indulge in a more lavish lifestyle, I would surely receive a mountain of complaints. Laughter erupted among Lu Jinglian and Lin Jun, and the others upon hearing Li Fei's words. And Lin Jun remarked, surely, with Uncle Lu supporting you, who could you possibly fear? He oversees this area. So what do you have to worry about? I prefer not to drag Uncle Lu into any troubles. His position entails significant restrictions, and maintaining a good relationship with him would only complicate matters for him. Li Fei quipped mischievously to Lin Jun. Tell me, do you harbor a grudge against Uncle Lu? Is that why you wish to see him brought down through me? I must admit, you possess a talent for sowing discord that rivals even the most seasoned schemers. Upon hearing Li Fei's playful insinuation, Lin Jun warned the group, everyone should be cautious. This young fellow is quite adept at stirring up trouble. We must not fall for his antics. Olden, I remember during our university days, both you and old Lu were infatuated with Lu Qian, leading to a rivalry that lasted several months. I presume you haven't forgotten this old grudge? Lin Hui teased, eliciting laughter from the group. Indeed, others chimed in, recalling the amusing anecdotes of Lin Jun and Lu Jinglian's youthful competition. Enough of this raucous banter, Lin Jun said, feeling a bit embarrassed as the memories resurfaced. The playful teasing elevated the atmosphere to a new height. This time, Li Fei secured even more orders from these individuals. In conjunction with additional orders placed by others, Li Fei amassed contracts exceeding 300 billion Huaxia coins at the liaison office. While this figure may seem substantial, in the context of the demands of state enterprises in the 1990s, it was not particularly remarkable. The 1990s marked a significant turning point in the 20th century, a period during which many individuals amassed wealth. The domestic market for high-end manufacturing remained largely untapped, with steel production lagging behind even that of Japan. It is crucial to understand that steel serves as a fundamental indicator of a nation's strength, symbolizing numerous aspects, particularly in the realm of industry. In the 1990s, our nation engaged in extensive purchasing from abroad. However, the equipment acquired from those developed Western countries was predominantly outdated machinery produced in the 1960s and 1970s. Even though these were discarded products, they still surpassed our most advanced machine tools, with prices that exceeded those of their latest models. The items Li Fei procured from the Soviet Union may not have rivaled the cutting-edge technology from the West, yet they were still of first-rate quality. After successfully managing the orders, Li Fei returned to Hangzhou from the capital, eager to witness an intriguing performance awaiting him there. Naturally, he wished to arrive ahead of time. Accompanied by his 4 bodyguards, he flew back to Hangzhou. Upon his arrival, Li Fei promptly sought out Chen Shooting to alleviate his longing for her. Zhang Wu and the others were somewhat puzzled as to why their boss would choose to book a hotel room upon returning home. However, their confusion dissipated the moment they saw a beautiful young lady approach the hotel to meet their boss. Inside the room, Li Fei escorted Chen Shooting along a tree-lined path that had previously been untouched, now marked by their footsteps. Meanwhile, at the Tiantang Business Club, Zhao Xiaojun was meeting with 2 businessmen from the Soviet Union. "Mr. Zhao, can you fulfill our needs?" inquired the actor sent by Carter, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaojun. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Pukin, my company operates over a dozen factories that produce millions of goods daily. I wonder if this would satisfy your requirements?" Zhao Xiaojun replied with a smile. "Is what you say true, Mr. Zhao?" The 2 actors, Yi Ku and Pukin, brightened at his words. "If your claims hold, we can collaborate. The Soviet Union is currently in dire need of living supplies. Whatever quantity you have, we are prepared to purchase, as we are not lacking in funds." Chapter 84. Zhao Xiaojun falls into a trap. Yi Ku and Pukin were enjoying exceptional treatment at Zhao Xiaojun's expense, who had provided them with numerous benefits to secure the order. He even arranged for several beautiful women to accompany them. The reason for this was the grand promises these 2 had made to Zhao Xiaojun. Initially, Carter had sent them to Hangzhou to secure an order worth several tens of millions. However, after a few drinks, the duo became bolder, directly proposing an order amounting to 500 million. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Xiaojun's heart trembled with excitement. The prospect of securing such an order could yield him several tens of millions in profit, and by procuring additional equipment from the Soviet Union for resale, his earnings could multiply. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fei and Chen Shooting had left the hotel and returned to the company. Zhou Hao promptly relayed the information he had received to Li Fei. "Brother Fei, I have learned that Zhao Xiaojun has secured connections with 2 businessmen from Sioux Country, who have placed a staggering order worth 500 million. Currently, Zhao Xiaojun is seeking a loan from the bank, and he has even leveraged his father's connections to coerce the factories collaborating with us, insisting they prioritize his company's production and delay our orders indefinitely." Upon hearing Zhou Hao mention the 500 million order, Li Fei was momentarily incredulous, questioning, "Did you just say Zhao Xiaojun secured an order worth 500 million from the 2 Sioux businessmen? Are you certain it is 500 million and not 50 million? "Brother Fei, I did not mishear. This information was conveyed to me directly by one of Zhao Xiaojun's subordinates. There is absolutely no mistake. In fact, he accompanied Zhao Xiaojun to seek a loan of 500 million from the president of the Bank of Hangqing." Zhou Hao quickly clarified, noticing Li Fei's skepticism. "I will place a call to verify." Li Fei, feeling a sense of numbness, picked up the phone to contact Carter. "Hello, this is Carter. Who is this?" came the prompt response on the other end. "Mr. Carter, this is Li Fei," Li Fei replied. "Have the 2 individuals you dispatched made contact with the other party?" "They have indeed made contact, but there was an unexpected turn of events," Carter responded hastily. "What kind of unexpected turn?" Li Fei could not help but inquire. "The 2 got a bit too intoxicated and boasted excessively, inadvertently stating the order as 500 million instead of 50 million, Carter confessed somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He reassured Carter, "Such a minor mishap is inconsequential, whether it is 500 million or not. As long as the goods are transported to Sioux Country, we will proceed as planned." Carter, relieved that Li Fei did not hold him accountable, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He understood that Li Fei had established significant relations with military officials in Sioux Country, and crossing him was not an option. Had Li Fei been upset over this matter, Carter had even contemplated sending his wife and daughter to appease him. After ending the call, Li Fei turned to Zhou Hao and instructed, "Notify everyone that all goods produced by the factories in Hangsheng during this period are to be allocated to Zhao Xiaojun." "Brother Fei, are you saying we should allocate everything to that guy, Zhao Xiaojun?" Zhou Hao questioned, puzzled. "That would result in substantial losses for us." "Substantial losses?" Li Fei chuckled at Zhou Hao's concern. "Rest assured, I guarantee that this time we will reap significant profits." "Profits?" Zhou Hao asked, still bewildered. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Just wait and watch," Li Fei replied with a smile to Zhou Hao. Brother Fei, doesn't that mean we will have significantly fewer goods to send to Sioux country during this period? What if they pursue us for accountability? Zhou Hao, perplexed by Li Fei's words, inquired about the fate of the goods intended for Sioux country that were to be handed over to Zhao Xiaojun. Rest assured, I have already reached out to contacts in other provinces to assist us in liaising with factories. By next month, we will be able to dispatch goods worth over $1 billion to Sioux country, Li Fei assured, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Transporting goods worth billions to Sioux country in a month seemed nearly impossible for Li Fei, who would typically require over a year to fulfill such orders. Moreover, as the procurement amounts escalated, the volume of goods Li Fei needed to transport would only increase. In the family compound of Zhejiang province, Zhao Xiaojun sat in the living room like a docile child, suppressing any semblance of the arrogance he displayed outside. Before him sat his father, Su Jiahao, a prominent figure in Zhejiang. Su Jiahao scrutinized his son with a stern expression and inquired, I heard you sought a loan of $500 million from President Huang of the Bank of China, using my name. Is that true? Father, I received a substantial order from Sioux country, where they intend to procure $500 million worth of goods. I calculated that if the transaction is successful, I could earn at least $50 million. With that money, I can purchase some equipment from Sioux country to resell. If I manage to do this a few times, I could potentially earn over $1 billion and help alleviate our nation's shortage of high-end equipment. This could be seen as a contribution to our country, Zhao Xiaojun hastily explained. Sensing his father's authority, have you thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of those two individuals from Sioux country? Su Jiahao pressed on. What are their identities? Are they reputable? Do they possess the necessary capabilities? Are you aware of all this? One must acknowledge that Zhao Xiaojun's father exhibited a far greater shrewdness. Had Li Fei heard Su Jiahao's inquiries, he certainly would not have crafted a simple trap for Zhao Xiaojun to fall into. Instead, Li Fei was clearly exploiting the information gap to ensnare Zhao Xiaojun in a meticulously designed scheme. In the 1990s, the modern conveniences of the internet did not exist. Thus, Zhao Xiaojun would require months to investigate the backgrounds of two foreigners. This time frame will be ample for Li Fei to refine the identities of Yi Ku and Pu Jin. Father, you need not worry. They assured me that we could send someone to Sioux country for an in-person handover. I will personally travel to Sioux country to facilitate the exchange. At that time, I would appreciate it if you could send 2 bodyguards to accompany me. Zhao Xiaojun stated to his father, Su Jiahao. Chapter 85, Returning to the Capital City. Junior, if you have any questions, your senior sister can assist you. After successfully persuading his father, Zhao Xiaojun began to boldly operate under his father's name throughout Zhejiang province, issuing commands to all factories producing daily necessities and canned goods to manufacture for him. The $500 million in cash from the Bank of China in Zhejiang swiftly came into play. Zhao Xiaojun left not a single cent for himself, dedicating the entire sum to secure deposits with various merchants. He aimed to rally the entire province's resources to fulfill this monumental order. His grand endeavor did not go unnoticed, as many other second-generation individuals became aware of the situation. The era of these second-generation heirs relying on mere approvals to operate shell companies had long passed. Many are now transitioning into legitimate businesses, often leveraging their familial connections to procure projects. While one could romantically refer to this as self-reliance, a less flattering perspective might deem them mere parasites. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that these individuals possess a certain capability, achieving feats that ordinary entrepreneurs struggle to accomplish. For instance, Zhao Xiaojun's ability to marshal the entirety of Zhejiang's resources for his singular order is something beyond the reach of most merchants, a privilege reserved for the second-generation elite. Despite any dissenting opinions, others could only harbor their grievances internally, muttering complaints in private. Upon learning of the situation, Li Fei could not help but chuckle aloud. A $500 million order is no trivial matter. The goods in question could amass to the height of a small mountain. However, Li Fei had not been fixated on Zhao Xiaojun lately. His phone had been inundated with calls from influential leaders across various provinces and cities. These leaders had reviewed the quotation Li Fei provided and returned to their meetings to deliberate, comparing the pricing with that of equipment, production lines, and machine tools from similarly developed Western nations. The prices Li Fei offered were significantly lower than those from the West, often having the cost for equivalent equipment. Consequently, his mobile phone had been a constant flurry of activity, with a single battery lasting no more than 2 hours before needing replacement. To manage this, Li Fei procured 5 batteries to rotate for his phone. This arduous labor bore fruitful rewards, granting him access to the most vital assistance he required. The leaders help in securing factories in their respective provinces and cities to fulfill his orders. By the time Li Fei managed to address these matters, a week had elapsed, bringing him to August 24th, just 1 week before he was to register in the capital. Time was of the essence, as he needed to open an account with Eagle Sauce to begin shorting crude oil. Motivi, Li Fei's fata, Li Yiwengzhou, had been reassigned back to the capital 2 days prior, while Chen Shooting was also preparing for her studies there. However, Li Fei chose not to accompany his father back to the capital, as his affairs in Hangzhou remained unfinished. "Zhou Hao," he stated, "I do not intend to linger in Hangzhou any longer. Once I head to the capital, I entrust the entire operations of the Hangzhou Express Import and Export Company to you. The company's accounts will be audited shortly, and as for Zhao Xiaojun's matters, you need not concern yourself. I will provide you with instructions on how to proceed." Li Fei addressed Zhou Hao while accompanied by his 4 bodyguards. His father had already returned to the capital for work, leaving only his uncle and relatives in Hangzhou. "Brother Fei, will you not return to Hangzhou in the future?" Zhou Hao inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity upon hearing Li Fei mention that he would entrust the management of the Express Import and Export Company to him. "I will certainly return, but from now on, my focus will primarily be on the capital," Li Fei replied. "Once I establish myself there, I plan to relocate the company to the capital. Thus, the responsibilities on your shoulders will become considerably heavier. During my absence, I expect you to diligently learn how to manage the company and handle its affairs. In the future, as the company finds its footing, everything will hinge on one's capabilities. Should you lack the requisite managerial skills, you may have to relinquish your position as general manager." Zhou Hao was capable of managing minor company matters, as Li Fei's current business was relatively straightforward, mainly placing orders and shipping products. Regarding the payment for delivered goods, Li Fei had hired 2 accountants, one responsible for the Express Import and Export Company and the other for auditing the offshore company's accounts. The accountant from the offshore company was tasked with presenting the accounts for Li Fei's review, and only upon his approval would the funds be disbursed to the Express Import and Export Company. Furthermore, the offshore company employed dedicated financial auditors, and Li Fei had outsourced the accounting duties to HSBC to maintain a balance within the company. "Brother Fei, I will strive to learn and will not let you down." Zhou Hao responded earnestly to Li Fei's remarks. "I believe in your ability to succeed," Li Fei said, patting Zhou Hao on the shoulder, his expression one of unwavering confidence. With that, Li Fei refrained from further conversation and departed for the airport. At 1:30 p.m., the plane landed punctually at the airport. After leaving, Li Fei headed directly to the Capital Business School. Since the semester had not officially commenced, many faculty members were yet to arrive, though numerous students remained on campus, including those preparing for graduate entrance exams. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the principal's office is?" Li Fei politely inquired of a female student he intercepted. "Wow, he is so handsome." The girl, captivated by Li Fei's striking appearance, felt as if a ray of sunshine had appeared before her. Dressed in a white shirt, short denim shorts, and white sneakers, complemented by a pair of sunglasses and a stylish haircut, he completely enchanted her. "Are you all right?" Li Fei asked, noticing her dazed expression as he waved his hand in front of her. "Why, yes, I'm fine," she stammered, regaining her composure. "Where are you headed? Where's the principal's office?" Li Fei repeated his inquiry. "I'll take you there," she offered. Upon hearing Li Fei mention his intention to visit the principal's office, the girl promptly responded to him. After exchanging words, she guided him towards the administrative building of the school. Along the way, she inquired, "Are you a new student here to register?" "Indeed, I am," Li Fei replied, nodding without reservation. "What is your name?" Upon hearing Li Fei was a newcomer, she eagerly introduced herself. "I am Wang Yakin, a third-year student at the Capital Business Academy. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to seek assistance from your senior. I am here to help you at any time, and I shall do my utmost to resolve any problems you may face." Any issue indeed. Chapter 86. Early registration for admission. "I do not profit. I am merely a facilitator of wealth." Li Fei gazed at the senior beside him, an unwelcome feeling of dissatisfaction creeping into his heart. Unable to contain himself, he lamented, "Why must I be so handsome? I merely wish to be an ordinary boy." Being a man is difficult, and being a handsome man is even more challenging. "Wang Yakin, we have arrived at the principal's office," she announced as they reached the entrance. "Thank you," Yakin, Li Fei smiled gratefully. Do you have some time later? I would like to invite you to dinner, she asked, captivated by his charming smile, as if her heart had been struck by an unseen force. Apologies, senior, but I fear I shall be unavailable. I need to return home shortly. Li Fei declined her invitation directly, not being the type to casually dine with girls. Upon hearing his intent to leave, Wang Yakin's expression dimmed with disappointment. Not wanting to witness her sorrow, Li Fei decisively turned and knocked on the principal's office door. Come in, a voice beckoned from within. Upon hearing the invitation, Li Fei pushed the door open. Student, what brings you here? The principal of the business academy, Ren Wenhan, greeted him, though he found the student's hairstyle somewhat unconventional. Principal, I am here to complete my enrollment procedures and would like to know the process involved, Li Fei stated directly. Are you saying you wish to register as a self-learner? Hey, Vinhen inquired, intrigued. Which class are you in, and who is your instructor? My apologies, Principal. I neglected to introduce myself, Li Fei replied. I am not yet a student of the school. I will only officially become one on September 1st when the new students register. Then why not wait until after registration to apply? Why the urgency to do so now? Ren Wenhan asked, regarding Li Fei with renewed interest. Because I must leave for the United States tomorrow, and I shall be there for at least a month or two before I can return. Time is of the essence. Thus, I must first seek your special approval, Principal. Li Fei responded to Ren Wenhan. Such matters require your guardians to discuss with me. After all, taking a leave of absence is a significant decision in your life, and it must not be treated lightly, Ren Wenhan remarked seriously to Li Fei. Principal, I am capable of making my own decisions regarding my affairs, Li Fei replied upon hearing Ren Wenhan's words. My purpose for coming to school today is to register in advance, after which I intend to apply for self-study and return for examinations when the time comes. My dear student, the university experience is markedly different from that of high school, encompassing knowledge you have yet to encounter. This is not a reflection of your capabilities, but rather a matter of ensuring that no student jeopardizes their future. Hence, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Ren Wenhan firmly rejected Li Fei's proposition. May I still register in advance? Seeing that the principal was unyielding, Li Fei cautiously inquired whether early registration was permissible. Early registration is indeed possible. Ren Wenhan replied upon hearing Li Fei's query. Do you have your acceptance letter and tuition fees with you? Yes, I do, Li Fei responded, presenting the documents to the principal. This is of no use to me. I am not responsible for these matters. I will have a teacher assist you with your early registration, Ren Wenhan stated as he received the acceptance letter and fees. Afterward, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Ren Wenhan spoke, Teacher Zhang, please come to my office. He then hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses arrived at the principal's office. Principal, what can I assist you with? Teacher Zhang inquired. Teacher Zhang, please escort this student to complete the enrollment procedures, Ren Wenhan instructed while gesturing towards Li Fei. Certainly, Principal, Teacher Zhang responded promptly after glancing at Li Fei. He then turned to Li Fei and said, Please follow me. Thank you for your trouble, Principal, Li Fei said with a slight bow before following Teacher Zhang to complete the enrollment process. Half an hour later, Li Fei exited the school. Next, he intended to purchase a house. During his previous visit to the capital, he had asked Lu Zhenglian to assist him in finding a larger sihiyuan. Yesterday, Lu Zhenglian called to inform him that he had located a spacious sihiyuan. Li Fei was now on his way to inspect this property. The sihiyuan was situated in Hohai, within the second ring of the capital. An hour later, Li Fei arrived at the location of the sihiyuan mentioned by Lu Zhenglian. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Who is this? A robust voice inquired from the other end. Hello. May I speak with Mr. Wan? Li Fei responded. I am the person introduced by Lu Zhenglian to view the property. My name is Li Fei, and I am currently outside your courtyard. I hope you have some time to meet. Let's meet in half an hour, Mr. Guan replied upon hearing Li Fei's words. Li Fei responded to the other party. Then I shall await Mr. Guan's arrival here. After saying this, Li Fei hung up the phone. Half an hour later, he noticed an Audi appearing before him. A middle-aged man stepped out, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, sporting a pair of glasses, complemented by tailored trousers and soft leather shoes. Are you Mr. Guan? Li Fei inquired, gazing at the man. Indeed, I am Guan Wenyu. The middle-aged man replied with an introduction. Good day, Mr. Guan. My name is Li Fei. He reciprocated, continuing. I heard from Uncle Lu that you wish to sell a courtyard. As fate would have it, I just returned to the capital today, so I came to inspect your estate. Ah, young lad, I'm aware of you. Guan Wenyu chuckled, recognizing Li Fei's name. Your father is Li Yuanchao, and you're the infamous first speculator in the capital, making quite the stir. First speculator? Li Fei was taken aback by Guan Wenyu's words, unaware that he had acquired such a moniker in the capital. Surprised, are you? Guan Wenyu observed Li Fei's bewildered expression and couldn't help but ask. Mr. Guan, I am merely a humble intermediary. The title means little to me. I am but a mere transporter of wealth, Li Fei replied modestly. Chapter 87. The Courtyard Worth 1.5 billion in the capital. Once inside the estate, Guan Wenyu began to expound upon the property he was presenting to Li Fei. This courtyard comprises 5 entrances and exits. In the back lake area, I dare say no other estate can rival mine. The only courtyards in the capital that could surpass this one belong to princes and dukes. However, those are protected cultural relics and are currently prohibited from sale. Had you been born a decade or so earlier, perhaps acquiring a duke's residence would have posed no challenge. But alas, that is not the case now. Prince's residence? I think I shall pass on such an estate. Even if I were to acquire it, it would merely be a relic to be preserved, Li Fei bantered, adding, Mr. Guan, I was indeed born over a decade ago. I was simply too young at that time and lacked the means to purchase such a grand estate. Guan Wenyu burst into laughter at Li Fei's retort. I misspoke earlier. Mr. Guan, may I inquire about the asking price for this estate? Upon entering the courtyard, Li Fei immediately recognized it as the renowned Back Lake estate valued at 1.5 billion, exposed to the public in the 21st century. This revelation took him by surprise. Rumors suggested that the owner of this estate held a significant identity, yet no one outside knew who it was. The most circulated gossip claimed that the owner was a prominent second-generation individual in the capital. Whether this was true or not remained a mystery. In the domestic sphere, there exists no shortage of affluent individuals capable of acquiring such a grand estate. However, the question arises, why has no one yet purchased it? This conundrum encompasses numerous factors. Firstly, the property is situated in the capital city, close to the Forbidden City, and few wealthy individuals, lacking formidable power or extensive connections, would dare to invest in a mansion valued at 15 billion. Secondly, the identity of the property's owner is far from ordinary. Even if someone mustered the courage to buy it, they would hesitate to reside within its walls. After all, this is the capital, the political and cultural nucleus of China. Mr. Guan, may I be so bold as to inquire about your profession? Li Fei asked, gazing at Guan Wenyu with curiosity. Upon meeting Guan Wenyu, Li Fei harbored some suspicions that the individual before him was likely a high-ranking official in the capital. Even if not an official, he was certainly among the elite offspring of the city. This assumption was largely derived from the aura he exuded, akin to those employed in governmental sectors. I am merely a minor leader within a leisurely bureaucratic office in the capital, a position I secured through familial connections during the late 1970s to mid-1980s. With a bit of fortune, I acquired several grand residences in the city, this being one of them. The others are in the vicinity. One of them is the princely mansion you mentioned, regarded by my family as a treasured ancestral site. At this juncture, Guan Wenyu's tone shifted, expressing his frustration. Damn it. As you mentioned, that estate is treated like a revered ancestor. The annual maintenance alone cost me no less than 6 figures. Were it not for the upkeep, those officials from the Cultural Relics Bureau would come knocking on my door, demanding funds for repairs. I deeply regret purchasing that residence. Now, I cannot sell it. I am left to bear the burden alone. Upon hearing Guan Wenyu's words, Li Fei instantly grasped that he was indeed one of the elite offspring of the capital. As for why he could not locate the senior members of his family, it was because many of these second-generation individuals had changed their names, and unless one lived in the same prestigious quarters, ordinary people would hardly recognize them. It seems, Mr. Guan, that you have a fondness for this courtyard, Li Fei remarked with a smile, responding to Guan Wenyu's complaints. I have a few passions. One is this courtyard, which I have cherished since childhood. Another is reading. I have amassed a collection of renowned literary works from both domestic and foreign authors, including original editions. Lastly, I have a penchant for antiques and jade artifacts. I enjoy collecting them. My aspiration is to replace all the ornaments in my princely mansion with antique calligraphy and paintings. However, collecting such artifacts is financially draining. The earnings I have painstakingly gathered over 10 years have all been invested here. Otherwise, I would not consider selling this courtyard to fund my antique collection. Guan Wenyu shared his interests with Li Fei. Then, may I ask, Mr. Guan, how much are you seeking for the property? Li Fei inquired,
having learned of Guan Wenyu's intention to sell for the sake of his collection. 35 million. Guan Wenyu stated firmly, offering his price without hesitation. The price is quite reasonable for this courtyard, which spans an impressive 11,000 square feet. Back in 1990s, property prices in Beijing soared to 2 or 3,000 per square meter. During that time, many individuals earned only 3 to 400 yuan a month, making it impossible to afford even a single square meter of this 5-entry, 5-exit courtyard after a year of work. Upon hearing Guan Wenyu's offer, Li Fei did not engage in haggling. He agreed to the deal immediately. He didn't even negotiate? Guan Wenyu was momentarily taken aback by Li Fei's straightforwardness. At 35 million for each property, to have the price accepted without any counteroffer was astonishing. This prompted him to ask Li Fei if he would consider negotiating. Given the current property prices within the second ring of the capital, at 3,000 per square meter, the value of this courtyard, with its area of 11,000 square feet, would amount to 33 million. Mr. Guan, your asking price of 35 million is undoubtedly fair, Li Fei responded earnestly. Moreover, you and Uncle Liu are friends. For you to offer me this price, it would be quite ungracious to negotiate further. Guan Wenyu commended Li Fei, saying, you possess a knack for business. No wonder they call you the top dealer. Your manner of conduct and eloquence is simply impeccable. Li Fei, with a wry smile, replied, let us not dwell on that title of top dealer. I am merely an intermediary, making a modest profit. To put it bluntly, it's akin to paying for a bath while earning a meager commission. Hearing Guan Wenyu reiterate the title, Li Fei chuckled. Even if you deny it, it's of no consequence. The entire city now refers to you as such, and that title has become irrevocable. Guan Wenyu, witnessing Li Fei's bittersweet smile at the title, could not help but laugh heartily while patting him on the shoulder. Chapter 88. Please exercise caution. After Li Fei purchased the 5-entry, 5-exit courtyard from Guan Wenyu, both parties exchanged contact information and bid farewell. The property transfer process was remarkably swift. Guan Wenyu made a call to the head of the property administration in the capital, and within 10 minutes, they completed the transfer formalities. After securing the property, Li Fei did not return home immediately. Instead, he visited Chen Shooting to seek her company. Tomorrow, he was set to fly to the United States, so tonight he felt compelled to share his longing with Chen Shooting, especially since he would be away for 1 or 2 months. Aunt Yuan. Upon arriving at Chen Shooting's residence, Li Fei was greeted by her mother, Yuan Fong, and he addressed her with utmost respect. Have all matters in Hangzhou been settled? Yuan Fong inquired upon seeing Li Fei. Yes, everything is in order, Li Fei replied. From now on, my focus will be on the capital. I have entrusted the Hangzhou affairs to my subordinates. Have you sorted out your schooling? Yuan Fong asked, knowing Li Fei was heading to the United States. Yes, I have taken care of that as well, Li Fei responded. I registered at the school before coming here, and I will ask for leave from my teachers when the school year begins, so it won't be a problem, as long as you can manage these matters well. Upon hearing Li Fei mention that he had handled all school-related affairs, there was no further discussion, and she addressed him directly. Li Fei, when will you arrive in the capital? At that moment, Chen Shooting, who was organizing her luggage in the room, hurried out upon hearing her mother conversing with Li Fei. Seeing Li Fei chatting with her mother in the living room, she rushed forward, grasping his hand and inquiring, you arrived in the capital this afternoon? Did you just get off the plane and go to the school to meet the principal for early registration? I just bought a courtyard in Hohai. Li Fei smiled at Chen Shooting, explaining, from now on, we can reside in that courtyard. Cough, cough. Yuan Fong, overhearing Li Fei's intention to cohabit with her daughter, felt compelled to remind him of her presence. Aunt Yuan, you and Uncle Chun can come live with us too. I'll bring my parents over as well. Then our two families can be together every day. Li Fei promptly invited Yuan Fong to join their living arrangement. Living together is out of the question. Yuan Fong, hearing Li Fei's invitation, politely declined, saying, Uncle Chun and I have already found a small apartment in Chaoyang, which is quite close to my workplace. It has 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom, perfectly sufficient, and it's not too expensive. Aunt Yuan, that apartment is too small. I'll buy you a larger courtyard instead. After all, moving to the capital means one should reside in a courtyard. The prices are reasonable now, and it's a worthwhile investment. In the future, if you decide to sell, it could yield a substantial profit. It's the ideal investment for retirement. I could take you on world travels. Li Fei responded to Yuan Fong's mention of their new apartment. Let us refrain from the courtyard. Yuan Fong quickly shook her head at Li Fei's suggestion.
She was acutely aware of the costs associated with a courtyard in the capital, 3,000 per square meter, even for a less desirable location. It would still be over 2,000 per square meter. A modest courtyard would encompass at least 200 to 300 square meters, amounting to 6 or 700,000 yuan, while their savings barely exceeded 200,000. Their funds were just sufficient to purchase the small apartment they had chosen. With all our savings, we can only afford that little apartment. We certainly don't have enough for a courtyard, Yuan Fong replied with a wry smile. Aunt Yuan, you need not worry about the finances. I can purchase it for you. Consider it an advance on my betrothal gift, Li Fei said cheerfully. Who needs your betrothal gift? Chun shooting, overhearing Li Fei's comment about buying a courtyard as a betrothal gift, retorted playfully. So, does this mean you would marry me without a betrothal gift? Li Fei seized upon the flaw in Chun shooting's words, teasing her with a smile. Cough, cough. How can you expect uncle and aunt to accept your money for a house? Yuan Fong quickly interjected, addressing Li Fei. Aunt Yuan, please do not stand on ceremony with me. After all, we will inevitably become one family, so why distinguish between yours and mine? Li Fei confidently positioned himself as a prospective son-in-law in his response to Yuan Fong. Once you and shooting obtain your marriage certificate, aunt, I will be ready to accept your sentiments. Seeing Li Fei's audacity, Yuan Fong could only conjure an excuse to rebuff him. Well, Aunt and Uncle Chun, you could consider taking out a loan to purchase a house. A smaller courtyard would suffice. With just 30% of the total as a down payment, you could repay the rest to the bank monthly. For instance, if the house costs 400,000, you could pay it off over 30 years, which amounts to just over 1,000 a month. Li Fei, perceptive to the situation, recognized the reluctance on their part and proposed an alternative. Loans? Yuan Fong was taken aback by Li Fei's suggestion of a bank loan. It was a notion she had never entertained. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many ordinary individuals in our country. The prevailing mindset is that if one has sufficient funds, they should invest in a modest home rather than overreach by acquiring something beyond their financial means. Investment acumen is not contingent upon one's profession, Li Fei continued. Indeed, Aunt Yuan, with the current low interest rates, securing a loan for a house is the most prudent choice. Trust my judgment. Should any pressure arise in the future, selling the property could yield substantial returns. Observing the frown on Chun shooting's mother's face, he addressed her directly. I must also discuss this with Uncle Chun. As both of us earn salaries, accumulating over 400,000 in debt would mean our wages would merely serve the bank. Yuan Fong replied, Aunt, please have a thorough discussion with Uncle Chun. You won't regret listening to me. Upon hearing Yuan Fong's words, Li Fei responded, Aunt Yuan, I will be departing for Eagle Country tomorrow and will be away for a month or two. May I have a meaningful gathering with shooting? Go ahead. Yuan Fong, upon hearing Li Fei's request to spend time with her daughter, noticed the pleading look in her daughter's eyes and could only nod in agreement. She addressed both Li Fei and her daughter, Chun shooting, saying, You two should take necessary precautions. I am not ready to retire as a grandmother just yet. Chapter 89. Before parting. The following day, Li Fei rose early. His mother, Huang Yuanshan, had prepared breakfast for him. The previous day, instead of taking Chun shooting to a hotel, he brought her home for a meal. Their relationship was now known to both families. Son, what time is your flight? Huang Yuanshan inquired at the dining table. It's at 9:30, Li Fei replied, continuing, but I must first fly to Port City for a layover before heading to Eagle Country. The journey will likely take around 16 to 17 hours. Fortunately, he would arrive in Eagle Country during the day, alleviating the need to adjust to a time difference. Son, please exercise caution abroad. Eagle Country is not like our homeland. If anything were to happen, it will be challenging for us to respond promptly. Huang Yuanshan could not help but admonish her son. Don't worry, Mom, Li Fei reassured her. Upon hearing her words, he added, The United States is far safer than the Soviet Union. I wouldn't fear going to the Soviet Union alone, let alone with 4 bodyguards accompanying me. Nothing will happen. You little rascal, Huang Yuanshan retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Li Ting, is there anything you need me to purchase for you in the United States? Li Fei playfully inquired, glancing at his father, Li Yuanzhao, who had just finished washing up. You little brat, looking for a fight, are you? Li Yuanzhao shot back, casting a disapproving glance at his son after hearing him address him as Li Ting. He took a seat at the main table and, with a serious demeanor, advised Li Fei, I don't know what your plans are in the United States, but you must remember to keep a low profile. The entire imperial capital, and indeed the provinces and municipalities across Huaxia, are aware of your reputation as the country's foremost wheeler dealer. If the higher-ups consider your connection to me, Li Yuanzhao, and the weapons and equipment you procure from the Soviet Union that bolster military strength, do you really believe you can remain safe? Old Li, your position seems rather low for someone of your stature. Li Fei teased, responding to his father. If those people dare to come after me, it clearly shows a lack of respect for you. Were I in your position, I would never allow my son to be bullied. If anyone dared to harm my son, I would slap them hard enough to teach them a lesson. Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing his son's jest, reached for his belt. Old Li, I'm just kidding. I was merely joking with you. Li Fei quickly backtracked, noticing his father's action. You see how easily you take the bait? I was just trying to lighten the mood. A smile can take years off your age. You shameless brat. I wonder who you take after, Huang Yuanshan interjected, observing the affectionate banter between her husband and son. Mom, do you really need to ask? Li Fei gestured to his features. I'm clearly cut from the same cloth as old Li. You little rascal. Are you implying that I'm shameless? Li Yuanzhao glared at him, his eyes narrowing with mock menace. I never said that. You implied it yourself. Li Fei quickly distanced himself from the accusation. Li Yuanzhao brandished his belt once more. Mom, I'm full now. I'll go say goodbye to shooting, Li Fei declared, promptly rising to head to his room. You're right. That shamelessness is indeed hereditary in the Li family, Huang Yuanshan remarked, watching her son seek out Chen shooting, while pointing at Li Yuanzhao. Dear, where have I ever been shameless? Li Yuanzhao protested, feigning innocence to his wife. You used to deceive me the same way when you were young, Huang Yuanshan replied, playfully pinching his ear. Dear wife, be gentle. That hurts. Li Yuanzhao grimaced in mock pain. Upon returning to his room, Li Fei gazed at the slumbering Chun shooting and gently called her name. Shooting. The drowsy Chun shooting was stirred from her dreams by Li Fei's voice. As she opened her eyes and beheld Li Fei, who was already dressed by the bedside, she instinctively stretched. Li Fei, noticing her rosy cheeks, spoke tenderly. My dear, my time in the Eagle Nation will be rather prolonged. At least 2 months before I can return. Is there anything you desire as a gift? I do not wish for gifts. Your safe and swift return is the greatest gift I could ask for, Chen Shooting replied with a face full of reluctance. Their relationship was currently imbued with sweetness. And while Chen Shooting understood that Li Fei was busy, he typically only spent a week away in Sioux country. The prospect of being apart for 1 to 2 months was unbearable for her. My dear, I shall return as swiftly as possible, Li Fei reassured her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to descend the stairs in preparation for his departure. Huang Yuanshan, having seen her son finally come down, remarked with a hint of melancholy, Oh, who is this? Finally willing to come down from your little wife's side? I thought someone would stay upstairs for her sake. Hearing his mother's words, Li Fei quickly sought to appease her. I was simply reminding my future daughter-in-law to spend more time with you while I am away. It will also help strengthen the bond between you two. Only your silver tongue can say such things, Huang Yuanshan retorted, rolling her eyes. Isn't it true that you charmed her with your flowery words? Mother, regardless of how I won her over, do you like her? Li Fei asked. Like? Of course. I do, Huang Yuanshan replied. Among the people your father knows, Shooting is my favorite. She has always been beautiful and well-behaved. I almost wish I could trade places with your Aunt Yuanfang. Unfortunately, your Uncle Chun is a daughter slave. He would never part with his daughter for a son. You better not bully Shooting in the future. Just wait and see how your Uncle Chun deals with you, she warned. Mother, am I that kind of person? Li Fei responda. The Li family does not bully their wives. Yes, the Li family does not bully their wives, Huang Yuanshan replied. But if you don't hurry, the plane won't wait for you. Mother, I must take my leave now. I will bring you a gift upon my return from the Eagle Nation, Li Fei said, dashing out of the neighborhood. Chapter 90. The Ice Queen of the Airplane. After leaving his home, Li Fei made his way directly to the airport. Upon arriving, he found he had merely 10 minutes left until boarding, having arrived just in the nick of time. Zhang Wu parked the car in the airport parking lot and hurriedly made his way inside the terminal. Li Fei, accompanied by Huang Erniyu and the others, entered the airport ahead of him. Inside, they spotted Wang Baolong, who was waiting for them. Concerned about time, Li Fei had instructed Wang Baolong to collect the tickets at the airport. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu arrived at the security checkpoint and joined Li Fei and his companions. After the 5 of them passed through security, they proceeded directly to the boarding gate. As they boarded the plane, the clock struck 9:30. Just under 3 minutes after they settled into their seats, the aircraft began to taxi. At 9:40, The plane accelerated down the runway for takeoff. The journey from the capital to the harbor city would take approximately 4 hours, with an expected arrival around 2 in the afternoon. Once seated, Li Fei offered a brief word of caution to Zhang Wu and the others before surrendering to slumber. Having scarcely slept the previous night and expending considerable energy that morning with chin shooting, when Li Fei awoke, the plane was already descending towards the harbor city. Their flight to Eagle Nation was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. After disembarking, Li Fei led Zhang Wu and the others to a restaurant in the airport for a hearty lunch, as the meal served on board was insufficient for the 4 of them. Following their lunch, the time had reached 2:40, prompting them to enter the departure lounge and proceed directly to the boarding gate. Upon boarding the plane, Li Fei guided the group to first class. This time, he refrained from immediately succumbing to sleep. The flight was to last 16 to 17 hours, which made prolonged slumber impractical. Shortly after settling in, a strikingly beautiful woman entered, clad in a black professional skirt and a white short-sleeve blouse. Her feet adorned with black high heels. She bore an air of aloofness, a quintessential ice queen. Li Fei cast a glance at the captivating beauty beside him, unable to resist the allure of her presence. Noticing his gaze, the elegant lady, Xue Xiaoya, found herself captivated by Li Fei's youthful, sun-kissed visage, particularly enchanted by his hairstyle and the subtle smile that danced on his lips, evoking an electrifying sensation. "Excuse me, do I have something on my face?" Li Fei smiled, addressing the entranced Xue Xiaoya. Her previously composed demeanor faltered, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks as she quickly responded, "No, little brother, you have nothing on your face. I was simply intrigued by the unique English letters in your hairstyle. It's quite unconventional. This is the first time I've seen such a design," she offered, seeking to mask her inner fluster with an excuse. "This is a hairstyle I designed for myself. Do you think it looks good?" Li Fei noticed the flicker of panic in Xue Xiaoya's eyes, and with a warm smile, he responded to her inquiry. "Are you a hairstylist?" she asked, intrigued by his claim of having designed the hairstyle himself. "Indeed, I am a hairstylist. My name is Tony," Li Fei replied, lying without so much as a blink. He reached out to touch the hair that Xue Xiaoya had styled, saying, "Your hair is quite lovely, full of luster and elasticity. It seems you take good care of it." Xue Xiaoya was taken aback by his touch. She despised having her hair touched by anyone other than family. Even at the hair salon, she strictly sought female stylists, never allowing a male to lay a finger on her. Yet here she was, unexpectedly being caressed by a boy much younger than herself. Just as she prepared to protest, Li Fei continued, "It's not good for your beautiful hair to be tied up for long periods. It can lead to damage and breakage." After speaking, he gently untied her hair, running his fingers through the cascading locks. She caught a whiff of the youthful scent of hormones emanating from him, and her mind raced with thoughts. "No, Xue Xiaoya. He is just a child. How can you entertain such feelings for someone younger? This is not how an older person should engage with a younger one. Let me help you style your hair," Li Fei said to the flustered Xue Xiaoya. With that, he began to arrange her hair. Li Fei was not particularly skilled at hairstyling. He merely wished to create a look he found appealing. This hairstyle was one he admired, often seen on high-powered women. For Li Fei, it was a matter of practice making perfect. Within minutes, he had transformed Xue Xiaoya's hair into a look that was both innocent and commanding, accentuating her enviable figure, stirring a sense of desire. "Something seems to be missing," Li Fei remarked seriously, scrutinizing Xue Xiaoya before him. "What is missing?" she instinctively asked. "A pair of glasses, do you have any?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied without hesitation, retrieving a pair of women's glasses from her bag. Upon seeing the glasses she produced, disappointment flickered across Li Fei's face. The style was somewhat outdated. While fashionable in the 90s, it seemed ill-suited in his eyes. Nevertheless, he took the glasses from her hand and placed them on her face, gently tucking away her stray hairs behind her ear. In that moment, their eyes locked, creating an unspoken connection between them. A wave of ambiguity surged within the hearts of the two. Xue Xiaoya felt herself completely flustered, her face flushed with warmth. The demeanor of the aloof female CO dissipated, replaced instead by the aura of a mature and charming woman. Perfection. Upon witnessing Xue Xiaoya's reddened cheeks, Li Fei could not help but smile, snapping his fingers playfully. "Miss, you might want to take a look in the mirror." Following Li Fei's suggestion, Xue Xiaoya retrieved the mirror from her makeup case. As she gazed at her reflection, adorned with a different hairstyle, she found herself momentarily entranced. "What do you think?" My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Chapter 91. Miss, one cannot refer to a man as little Didi. Tony, I must admit, I had no idea you possessed such talent at such a young age. Xue Xiaoya observed her reflection, noting the striking difference from her usual appearance. She could not help but commend Li Fei. Where is your salon located in Hong Kong? I shall visit you for a haircut when I have the time. Visit me for a haircut? Li Fei mused, recalling a certain celebrity. We are merely styling hair. Then, he remembered how a certain starlet ended up with green hair. Your skills are exceptional, far surpassing those of my personal hairstylist. I would like to appoint you as my exclusive stylist. As she mentioned the term exclusive stylist, a hint of embarrassment washed over Xue Xiaoya's face, a flush that hinted at unspoken thoughts known only to her. Then, dear lady, what salary do you propose to offer me monthly? Li Fei teased, inquiring about the amount she would pay him. I shall offer you 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Xiaoya stated the figure. Even in the 1990s, hiring the top hairstylist in Hong Kong rarely cost such a sum, excluding foreign stylists. 100,000 a month? Surely you do not intend to keep me as a sugar baby? Li Fei feigned astonishment, his expression serious as he remarked. I have heard that many wealthy ladies in Hong Kong prefer obedient young men. Are you seeking me as your exclusive stylist? Or do you wish for me to play the part of a compliant young man? I must inform you, miss, that I, Tony, am not one to compromise my integrity for money. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Xue Xiaoya felt a sudden rush of anxiety, as if a secret buried deep within her heart had been unexpectedly unveiled. Little Didi, how old are you? She endeavored to steady her heart and addressed Li Fei. You know that wealthy women prefer obedient young men? I wonder what convoluted thoughts occupy your mind. Miss, you are mistaken. I am not a little puppy, but rather a little wolf dog. Do you know what a little wolf dog is? Li Fei inquired with a smile, observing the transformation of Xue Xiaoya into a captivating woman. A good person does not behave in such a manner. You liken them directly to a dog. Are today as you've truly like you? Xue Xiaoya gazed into Li Fei's dark, luminous eyes, which sparkled with a mischievous glimmer. This stirred a sense of inner turmoil within her, prompting her to steady her thoughts and address Li Fei with an educational tone. Dear young lady, I merely sought to draw a comparison to certain aspects of myself that resemble them. For instance, a little milk dog refers to those youthful individuals who possess an appealing appearance and an endearing innocence. Much like a weaned puppy, they crave the nurturing affection of maternal love, which is precisely what affluent women find appealing in such young men, Li Fei explained with a smile. And what about a little wolf dog? Xue Xiaoya, captivated by Li Fei's analogy, found herself intrigued, as this was her first encounter with such a metaphor. Would you like to know? Observing the curiosity etched on Xue Xiaoya's face, Li Fei continued, before I divulge that information, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I seem to have neglected that formality in our conversation. Realizing her oversight, Xue Xiaoya introduced herself. I am Xue Xiaoya, a resident of Hong Kong. I am Li Fei. My English name is Tony. I hail from the mainland, he replied, formally introducing himself as well. You're from the mainland? Xue Xiaoya expressed surprise, gazing at Li Fei with astonishment. Initially, she had assumed he was also a resident of Hong Kong. This misconception stemmed from Li Fei's trendy attire, which could easily place him at the forefront of fashion, even in Hong Kong. In essence, Xue Xiaoya perceived a significant disparity between the mainland and Hong Kong, whether in economic stature or in the realms of entertainment and fashion. Many individuals in Hong Kong, including Xue Xiaoya, often regarded mainlanders as provincial. Is my identity as a mainlander truly so astonishing to you? Li Fei inquired, observing her disbelief. Is it the common perception among those in Hong Kong that mainlanders are akin to country folk, clad in garish attire or mismatched designer labels? Yes, that was my previous perception, Xue Xiaoya admitted, nodding in agreement. However, I have completely revised this view upon learning of your origins. Dear lady, Hong Kong is rather small. Its inhabitants often become entranced by the superficial splendor before them, failing to recognize the profound transformations occurring on the mainland. Within a span of a decade or two, the vibrancy of all first-tier cities in the country will far surpass that of Hong Kong in finance, entertainment, and fashion, domains where Hong Kong cannot compete. Therefore, do refrain from wearing tinted glasses when assessing people or situations. You speak the truth, Xue Xiaoya responded, expressing her gratitude. Tony, thank you for enlightening me. I would prefer if you call me by my name. It sounds more pleasant to me. The name Tony feels a bit strange. Li Fei said with a smile,
to Xue Xiaoya. Very well, Xue Xiaoya replied, then inquired, why do you enjoy referring to me as sister? Others either call me elder sister or big sister. Is sister a term that has become popular in the mainland? Sister is a term of endearment for beautiful young women, while elder sister is typically used among family. As for big sister, I imagine addressing a lovely young lady as such would evoke the ire of her admirers. Li Fei explained to the inquisitive Xue Xiaoya. You make a valid point, Xue Xiaoya acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. She then asked Li Fei, can I call you little brother? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Xue Xiaoya's playful suggestion, Li Fei was momentarily flustered, unable to suppress his coughing. Miss Xue, boys may affectionately refer to beautiful girls as sister. However, do you think the term little brother sounds appealing when used by girls for boys? You ought to understand what little brother signifies for young men, Li Fei informed her. Xue Xiaoya instantly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolded, You are incorrigible. I shall ignore you. Chapter 92. You're not quite ready to challenge me. With a wit from his past life, Li Fei managed to transform the icy demeanor of Xue Xiaoya, the CEO, into a charming allure. The four men accompanying them observed their boss engaging in lively conversation with a stunning beauty, their eyes filled with admiration. Their understanding of Li Fei was limited, as their sole directive was to ensure his safety. Though all four were veterans turned bodyguards, they had heard of Li Fei's remarkable feats. For instance, he had procured advanced weaponry that the nation lacked from the Soviet Union, even acquiring an incomplete aircraft carrier. Moreover, he was recognized as the largest commodity trader within the Soviet territory, dealing in goods worth billions daily. The accomplishments and earnings of this 18-year-old had garnered their respect and admiration, particularly now as he conversed with a beauty from the Hong Kong government. A feat not easily achieved. And what about you? Xue Xiaoya inquired, her curiosity piqued. Which category do you belong to? I am quite intrigued. Are you genuinely interested? Li Fei asked with a smile, observing her interest in the topic. Yes, I would like to know, Xue Xiaoya responded. Hee, I shall not disclose it. Li Fei rappelé up playfully. Through their conversation, Li Fei had gleaned much about Xue Xiaoya's personal circumstances. She is the female president of the Xue Group in Hong Kong. At the tender age of 24, 6 years her senior compared to Li Fei, coincidentally the age of 2 golden bricks. Throughout her life, Xue Xiaoya has lacked intimate friends, not even a single close sister. The Xue family is renowned in Hong Kong as affluent aristocrats, with their primary ventures in real estate and jewelry, boasting assets of 3 to 4 billion, though their wealth does not rival that of Hong Kong's elite or the 4 prominent families. They still represent a significant tier among the city's billionaires. However, the Xue Group has recently faced considerable adversity. Her father suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and after being rushed to Maria Hospital for emergency care, he was left in a vegetative state. The local media caught wind of this and reported extensively, leading to a drastic plummet in the stock prices of their family business. Moreover, competition in Hong Kong is exceedingly fierce. Fortunately, Xue Xiaoya is not the typical idle heiress. She graduated from Harvard Business School, the pinnacle of educational institutions, with a master's degree. Shortly after her graduation, she was appointed as the executive president of the Xue Group by her father. Her life was on a smooth trajectory until her father's sudden incapacitation caused a rapid decline in the family's fortunes. Competitors, upon learning of her father's condition, began to target the Xue Group, initially attacking their stock and subsequently attempting to usurp their projects. Through her diligent efforts over the course of half a month, the Xue Group managed to extricate itself from crisis, albeit with its wealth diminished by over 50%. The once substantial fortune of 3 to 4 billion has dwindled to merely a few billion. Additionally, instability looms within the Xue household, as her stepmother seeks to partition the family assets, and her half-sister desires to seize the position of executive president. Fortunately, many long-standing employees of the Xue Group stand firmly in support of Xue Xiaoya. Their faith in her capabilities has only strengthened as they witnessed her resilience. With their backing, Xue Xiaoya resolved to venture into the American market, believing that success there would alleviate the challenges faced by the Xue Group and potentially soar their stock prices to unprecedented heights. Why did she choose America over other nations? Because here she has classmates and mentors who can assist her. Li Fei, you must tell me. Xue Xiaoya playfully chided Li Fei for withholding information. If the employees of the Xue Group were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. She is known among them as the cold-faced president.
a figure that evokes fear. Many within the company believe that aside from her beauty, she possesses no feminine charm whatsoever. Yet, Li Fei perceives the truth. Shui Xiaoya is a girl with a warm heart beneath her frosty exterior, yearning for friends to converse and share moments with. Moreover, he has never subscribed to the notion of an ice-cold female president. It is not that women are frigid. Rather, they have yet to encounter a passionate and captivating gentleman. Li Fei grasped this notion, amusing her with humorous anecdotes from the digital realm of the 21st century, occasionally testing the waters with risky jokes. A man's use of such humor often serves as a means to gauge a woman's boundaries. If she responds without disdain or annoyance, the subsequent jest may escalate in nature, and if she remains unperturbed, the conversation may take a more daring turn. This linguistic approach serves to probe the limits of a girl's comfort. There are also more tactile methods to test a girl's boundaries. In a public setting, Li Fei had engaged in flirtation with Shui Xiaoya, albeit at a restrained pace. He had also ventured to touch her hand and tease her ear, all in a playful manner, and Shui Xiaoya showed no signs of disapproval. As for draping his arm over her shoulder, Li Fei deemed the atmosphere inappropriate due to the presence of others. "My dear, you are not so young. In my hometown, children your age can already run errands." He jested with a smile. "How dare you imply that I am old enough to be a mother?" Shui Xiaoya retorted, feigning annoyance at his comment. "You're not old. You are in the prime of youth." Li Fei reassured her, noting her slight irritation. "How about we have a child to strengthen our bond?" He playfully suggested. "Foul boy, what does having a child have to do with our relationship? Why would I, a responsible adult, have a child with you, a mere child yourself?" "I would find it exhausting to care for two little ones," Shui Xiaoya replied, her anger dissipating into laughter. "Are you implying you would take on the role of my mother?" Li Fei inquired, intrigued by her playful banter. "If you wish to call me mother, I would not mind accepting you as my little one," she responded with a smile. "Mama, the little one is hungry and desires some treats." Li Fei whimsically winat. "Incorrigible boy, you are impossible," Shui Xiaoya teased him. Li Fei, witnessing her playful demeanor, felt a sense of triumph. "You still have much to learn if you think you can compete with me," he mused to himself. Chapter 93. A Dream or Not, a Refreshing Coolness. In a rare deviation from his usual habits, Li Fei engaged in extensive conversation with the enchanting Shui Xiaoya, spending several hours in her company. During this brief interlude, she found herself drawn to this younger man, 6 years her junior, developing an unusual fondness for him that filled her heart with joy. "Li Fei, your insights on economics and market analysis are quite impressive. With your knowledge of the stock market, why not consider a position at my company?" Shui Xiaoya proposed, genuinely admiring his acumen in these areas during their exchange. Within his heart, he harbored the desire to invite her to join the Shui Group. "Xiaoya, if you wish to extend an invitation for me to work at the Shui Group, it would depend on what price you are willing to pay for my services. Should you offer me a substantial salary, perhaps in the millions, I would decline. I'm not particularly interested in wealth." Li Fei chuckled as he responded to Shui Xiaoya's proposal. Presently, his fortune far surpassed that of the Shui Group by several magnitudes. The notion of Shui Xiaoya recruiting him seemed utterly implausible. "If you're not interested in money, then what piques your interest?" Upon hearing Li Fei's disinterest in wealth, Shui Xiaoya propped her chin on her hand, her delicate face framed by glasses, exuding an unusual charm. With a teasing glimmer in her eyes, she inquired about his interests. "Little Didi, are you perhaps intrigued by your elder sister?" "Yes," Li Fei replied with a smile, urging her to ponder. Shui Xiaoya, realizing he was employing a female tactic against her, felt a surge of indignation. "I will bite you, you rascal," she exclaimed, lunging at him. "Hey, are you a dog?" Li Fei swiftly dodged her playful assault. "Who made you so wicked?" Shui Xiaoya pouted, feigning displeasure. "How am I wicked?" Li Fei replied with mock seriousness. "I merely used your own strategies against you. Is that truly villainous? I have never employed such tactics against you, yet you did so against me. That is your misstep." Shui Xiaoya decided to embrace her feminine charm and playfully coaxed him. "Little Didi, just tell me, will you?" Li Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. The allure of her demeanor was overwhelming. Few men could withstand the charm of a captivating woman. "What benefits would you offer me?" he inquired, suppressing the heat rising within him. "Will you wish for me to provide, naughty Didi?" Shui Xiaoya, now entirely at ease, revealed a more playful side of herself. Gazing at him with a smile, "I wish to pull radishes with you," Li Fei responded, referencing a light-hearted jest. "Pull radishes with me?" Shui Xiaoya, momentarily puzzled by his request, took it quite literally. All right. Without a second thought, she agreed. I shall join you in pulling radishes. Let me clarify. I'm only interested in intriguing women, Li Fei replied. As the saying goes, while beautiful appearances are commonplace, fascinating souls are rare treasures. If you wish to captivate me, you must possess an intriguing spirit. A few male passengers of Asian descent in first class, having overheard the exchange between Li Fei and Xue Xiaoya, inwardly celebrated their newfound wisdom. Li Fei and Xue Xiaoya engaged in a conversation within the confines of first class, both exercising remarkable restraint in their vocal volume so as not to disturb their fellow passengers. Positioned in front of them were Zhang Wu and Huang Erniu, and despite their playful banter, the surrounding travelers remained unperturbed. To add to the comfort, there was an aisle beside their seats, creating a significant distance from the other two passengers, who were of Chinese descent. Occasionally, these two individuals cast furtive glances at Xue Xiaoya, yet neither she nor Li Fei seemed to mind. Their light-hearted exchange eventually led to fatigue, and before long, Xue Xiaoya succumbed to slumber. Noticing her peaceful repose, Li Fei too began to rest. Time slipped away unnoticed until Li Fei sensed some movement beside him. He opened his eyes to find Xue Xiaoya, who had inadvertently roused him, apologetically whispering, "I'm sorry for waking you." "It's quite all right," Li Fei replied, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" "I need to use the restroom," she softly responded. "Do you want me to accompany you?" he instinctively asked. "Sure," Xue Xiaoya, initially inclined to decline, found herself agreeing to his offer instead. A wave of self-reproach washed over her for succumbing to such an intimate act, typically reserved for romantic partners. Li Fei promptly rose from his seat to accompany her to the lavatory. Huang Erniu, who was on watch, noticed their exchange and shot Li Fei a questioning glance, silently inquiring if he should follow. However, Li Fei subtly gestured for him to remain. Escorting Xue Xiaoya to the airplane restroom, he watched her enter before waiting patiently outside. A few minutes later, the door swung open, and Xue Xiaoya emerged. "Wait for me. I need to use the restroom as well," Li Fei informed her. "All right." She nodded in agreement. Once inside, Li Fei attended to his own needs. Upon exiting, he found Xue Xiaoya waiting for him and cheerfully said, "Let us go." She replied softly. Once they returned to their seats, Li Fei suggested, "Why don't you sit in my seat?" "Okay." Xue Xiaoya consented without hesitation, settling into his seat. While he took hers, they chose not to converse further, instead drifting back into slumber. With their rest well-timed, they would avoid the fatigue of adjusting to the time difference upon arrival in the United States. Soon, Li Fei fell asleep. Though he vaguely sensed a hand clasping his own, the touch chillingly cool. This sensation led him to feel as if he were caught in that ethereal state between dreaming and wakefulness, his mind alert yet aware of his surroundings. Instinctively, he grasped the hand and placed it against his palm to warm it. Chapter 94. Li Fei's Dominance. From this moment forth, you shall be mine. Attention, esteemed passengers. The aircraft will be landing at New York Airport in 10 minutes. Those who require the restroom are advised to do so promptly. The flight attendant's voice resonated over the intercom. At that moment, Li Fei awakened from a delightful dream. However, he found himself in a slightly embarrassing predicament, as he needed to change into a fresh undergarment. What could he do? Youth at the tender age of 18 brimmed with vitality. The old adage, when the water is full, it overflows, aptly described Li Fei's current situation. "Xiaoya, you're awake too?" Li Fei exclaimed with warmth, noticing that his neighbor, Xue Xiaoya, had also stirred from her slumber. Yet, upon seeing Li Fei, she instantly turned bashful, her thoughts drifting to the events of the previous night, which had shattered her 24 years of experience. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a situation, performing intimate acts for a boy. You mischievous rascal. Even in your sleep you're not at peace. Bullying me." Xue Xiaoya playfully reproached him. Her exquisite face flushed like that of a tipsy maiden. "I bullied you?" Li Fei, bewildered, looked at her, unable to comprehend how he could have bullied her upon just waking. After all, he had been quite the model of propriety in his sleep. Moreover, they were aboard an airplane. He certainly wouldn't indulge in such behavior in first class. Curiously, he inquired, "How did I bully you? Have you forgotten what you did when you held my hand last night?" Xue Xiaoya retorted, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "Last night, I merely had a dream," Li Fei began, but he faltered, gazing incredulously at her hand. Noticing his scrutiny, Xue Xiaoya quickly concealed her hand. In an instant, Li Fei understood. It was not merely a dream. He had indeed sought her assistance. I'm truly sorry. I genuinely thought I was dreaming, Li Fei apologized, realizing he must take responsibility for his actions. Is a simple "I'm sorry" sufficient to resolve this? Shui Xiaoya seized the moment to confront him. I have never engaged in such acts my entire life. My innocence is lost. How do you propose to compensate me? Perhaps I should offer myself in return? Li Fei chuckled at her bold insinuation, responding, "You're quite the whimsical rascal, Xiaoya. I want you to join the Shui group and work for me, without pay," she declared, eyeing him mischievously. "Are you sure you want me to join the Shui group, and not to become your servant?" Li Fei countered, intrigued by her proposition. "Since events have already transpired, I shall take responsibility for you from this moment forth. You are now mine, Li Fei's." After uttering these words, Li Fei assertively grasped her hand and declared, "This hand has sullied my innocence. From now on, you are forbidden to touch any other man. Otherwise, I shall deal with you severely." "When did I become yours?" Shui Xiaoya retorted upon hearing Li Fei's domineering statement. "You're still so young, and you expect me to be yours? Can you even afford to take care of me? You already know my age. Why ask again? Would you care to test it personally?" Li Fei teased, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "You are utterly incorrigible. I shall ignore you now," Shui Xiaoya replied, fastening her seatbelt and turning her head to the window. Observing her irritation, Li Fei fell silent. The plane soon descended and came to a halt at New York Airport. Once stationary, the first-class passengers disembarked. "Xiaoya, have you come to America alone, or did you bring an assistant?" Li Fei inquired as they walked together. "I brought 2 assistants. They are in business class, and I must wait for them," Shui Xiaoya responded, her annoyance at Li Fei dissipating. "Have you booked a hotel in America?" he asked, his concern evident upon learning she had companions. "I have reserved a room at the Hilton," she replied. "What about you? Have you booked a hotel? Or would you like me to assist you with that? You can no longer restrain yourself from being hands-on with me," Li Fei jested. "Please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." "You little rascal. I shall give you a good beating," Shui Xiaoya retorted, her eyes narrowing at his provoking expression as she attempted to swat him. However, Li Fei effortlessly caught her hand. "I, too, have made arrangements at the Hilton. They have sent cars to pick us up. Since we are both staying at the Hilton, let us proceed together. But I still need to wait for my 2 assistants," Shui Xiaoya replied. "That's no bother. We can wait for them to join us before heading out. I have arranged for 2 cars to accommodate us all," Li Fei assured her. With that, Li Fei led Shui Xiaoya and his 4 bodyguards outside. "Are they your bodyguards?" Shui Xiaoya noticed the 4 imposing figures trailing behind them and asked Li Fei, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Yes, they're all my bodyguards," he affirmed. "Due to certain circumstances, I require their presence." "What does your family do?" Shui Xiaoya inquired earnestly, intrigued by Li Fei's background. In the early 90s, it was rare for individuals to travel with bodyguards in the country, including Hong Kong. Particularly in Hong Kong, many wealthy individuals had fallen victim to kidnapping and extortion, notably the case involving Li Ka-shing, who was extorted for over $1 billion, which shocked the entire world. Subsequently, in a bid to safeguard the well-being of his family, Li Charon invested a substantial amount of money to enlist the services of Blackwater, the most renowned security firm from the United States. Witnessing Li Charon's choice to employ foreign bodyguards for the protection of his household, other affluent individuals in Hong Kong began to follow suit. It was from this point onward that the trend of hiring bodyguards for personal security became prevalent among the wealthy in Hong Kong. Gradually, this practice made its way to the mainland. However, many business owners there often surrounded themselves with thugs and petty criminals rather than professional bodyguards. Li Fei smiled in response to Shui Xiaoya. "It's a secret." Chapter 95, Presidential Suite. "Do you wish to be my housekeeper?" Through connections at the Hong Kong branch of HSBC, Li Fei directly reserved 2 rooms at the Hilton in the mainland, one being a presidential suite and the other an executive suite. Shui Xiaoya's 2 assistants, upon arriving at the exit, were taken aback to see their boss in cheerful conversation with an exceptionally handsome man. Their jaws dropped in astonishment, as this was the first time they had witnessed their boss engaging with someone of the opposite sex in such a lively manner. Yet, they dared not inquire about the circumstances. The group boarded a luxury vehicle dispatched by the Hilton and headed straight towards the Hilton Hotel in downtown New York City. Inside the car, Li Fei and Shui Xiaoya remained silent in the back seat, while Zhang Wu occupied the front passenger seat. Huang Ernie rode in a separate vehicle, and Shui Xiaoya's assistants were in the car provided by the Hilton. An hour later, the luxury car arrived at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. The doorman promptly approached to open the car door. Li Fei tipped the doorman $5, who expressed his gratitude and became even more attentive in his service. Upon entering the hotel, they approached the front desk. Li Fei announced his name, and the front desk attendant, upon hearing it, immediately processed his check-in. Recognizing Li Fei's profile as that of a distinguished VIP, the attendant confirmed the reservation of both the presidential suite and the executive suite for 2 months, totaling a staggering $210,000. Mr. Li, your presidential suite and executive suite are ready. The total for 2 months is $210,000. This is your dedicated concierge, Alice. You may reach out to her for any assistance, as she is at your service 24 hours a day, the front desk staff informed him. Isn't that quite extravagant? Shui Xiao remarked upon learning of Li Fei's 2-month stay at the Hilton, with accommodation costs amounting to $210,000. Wouldn't it be more prudent to purchase a house in the United States with that money? $210,000 could easily secure you a spacious residence. Money is meant to be spent, Li Fei responded with a smile. I came to the United States to earn, not merely to reside here. As for buying a house in the States, I think I shall pass. As a Chinese individual without a green card, the prospect of purchasing a home presents a considerable challenge, consuming an inordinate amount of time merely traversing various departments. Would it not be far more enjoyable to luxuriate in a presidential suite instead? Should the room become disheveled or dirty, there would be someone to attend to it. After expressing this sentiment, Li Fei turned to Shui Xiaoya and remarked, "Forget about the room you reserved. It suffices to book a room for your 2 assistants. You should join me in the presidential suite, which contains several rooms. Why waste such an opportunity?" He then leaned closer to Shui Xiaoya and whispered with a smile, "See, am I not a thrifty and considerate man?" Shui Xiaoya, upon hearing Li Fei's suggestion to share the presidential suite, playfully retorted, "I refuse to stay with you. You mischievous rascal. Since you want to accompany me, I shall have my beautiful personal maid watch over me as I sleep in the suite, as she is at my service round the clock." Noticing Shui Xiaoya's refusal, Li Fei glanced at his dedicated female maid, whom he had requested from the Hilton Hotel, insisting she be both young and attractive. "You wouldn't dare," Shui Xiaoya shot back at him with a fierce expression. "I will keep an eye on you to ensure you do not engage in any unsavory activities while in the United States. Mr. Li, Miss Shui, please follow me," announced Alice, the private maid of the presidential suite, respectfully addressing both Li Fei and Shui Xiaoya. They entered the elevator, which soon ascended to the 16th floor, where the presidential suite was located alongside the rooms of others. "Alice, if you have any tasks, please do not hesitate to inform me," Li Fei said. "Alice, your presence is no longer required. You may return to your duties. We will call for you if necessary." Alice gracefully acknowledged his words before departing from his suite. "Jiechi, what do you think is the relationship between our president and that handsome gentleman?" One of Shui Xiaoya's 2 female assistants, with short hair and an attractive appearance, asked curiously. "Xiao Shui, the affairs of the president are not for us assistants to gossip about. If you were to find out, we would surely lose our jobs." Jiechi admonished her colleague. "I'm merely curious. It's just the 2 of us here, with no one else around to overhear," Xiao Shui replied, tugging at Jiechi's hand in a playful manner. "Ask me, and to whom shall I direct your inquiry?" Jiechi retorted with a hint of exasperation. "This is the first time I've seen the president with such a handsome companion. Who knows their connection? Do you think they might become intimate later on?" Xiao Shui asked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful curiosity. Meanwhile, within the confines of Li Fei's presidential suite, "Xiao Didi, this guest room will be my chamber," Shui Xiaoya declared to Li Fei as she entered the presidential suite. "Why sleep in the guest room?" Li Fei replied with a smile. "Look at how spacious the master bedroom is. It's sufficient for both of us to share." "Perish the thought, you mischievous Didi," Shui Xiaoya retorted. "I would never share a bed with you." With that, she stepped into her room and closed the door, denying him entry. "Xiaoya, I need to step out for a bit. I should return in time for dinner. We can dine together then," Li Fei called from outside her door. "Where are you going?" Shui Xiaoya, having just entered her room, swiftly opened the door to inquire about his destination. "Do you wish to be my caretaker?" Chapter 96. The decisive Li Fei finalizes agreements with 5 securities firms. After departing from the Hilton, Li Fei made his way directly to a prominent securities firm in Eagle Country, Goldman Sachs. This institution stands as a titan in the financial sector, encompassing not only securities but also investments and patents. Their portfolio of patents alone generates hundreds of billions of dollars annually. excluding the revenues from their securities and venture capital divisions. Upon arriving at Goldman Sachs, Li Fei sought out the firm's president, Benny Smith. "Good day, Mr. Smith." Li Fei introduced himself to the portly figure before him, who weighed over 200 pounds. "I am Li Fei from Huaxia. I believe HSBC has been in touch with you." "Greetings, Mr. Li." "Yes, HSBC informed me about your intentions regarding options trading," Benny Smith responded. "May I inquire how much capital you possess and the leverage you seek?" "I have a modest sum of $500 million, yet I desire a 20-fold leverage," Li Fei stated plainly. 20-fold? Benny's voice rose in astonishment at the magnitude of Li Fei's request. "Are you certain you Haven team has spoken?" "Absolutely, I am quite certain. I seek a 20-fold leverage. If your firm can accommodate a 100-fold, I would be equally delighted," Li Fei teased, noting Benny's incredulous expression. "Huh, Mr. Li, you are quite the humorous one." Benny chuckled, responding to Li Fei's jest. "However, 20-fold is excessive. I can only authorize you 15-fold leverage, with an interest rate of 55 and a fee of 5. Furthermore, should the decline exceed 30, a forced liquidation will be enforced. Then here's to a fruitful partnership," Li Fei replied, extending his hand toward Benny. "To a fruitful partnership," Benny echoed, pleased with Li Fei's straightforward agreement. Showing no inclination to haggle over the high fees and interest rates he had proposed, he could not help but regard Li Fei with newfound respect. It was his first encounter with such an amiable Chinese individual. This was also his inaugural interaction with someone from the Chinese community, leaving him with a very favorable impression of Li Fei. 15 minutes later, Li Fei departed from Goldman Sachs and proceeded to Morgan Securities. This time, instead of contacting someone from HSBC, he sought assistance from a representative of Hilton Hotels. Upon arriving at Morgan Securities, he met with the president, Morgan Dolly. When Morgan Dolly heard Li Fei request a 30-fold authorization, he promptly rejected the proposal, offering only a 20-fold authorization instead. However, the interest he demanded was significantly higher than Goldman Sachs, reaching an exorbitant 60%, with transaction fees matching Goldman's at 5%. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fei acquiesced to these terms. After leaving Morgan, he made his way to Lehman Brothers, directly requesting a 30-fold authorization. Ultimately, Lehman Brothers consented to grant him a 20-fold authorization. The condition was that Li Fei needed to have the least engagement with the previous two firms, and they required a 35% interest rate, with fees set at 4%. Grateful for Lehman Brothers' understanding, Li Fei immediately deposited $1 billion with them. Reflecting on Lehman Brothers, he felt a tinge of regret over their demise, attributing the blame solely to the U.S. Treasury. The Treasury's refusal to permit any acquisition of Lehman led to the bankruptcy of this colossal firm valued at $610 billion. Had it not been for interference, Lehman would not have collapsed. It could have weathered the 2008 subprime crisis and possibly emerged stronger. However, for Li Fei, it was merely a lamentation for a century-old institution's downfall, reminding him of the treachery he faced prior to his rebirth, when his own company was ensnared and taken from him. This felt even more infuriating than Lehman's fate. Yet, it also revealed a shared truth. Both he and Lehman were beholden to powerful adversaries. Lehman was at the mercy of the U.S. Treasury, while he had offended someone whose father was one of the top 3 officials in Shanghai. A single word from him deterred anyone willing to assist Li Fei in his struggles. Thus, in this lifetime, Li Fei placed his hopes on his father, Li Yuanchao, aspiring for him to become a formidable presence. At that time, Li Fei would be able to decisively overpower his opponents. After exiting Lehman Brothers, Li Fei sought out 2 additional securities firms, one affiliated with Citibank and the other Boston Securities. All 5 securities firms were among the top 10 in the United States, backed by formidable financial conglomerates. With the $3 billion he brought, aside from the first firm granting him a 15-fold authorization, the other firms offered him a 20-fold authorization. This effectively transformed his $3 billion into a staggering $57.5 billion. Additionally, Li Fei had them sign a confidentiality agreement stipulating that any breach would require compensation of $100 billion. The funds provided by 5 securities firms transformed Li Fei into a billionaire, with assets soaring to an astonishing $57.5 billion. However, this wealth is not available for withdrawal and can only be utilized within the confines of the 5 firms. After finalizing the agreement with these firms, Li Fei returned to the Hilton Hotel. Upon his arrival at the hotel, it was precisely 5:30 p.m. Entering his room, he discovered Xue Xiaoya engaged in a discussion with her two assistants. "Where have you been all afternoon?" Xue Xiaoya inquired, noticing Li Fei as he entered. "I was negotiating a few collaborations," Li Fei replied with a smile, then suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we dine together? I have arranged for a sumptuous feast." Upon hearing his words, Xue Xiaoya glanced at the clock and noted it was already 5:30. Although it was slightly early for dinner, she reasoned that by the time the dishes were served, it would be around 6. She then responded, "Very well, let us proceed with dinner." Turning to her assistants, she added, "That will be all for today. You are free to enjoy your time. Dinner expenses can be reimbursed through me." "Thank you, President," both Xiaoya and Jiaqing exclaimed, their faces brightening with gratitude. With that, they discreetly exited the presidential suite, granting Li Fei and Xue Xiaoya some private time together.